At daybreak, a sliver of dawn's light filtered through the window, illuminating the room that a maiden, adorned in the traditional shomaku, faced a bronze mirror, watching as her auburn hair was gradually styled into an elaborate coiffure. This was an ensemble reserved solely for weddings. When the auspicious hour arrived, she would be seated in a palanquin, journeying from the Uzumaki clan to the Uchiha clan of Konoha in a political marriage. It was all because of a fellow named Uchiha Haku that Uchiha Haku truly is exceptional as the rumors suggest. Kushina Uzumaki murmured to herself, gazing into the mirror. The handmaiden attending to her toilette responded from behind in an awestruck tone, enumerating Haku's accomplishments one by one. He is the most prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, having become the vice captain of the Uchiha police force at a tender age. Moreover, he is remarkably disciplined, training assiduously every day, and has already attained the prowess of an elite jonin. His inaugural mission was in rank assignment, and since his rise to prominence, he has remained undefeated. Rumor has it that Haku is slated to inherit the mantle of the next captain of the Uchiha police force. In other words, he has been preordained as the future head of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, you need not fret at all. Once you are wed into the Uchiha clan, you need only enjoy a life of tranquility and bliss. The handmaiden's adoring words lingered in Kushina Uzumaki's ears. She gazed at her reflection in silence. Had they met under normal circumstances, she might have fallen for this remarkable young man named Haku. But at its core, this was a political alliance. It was unconventional from the outset. She detested this feeling. Kushina, that a woman entered from outside, interrupting Kushina Uzumaki's thoughts. Turning toward the voice, she saw the woman accompanied by a simple-minded young man. This is Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha clan's representative for the betrothal, Haku Uchiha's younger brother by 5 years. He has brought nuptial gifts for you. Greetings, sister-in-law. Obito addressed Kushina before him with honeyed words. This sudden appellation caused Kushina to blush with embarrassment. She had not yet been wed, so why was she being addressed as a sister-in-law? However, the fact that he had sent his own younger brother to deliver the gifts suggested that they were of considerable importance. Kushina Uzumaki's heart stirred, and she felt a faint sense of anticipation. What would the young man she had never met present to her? Her gaze fell upon Obito, who withdrew an exquisitely wrapped gift box from his ninja pouch and extended it to Kushina Uzumaki. Observing the anticipation etched on Kushina Uzumaki's face, the woman and the handmaiden quietly withdrew, allowing her to examine the contents of the box in peace. The vast chamber was now occupied solely by Obito and Kushina Uzumaki. She approached the table and opened the gift box, revealing a neatly folded letter. Could it be a love letter? Instantly, Kushina's cheeks flushed. Although it was a political marriage, she yearned to be treated like a princess, cherished in her husband's palm. Noticing Kushina's prolonged hesitation and her silent contemplation of the envelope, Obito could not help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, you may not know this, but my elder brother is a cultivation fanatic, yet he has taken your affairs to heart. It is the first time I have ever seen him write a letter. His elder brother had finally blossomed. It was truly a momentous occasion. At least he would not remain a bachelor for life. However, perhaps it was his imagination. But as Kushina opened the letter, Obito sensed that the atmosphere in the room was becoming increasingly suffocating. After perusing the contents of the letter, Kushina Uzumaki refolded it with a faint smile and turned to Obito, saying, "Is this what your brother wishes to convey to me?" "Yes, why, sister-in-law?" Uchiha Obito responded instinctively, but these words ignited Kushina Uzumaki's wrath. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, I am not your sister-in-law." Thump! Kushina Uzumaki's fist landed squarely on Obito's head, but a massive bump swelled up at an alarming rate. Obito clutched his head and cried out in agony. Kushina flung the letter at Obito's face and hissed, "Go back and tell Haku that even if there is a cancellation of the engagement, I will be the one to seek him out." It was only then that Obito noticed the 2 large characters on the letter. Engagement cancellation. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. "Elder brother, you are plotting against me." He had not uttered a word about this perilous item. Was he not afraid of being beaten to death? No wonder he had worn a faint smile when handing him the gift box. So this was where he had been waiting for him. This is fratricide. Hearing the screams, The woman and the handmaiden watched as Obito was ejected by Kushina. Kushina, what has happened? Asked this fellow. Furthermore, I am feeling vexed at the moment. Leave me to my solitude, Kushina. Uzumaki slammed the door shut and became increasingly agitated in her chamber. What political marriage? Unwilling to wed? Only interested in cultivation? Do you think I'm unaware that this is a political marriage? Or is it that in your eyes, I am not even worth the effort of cultivation? Kushina Uzumaki's character was inherently spirited. However, she had been suppressing her feelings due to the relationship between her clan and Konoha. But now, she no longer needed to restrain herself. Kushina tore apart her wedding gown, and in the next moment, she donned her usual attire. Reopening the door, her gaze fell upon Obito. She grabbed Obito's ear and strode briskly toward the outside. Lead the way. This time, I will accompany you to Konoha to find your good brother, and then cancel the engagement. She could no longer wait to confront Haku and demand an explanation. Seeing Kushina rushing out, heedless of any objections, the woman grew flustered. How could this be? Quickly notify the Hokage. The once tranquil clan grounds began to stir with commotion. 5-masked Jonin, lurking outside the Uzumaki clan, noticed two figures darting through the exit. A somber voice echoed, "Follow them." At this moment, the Uchiha clan was excitedly preparing for the final steps before the wedding. Even Fugaku, the clan head, was immersed in the preparations. How is the shrine's arrangement progressing? Is the presiding priestess ready? We must not allow even the slightest error to occur this time. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Clan Head. The crowd cheered in unison. Witnessing such a festive scene, Fugaku's eyes welled up with tears. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had witnessed such a lively gathering within the Uchiha clan? Although this was a political marriage, if Kushina Uzumaki could bear sufficient offspring, the future bloodline of the Uchiha clan would become even more potent. It would be enough to ensure the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. By the way, has Haku arrived? Reporting, Lord Clan Head. Haku has not yet arrived. As expected of the most prodigious genius of our Uchiha clan, he does not neglect his rigorous training even on such an important day as today. However, today is a special occasion, so it would be best for him to arrive sooner. Yes, Lord Clan Head, I will go to the training grounds and summon Haku back. At dawn, in the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the entire village. What met his eyes was an atmosphere of harmony and happiness. Many citizens eagerly gathered along the main road, vying for the best vantage points, anticipating the arrival of the bridal procession. However, amidst this festive atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat murky gaze concealed an indescribable depth of concern. Has the news been confirmed? Yuzuki Yuin? Has Uchiha Bayako activated his Manjiki Sharingan? Yes, Lord Hokage. As he listened to the words of the Umbu at his side, the atmosphere surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly oppressive. Who would have thought that the Uchiha clan would produce such a prodigy? Thankfully, we had already arranged a marriage alliance. As a distant blood relative of the Senju clan, Kushina Uzumaki will serve as our most crucial pawn, strategically placed by Bayako's side. That time. Regardless of Bayako's intentions, we shall be informed at the earliest opportunity. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a snow-white rabbit bearing a scroll leaped rapidly towards the Third Hokage. This was a summoning beast utilized solely by the Umbu stationed in the Uzumaki village. An urgent report. Could it be that someone intends to target the Uzumaki clan? To seize their Kekiai Genkai? Or was there an issue with the wedding? Regardless of the scenario, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow any disruptions. Everything must unfold according to his design. His brow furrowed momentarily as he forcefully suppressed the ominous feelings swelling within him. He swiftly unfurled the scroll, his gaze scanning the cramped text, and rage surged within his chest. Bayako, you reckless fool. Have you lost your mind to dare call off the engagement? You truly do not regard me at all. The aura emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen darkened further, his anger causing him to crumple the scroll into a ball. The sky gradually clouded over. A chilling breeze rustled the edges of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attire. The pallor of discontent spread across his wrinkled face. He turned his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's direction, his hoarse voice carrying forth. Uchiha Bayako, have you all lost control of your rebellious hearts? Or is it that you are dissatisfied with my choice of bride? Taking a deep breath, a thought of kindness returned to his countenance, as if the previous chill had never existed. Summon Mito, Gate, Kurinai, and Trun Koharu, we shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan and assess their preparations for this alliance. Yes, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, in the darkest recesses of Konoha, the master of Root, Shimura Danzo, received the news at once. He gently caressed his bandaged right arm, his icy voice resonating in the dark, damp chamber. I had already warned Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uchiha Bayako must not be allowed to remain. For the genius prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the best fate is to surrender their eyes. Let us go, we shall join the tumult at the Uchiha clan. As Sarutobi Hiruzen made his move, the Uchiha clan was thrown into disarray. What? You say Bayako has vanished? What? You say Bai Mo has vanished? Have you searched thoroughly? Indeed, we have scoured every location where Bai Mo typically trains, yet his presence eludes us. A heavy weight settled in Fugaku's heart. The auspicious hour drew ever closer. Should Bai Mo remain absent, the entire wedding would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, the reputation and prestige of the Uchiha clan would be irrevocably tarnished, and it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Third Hokage, plunging the Uchiha clan into dire straits. The clan's territory was in a state of turmoil. Search. Deploy more people to find him. We must locate Bai Mo before the bridal procession arrives. Under Fugaku's command, waves of Uchiha clansmen frantically searched for Bai Mo's silhouette. The cacophony disturbed Bai Mo, who was practicing on a beam of the roof, causing him to furrow his brow. He opened his uniquely patterned Sharingan, casting a cold gaze down upon the flustered Fugaku below. How noisy indeed. If you merely looked up, you might just spot me. But alas, it seems that historically, no one ever looks up. Of course, this was partly due to his own restraint in concealing his presence. He paid little heed to the chaos below and closed his eyes once more, resuming his disciplined training. Bai Mo was a traveler from another world. Upon his arrival in the Naruto universe, he awakened a self-discipline system that allowed him to enhance himself limitlessly by completing self-discipline tasks and engaging in daily rigorous training. Ding. Current self-discipline task, refined chakra manipulation, progress, 97. Please continue your efforts, host. Observing the steadily rising progress bar, Bai Mo felt an increasing sense of calm. He channeled the chakra within him, sending it through ninjutsu into the sky. Caw-caw. Up at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Thousands of soaring eagles circled within a radius of several 100,000 meters. Their sharp eye surveyed the earth below, capturing every occurrence. This was a monitoring ninjutsu starkly different from the Rain Tiger's free technique, Eagle's overlook technique. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, this was how he typically slacked off. Ahem, patrolled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the sky, his voice deep and aged. It seems there are quite a number of eagles in Konoha lately. Before anyone could react, Hiruzen formed a hand seal with one hand while hurling several shurikens into the sky with the other. Wind release, Gale Shuriken technique. The wind propelled the shuriken straight towards the high altitude. In an instant, the shurikens accurately pierced through several eagles. Thud thud thud, blood rained down from the sky. Following a series of anguished cries, the eagles plummeted to the ground, splattering into a gruesome mess before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the scattered remains, Hiruzen found no signs of abnormality or control by external forces. Was I overly concerned? He casually waved his hand, instructing the AMU to swiftly clean the area while it was still relatively deserted. Let's proceed. The Uchiha territory lies ahead. Let us pay them a proper visit. Clan leader, the Hokage has arrived. Upon hearing this, Fugaku, whose expression was already grave, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Why has he arrived so early? Is there still no sign of Bai Mo? No, we have searched every possible location, yet the vice captain remains unaccounted for. What could this fellow be plotting? How could he go missing at such a critical moment? Fugaku took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anxiety. He then led the Uchiha elders briskly towards the entrance. Let us go greet the Hokage. We must buy ourselves some time. On the beam above, Bai Mo watched as the crowd departed, leaving the vast shrine empty. Only at this moment did a faint smile grace his lips as he mused. Truly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sharp-witted. Too bad the eagles were merely meant to dispel your suspicions. Naturally, there would be no signs of anything amiss. Hiruzen was a man of deep suspicion. Sometimes, intentionally revealing a flaw would cause this old fox to relax his guard. Bai Mo gazed out the window and continued, "The timing is just right. I suspect Obito is on his way back now. I wonder how disheveled he will appear. Well, he thought, he is my brother after all. A bit of teasing is harmless, yet it would be unfortunate if it turned out too disastrous." Bai Mo placed his palm gently over his cheek and added, "After all, the second great ninja war has only just concluded. Peace is still but a distant dream." In an instant, Bai Mo's hand suddenly exerted force. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing Bai Mo's shadow clone. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, beneath a precipice, Bai Mo abruptly opened his eyes, the brilliance of his Sharingan flashing momentarily. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the self-discipline task, refined chakra manipulation. Reward, advanced medical ninjutsu. Advanced medical ninjutsu. In addition to healing injuries, this medical ninjutsu significantly enhances one's combat capabilities. It includes healing wound destruction, chakra surgical knife, palm healing technique, sealing, and 100 heal technique. The 100 heal technique, an S-rank combat medical ninjutsu developed by Tsunade. It activates with seals covering the body and begins rapid self-regeneration upon taking damage, maintaining the rhythm of attack. When not in use, it can be aggregated into a single point using the S-rank medical sealing technique, sealing. It is an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. No wonder he had unleashed numerous shadow clones and summoned countless eagles to train fervently. It took him 3 days to completely fill the progress bar. However, the fruits of his labor proved rewarding. At that moment, Bai Mo caught sight of a soaring eagle, its gaze scanning the ground below. It promptly detected several ninjas darting between the trees, hastening towards the distance. And several thousand meters away, Bai Mo spotted Obito with a girl. "Sis-in-law, I can assure you, there has been a misunderstanding. Be quiet. How many times must I tell you? I am not your sister-in-law." Kushina Uzumaki was taken aback by Obito's audacity. Even after seeing the words broken engagement, he still persisted in calling her sister-in-law. In contrast, Obito, upon encountering Kushina, seemed to lighten, his smile growing even brighter. "It's fine, sis-in-law. Once we return, all you need to do is stand before my brother, and that dense man will surely fall for you. Then all misunderstandings will be resolved, right?" Obito's chatter was incessant, while internally, he lamented, "Brother, how could you possibly break off the engagement with such a beautiful sister-in-law? I genuinely worry about your future as a bachelor. So it's no trouble for me to make a sacrifice. You must pull through. If you don't bring her home, I will no longer recognize you as my brother." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp twist to his ear. The intense pain made him cry out, "Ah!" Then, one could only hear little Pepper Joshinai exclaim, "How many times must I reiterate that I am not your sister-in-law? If you dare to speak such nonsense again, do you believe I shall rip your tongue from your mouth?" However, the moment Kushina's words fell, a sudden chilling wind swept past the two. The leaves danced gracefully, while the cool, delicate breeze brushed against them, causing Uzumaki Kushina to shudder. She promptly released her grip on Obito's ear, drawing out the kunai from her waist, vigilantly guarding against their surroundings. Obito, still taken aback, observed Kushina's actions and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister-in-law, what are you?" Silence. We have become the targets of scrutiny. Kushina Uzumaki possesses formidable strength, and with her lineage from the Uzumaki clan, she exhibits an acute sensitivity to the capture of chakra. 1. 2. No, that is not right. A full 5 individuals. It seemed as though it was to validate the words of Uzumaki Kushina. In the heart of the jungle, pairs of eyes rested upon the 2 individuals. These beings are people from the hidden cloud village. Obito gazed in astonishment at the forehead protectors above their heads, swiftly gripping the kunai in his hand. The 2 stood back to back, ever vigilant against the movements of the 5 ninjas surrounding them. The presence emanating from these 5 ninjas was profoundly intense, far surpassing that of Kushina and Obito. As Kushina sensed this overwhelming aura, her heart sank further. Indeed, these individuals were Jonin. Gudome, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard, his anxiety rendering him almost speechless. His body trembled slightly, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face, incessantly soaking his garments. This disheveled scene elicited mocking laughter from the 5 ninjas of the hidden cloud village, their faces betraying derision. "Ha ha ha, Chief, we certainly haven't mistaken our target, have we? Is this fellow truly a member of the Uchiha clan? Why does he appear so timid? Enough with the superfluous talk. Let us focus solely on accomplishing the task at hand. We have lingered here for so long, is it not for this very moment? Indeed, indeed. What I did not anticipate was that I initially planned to ambush you on Huajiao Road. Yet to my surprise, you two emerged on your own. A princess of the Vortex clan and a member of the Uchiha family. Should we thoroughly explore the depths of these two bloodlines? It is reasonable to believe that the strength of our hidden cloud village will ascend to new heights. Oblivious to the jovial banter of the 5 elite jonin before him, Obito found himself increasingly agitated by their sardonic remarks. The incessant barbs pricked at his nerves, prompting him to clench his jaw tightly. With gritted teeth, he retorted, "You dare to underestimate the Uchiha clan? Are you not fearful of my brother seeking retribution against you? Is your brother Uchiha Hakumo? Haha. He is probably still in the Hidden Leaf Village, waiting for your arrival, although I am unaware of the reasons behind your choice not to use the floral sedan. It is manifestly advantageous for us." He licked his lips, his piercing eyes glinting with mockery as he fixated on the two individuals before him. "As long as we take you away directly, even if Uchiha Hakumo arrives, he will undoubtedly be oblivious to our whereabouts. Furthermore, even if he were to arrive, what difference would it make? How could he possibly stand against the 5 of us, the elite shinobi?" As the leader, Kuroai, while speaking, urged the other 4 to advance steadily towards Obito and Kushina. The provocations in his words caused Obito to overlook the tremors coursing through his body. They underestimated what he could endure. However, underestimating his brother, that was absolutely intolerable. In his eyes, Bai Mo embodies the most formidable existence. The kunai was hurled directly by Obito, soaring towards the team leader, Kurai, as if slicing through the very fabric of the air, producing a series of piercing sounds. Seizing this opportunity, Obito swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He gathered chakra within his mouth, then placed his palm beside it, unleashing a massive fireball. In the face of the blazing inferno obscuring his vision, Kurai's expression turned increasingly mocking. A mere trifling skill. Lightning release, thunder flash. After completing the hand seals, the individual pointed a finger, and in a flash, a bolt of lightning pierced effortlessly through the heart of the fireball. The exploding fireball instantaneously tore apart, with fiery fragments cascading down upon the jungle floor. The raging inferno swiftly ensnared everyone within its grasp. Yet, the individual remained utterly unconcerned. "Enough of this delay," he declared. "Since you have no intention of surrendering, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Beware." Toby let out a fierce roar. Before long, 3 figures converged, charging directly at Kushina. Each individual was enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, as lightning-infused chakra surged tumultuously across their bodies, enhancing their speed. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken was hurled towards Kushina. "No, this cannot be allowed. My body has become immobile. My vital energy is completely sealed. How infuriating. What am I to do now?" In a moment of utter despair, Kushina's heart sank. Her once radiant face had become pale and defeated, and her delicate hands clutched the kunai tightly, yet she found herself paralyzed, unable to take any action. All she could do was watch helplessly as they drew ever closer. The sharp tip of the kunai loomed larger in her vision. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and the rustling of leaves intensified, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped Kushina completely. Just then, whoosh, the howling gale extinguished the flames, rendering them devoid of their fervor. A fleeting figure suddenly appeared before Kushina. A devilish smile graced his lips. His Sharingan gaze fixated upon the 3 individuals before him. Bai Mo chuckled softly. "I overheard your earlier remarks, claiming that your strength is sufficient to withstand me. Is that so? I must say, you are truly courageous." Before the 3 could react, crimson patterns surged across Bai Mo's body. The art of the 100 treasures. Buzz. A shallow pit was formed as white ink released a surge of chakra. In the fleeting moment when the leaves danced, Bai Mo executed a sweeping kick that struck one of the individuals directly. Bang. One could only observe as the figure resembled a fully ripened shrimp, bending forward and soaring into the distance. The sound of snapping echoed. Trees, hundreds of them, were violently uprooted and severed in half. Countless fallen leaves swirled together, dancing in harmony with the movements of Bai Mo. With a surge of momentum, Bai Mo planted one foot on the ground and delivered another powerful kick to the other individual. This person, too, mirrored the earlier chaos, crashing through innumerable trees, leaving no trace of life in their wake. The entire spectacle unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Before I could even react to the situation at Kuroai, I was left in astonishment. How could it be? You are Uchiha Hakumo? Aren't you supposed to be in Konoha now? Bai Mo cast a glance at the distant figure of Obito, who was clumsily evading danger, and chuckled, as his elder brother. It is only natural for me to ensure his safety. Whoosh. 2 kunai were swiftly hurled by Hakumo, piercing the hearts of 2 distant ninjas in the blink of an eye. Their bodies disintegrated, transforming into fine powder, which seamlessly nourished the earth. At that moment, Obito finally regained his senses. Instinctively, he turned to the source of the kunai's trajectory, only to find himself ensnared by the gaze of those crimson Sharingan. In Hakumo's vision, the world appeared drenched in a sanguine hue, composed of countless lines and points. With an assault along the lines, all could be divided, with a piercing from the points. Everything could be shattered. This was the most formidable technique of annihilation residing within the Manjiki Sharingan of his left eye. Gazing at his brother's silhouette, Obito felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. At last, you have arrived, dear brother. I reported their disdainful glances towards you just moments ago. Listening to the sound of Obito reporting, Kushina finally snapped back to reality from her astonishment. She gazed at the figure of Hakumai before her, feeling her heart race increasingly faster. The individual before me is none other than my fiancé. Have I truly been rescued by a hero? The sound of clicking resonated as Bai Mo casually moved his body. His pair of crimson eyes fell upon the figure of Karai. A suffocating pressure gradually enveloped him, an inescapable force. One can only fight with all one's might. At this thought, a resolute glimmer flashed through Kula's eyes. The lightning chakra enveloped his body, heedless of whether his physique could withstand such a formidable current. Gazing at the approaching figure of Bai Mo, whose face was adorned with a mocking smile, Kara roared in defiance, "You have forced my hand. You were trained on data up to October 2023. As the Kurilai seal was cast, the sky darkened instantaneously, shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. Thunder rolled ominously, as if pressing down upon the heads of the gathered crowd. Chakra surged wildly from his being, and a multitude of electric yellow lightning orbs descended upon Bai Mo like a torrential downpour. Be careful. Kushina, standing behind Hakumo, spoke up with concern evident in her beautiful eyes, which were fixed upon him. Her anxiety was palpable, prompting Hakumo to raise an eyebrow and glance over his shoulder. He beheld Kushina with her flowing crimson hair and softly remarked, "Merely a trifling skill." A trifling skill? Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Before she could gather her thoughts, she witnessed Bai Mo's fist clenched tightly, and in an instant, he struck the air with a forceful blow. Buzz. Under the enhancement of the art of Bai Hao, a wave of emptiness surged forth. Immediately thereafter, the air, which had been violently shattered, surged outwards, sweeping away with it remnants of leaves, thunderballs, tree trunks, dust, ominous clouds, and blood mist, transforming into a vast wave that rushed towards the horizon, stretching over 10,000 meters. Before one's eyes, the ground in front of Bai Mo sank several meters into a deep pit, creating an astonishingly long chasm that extended for a full 10,000 meters. This scene unfolded before them, and even the astute Daitu, while aware of Bai Mo's terrifying prowess, found himself momentarily rooted in place. Truly formidable. My dear friend, you have grown even stronger. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Kushina sighed, realizing at this moment the vast chasm that lay between herself and Hakubo. It was as if the gulf he effortlessly created was a distance she would find nearly insurmountable throughout her lifetime. Before Kushina could fully comprehend the situation, Hakubo strolled over to Obito's side. He gazed at his younger brother, observing the patterns on his body gradually converging, ultimately forming a diamond shape on the back of his left hand. "Obito," he said, "let us return together. I have prepared a training regimen for you. Starting today, you must devote yourself to your training. I do not wish to hear anyone label you as the underachiever any longer." Upon hearing such words, Dato shuddered all over. Following closely behind Bai Mo, he could already foresee the torment that awaited him in the future. At that moment, Kushina Sakura slightly parted her lips. Wait a moment. A refreshing breeze whispered by Obito's ear. He turned around with immense joy and exclaimed to Kushina, sister-in-law, "Do you also think my elder brother is too strict? Hasten to utter kind words for me. I have no desire for my elder brother's rigorous training, for it could prove fatal." Listen, as Obito addresses Kushina's sister in the presence of Hakumai. Kushina refrains from correcting him again, feeling her cheeks ablaze with a fervent blush that gradually spreads across her rosy visage. Hakumai pauses, gazing at Kushina with curiosity, patiently awaiting her forthcoming words. Obito glances between Hakumai and Kushina, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. "Ah, The weather today is quite refreshing. I shall await you both nearby." As he spoke, Obito strode purposefully into the distance, allowing space for Hakumai and Kushina. Observing Hakumai's eyes return to their normal state, Kushina took a deep breath, resolutely making up her mind. She had always been one to love fiercely and hate passionately. "Hakumai. It's not just Hakumai, it is Hakumai." Kushina, without elaborating further on the matter, composed herself and continued, "Hakumai, let us discuss the matter of our engagement." Before Hakumo could speak, Kushina continued, "This wedding has been decreed by the Third Hokage, with the intent of positioning me by your side to serve as his eyes, monitoring your actions alongside the Uchiha clan." Hakumo gazed at Kushina in surprise. He had not anticipated that she would unveil the true nature of this wedding. She was indeed correct. It was precisely for this reason that he had instructed Obito to deliver the letter of annulment. For Kushina, this was unjust. For the wedding, it was a misfortune. And for himself, it was a constraint. Rather than allowing a mistake to fester from the outset, it would be far wiser to cut through the confusion decisively, terminating the error at its inception. As for all that lies ahead, the weight of the Hokage's responsibilities, the expectations of his clan, the burden imposed by Danzo, and the pressures from various families, let him bear it alone. However, just as Bai Mo contemplated this, Nai took a bold step forward, grasped Bai Mo's hand with determination, and earnestly declared, "So let us marry." "Ah, what?" Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at the figure of Kushina before him. Kushina then reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not disclose this information to the Third Hokage, nor will I impose any restrictions on your life. You may train as you wish, and I shall not interfere in your affairs." "Are you suggesting a sham marriage?" "Indeed," Kushina remarked, "this wedding can proceed, preserving the dignity of 3 generations. You shall not bear excessive pressure, and everything can return to its rightful course." After a brief pause, Kushina fixed her gaze upon Hakumai's eyes and continued, "And this shall be the secret we harbor in the depths of our hearts, a shared enigma between us." A shared secret. Bai Mo felt the warmth emanating from Kushina's palm, his gaze resting upon her. It must be said that he was indeed captivated by Kushina's proposal. However, it was all too late. Bai Mo withdrew his hand and remarked, "If you were to return and adorn yourself anew, there would be no time left." With Sarutobi Hiruzen's nature, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious, and it was likely that the news of the broken engagement had already reached his ears. At this moment, he should have been informed of the events surrounding the Uzumaki clan. Kushina paused, suddenly recalling that she had seemingly torn apart the white wedding attire. Without the ceremonial gown, the wedding would ultimately remain incomplete. Consequently, both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would be left shamed, the subject of ridicule from the other noble families. The lingering clouds began to dissipate, allowing a gentle light to pierce through the heavens and gradually descend upon the earth. "Perhaps I could assist you in resolving this matter." As the words left his lips, Bai Mo and Kushina turned their attention towards the source of the voice, gazing into the distance. There, they beheld Tsunade, her figure striking against their sight. The soft golden locks, the bluish-purple markings, the fair complexion, and the enigmatic phoenix concealed beneath her garments all coalesced into a formidable visual impact, continuously stimulating their senses. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" Tsunade gazed at the immense pit beside her and remarked, "I, too, had no desire to come here. However, the one at home insisted that I return, stating it was imperative for me to represent the Senju clan at this wedding. Thus, I had no choice but to comply." After a brief pause, Tsunade continued, "But who could have known that while walking peacefully down the path, one would nearly be caught in the crossfire of another's assault?" Tsunade's gaze rested upon the mark on Bai Mo's hand, and she remarked, "I find myself exceedingly curious about you. All right, do not stand there in a daze, follow me, and I shall escort you to the homeland of the Thousand Hands clan. However, be exceedingly cautious not to be detected by the Third Hokage Zumbu. After all, those fellows are as bothersome as flies, utterly exasperating." As Tsunade's words echoed, Uzumaki Kushina finally came to a realization. "Is that esteemed individual from your household? The revered Lord Uzumaki Mido?" Tsunade broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed it is her. You must know that she specifically requested to meet you. The little girl from the Uzumaki clan. Caw. 1 eagle, 2 eagles, 3 eagles. Who would have thought there were so many soaring eagles in this forest?" Obito lay on the severed trunk of a tree, cradling his head in his hands, his gaze sweeping across the horizon as he murmured to himself. Perhaps he had been staring at the soaring eagle for too long, for a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. With a yawn that escaped uncontrollably, he opened his mouth wide. He then rolled off the tree and made his way towards the direction where Hakumai and Kushina had just departed. One could not help but wonder how his brother and sister-in-law's discussion was progressing. I sincerely hope you seize this opportunity. Otherwise, you might find yourself destined for a lifetime of solitude. Obito arrived at the spot where Hakumai and Kushina had just conversed. His gaze sweeping the surroundings, and he immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Where is everyone? Where is my brother? You wouldn't abandon me for a world of two, would you? At the very least, you should inform me. Just as Obito was stamping his feet in frustration, his voice came to an abrupt halt. Two soaring eagles descended from the sky with a swift swoop. Their wings flapped rapidly, riding the wind as they landed upon Obito's outstretched arms, their talons leaving an indelible mark upon him, propelling him skyward in a magnificent ascent. Feeling the emptiness beneath my feet, a profound sense of losing control envelopes Obito, as if his legs have lost their grounding, weaving back and forth in a frantic dance. Ah, brother, you have deceived me once again. The piercing scream elicited a chuckle from Bai Mo below, with his eyes narrowed and a smile gracing his lips. Bai Mo gazed up at the sky, remarking playfully, "Oh, foolish Adu, who asked you to lag behind the group? Just take a moment to show off in the air." Besides Tsunade, Shizune, cradling a small pig, could not suppress a smile upon hearing Bai Mo's words. It was as if her amusement was simply unstoppable. She had long heard of Uchiha Bai Mo's genius, but never anticipated his personality to be so humorous. Ahead lies the territory of the Senju clan. I shall inform Lord Mito. With that, Shizune hastened toward the main quarters, leaving Kushina, Bai Mo, and Tsunade to step into the grand main hall. The hall was magnificent and spacious, yet sparsely adorned, with only a few tables and chairs haphazardly arranged within. Kushina surveyed her surroundings and inquired curiously, "Sister Tsunade, has it always been this bare?" Katsuyu found herself momentarily at a loss, instinctively touching her nose. It was not too bad, really. Observing Katsuyu's flustered demeanor, Bai Mo casually pulled a chair closer and seated himself, his gaze fixed upon her as he teased. "I trust you haven't lost a wager and ended up as collateral?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Katsuyu pretended to cough, deftly shifting the topic. "Ahem. Kushina, please take a seat as well. We shall wait for Granny Mito to arrive." "Certainly." Kushina glanced at the chair beside Bai Mo, and with graceful strides, she settled into the seat to his left. A delicate, subtle fragrance wafted softly to Bai Mo's nostrils. However, at that moment, Bai Mo had already closed his eyes, circulating his chakra and continuously refining his inner energy. Such disciplined and arduous training left Katsuyu utterly astonished. No wonder that Bai Mo, at such a young age, possesses such formidable power. It is undoubtedly linked to his rigorous training habits. However, the only thing that puzzles Tsunade is why he would possess a unique sealing technique of his own creation. "Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine." Just as Tsunade grew increasingly intrigued by Heimo, the rhythmic sound of wooden sandals meeting the ground echoed from a distance. Shizune supported Naruto Uzumaki as they entered the main hall of the Senju clan. With a voice that was deep yet remarkably clear, he stated with conviction, "I have already heard about your matters from Shizune this time. I shall attend the wedding alongside you." Kushina Uzumaki quickly approached Mito Uzumaki, supporting her on the other side, and sweetly exclaimed, "Grandma Mito, allow me to assist you in sitting down." "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. I never anticipated how swiftly time would pass. The little girl of yesteryears has blossomed into such a charming young woman, clearly a testament to her nurturing upbringing." Shyness enveloped the cheeks of Kushina Uzumaki as she furtively cast a glance at Hakamoku. At that moment, Hakamoku slowly opened his eyes, their gazes intertwining with that of the whirlpool's Mizuhito. In an instant, Hakamoku's pupils involuntarily constricted. Within his line of sight, he beheld a surging crimson aura emanating from Mizuhito, the unmistakable chakra of the Nine Tails. The seal is gradually loosening. Is it due to the life force approaching its inevitable end? Bai Mo furrowed her brows slightly. Yet it seemed that Xuanhua Shuehu was oblivious to her concern. She assisted him, coming to stand before Bai Mo. Truly a testament to the adage that heroes emerge from youth. Do you recall when you were of this age, the pillar could not exhale such a prolonged breath? Bai Mo rose, slightly bowing before the figure of Mito before expressing his gratitude, saying, "You flatter me." "Flattery? Ah, how could it possibly be a false praise?" The Vortex Water Master sat in the main seat, gazing gently at Bai Mo, and remarked, "Little one, I am exceedingly pleased with you. With your remarkable talent and esteemed identity, given sufficient time, there is no doubt that you will carve out a place for yourself in the future of the ninja world. But do you not worry about my family? You must understand that I am a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan." The atmosphere in the main hall grew increasingly tense. Silent, she approached the doorway and gently closed the door. Tsunade cast a surprised glance at Hakumo, and even Kushina Uzumaki sat up straight, her demeanor suddenly serious. All eyes were drawn to Hakumo. Unexpectedly, Mito seemed entirely unfazed by the unfolding scene. "My husband is Hashirama Senju, the co-founder of the village alongside Madara Uchiha. From the very beginning, the Senju and Uchiha clans have never been truly divided. On the contrary, in recent years, the repeated mistakes of the second and third generations have rendered the Uchiha clan increasingly disdained. Ultimately, it is you who suffers, dear child." Uzumaki Mito gazed at the white ink before her, her somewhat murky eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she were lost in the reverie of cherished memories. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, Mito possessed a profound understanding of the deep-seated emotions that intertwined the Senju and Uchiha clans. If not for the exclusion imposed by Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, might Konoha have grown even more formidable? Observing the expression of the swirling water figure before him, Bai Mo pressed his lips together and said, "No, you're overstating things." The whirlpool's heart let out a sigh. Aware that her mere words could not alter the environment of Konoha, nor could they reshape Hakumi's perception. However, as long as this wedding unfolds, the true integration of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki lineage will come to fruition. Thus, the future shall undoubtedly shine even more brilliantly. Tsunade, grant me my pure, white attire. I personally adorned Kushina. Today, she is the most beautiful bride of our Uzumaki clan. The luminous glow of the moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the main hall. Uzumaki Mizuho gazed at Kushina in the mirror, her hands, marked by age spots, delicately holding a comb as she gently brushed the ends of her hair. The color of Kushina's hair burned even more vibrantly red than in her youth, captivating Mizuho's heart, as if she were tenderly caressing her own bygone youth. The atmosphere grew increasingly elegant and serene. Bai Mo observed Mizuho with great care, meticulously styling Kushina's hair into a horn-like arrangement, which was ultimately concealed beneath the white hood, revealing Kushina's exquisite and playful visage. Truly beautiful. In the serene act of organizing her clothes, she gazed at her reflection of Kushina in the mirror, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. This drew forth an even brighter gleam in her eyes as she, with an unmistakable tone of delight, inquired of Bai Mo, "Do I look beautiful?" Bai Mo spoke little, yet his gaze lingered for an extended moment before he finally withdrew his eyes. "I shall prepare as well." Jio Xian Nai observed Bai Mo, departing from her own contemplation, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Her mind wandered back to the moment when Bai Mo had rescued her, and her heart began to race ever more fervently. "I accompanied Bai Mo to retrieve my grandfather's ceremonial attire," Tsunade remarked, hastening to follow closely behind Bai Mo. "If there are any concerns, perhaps we shall address them after the wedding, for our departure time is swiftly approaching." Bai Mo stood outside the room, interrupting Tsunade's words, and then gently snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, a hawk in the air released its talons, causing Obito to plummet toward the ground. "Ah, my dear brother, you lack chivalry. How could you resort to such a treacherous ambush?" As he drew ever closer to the ground, a glint of cunning flashed in Obito's eyes. He exclaimed with wild abandon, "You must catch me. You absolutely must catch me." Bai Mo could hardly be oblivious to the secret thoughts of his younger brother. A wicked smile crept across his face as he softly remarked, "Next time, for sure." Having spoken, Bai Mo subtly stepped aside, precisely evading Obito's descent. Bang! The ground trembled slightly, and dust was stirred up. Obito's fingers twitched faintly, then appeared to fall utterly still. Observing this, Hakumi gently nudged Obito with his foot and jested, "Come on, Obito. I hardly believe this modest height could render you unconscious. Rise and prepare yourself, for the true spectacle is about to commence." Obscured by the ground, Obito discreetly cast a glance at Hakumi. Upon discovering that Hakumi was fixated on his eyes, Obito immediately realized that his little ruse had been unveiled. With a wry smile, he sprang up from the earth with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. He casually brushed off the dust from his attire and chuckled heartily. "All right, my friend, let us tidy up together." The two individuals followed Tsunade into the room, and soon beheld the beautifully patterned kimono trousers once worn by Senju Hashirama. It was a cloak of pitch-black hue, adorned with golden threads and intricate vertical patterns. The hem cascaded gently, falling just below the waist. As Shirobo donned it, complemented by his handsome visage and tousled hair, he exuded a charm that eclipsed even that of Senju Hashirama. In but a fleeting moment, Shirobo and Kushina emerged from their respective chambers, standing before one another. Their gazes intertwined, as a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Shirobo beheld Kushina, clad in pure white, her attire emanating an ethereal sanctity, and he could not help but be struck by her beauty. It was only then that he softly uttered, "You are truly beautiful." Kushina Uzumaki felt a stirring in her heart, her eyes shimmering like the sun's radiant glow as she playfully gazed at Hakumai, exclaiming, "You are quite handsome as well." The two individuals are aware that this is a sham wedding. However, the proceedings of this ceremony are anything but insincere. Obito gazed up at the sky, cleared his throat with simplicity, and then shouted aloud, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Let us embark." As the sound faded, Tsunade, Shizune, and Obito led the way, with Uzumaki Mito following closely behind them. Trailing behind them were Hakubi and Kushina. Together, they turned in unison, shoulder to shoulder, making their way towards the distant Konoha village. Compared to the territory of the Vortex clan, the land of the Senju clan is significantly closer to Konoha. Thus, according to Hakumai's conjecture, by the time they reach the Uchiha clan, the duration will be scarcely different from that of a palanquin ride. It perfectly aligns with the auspicious timing for entering the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha shrine, Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen locked eyes. The fabric of Fugaku's attire had begun to absorb a hint of cold sweat, his face betraying an expression of tension and restraint. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a smirk tinged with mockery, exuding an air of calm as he addressed Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, Master Fugaku. The number of attendees continues to swell, yet where is the elusive Hakumai? After a brief pause, Sarutobi Hizashi lowered his voice, continuing to exert pressure on Fugaku. "Surely, you have not yet located Shiraboku, have you?" The voices of the two individuals were barely audible, discernible only to each other. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere left the numerous families gradually taking their seats, feeling an unprecedented weight. They were not fools, with a mere cursory understanding. They could surmise the gravity of the situation. Hyuga Hizashi of the Hyuga clan sat nearby, sitting upright and intently observing the unfolding scene. He was acutely aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's avarice. Should Uchiha Fugaku fail to provide a satisfactory response, the Uchiha clan might very well suffer a grievous loss, possibly leading to their tragic disintegration. If Fugaku intended to resist through force, severing ties with Konoha, he would be handing Sarutobi Hiruzen the sword of slaughter, thus enabling the latter to devour the Uchiha clan with legitimacy. As for the finest outcome, it is to fulfill this momentous wedding in accordance with the will of Sarutobi Sasuke. Let the Uchiha clan be completely under the surveillance of Hiruzen Sarutobi. No one can escape from this. This is the overt strategy of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inescapable. Lord Danzo has arrived. The sound of a servant's call echoed at the entrance. In an instant, everyone turned in astonishment towards the distance. There, a figure shrouded in darkness was approaching the direction of Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku. With each step he took, the expressions of those in the shrine grew increasingly grave. "Danzo?" To my astonishment, is it possible that Danzo has also arrived? I never anticipated that this wedding would draw him in. Should this wedding go awry, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly find it impossible to hold their heads high. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan is destined to face a calamity. As the hidden root of Konoha, Danzo seldom makes public appearances. However, each time he does, it heralds ominous events. "Uchiha Fugaku, I implore you, where is Uchiha Hakumo?" Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, hurriedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and rose to say, "He will be here shortly." Yet, the expression on Danzo's face was adorned with a cold smirk. "How delightful. You truly believe I would place my trust in the fabrications of your Uchiha clan?" Tobirama approached the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated himself upon the mahogany chair, cast a penetrating glance at the third Hokage, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, let out a chilling laugh. "Are you aware that the audacious Hakumai has delivered a letter of cancellation to the Uzumaki clan? You have brazenly brought this wedding to its untimely demise. If I may say so, your Uchiha clan possesses an audacity beyond measure." "What? A cancellation of the engagement? Did I hear incorrectly?" That fellow Bai Mo intends to break off the engagement? How dare he? Who does he think he is to call off the engagement? Indeed, he is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku is in such a state of panic. If I were in his shoes, I would have surely lost my mind by now. It seems that the Uchiha clan is facing dire straits. The ancestral hall is in disarray, filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Many clan leaders squint their eyes in unison, unable to bear the brilliance emanating from Danzo. Oh, Daddy, I'm scared. This grandfather is so fierce. Kurenai leapt onto the shoulders of her father, Asuma, curling up into a small ball, sobbing in his embrace. Numerous clan heads had brought their children to offer congratulations. With Kurenai's wails, a ripple of cries erupted among the children present. Listening to the cacophony around him, Danzo's smile grew increasingly sinister. Fugaku, are you aware of the consequences of Bai Mo's actions? What fate awaits the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku raised his gaze to meet Danzo's, his fists instinctively clenching. He could clearly see the glint of greed lurking in Danzo's eyes. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's facade of righteousness, Danzo was unambiguously blunt. He had already regarded the Uchiha clan as mere prey, ready for him to carve at will. Fugaku inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. He scanned the assembly of clan leaders. Danzo, the third Hokage, and finally declared in a stern voice, "Esteemed guests, I assure you with the reputation of the Uchiha clan that this wedding will proceed flawlessly. Please remain calm and await the auspicious moment." With that, Uchiha Fugaku took his seat at the head of the table, closing his eyes and turning his gaze away from the crowd, offering no opportunity for questioning. Yet everyone understood that Fugaku's confidence was merely a fade. Inside, he fervently prayed for Bai Mo's arrival. Observing the beads of cold sweat trickling down Fugaku's forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. Although a failed wedding might cost him control over Uchiha Bai Mo, he could still coerce the Uchiha clan into yielding more benefits, thereby solidifying his own power. For instance, he could seize the opportunity to gain complete control over the Uchiha Guard, ensuring that the Uchiha clan's sole authority would rest firmly in his hands. Meanwhile, Danzo greedily eyed the Uchiha clansmen, intent on acquiring as many Uchiha eyes as possible. With enough of them, his strength would grow exponentially. Danzo suppressed his escalating excitement, his hands involuntarily rubbing together. Yet, what he truly desired was the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Bai Mo. Bai Mo, please do not arrive for the wedding. Only then can I act against you with legitimacy. With this thought, Danzo licked his cracked lips, his face shrouded in a shadowy expression. Both men, consumed by their greed, sat quietly in their seats, feeling the seconds tick away, eagerly awaiting the fateful moment. The only sounds were the muffled cries of children, occasionally echoing through the ancestral hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the surrounding wails, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Fugaku stood up first, addressing the gathered crowd. There is still some time before the wedding begins. Feel free to wander about and refresh your spirits. Kurenai was taken aback by Fugaku's kindness. She nodded and led Kurenai outside. With Kurenai taking the lead, several others exchanged glances and followed suit, bringing their children along. Do you think the Uchiha clan can safely weather this tribulation? Hinata Hizashi approached Kurenai and whispered. Kurenai silently shook her head. Just watch. If the Uchiha clan fails to survive this ordeal, the other clans will pounce on them without hesitation. Once they devour the Uchiha's resources, Konoha will sprout anew. Just as the Senju clan faced, so too will the Uchiha. More clans will rally behind the Sarutobi, amplifying their influence. The two conversed in hushed tones, their eyes scanning the avarice and greed in the gazes around them. Their hearts grew heavier with indignation, for if Sarutobi Hiruzen targeted the Uchiha clan, he would undoubtedly set his sights on them as well. With their clan as strength, they could not endure the pressures from Hiruzen, Danzo, and others for long. If the Uchiha were to fall, it would be a matter of life and death for them. Daddy, look ahead. It seems so lively. At that moment, Kurenai bounced up to her father, tugging at his sleeve and running off into the distance. Slow down. There are many people here. Be careful not to bump into anyone. Before he could finish, Kurenai froze, her body stiffening as she stood rooted to the spot. Noticing her strange behavior, Hinata Hizashi quickly followed suit, his gaze piercing through the crowd to the distance ahead. His expression shifted abruptly, revealing a shock that was hard to contain. Unable to resist, he turned to Kurenai and asked, "Am I seeing things?" And no. Kurinai murmured, only to hear her daughter's voice rise in curiosity. Daddy, who are they? They are the main figures of this wedding, and individuals even the Hokage must respect. Kurinai paused, as if coming to a realization, and glanced at Hisashi. They nodded in unison, their thoughts aligned. Hisashi, I never imagined Bai Mo would surprise us so greatly. Indeed, we thought the Uchiha clan was merely prey. Yet Bai Mo has brought that person to stand with us. Perhaps the future of Konoha is not as bleak as we envision. The flame of Konoha will continue to burn. Let us head to the ancestral hall. We must inform the Uchiha clan head and the Hokage that Uchiha Bai Mo and Uzumaki Kushina have arrived. The jubilant voices echoed like a spark, igniting a beautiful atmosphere in Konoha, triggering a chain reaction. From the outermost streets of Konoha, enthusiastic shouts began to emerge. Look, 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 that must be the groom and bride. Ah, Bai Mo is so handsome. I want to have his children. Dream on. Just look at how beautiful the bride is. How could he possibly notice you? So what? At least I'm on fire. Ahead lies the Uchiha clan's territory, where many are likely waiting to witness the Uchiha's misfortune. Tsunade murmured, then turned to glance at Bai Mo. There he stood, his eyes serene. An aura of chakra subtly radiating from him. Remarkable. Is he even training while walking? Tsunade thought to herself, increasingly admiring him. Let us go, lest we miss the auspicious hour. Bai Mo glanced at the slightly anxious Kushina beside him and reassured her, do not worry, I shall be here. Kushina offered a gentle glance in return. As they walked, her delicate shoulder occasionally brushed against Bai Mo's, an intimate gesture that elicited a radiant smile from Uzumaki Mito, who could not help but be amused by their closeness. Oblivious to Mito's expression, Bai Mo continued his steady stride toward the Uchiha clan's residence. As they ventured deeper into the bustling streets, the enthusiasm of the townsfolk surged rapidly. Hyuga Hayashi and Yuhi Kurinai were among the first to relay the news of Bai Mo and Kushina's arrival to Fugaku. The Uchiha clan head, the groom, and the bride have arrived. However, the two shared a tacit understanding not to mention anyone else. At the instant this news spread, various expressions adorned the faces of those in the shrine. Fugaku opened his eyes, filled with profound hope. Have Bai Mo and the others come? He had faith that Bai Mo would not disappoint him. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo displayed markedly different reactions. One appeared contemplative, his aura tense, while the other wore a shadowy expression, his face marred by regret, seemingly wishing for the wedding's failure. Meanwhile, the other clan heads and elite shinobi grew increasingly curious about how the wedding would unfold. Fugaku let out a heavy sigh, releasing a burdensome breath. Rising from his seat, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, saying, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, considering your previous concern for Bai Mo, shall we not go out to welcome them? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly, clearly caught off guard by the swift turn of events. Regaining his composure, he donned a shadowy smile and replied, Of course. We must go out to greet them. Today is Bai Mo's wedding day. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked outside, hands clasped behind his back. Observing the insincere smile on Hiruzen's face, Fugaku could hardly contain his own beaming smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He had long harbored disdain for that old man, who had been so aggressive, as if he had the Uchiha clan in his grasp. Now, witnessing this turn of events, Fugaku felt a sense of vindication. Lord Danzo, will you not step outside to take a look? Fugaku eagerly turned to Danzo, extending an invitation. At that moment, Danzo felt as though a mountain had lodged itself in his chest. His anger filled his mind. Clenching his fists, he retorted, I shall not go. You may go if you wish. Ah, very well. We shall proceed. Do take your time here, Lord Danzo, Fugaku remarked, finding Danzo's defeated expression to be the most comical he had ever witnessed. Today was destined to be a splendid day. As the crowd observed Fugaku's exclamation, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen made their way toward the Uchiha shrine. After a brief hesitation, the others also made their decisions. Watching their choices, Hyuga Hayashi followed at the back, whispering, Kurinai, it seems we must pay more attention to Uchiha Bai Mo. He is remarkable. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the originally unsolvable predicament would be unraveled by Bai Mo? At this moment, Danzo, observing the crowd trailing after Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Fugaku, felt his aged face flush with embarrassment. Bang! Danzo's palm slammed against the shrine table, his aura menacingly dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Bai Mo, I Shimura Danzo. will remember today as humiliation. Should I seize an opportunity, you shall come to know the meaning of regret. With a fierce flick of his arm, Danzo vanished from the shrine. Meanwhile, beneath the warm sunlight and amidst joyful laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at the jubilant crowd before him. He had not anticipated that Bai Mo would continue with the wedding after submitting the annulment letter. This caught him completely off guard. However, this could work to his advantage. As long as the wedding proceeded smoothly, he could indirectly manipulate Uchiha Bai Mo through Uzumaki Kushina, ultimately turning him into a pivotal piece in controlling the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen's forced smile grew increasingly warm, resembling a benevolent elder concerned for his junior. Yet, in the next moment, Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. His previously narrowed eyes widened in disbelief. His entire being seemed frozen in place. Wait, why? Why is Uzumaki Mido here? At her advanced age, how could she leave the Senju clan's ancestral home? Was she not afraid of the nine tails within her breaking free from its seal? Or perhaps, she came for Bai Mo and Kushina? Hiruzen immediately sensed the presence of the nine tails radiating from Mido. Among the throngs of people, its aura shone like a beacon in the night. Clenching his teeth, Hiruzen redirected his gaze from Mido to Bai Mo and Kushina. The couple, adorned in the wedding attire of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, walked shoulder to shoulder amidst the crowd's cheers toward the Uchiha clan's location. Seeing Uchiha Bai Mo and Uzumaki Kushina so well matched, Fugaku could not help but smile broadly. Head of the clan, Uchiha Bai Mo raised his gaze to Fugaku, his voice cool and composed. Sensing the deepening aura emanating from Bai Mo, Fugaku exclaimed, "Bai Mo, you seem to have grown stronger." He then slapped his forehead, laughing heartily. "What am I saying at a time like this? Today is a momentous occasion for you. Let us proceed into the shrine and continue the rituals, offering our blessings to the newlyweds." "Yes," Bai Mo nodded, leading Uzumaki Kushina quickly toward the shrine. As they passed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Bai Mo cast a penetrating gaze at him. He had taken note of the events surrounding this wedding. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, some matters will not unfold as you envision. Let us see whose dominion the future shall belong to." Bai Mo's lips curled into a confident smile, a glare that pierced Hiruzen's eyes. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan, numerous clan members stood on either side, their eyes filled with excitement as they watched Bai Mo and Kushina. Tsunade, feeling their fervent gazes, momentarily paused, allowing Bai Mo and Kushina to enter the gates first. "It is remarkable. I never imagined I would witness my brother find love in my lifetime," Uchiha Obito murmured as he beheld the couple's retreating figures, his voice imbued with a sense of pride for his elder brother, as if he were witnessing his brother grow up. "Are you not afraid Bai Mo might overhear and take advantage of you?" Inoichi interjected, eliciting a momentary pause from Uchiha Obito, who instinctively glanced at the soaring eagle above. He feigned a cough, adopting a serious demeanor, and extended his arm in a gesture of invitation, addressing Tsunade and Shizun. "The time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed inside." Tsunade nodded slightly, leading Shizun to follow behind the Uchiha clan members as they entered the shrine. The vast street was now devoid of anyone except for the passers-by of Konoha, leaving only Sarutobi Hizashi and Uzumaki Mido in their wake. Mido's tranquil gaze settled on the figure of Sarutobi Hizashi before her. After an undetermined span of time, she softly remarked, "Sarutobi Hizashi, you have aged." "Indeed, time flies as swiftly as a fleeting shadow," he concurred, adding, "I still recall standing as a mere ninja at the wedding of Lord Hashirama and you. Now, witnessing the familiar attire adorning another couple, I cannot help but reflect on the passage of time." Mido understood the underlying message in Hizashi's words. He was merely probing her thoughts. She waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "Hizashi, you know I prefer not to meddle in political affairs. How Konoha is governed is your prerogative. Yet, some matters cannot be pushed beyond a certain threshold. It is time you cease your oppression of the Uchiha clan. After all, I have high hopes for the union of Hakumai and Kushina. My purpose in being here today is to personally officiate their wedding. It is within my capabilities." A shadow flickered in Hizashi's eyes, and a heavier aura enveloped him, yet he maintained his faade with an even broader smile. "Lady Mido, it grows late. We should enter." Within the shrine, everyone took their seats. Mido replaced Hizashi as the officiant for Hakumai and Kushina's wedding. Following her guidance, the couple stepped forward to the front of the shrine under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Gazing at the elegantly attired Hakumai and Kushina, Mito was transported back to her own wedding day. A nostalgic smile graced her face as she proclaimed, "Let the ceremony commence." First item, the purification ritual. With a gentle exhale, Mito cast a glance at Hisashi beside her. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hisashi accepted the willow branches from Fugaku, reverently handing them to Mito, as though he was relinquishing the authority to officiate the wedding. This act signified that the ceremony was now proceeding in a direction beyond Hisashi's control, thereby elevating the status of Uchiha Hakumai in the eyes of the assembly. Mito, holding the verdant branches, lightly sprinkled them over Hakumai and Kushina. Delicate droplets fell from the leaves, infusing the air with a fresh fragrance. Next item, the offering of food. Hakumai and Kushina exchanged glances and together picked up the white platter adorned with exquisite culinary delights. Under Mito's direction, they placed it before the shrine. Third item, the words of blessing. As Mito's voice resonated, all present rose and positioned themselves beside Hakumai and Kushina, listening intently to Mito's blessings, praying for the couple's happiness. Fourth item, the cup of vows. Mito poured the prepared sacred sake into cups, presenting them first to Hakumai and then to Kushina. The rich aroma of the sake filled the shrine, intoxicating the atmosphere. Inside the shrine, the couple exchanged cups, pledging to be united as husband and wife. Kushina, cradling her cup, turned to face Hakumai, extending her fair hand and softly stating, "Husband, I look forward to your guidance." The sake had an enchanting effect, and perhaps due to the air thick with alcohol, Hakumai found Kushina even more captivating. Although this was merely a pretense of a wedding, he grasped the cup firmly, steadying himself as he met Kushina's gaze and clinked their cups together. After consuming the divine sake, he replied, "In the future, I look forward to your guidance." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. AI, in a fit of rage, smashed his cup against the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. With a face contorted with anger, he shouted at the trembling Mabui before him, "Are they all dead? 5 elite ninjas couldn't even protect a single girl from the Uzumaki clan." Mabui, with her dark complexion, dared not meet AI's furious gaze, nearly burying her head in the collar of her robe. "Lord AI, intelligence from the front lines suggests that the individuals responsible for the deaths of Kara and her companions are likely Uchiha Hakumai, Kushina's husband today." He did not wait for Kushina at home, but instead sent a letter of withdrawal to lure Kara and her group into action, intending to rescue Kushina by eliminating them outside. This was clearly premeditated. At Mabui's words, AI gritted his teeth, muttering Hakumai's name. "Uchiha Hakumai, you say? I shall remember that name. Since he dares to slay our elite ninjas from the Cloud Village, we shall not hold back. Mabui, instruct Killer Bee to set an ambush. We must capture them and extract their bloodline limit for study. I will ensure they suffer." Mabui instinctively nodded and quickly exited the room after receiving AI's orders. "Yes, Lord AI, I shall inform Lord Killer Bee at once." Meanwhile, Hakumai had finished the divine sake, unaware that his casual actions had led Mabui to concoct such wild thoughts. Even if he were to understand, it would matter little to him, for he was focused on the final ritual. Mito's voice rang out. Final item. The newlywed couple shall be escorted to the bridal chamber. With a gentle exhale, Mito commanded the attention of the entire shrine, where all eyes were fixed upon Hakumai and Kushina. The latter's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an instinctual desire to take a bite. Hakumai raised his gaze to Mito. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, she reassured him, "Go on. With me here, no one will dare to disrupt." Uchiha Hakumai nodded, his greatest concern being a sudden outburst from Hisashi. Setting aside other matters, merely interrupting his training was unacceptable. "Let us proceed." He boldly took Kushina's delicate hand, her soft palm akin to jade, and together they entered their private chamber. In stark contrast to the usual simplicity of the room, today it was adorned with elaborate decorations, exuding an atmosphere befitting a wedding. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by Kushina, her luminous eyes sparkling as she gazed at Hakumai. Her lips parted slightly. "Hakumai, are we to?" Kushina felt a warmth envelop her body. In moments like this, she had already experienced an abundance of overwhelming sensations today. "Yes, it is time to prepare." With that, Hakumai swiftly shed his garments, revealing his finely toned torso. The sight instinctively made Kushina cover her eyes. Yet curiosity compelled her to peek through her fingers. Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance at Kushina, questioning her exaggerated reaction. "What's wrong? I merely intended to change into a training outfit." At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina wished fervently for a crevice to hide in. Observing Bai Mo's earlier actions, she couldn't help but feel that the progression was somewhat abrupt. Little did she know, Bai Mo's intention was merely to don a garment suitable for training. The embarrassment gradually faded away. Gazing at Bai Mo, her voice trembled slightly. "It's nothing. You should go train, but try not to let anyone see you. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly talk." After a moment's pause, she added, "After all, this is a promise between us, isn't it?" Bai Mo paused, a smile blooming on his face. Indeed, it was a promise uniquely ours. After changing, Bai Mo's figure flickered and he departed the room, leaving Kushina alone in the empty space. She cradled the clothes he had just removed, as if still able to feel the warmth that was uniquely his. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she held the garment tightly against her chest, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Bai Mo, I will never give up. One day, you will surely come to like me." Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in Bai Mo's mind, announcing ding. Self-discipline task issued, fine-tuning rune engraving. Staring at the digital screen visible only to him, Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. Fine-tuning rune engraving. What is this? A gentle breeze caressed him, and the leaves danced gracefully. Bai Mo stood atop a towering tree branch, gazing up at the boundless sky, lost in contemplation. Runes were typically utilized in sealing techniques, inscribed with various characters to achieve particular effects. For example, the writings on summoning scrolls belong to a form of rune engraving. In other words, this self-discipline task aimed to master the engraving and application of runes, didn't it? With a swift motion, Bai Mo retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The sharp tip glimmered ominously. In an instant, a flash of cold light erupted, and several minuscule characters appeared on the tree. Ding. Self-discipline task, fine-tuning rune engraving. Current progress, 005. As he observed the progress bar increase, Bai Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he had imagined, continuous practice in rune usage would indeed enhance the progress. Then, let's proceed. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, a dense cloud of smoke billowed around the tree. Thousands of Bai Mos sat cross-legged atop the branches, commencing their unique engraving training. Unfortunately, the spectacle of countless figures atop the tree was only noticed by one. A gentle breeze rustled the tea-green, black-edged long cloak, accentuating her explosive figure. I knew he couldn't contain himself. He must have changed into his training outfit the moment he returned to his room. That Bai Mo, who would have thought he could summon Uzumaki Minato? Even with one foot in the grave, he remains so restless. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a shadowy expression. His face a mask of formality, yet his heart roared with frustration. He had initially planned to intimidate Bai Mo before offering him a sweet reward. With Kushina's assistance, how could he not subdue an Uchiha Bai Mo? However, now with Minato's support, the extent of Kushina's loyalty remained uncertain. It was clear that things would not be as easy as before. The sensation of losing control was something Sarutobi despised most. "Yuzuki Yugao." "Yes, Hokage-sama." As Sarutobi's voice echoed, a figure adorned with the ANBU mask suddenly materialized in the once empty Hokage office. Her long purple hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and even in ANBU attire, her exquisite figure was unmistakable. "Have Bai Mo come to see me tomorrow at noon." "Understood." Yugao accepted the mission and promptly exited the Hokage office, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. However, what had Bai Mo done to warrant such attention from the Hokage? Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts. As a member of ANBU, her duty was simply to follow Sarutobi's orders. She was but a tool, devoid of the need for excessive contemplation. In the forest teeming with towering trees, Tsunade raised her gaze to the multitude of Bai Mos above and called out, "Come down and talk to me. I have some questions." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Aside from the occasional caw of a passing crow, there was no response. Tsunade's eyes twitched slightly. "Bai Mo, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me?" With a fierce stomp, Tsunade slammed her foot onto the ground, uprooting a swath of trees with sheer force. The terrifying power was evident at that moment. Yet, when she looked again, there was no trace of Bai Mo to be found. "Is this an illusion? Speak, Tsunade. What is it that you have been following me for?" Bai Mo's cool voice materialized beside her, compelling Tsunade to kick out in frustration. However, as her foot passed through his form, it revealed itself to be merely a mirage. Regaining her composure, Tsunade hesitated not, channeling chakra through her body, forming hand seals, and declaring, "Release." This was the optimal method to dispel an illusion. Once her mind cleared, she focused again, and there stood Bai Mo, clad in a white robe and black shoes, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he regarded her, as if she were but a toy. This ignited a stronger flame of fury within Tsunade. Bai Mo, I never expected your illusions to be so insidious. Even I did not notice when I was ensnared. Bai Mo shrugged, grinning. Perhaps you should first answer my question. A feigned inquiry. If you choose not to speak, then I shall continue my training. Wait. Tsunade interjected as Bai Mo turned to leave, swiftly blocking his path. She was determined not to lose sight of him. Glancing at the Yin seal on Bai Mo's palm, she asked, Tell me, where did you learn the Yin seal and the Baika no Jutsu? Self-taught, Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. He was no fool and would not divulge the existence of the system. If that is all, I have answered your question. Please do not disturb my training. If you would. You insufferable. Tsunade glared at Bai Mo, clearly taken aback by his dismissive attitude. Her fists clenched in frustration. Since the Second Shinobi World War, her temper had been notoriously volatile. Now, faced with Bai Mo's casual responses, her aura began to swell ominously. In seal. Release. Baika no Jutsu. Manifest. Deep violet seals began to emerge upon Tsunade's form. The intricate patterns of the curse marks seemed to envelop her entire being, causing the deep green fabric of Tsunade's attire to ripple and sway, as if animated by an unseen breeze. Self-taught, are we? Then let me observe the distinctions between your self-taught mastery of the 100 Treasures technique and my own. As her words fell, Tsunade's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture instantaneously. Countless fissures surged across the terrain, racing towards the direction of white ink. At that moment, Tsunade's terrifying aura was unmistakably revealed, sending numerous ferocious beasts in the forest into a frenzied flight. One must truly commend Tsunade. Bai Mo gradually closed his eyes, only to suddenly open them wide. Whoosh! The intricate patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested within Bai Mo's eyes. The entire world transformed into a vivid crimson hue in his gaze. Countless threads and dots intricately outlined this realm, enabling Bai Mo to effortlessly discern Tsunade's figure. Too slow. The silhouette of Bai Mo subtly tilted to the side. A sharp sound of air bursting echoed through the atmosphere. Yet, Tsunade failed to strike Bai Mo, inadvertently granting him a splendid opportunity to counterattack. A relaxed and carefree expression adorned Bai Mo's face. As his fingers moved ever so slightly, they suddenly landed upon the fabric of Tsunade's attire. With a resounding bang as his fingertip touched the crimson mark on her clothing. In an instant, Tsunade's garment transformed into a delicate powder, revealing her graceful form in its entirety before Bai Mo's eyes. How could this be? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. Tsunade gasped in astonishment. Her movements abruptly stilled. With her arms encircling Qingluan, she gazed at the unfolding scene before her with sheer disbelief. It has been said, your speed is somewhat lacking. Even if Bai Mo did not activate the 100 Healings technique, his exceptional dynamic vision allowed him to effortlessly perceive Tsunade's assault and launch a counterattack in a matter of moments. Here, put this on. It should help you regain your composure, Bai Mo said, shedding his long robe and draping it over Tsunade. As she enveloped herself in his unique aura, a subtle flush crept across Tsunade's cheeks. Grasping the edge of the white robe, she tightened it around herself, accentuating her voluptuous figure, which only served to enhance her alluring presence. Tsunade released the 100 Healings technique, allowing her abundant chakra to flow back into the Yin seal, manifesting as a diamond-shaped symbol upon her forehead. Regarding the 100 Healings technique, I shall refrain from further inquiries, but there is one caution I must impart. Noticing Bai Mo's expectant gaze, Tsunade paused before continuing. With Granny Mito presiding over this wedding, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not make any significant moves. Yet he will undoubtedly seek to complicate matters for you. Do not be misled into believing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a benevolent individual. His depths of cunning are profound. Exercise utmost caution when confronting him. Bai Mo looked at Tsunade in surprise. He had not anticipated that she would express such sentiments to him. How should he respond? Bai Mo feigned ignorance, gazing at Tsunade with feigned curiosity. In response, Tsunade cast a penetrating glance at Bai Mo, inhaled deeply, and slowly articulated. What do you believe led to the decline of the Senju clan? Was it not you who squandered the family fortune? I am not referring to wealth, you know. Gang. The great fat sheep quickly added. It is the people. We, the clan of 1,000 hands. You are aware that our Senju clan at the inception of Konohagakure, was a prominent family akin to the Uchiha, boasting a substantial population. My grandfather and granduncle served as the first and second Hokage, respectively, holding an unparalleled status within the village, and the Senju clan flourished like never before. However, following Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, the Senju clan experienced a swift decline. Once a clan abundant in numbers, it now faced devastation and loss. A shadow of melancholy flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Whenever this subject arose, an indescribable weight settled within her heart. So, when did you first sense something amiss? When my brother passed away. Konoha Tsunade had a younger brother named Nawaki, a direct descendant of the Senju clan. His innate talent could be said to far surpass that of ordinary individuals. Despite his tender years, his strength was already formidable. Yet, this prodigious talent met a tragic fate during the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade tightened her long robe and continued. During the Second Great Ninja War, Nawaki was executing his mission as planned. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly altered his course and encountered a multitude of enemy ninjas, ultimately perishing amidst the chaos of war. Bai Mo furrowed her brows slightly. Generally speaking, a ninja assigned to a mission would never alter their course so readily. The only individuals capable of influencing Shinshu to change his route so easily. Are you suggesting that someone whom Shinshu trusts is behind this? Certainly. According to my subsequent investigation, the primary reason for the change in the path of the rope tree lies in the information provided by the Umbu. The weather has gradually turned somewhat chilly. Bai Mo took over from Tsunade's words and stated, and the one who commands the Umbu is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. In the heart of the forest, Bai Mo and Tsunade stood facing each other, their gazes locked, revealing the gravity reflected in their eyes. If Tsunade's words held any truth, then the suspicion surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be the most significant. Coupled with Bai Mo's insights as a traveler from another realm, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man of profound cunning. One could recall the events of the Ninja World War, during which the Sarutobi clan expanded in size with each passing moment. This clearly illustrates the extent to which the Sarutobi clan has absorbed nourishment within the Hidden Leaf Village. It is no wonder that Tsunade departed from Konohagakure. It was only after the passing of Hiruzen Sarutobi that she returned to the village. This sufficiently illustrates the connection involved. One must say, such is the essence of the world of Naruto. In the realm of reality, the darkness contained within far exceeds the havoc imagined by the white ink. Bai Mo nodded. Accepting Tsunade's information, I understand, and I shall be vigilant. Should there be any matters in the future that require my assistance, I will do my utmost to aid you. As a token of gratitude for sharing this intelligence, you are quite unwilling to owe anyone a favor, aren't you? Tsunade gazed deeply at Hakumo and said, well, I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. Since the wedding has concluded today, I have no reason to remain in Konoha. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate in the future. Tsunade gracefully turned around, her back to Hakumai, and waved her hand. Remember not to lose too much money. You big cash cow. You rascal. Are you truly unafraid of being beaten? Tsunade stumbled, nearly unable to contain the flames of her inner turmoil. However, reflecting upon the enigmatic prowess of Bai Mo, she resolutely restrained herself. It would be prudent to avoid any profound interactions with this individual in the future, otherwise, Tsunade feared she might very well be driven to her wits' end by Bai Mo. Buzz. A tempestuous wind howled as Bai Mo's figure abruptly vanished into the depths of the forest. He was to embark on his own path of cultivation. In addition to the disciplined task of refining rune engraving, he diligently practiced various arts, including physical techniques, ninjutsu, chakra manipulation, hand seals, and ocular techniques. Bai Mo was resolute in his determination to leave no stone unturned. Upon arriving at his dedicated training ground, he unleashed the technique of multiple shadow clones and commenced his solitary pursuit of mastery. Time flowed like a swift river, and before long, a day had passed. The blazing sun hung high in the azure sky, mercilessly casting its searing rays. The piercing cries of black cicadas resonated throughout the shaded grove. Ding. Current task progress. Refined rune engraving, progress 10. Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes. He had not anticipated that after cultivating with 1,000 shadow clones, he had only progressed to 10% in a single day. As time went on, the pace of his progress slowed even further. He wondered when he would finally fill this progress bar. The gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to rustle against one another. prompting Bai Mo to glance towards a distant shadow. Enough hiding. Since you are here, step into the light. Otherwise, do not blame me for considering you an enemy. He spoke, his voice chilling. The icy tone of his words was difficult to dispel, even under the scorching sun, sending a shiver through the figure lurking in the shadows. With a swift motion, the figure emerged from the darkness. Her violet hair danced in the wind, exuding a maidenly fragrance as she approached Bai Mo. Uchiha Bai Mo. The Hokage requests your presence. The Hokage? Understood. I will be there shortly. The visage concealed behind the dark mask of the Umbu, Yueshien, displayed a hint of confusion. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips pressed together. She felt an odd sensation, as if Bai Mo were indifferent to the Hokage's summons. After all, one would expect a sense of joy from anyone in Konoha upon receiving such an invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Bai Mo remain so composed? With this thought lingering, Yueshien departed from Bai Mo and returned to the Hokage's office to report her findings. Hokage-sama, I have located Bai Mo and informed him to come to the Hokage building. Very well, you have done well. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised her casually, his eyes gleaming with cunning. By the way, you need not leave, just stay by my side and wait. Yes, Yueshien replied without hesitation. As an Umbu, she was not required to have her own thoughts. She simply executed the Hokage's orders. However, what she did not expect was that waiting would stretch into 3 hours, or 6 in total. Yueshien, are you certain you have informed Bai Mo? Absolutely. Then let us wait a little longer. A shadow flickered across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He was the Hokage. Others were supposed to wait for him. When had he ever waited for anyone? Uchiha Bai Mo. One day he would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts turned dark, a spring-like smile broke upon his face. The wrinkles on his age-spotted visage seemed to merge together. Bai Mo, you have arrived. I heard the Hokage summoned me. I was immersed in training, so I hope I am not late. At that moment, the slanting rays of the setting sun painted the sky with hues of twilight, casting a gentle glow over Konoha, where households lit their candles and eagles circled low, seemingly preparing for the encroaching night. Not at all. You are perfectly on time, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, gesturing to the chair opposite him. However, to his surprise, Bai Mo bypassed the chair and settled onto a nearby sofa, leaving Sarutobi momentarily stunned. But being the Hokage, he quickly regained his composure. With a hearty laugh, he approached the table, hands clasped behind his back, and poured a fragrant cup of tea for Bai Mo. By the way, how was your wedding night with Kushina? All is well, I presume? All is well, of course. But Hokage-sama, you did not summon me merely to discuss this matter, did you? Bai Mo remarked, casting a glance at Yueshien, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of fearlessness. This only served to brighten Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile further. Actually, the matter is neither too difficult nor too simple. I primarily wish for you to become a lead instructor. Lead instructor? Bai Mo echoed, his tone slightly elevated. Indeed. Recently, the teachers at the Ninja Academy have been assigned tasks, leaving us shorthanded. I was hoping to ask if you would be willing to lead a team consisting of Noara Rin, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito. In the Hokage's office, the warm steam rose from the teacup. Bai Mo took a delicate sip, his gaze fixed on the elderly man before him. Sarutobi continued. Among these 3 is your younger brother. As an elder brother, it would be a wonderful opportunity for you to guide him. No, I knew you would agree. What? No? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. This was not at all what he had envisioned. Why? Who would want to teach my foolish brother? He could hardly master the fire release, great fireball technique as a child. What talent could I possibly nurture in him? Bai Mo placed the teacup on the table, his disdain for his brother evident in his words. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. Do you think everyone possesses your remarkable talent? That is the great fireball technique. It is among the most challenging of B-rank jutsu. How can you expect a child to learn it? Noticing his outburst, Sarutobi quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Bai Mo, will you not reconsider? You must know that Kakashi is also part of this team. His talent is quite formidable, and his performance at the academy nearly matches yours. Bai Mo shot Sarutobi an incredulous look. Such a tactic might work on others, but not on him. If Kakashi were 100 points, the top student at the academy, then Bai Mo was 1,000. Though he was the closest, there remained a gap of 900 points. All right, Hokage-sama. You are aware that I am the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard. Aside from my training, I am responsible for the security of Konoha, which keeps me quite busy. I suggest you seek someone else. Bai Mo rose from the sofa, casting a casual glance at Yu Xian before making his way towards the door. In an instant, the spacious office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yu Xian. Sarutobi stared at the teacup on the table, his expression shifting like the weather. A heavy tension filled the room, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Yu Xian's forehead. Plop! The cold sweat hit the ground. Sarutobi turned to Yu Xian, his face brightening. Yu Xian, please summon Namake's Minato. Yes. Just as Yu Xian was about to leave, Sarutobi added, oh, and prepare yourself well for your return. Starting tomorrow, you are to monitor Bai Mo's every move. Hokage-sama, with my abilities, if I get too close to Bai Mo, he will easily detect me. And if he detects you, he would not harm you. Just be cautious not to fall prey to his jinjutsu. Each member of the Uchiha clan initially excels in the art of illusion, particularly when enhanced by the Sharingan, rendering them nearly impervious to detection. However, given Uzuki Yuin's prowess, with heightened vigilance, she should be capable of resisting such techniques. Mused Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since White Ink had entered the room, he had been keenly observing his every move, noting how White Ink's gaze occasionally drifted toward Uzuki Yuin, as if captivated by her presence. This was a promising sign. Desire could be wielded as leverage. Thus, the prodigious White Ink would no longer seem so daunting. Hiruzen's greatest fear was if White Ink devoted himself entirely to training. With his innate talent, given sufficient time, he might very well emerge as the next Uchiha Madara. In such a scenario, no matter how meticulously he orchestrated his plans to suppress him, he would inevitably fall short against White Ink. Hence, he sought to assign White Ink to lead a team, aiming to squander his time and prolong his developmental journey. Your subordinates may withdraw. Uzuki Yuin remained oblivious to Hiruzen's internal machinations. As a member of the Umbu, she lacked even the right to refuse. With a swift motion, White Ink sensed the shifting atmosphere around him and cast a fleeting glance toward the distance, where he could vaguely discern the ends of violet locks swaying gracefully. Why, on such a late evening, would one choose to wander aimlessly instead of engaging in diligent practice? Upon finishing his thought, he vanished in an instant, reappearing in his quarters. However, to his surprise, as he opened the door, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Before him stood Kushina, clad in a flowing garment. Her complexion was flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a lively glint. Upon noticing White Ink's entrance, a youthful shyness painted her cheeks. Husband, you've returned. Would you prefer to dine first? Or perhaps? As she spoke, Kushina playfully entwined her fingers around his sash, guiding him forward. At that moment, she felt a warmth enveloping her, an unprecedented shyness wrapping around her being. This was her first venture into such boldness, for which she had prepared extensively, rehearsing countless times in her mind to ensure her presence would capture White Ink's heart. She had already fallen for him and would not permit him to remain indifferent. Such was Kushina's unique charm. Yet, this delightful display left White Ink utterly dumbfounded. As he stood frozen, his mind momentarily unable to process the scene before him. What are you doing? He inquired, bewildered. Oh, nothing much. I merely prepared a feast. Awaiting your return. Kushina mischievously glanced at him, adding, but fear not, husband, I shan't interrupt your training. After I fed you, you may train as you wish. Feeding me? Indeed. It's time for you to eat. Kushina exclaimed, picking up an exquisite spoon and gently scooping some broth, offering it to White Ink's lips. As dusk settled over the mountains and the evening glow shimmered across the fields, the twilight slowly faded like a wilting sunflower, casting a shadow over the heart of a young girl. Why are there so many wolves in the training grounds? Why Kurinai pondered anxiously. What calamity had unfolded in the forest? Her lips pressed tightly together, her delicate features taut with tension. As a student of the Ninja Academy, she wielded only a standard practice kunai, cautiously poised to defend against the ravenous wolves that encircled her. These creatures, seemingly ignited by some unseen force, glared hungrily at Kurinai, their eyes glinting with a feral hunger, as if eager to devour her whole. The sky darkened ominously, like an invisible net descending upon the world, enveloping everything in a suffocating shroud of dampness. Kurinai felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere, rendering her speechless and trapped, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. The air filled with low growls, and overhead, a hawk circled, its keen eyes scrutinizing Kurinai from above. Gripping her practice kunai, Kurinai was the first to initiate an attack, her petite figure lunging toward the pack of wolves. The wolves, startled, bristled their fur, snarling and revealing their sharp fangs, with mouths dripping with foul saliva as they charged at her. Suddenly, blood sprayed forth, staining the emerald grass crimson. The metallic scent of blood only fueled the wolves' frenzy as they barreled toward Kurenai like a horde possessed. No. Please, no. As the alpha wolf prepared to pounce, Kurenai instinctively hurled her kunai, only to watch in despair as the alpha gracefully dodged, leaving her weaponless and in a dire predicament. Time seemed to slow. Kurenai's face turned a ghostly white, memories flashing before her like a lantern's flicker. Am I to perish here? She thought, her heart racing. But she did not wish to die. Tomorrow, the school would assign instructors, and she would learn more advanced jutsu, striving to become a genin like her father and earn her place as a true ninja. With renewed determination, Kurenai steeled herself against the encroaching wolves, striking a defensive stance. Yet, a mere student of ninjutsu, lacking weapons and only trained in basic techniques, stood no chance against the stimulated pack. Even with her physical training, facing nearly 30 wolves left her with no room for escape. However, at the critical moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Dark shurikens soared gracefully through the atmosphere, striking true as they found their marks in the heads of the wolves. One by one, the beasts fell. Lifeless upon the ground, none survived. Remarkable, Kurenai marveled, witnessing the shuriken pierce through the toughest of skulls with ease, showcasing their formidable power. As the hawk screeched from above, swooping down to claim its prize, it was clear that tonight's feast would be bountiful. Little one, remember, next time you find yourself in such a situation, drop what you're holding and flee before they encircle you. With your limited skills, you wouldn't stand a chance. Kurenai turned to see white ink, clad in a white robe, having approached her unnoticed. Are you the groom? Uchiha White Ink. Indeed, that is I, he replied, nodding slightly as he continued on his way. As he passed Kurenai, he gently patted her head. The danger has passed. Hurry back to your parents. And you? She asked. Of course, I shall continue my training, he replied, venturing deeper into the forest, where the wolves had emerged. It seems that the commotion today between myself and Tsunade in the forest might be the cause. In the morning, I stirred things up a bit, and in the afternoon, it was Tsunade's turn. Perhaps this has provoked the fierce beasts lurking nearby. I sincerely hope that Eagle takes his time during meals. Wait, is there something else? Bai Mo paused, turning to glance at the girl behind him, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Thank you, big brother. Additionally, with a gentle bend of her knees, Yugao leaped into Bai Mo's embrace. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed Yugao tugging at his shirt, delicately wiping the corners of his mouth. All done, big brother. Now you're clean. She jumped down from Bai Mo's arms, brimming with energy as she waved goodbye to him. In this world, children have grown accustomed to facing dangers. They possess remarkable adaptability. Thus, Bai Mo did not find Yugao's behavior peculiar. Instead, he quickly waved his hands and dodged away from her. How embarrassing. I didn't even realize I had food on my face during lunch. It must have been Kushina feeding me too quickly. Bai Mo swiftly redirected his focus, resuming his unique training. Ding! Progress of refined rune engraving. 13. Observing Bai Mo's rapid departure, Yugao instinctively toyed with her hair. Why did Big Brother leave so quickly? Is he off to train? He seems like such an approachable person. I want to be like him and train hard to become a powerful ninja. At this moment, Yugao was unaware of her current feelings. All she desired was to strive diligently and become as formidable as Bai Mo. Upon returning home, she eagerly urged her parents to train alongside her, aspiring to learn more combat techniques. And so, everything appeared to have returned to normalcy. Yet, hidden beneath the surface, a dark current began to stir. Lord Killerbee, we have arrived at Konoha. Should we infiltrate? No need. You all just wait here. The fewer people involved, the better. But what about Uchiha Bai Mo? Don't worry. I am the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, adept at applying pressure. I will surely scare Bai Mo. Killerbee enjoys rapping and often incorporates rhythm into his speech. Sometimes, it even takes on a rap-like quality. Regarding this matter, Killerbee found it quite exhilarating. As Killerbee's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, he stealthily penetrated the village of Konoha under the cover of the dark moonlight, evading detection from even a single soul. So this is Konoha? Not a single patrol in sight at this hour. Do they truly believe that the second great ninja war has concluded? This time, they shall pay a heavy price. Killerbee surveyed the village's architecture, searching for the structures mentioned in the intelligence. In a fleeting moment, he pinpointed the secluded Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's marginalization within Konoha is no secret. Observing the dim glow emanating from the Uchiha compound, Killer Bee surmised that most clan members had likely retreated to their quarters. His current task was to infiltrate cautiously and deliver a grand surprise to Bai Mo and Kushina. As this thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him, almost compelling him to burst into rap. However, considering the presence of numerous formidable Uchiha, he stifled the urge for the sake of discretion. Killer Bee crouched low, blending seamlessly with the shadows, holding his breath and suppressing all traces of his presence. He quietly infiltrated the depths of the Uchiha clan, arriving at the very place where Bai Mo resided. Inside the room, Kushina sat cross-legged at the edge of the bed, her chakra circulating within her body as she diligently refined it, striving to enhance its potency. Just then, an inexplicable sensation enveloped Kushina, causing her brow to furrow. In an instant, she opened her eyes. How strange. Why does this presence feel so unusual? It seems dangerously familiar. Akin to the aura of Lady Mito. Kushina mused. Her delicate feet pressed against the floor as she expanded her senses, meticulously capturing the approaching presence. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply. It clicked. She recognized this aura. Only a tailed beast Jinchuriki would exude such a peculiar and perilous energy. She had sensed this presence before on Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina was well acquainted with Mito's aura, yet this sensation was something she had never encountered before. This signified the existence of another Jinchuriki within the Uchiha compound. Given the recent conclusion of the war and the assassination that had transpired just yesterday, this was clearly directed at her. With that thought in mind, Kushina sprang into action. Grabbing her ninja tool pouch, she dashed out of her room. As she burst through the door, she clutched an explosive tag between her fingers, affixed to a kunai, and hurled it into the sky. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the sky, akin to a drumbeat of thunder striking the heads of all who heard it, startling the Uchiha clan members who rushed from their rooms. Sister-in-law, what is happening? Uchiha Obito, whose room was nearby, was the first to arrive by Kushina's side. Someone has infiltrated the Uchiha clan. What? Obito's tone rose, his expression turning serious. Drawing his kunai, he mirrored Kushina's cautious demeanor, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. At this moment, chaos erupted within the Uchiha clan. The cacophony spread throughout the compound. What was that noise? Was that an explosion? It sounded like it came from nearby Mo's room. Let us go check it out. Have we informed the clan leader? Yes, the clan leader has already headed towards the source of the explosion. Good. Let us hurry over there. At this moment, everyone in the Uchiha compound rushed towards the sound's origin, leaving Killer Bee pale with apprehension. What on earth just happened? Have I been discovered? No. If I had been found out, they would be heading in my direction. Damn it. I was so close. Killer Bee hid in the shadows, his gaze filled with regret as he watched the gathering figures. He could see Kushina now. If only they were a moment slower. He could have at least taken Kushina back with him. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline was indeed tempting. It seemed this time, retreat was the only option. Gritting his teeth, Killer Bee gradually withdrew into the darkness. The vast Uchiha compound fell silent once more. Has he left? Kushina observed the increasing number of people around her. With that strange and eerie aura dissipating, her inner tension began to ease considerably. Kushina, what is happening? Uchiha Fugaku approached, reeking of alcohol. His steps leisurely as he made his way from a distance. The joyous occasion of Hakumai's wedding had filled him with exuberance, prompting him to indulge in copious amounts of drink, the effects of which lingered on him even to this day. Yet, this did not cloud his senses. Rather, it sharpened the edge of his otherwise restrained demeanor. Clan leader, just now I sensed an unusual presence approaching. It felt akin to a Jinchuriki, but it could not possibly be Granny Mito. With that, he had swiftly thrown a kunai laced with explosive tags, hoping to alert the others. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the vicinity. He had yet to catch sight of Uchiha Hakumai. Could it be that the lad had once again submerged himself in training? A touch of irritation coursed through Fugaku. On such a momentous day, why would he not take the opportunity to rest instead of being consumed by his practice? This would not do. He resolved to have a serious talk with Hakumai at the earliest chance. After all, the continuation of their lineage was paramount. But those thoughts would have to wait. The pressing matter at hand was to locate the suspicious individual mentioned by Kushina. With her Uzumaki lineage granting her heightened sensitivity to chakra, he felt confident in her instincts. With determination, Uchiha Fugaku's aura intensified. Search. Conduct a thorough investigation of the Uchiha compound. At the very least, I must ascertain who has intruded. He continued, Furthermore, enhance patrols and prioritize the protection of Uzumaki Kushina. We cannot afford even the slightest misstep. Understood. The clan members responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Understood. Though the night was deep, the Uchiha compound was aglow with light, illuminating the night sky and making the circling hawks appear ever more vibrant. Is it the Rakich's men from the Cloud Village? Huh. Their audacity knows no bounds. In the shadowy depths of the forest, Hakomai sat cross-legged upon a branch, his gaze growing ever colder. Though he and Kushina were in a fabricated marriage, it did not diminish his concern for her. After all, it was a significant sacrifice for a young woman to share her life with him. Such devotion commanded his utmost respect. As a man, he felt it was his duty to ensure her well-being and happiness. Moreover, thanks to Kushina, he had conceived a brilliant idea. Perhaps he could inscribe explosive tags to present a grand gift to the likes of Killer Bee and his companions. With this thought in mind, Hakomai immediately summoned his shadow clone and began etching the tags onto paper. As each explosive tag was completed, the progress bar of his self-imposed task surged visibly. Ding. Self-imposed task. Detailed rune inscription. Current progress. 23. 26. 30. Hakomai's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. The speed at which he worked had increased significantly. By the end of the night, his progress had skyrocketed from 23 to an impressive 89. He had amassed a staggering 50,000 explosive tags. Though this number paled in comparison to Conan's 6 billion, the cumulative explosive force would surely be enough to give Killer Bee and his cohorts a run for their money. As the morning sun lazily poured its light from the heavens, Hakomai instructed his shadow clone to continue inscribing the runes while he made his way to the Uchiha residence. Upon entering the room, he was met with the sight of Uzumaki Kushina, arms outstretched, rushing towards him. Her delicate, fair arms wrapped around his waist, enveloping him in her fragrance. Hakomai Kushina's sweet voice rang out. For a moment, he stood frozen, unsure of where to place his hands. Yet, as time passed, he noticed her tight embrace, a manifestation of her anxiety and unease. His heart gradually calmed. He gently placed his hand around her elbow, softly patting her back, and whispered, Kushina, I know about the events from yesterday. You need not worry. No one can harm you. Just rest here while I handle everything else. Kushina lifted her gaze from his embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkling with ripples, enchanting him deeply. His presence is formidable, and if my perception is correct, he may very well be a Jinchuriki, like Granny Mido. Yes, I understand. I will be cautious. You need not fret. Hakomai murmured softly, before guiding Kushina gently onto the bed, locking eyes with her. I will make him pay dearly for his transgressions. A subtle smile graced Hakomai's lips as he playfully flicked Kushina's forehead before turning to exit the room. As Kushina watched him leave, her delicate hands instinctively tightened into fists. She longed to assist Hakomai, but her current strength was merely that of a newly minted chunin, a far cry from the elite jonin he had already become. Her instincts told her that Hakomai's power had surpassed even that of an elite jonin, reaching true Kage level. Brother, I want to go with you. Just moments after Hakomai stepped out, Uchiha Obito burst forth from his room, calling out to him. Unlike his demeanor with Kushina, Hakomai scrutinized Obito with a playful smirk. My foolish little brother, you haven't been reinforced. Why the eagerness to rush into danger? Obito stomped his foot in frustration, recounting his valiant deeds from the previous day. Yet, as he animatedly spoke, Hakomai deftly threw a kunai, which sliced through the air and embedded itself into the wooden wall behind Obito, freezing him in place. Gulping audibly, Obito felt the weight of the atmosphere shift. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei that a teacher will be assigned to guide you today. Be sure to absorb all the knowledge. Don't become the anchor of the group. After a brief pause, Hakomai added, as for this matter, leave it to your brother. I will ensure they pay for their audacity. I have never encountered such brazen individuals who dare to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. A fierce glint flashed in Hakomai's eyes as he cast a dismissive glance toward the distance before vanishing from the Uchiha compound in an instant. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yuyuki shuddered, having been tasked with monitoring Hakomai's movements. At that moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an eternal abyss of ice. That statement was not merely Hakomai's musings. It was undoubtedly directed toward her, a warning as she too was infiltrating the Uchiha clan to observe Hakomai's actions. Hastily, she mobilized her chakra and retreated from the Uchiha compound at an alarming speed. After a moment's hesitation, Yuyuki resolved to report the incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the Hokage Tower, Within Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Yuyuki conveyed all that she had learned that day. Listening intently to her report, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the street below from the window. No wonder the Uchiha clan was in turmoil last night. It seems this incident has unfolded. Yesterday, news reached Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the Uchiha clan. He initially believed that the Uchiha family was preparing for rebellion. Upon receiving this information, he promptly summoned all the Umbu, awaiting the Uchiha's next move. To his astonishment, the situation unfolded differently than anticipated. Lord Hokage, shall we search Konoha village? Should we identify those who infiltrated the Uchiha clan yesterday? Proposed Yuzuki Yugao, her underlying implication being a desire to avoid surveilling Hakomai, suggesting instead a simpler task. Sarutobi Hiruzen, astute as ever, discerned her thoughts, but knew that there was no one more suited to monitor Hakomai than Yugao herself. Thus, he resolutely shook his head and replied, "No. This matter concerns the Uchiha clan alone. We shall not interfere. Your report was commendable. Now continue to keep an eye on Hakomai. I wish to ascertain his every move." Yugao's lips, concealed beneath her Umbu mask, parted as if to speak, but the words remained unvoiced, and she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, Lord Hokage." With that, her presence vanished from the office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the vast chamber. He pondered whether this infiltrator might offer him a pleasant surprise, revealing the true combat prowess of the Uchiha clan, particularly that of Uchiha Hakomai. It was only by understanding Hakomai's genuine strength that he could devise an effective strategy. He silently implored, "Do not let me down." Meanwhile, on another front. Hidden not far from Konoha, the wrath of Killer Bee was unmistakably etched upon his face. With a thunderous crash, he struck the nearby rocky wall, sending shards of stone flying. A testament to his immense strength. "Has the news arrived?" he inquired. "Lord Killer Bee, the message has been relayed back," his subordinate replied. "What did my brother say?" As A's adoptive brother, Killer Bee often referred to him as such. Lord A mentioned that the Uzumaki clan possesses a keen sensitivity to chakra and likely sensed your presence, which prompted their actions. The subordinate continued, "Lord A also stated that this setback is inconsequential, and we might shift our focus to the Hyuga clan, executing a feint to strike elsewhere. After all, the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit is exceedingly powerful. Gaining control over it could potentially alter the course of battle, even instigating the Third Shinobi World War, allowing Kumobikure to ascend above the other ninja villages." Listening intently to his subordinate's report, Killer Bee leaned against the rocky wall, his mind deep in contemplation. His brother's words rang true. With the Uchiha clan on high alert, coupled with the acute perception of Uzumaki Kushina, achieving his goals would be fraught with difficulty. It would be wiser to divert his attention to other clans. He had heard whispers that the Hyuga clan's leader, Hyuga Hayashi, had a newborn daughter named Hinata, whose lineage was undoubtedly pure and could serve as a prime target. Taking a deep breath, the essence of rap began to surge within him. "Yo, if I was born with snowflakes in my eyes, dreaming of being a rap leader, mastering the seven-sword style, or becoming the eight-tails Jinchuriki, I wonder how the Hyuga clan would respond. Tonight at midnight, we will infiltrate the Hyuga clan. The target is the newly born princess of the main family, Hinata Hyuga." Yes, as Killer Bee's words echoed, the people around him erupted in cheers, prompting him to deliver a reprimand. "Fools," shouting so loudly, "do you want those Konoha bastards to detect our presence?" Just then, a wave of alertness surged within Killer Bee. As he shifted his gaze, he spotted a kunai tied with an envelope hurtling toward him at alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, he drew his sword, and with a flash, the blade met the kunai, sending it spiraling away, embedding itself into the ground. Killer Bee scrutinized the direction from which the kunai had come, but sensed no lingering presence. Have they departed? He pondered, a serious expression settling on his face as he gestured for his subordinate to retrieve the envelope from the kunai. Upon unfolding it, he noticed the tiny script that seemed to swarm like flies before his eyes, to learn the whereabouts of Uchiha Bai Mo. "Meet me at Hokage Rock at 3 o'clock this afternoon." A grave expression took root on Killer Bee's face. Have our movements been compromised? Do they already possess knowledge of our whereabouts? If so, wouldn't they send someone to ambush us? Why deliver intelligence to me, especially concerning Uchiha Bai Mo? A flurry of thoughts raced through Killer Bee's mind, as his subordinate looked on with curiosity. "My lord, is something amiss?" "Nothing of great concern. Merely a puzzle I cannot decipher," he replied, inhaling deeply, resolute in his decision. He addressed the assembly of ninjas. The plan remains unchanged. When night falls, you will infiltrate the Hyuga clan and abduct Hinata. As for me, I shall proceed to Hokage Rock to ascertain what that individual is truly plotting. But my lord, won't he that be perilous? Perilous? Nonsense. I am Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the future rap leader of the ninja world. Seeing his unwavering confidence, the others felt reassured. Indeed, a Jinchuriki was the mightiest weapon in the ninja world. How many could truly contend against such strength? Even if Lord Killer Bee were besieged, he would surely find a way to escape, as he had done the night prior. Water dripped incessantly in the dim underground chamber. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru. Has the letter been sent? Ha, indeed. Orochimaru replied with a sinister grin. But is it truly wise to betray your own village? Ha. What, Orochimaru? Do you think my actions are misguided? Hearing such words from you is rather ironic. Your deeds are hardly any better than mine. Danzo continued. To eliminate obstacles in our path, collaborating with enemies is a commendable strategy. Rest assured, I will prepare more living specimens for your experiments. After all, we are the best of partners. Danzo's raspy voice reverberated through the room, while Orochimaru's shadowy eyes bore into him, devoid of emotion. As he turned, his serpent-like tongue involuntarily flicked across his lips. The Manjikyu Sharingan of Bai Mo. He had coveted it for far too long. Hopefully, Danzo would not disappoint him this time. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, with the Sharingan implanted in Danzo's arm having been a gift from Orochimaru. Yet, both were ambitious souls. Between two ambition-driven individuals, genuine trust was a rarity. If he could obtain Byakumo's Manjikyu Sharingan, he could leave Konoha behind and delve deeply into the captivating world of bloodline limits. Achoo! While training, Byakumo rubbed his nose and gazed at the bright blue sky. Strange. Is someone speaking of me? Let me guess. It must be that pair, Orochimaru and Danzo. Those two, honestly, should be more discreet in their actions. I see all that they do. Caw. The sound of an eagle echoed through the sky, soaring high above, surveying the earth below. Nothing could escape the eagle's vigilant gaze. At that moment, the clock unknowingly struck 3 in the afternoon. At Hokage Rock, as the clock struck 3, Killer Bee's silhouette appeared atop Hokage Rock. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the serene tranquility of the moment. Not a single soul was present. He grimaced, a surge of indignation rising within him, feeling as though he were a jester, cruelly toyed with. How could one be so tardy? Such a person deserved to be cast off a cliff to meet their demise, trampled into the dirt. With a cadence reminiscent of a specific melody, words poured from Killer Bee's lips, almost causing Danzo, who had just appeared behind him, to choke in surprise. Clearing his throat to announce his arrival, Danzo watched as Killer Bee turned around, eyeing him curiously. The figure donned a conical hat, its draping fabric obscuring his features. Beyond the occasional cough, a hint of age was discernible in his voice. Aside from that, no further clues could be gleaned. Pray tell, what does the content of your letter truly signify? He inquired. Literally speaking, I offer you intel on Uchiha Hakumo. He paused, then added, however, in return, once the deed is accomplished, I demand a Sharingan from Hakumo. A hearty laughter followed. Do you truly believe I would fall for your deceit? Who knows if you are not setting a trap for me? The choice to trust or not lay with him. Yet if he missed this opportunity, another may never arise. Kurabi fell into silence. The words of the man before him rang true. Merely capturing Hinata Hyuga would not significantly elevate the Cloud Village. However, should he unravel the secrets of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the entirety of the shinobi world would be rendered powerless against the Cloud Village. He would not disappoint his brother's expectations. Noticing Kurabi's lack of response, Danzo realized that the wheels of temptation were turning within him. Indeed, in this realm of shinobi, no one could resist the allure of the Uchiha bloodline limit. 10 miles west of Konoha lay a forest where Hakumo often trained. If you ambush him there, you shall surely encounter him. A surprise attack, and with your strength, you could easily injure Hakumo and abduct him without difficulty. Having spoken, Danzo made no further delay, forming a seal as he transformed into white smoke, vanishing from Kurabi's sight. He required no affirmation of cooperation. He merely needed Kurabi to be tempted enough to seek trouble with Hakumo. In time, the clam and the clam digger would benefit from their strife. Everything was in his meticulous calculation. Hakumo's training ground, Kurabi silently echoed. He chose not to pursue the man before him, instead ruminating on the intelligence he held. Hakumo was deeply engrossed in training, and according to the information provided by the man, it was indeed likely he would appear there. The only uncertainty lingered. Was this a trap set by Konoha? Regardless, with my strength as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I can face anything with ease. With that resolve, Kurabi found his direction, leaping from the head of the Third Hokage carved into the cliff, plunging downwards. After a few agile bounds, he vanished into the forest. In a mere moment, he arrived at the dense woods 10 miles west of Konoha. The expansive forest loomed overhead, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting mottled shadows. The fresh scent unique to the woodland invigorated Kurabi's senses. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he vaguely heard a rustling sound, akin to leaves dancing in the breeze or the swift strokes of a pen against parchment. Never mind, I shall find a place to lay in wait. Kurabi, channeling chakra into his legs, leapt into the air, aiming for the branches above. Yet, upon landing, the atmosphere of the entire forest seemed to freeze in that moment. His pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the scene before him. Arrayed on the branches were countless figures of Hakumo, all turning in unison to gaze at Kurabi. The multitude of cold, indifferent eyes seemed to pierce through him. Thousands of Hakumo simultaneously raised their lips in a mocking smile. The derisive grin struck Kurabi's heart like a dagger, ringing alarm bells within him. This was bad. I've been deceived. Kurabi concluded that the old man had colluded with Hakumo to ensnare him. His acute sense of danger triggered the transformation into the tailed beast chakra mode. The red chakra enveloped his body, and his power surged rapidly. At that moment, the thousands of Hakumo revealed the multitude of explosive tags wrapped around their forms, unleashing a torrent of chaos like a tidal wave, sweeping towards him. Surprise, Motherfuo! Kurabi shouted. Before he could react, a blinding light engulfed him. It was as if a chain reaction had been initiated. Bang! 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 The explosions echoed relentlessly. Thick smoke billowed like a surging sandstorm, rising into the air, accompanied by the vivid crimson flames blooming like enchanting flowers, competing for beauty. The ground crumbled, broken branches ignited like meteor showers raining down. The fire from the explosions scattered like blooming red roses, dazzling in their brilliance. This spectacle left the recently arrived Yuyuki utterly astonished. What kind of power is this? Just as she marveled at the scene, the flames expanded ominously, as if intent on consuming everything. The overwhelming pressure forced her to retreat, bitterness swelling in her heart. Had she known monitoring Hakumo would be so perilous, she would not have accepted this mission, regardless of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said. No, perhaps she could simply resign. Better to withdraw from the Umbu than to risk her life. With that thought, Yuyuki extended her hand, grasping a corner of her Umbu mask. Yanking it off her face and discarding it, revealing her exquisite beauty, the mask hit the ground, only to be engulfed by the flames of the explosive tags in an instant. The intense heat melted the mask, transforming it into dark ash that scattered in the wind. The relentless explosions, mingled with the rising black smoke, soon caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. That direction must be the training ground frequented by Hakumo. It seems the individual from last night has already made a move. Come, let us head to the western forest. Yes, Lord Hokage. 10 Umbu ninjas, swift as specters, followed closely behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastening towards the distant forest. This news quickly reached the ears of Uzumaki Kushina. What? An explosion occurred in the training forest that Hakumo frequents. Uzumaki Kushina's face was etched with anxiety. It was as though a veil of worry had descended upon her. Her heart felt tangled in a chaotic knot, urging her to rush out of the room. Wait, sister-in-law. You cannot go there. Uchiha Obito regretted informing Kushina of the news. Had he known she would be this frantic, he would have refrained from speaking. It was all his fault for being so talkative. Frustrated, Obito slapped himself, then hurriedly intercepted Kushina. Calm down, sister-in-law. It's just a Jinchuriki, right? My brother may lack social graces and be engrossed in training, but his strength is undeniable. Trust in his ability to handle a Jinchuriki with ease. Kushina halted her steps. She gazed towards the billowing black smoke, slowly unclenching her fists. Obito was right. Hakumo was powerful enough to eliminate 5 elite ninjas in a single encounter. Yet, she loathed the notion of merely watching from afar, cheering for Hakumo. If given the choice, she would have preferred to fight alongside him. It is merely my own strength, so exceedingly feeble. Uzumaki Kushina, ever resilient. Never shed a tear, even in the face of life and death. Yet now, at some unknown moment, Round droplets of tears have silently adorned the corners of her eyes. Her crimson irises brim with helplessness and grievance regarding her own inadequacies. A delicate sound resonates in the courtyard, pulling Uzumaki Kushina from her sorrow. She and Obito turn towards the source of the sound, only to behold a pure white fox, moving quietly towards them. After brushing against Kushina's ankle, it spoke. Kushina, I am the summoning beast of Mido. She has asked me to convey that if you have time in the coming days, you should visit the Senju clan. She wishes to speak with you face to face. Grandma Mido? Understood. Kushina wiped away her tears and added, Then let us go now. I shall accompany you. Obito raised his hand eagerly, his face brimming with enthusiasm. The snow-white fox glanced at Obito and remarked, You may indeed come, but you must not act mischievously. Otherwise, I will relay your earlier words to your brother. What words? Something about lacking emotional intelligence. All right, I understand. No need for further words. I shall be completely obedient. I will not cause any trouble. Obito hastily interrupted the fox, following closely behind it, and Kushina as they made their way to the Senju clan. Could you enlighten me as to why Grandma Mido has summoned me? You will discover that in due time, the fox replied, casting a deep glance at Uzumaki Kushina before leading them towards the Senju territory. Boom. Explosions echoed relentlessly. Dense smoke enveloped the vibrant flames, causing the expression of Killer Bee at the epicenter to darken. Uchiha Hakumai, do not underestimate me. Wild Gooseblade. Killer Bee unsheathed his weapon, gripped it with various parts of his body, and unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes akin to a tempest. The raging wind swirled, carrying the roaring flames and black smoke, resembling a tornado, darkening the sky further. Break. Chakra erupted violently from Killer Bee. The fierce winds transformed into slashing strikes that rained down upon the remaining shadow clones. Boom. The clones dissipated into white smoke, revealing the true visage of the forest beneath the explosions. A vast expanse of darkness lay before them, as if the forest had been shorn into a Mediterranean hairstyle. Empty. It was a natural arena. Beholding the emptiness and the absence of any surviving shadow clones, Killer Bee sported a victorious grin, raising his weapon to the heavens and proclaiming, I ask, who else dares to challenge me? So-called geniuses are merely weaklings waiting for the sun. Have the audacity to don armor and battle me until the skies are devoid of light. Applause erupted. Hakumai strode across the dark earth, approaching Killer Bee from afar. Killer Bee, do you always speak so awkwardly? If so, I must commend you. Sensing the mockery in Hakumai's words, Killer Bee's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before Hakumai. Supersonic Thunderblade. Killer Bee infused his weapon with lightning chakra, creating a frequency of vibrations that surpassed the penetration power of wind techniques. The lightning blade traced elegant arcs in the air, sealing off Hakumai's energy, rendering escape impossible. Come on. Excitement flickered in Hakumai's eyes. Finally, he could unleash the majority of his power against an opponent. Shadow Ceiling. Release. 100 Heal Technique. With a hum, crimson patterns spread across Hakumai's body, significantly amplifying his aura. He raised his hand, thrusting it forward, his afterimages flickering as he directly intercepted Killer Bee's attack path. Sizzle. Blood erupted forth, eliciting a sinister grin from Killer Bee. Yet in the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. Impossible. How can you recover so swiftly? The wound inflicted by Killer Bee, under the enhancement of the 100 Heal technique, healed at an observable rate, leaving Hakumai's arm appearing smooth and unscathed. Before Killer Bee could regain his senses, Hakumai seized the opportunity, a cold smirk escaping him. Caught you. With a powerful grip, he enveloped Killer Bee in overwhelming force, hurling him away. Impressive. Killer Bee set aside his disdain, donning a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on the swiftly retreating Hakumai. Partial-tailed beast transformation. Chakra enveloped the retreating Killer Bee. One hand planted firmly on the ground as he concentrated chakra in his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. Whoosh. The tailed Beast Bomb surged forth, carrying a terrifying pressure towards Hakumai. In a critical moment, Hakumai chuckled, Please, if we are to play, do so earnestly. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Hakumai's vision transformed into a blood-red abyss. He extended a finger, lightly touching the tailed Beast Bomb. Crack. Crack. Boom. The small-tailed Beast Bomb, approximately 1 meter in diameter, disintegrated before Hakumai's fingertip, its chakra dissipating into the ether. Killer Bee, transformed into his tailed beast form, stared in shock at the scene before him, his mind struggling to comprehend. The tailed Beast Bomb shattered? As he gazed into Hakumai's Mangeki Sharingan, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body. This was a cold he had never experienced before, a bone-chilling chill that seemed to root itself within him, prompting an instinctive gulp. What kind of bizarre power resides within those eyes? Hakumai smiled slightly. With the 100 heal technique amplifying his physique and martial prowess, he stepped forward, suddenly appearing before Killer Bee. Guess what? In his vision, Hakumai discerned the myriad lines and points adorning Killer Bee's body. This was the ability bestowed by his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan, known as Direct Death. By merely slicing along the lines, one could sever existence. Piercing the points would lead to annihilation. It was Hakumai's most formidable power. At that moment, Killer Bee's trepidation only deepened. Such a bizarre ability extinguished any desire to fight. Yet Hakumai's speed was overwhelming, so rapid that evasion seemed impossible. At the brink of life and death, the voice of the Eight Tails resonated in Killer Bee's mind. Killer Bee, leave the next battle to me. Is that acceptable? Of course. At least I won't be as disheveled as you. The Eight Tails chuckled, but Killer Bee paid it no mind. They were, after all, close friends. As the sole Jinchuriki who retained his sanity during Tailed Beast transformation, the bond between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails ran deep. Then I entrust this to you. Eight Tails. Complete Tailed Beast transformation. Moo. Killer Bee's chakra began to swell ominously. In an instant, a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles materialized before Bai Mo. At that very moment, Bai Mo's hand descended with a swift chop. With a sharp sound, one of the 8 tails of the 8 tails yokai severed, reducing it to 7. Yet this was precisely what the 8 tails desired. Octopus leg clone technique. A puff of white smoke erupted. The severed octopus leg instantaneously transformed into the likeness of Killer Bee, even replicating his aura impeccably. Not even Bai Mo's Sharingan could discern any difference between this Killer Bee and the one from moments prior. The tide of battle shifted. Uchiha Bai Mo. The 8 tails roared, gathering a massive tailed beast bomb within its bovine maw. Continuous tailed beast bombs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky was densely packed with tailed beast bombs. Meanwhile, the octopus leg incarnation of Killer Bee launched a fierce offensive, striving to ensnare Bai Mo, leaving him no opportunity to counter the barrage of tailed beast bombs. However, Bai Mo remained unfazed. With his hands clasped together, he summoned Susanoo. A blood-red Susanoo ascended, revealing its second form. Built upon a skeletal foundation, it was adorned with intricate veins and flesh, enveloped tightly in a cloak of chakra. Its immense form stood equally tall against the 8 tails. In its grasp, Susanoo wielded the Uchiha fan, and with a sweeping motion, a tempest arose, shattering numerous tailed beast bombs into oblivion. The 3 combatants became entwined in a chaotic struggle, escalating the intensity of the battle. The western forest lay utterly decimated, devoid of any trace of its former trees, leaving only barren black earth. At that moment, the night enveloped the land, with a crimson moon seemingly casting its glow upon the battlefield, tinted by the influence of Bai Mo's Susanoo. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Not far from the Hyuga clan, a team from the Hidden Cloud village sought an opportune moment to infiltrate. The entirety of Konoha was captivated by Bai Mo's battle, presenting them with an ideal chance to slip in unnoticed. Do not hesitate. The night has fallen, making it the perfect time to infiltrate. Remember, upon success, retreat immediately. Yes. Under the moonlight, the Hidden Cloud team concealed themselves and swiftly infiltrated the Hyuga compound. Compared to the long-oppressed Uchiha clan, the Hyuga family enjoyed greater prosperity and larger residences, a testament to their deep-rooted heritage as a gradually flourishing clan. Oddly, it felt unusually vacant within the Hyuga grounds, devoid of even a single soul. Do not ponder too much. Perhaps everyone has gone to witness the excitement in the western forest. Our immediate priority is to abduct Hinata, they whispered, their eyes scanning the darkness for Hinata's dwelling. As the newly born Hyuga princess, Hinata resided deep within the family estate, reportedly guarded by formidable security forces. Yet, upon observing a few scattered members of the Hyuga clan, one individual scoffed, "Is this all? I could take them down in no time." With that, he charged forward, the glint of his kunai flashing ominously under the crimson moonlight, effortlessly dispatching the guards before stealthily entering the room. Gazing at the infant Hinata in her crib, he grinned, casually lifting her swaddled form and hastily exiting. Mission accomplished. You report back to Lord Killer Bee, and we shall await your return at the designated location. Yes. Watching the figure depart, The Hidden Cloud team swiftly exited the Hyuga estate. Feeling the weight of their prize, the man sneered, "The Hyuga clan is nothing extraordinary. A single Nin from the Hidden Cloud village can capture them with ease." Yet, they remained oblivious to the two figures that suddenly materialized within the room after their departure. "Thank you. Without your intelligence, our Hyuga clan would have faced a great calamity. We are all from the same village. It is only right to assist one another. The Hyuga clan leader is too kind." Hyuga Hayashi approached the door, slowly crouching to pick up the straw on the ground. This was the kind of straw used for training kunai and shuriken. It was hard to fathom that your illusionary techniques were so potent that even Nin could not perceive being ensnared within them. What piques my curiosity the most is whether the figure before me is your shadow clone or your true self. Uchiha Bai Mo shrugged and smiled. Who knows? Perhaps it's an illusion. With that, Bai Mo vanished in a flash, leaving Hyuga Hayashi standing dumbfounded, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the western wilderness, crimson lanterns dotted the night sky, casting a sanguine glow upon the intertwined figures. Bai Mo stood firm on the ground, his Susanoo towering amidst the chaos. Ablaze with blood-red chakra, the Uchiha fan whirled and howled, giving rise to an array of explosive sounds as if to illuminate the heavens. A crowd had gathered at the edge of the battlefield, hesitant to approach, fearful of being swept up in the clash between Bai Mo and Killer Bee. After all, this was a tailed beast, the Eight Tails, with formidable power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by numerous Umbu, stood at the forefront, his heart sinking deeper. Although he had long suspected Bai Mo's strength, witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelming. Was Bai Mo truly this powerful? At such a young age, he could hold his own against a tailed beast and adeptly wield Susanoo. If he were to mature steadily, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly possess a formidable powerhouse rivaling Uchiha Madara. The whispers of the crowd danced upon the winds, reaching Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, intensifying his gravity of expression. Not only he, but also Shimura Danzo, who had rushed over, harbored resentment as he watched the battle unfold. He lamented that no matter how he acted, he could not benefit from the chaos. With so many eyes upon the scene, it was increasingly difficult to take action. Moreover, Bai Mo appeared to be effortlessly maneuvering through the fight, not in a state of exertion. To launch a reckless attack might leave him mired in troubles, an outcome Danzo wished to avoid. What? Do you find it difficult to act? At some point, Orochimaru had appeared beside Danzo, exuding an ominous aura that made Danzo's expression grow serious. If you desire those eyes, you may act now. Danzo paid no heed to Orochimaru's provocation, instead using words to provoke him in return. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Having observed the battle from the shadows for a considerable time, his instincts had begun to stir. The Bai Mo engaged in combat was merely a shadow clone. The real Bai Mo could be lying in wait elsewhere. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a deep gaze at Danzo. Lowering his voice, he leaned close to Danzo's ear and earnestly stated, regardless of the circumstances, "You must not forget the experimental subjects you promised me. Not a single one can be missing. I am well aware of your repulsive nature, you vile serpent." Danzo, filled with disdain, stepped aside, widening the gap between them, as a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As time progressed, Orochimaru's appetite grew insatiable, leaving Danzo with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Should Orochimaru lose control, it would spell disaster for Danzo's predicament. Perhaps, if there were no more lives at stake, there would be fewer complications. On the periphery of the battlefield, everyone was preoccupied with their own interests, oblivious to a figure rapidly approaching from a distance. "Lord Killer Bee, the mission is complete. We can retreat." The voice rang out loudly, clear enough for even the battling Killer Bee to hear amidst the chaos. As the fight intensified, the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other powerful leaf shinobi stirred an unease within the Eight Tails. Yet, his pride as a tailed beast prevented him from fleeing outright. However, the situation had changed. The mission was accomplished. What purpose remained in staying here? It was a perfect opportunity to escape. Resolute, the Eight Tails severed two of his octopus tentacles, which wriggled on the ground, drawing the attention of those present. Seizing this moment, the Eight Tails concealed his power, allowing Killer Bee's silhouette to re-emerge before the crowd. Octopus Tentacle Clone Technique. With a resounding boom, two clouds of white smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of everyone present. The three figures shifted positions, making it impossible to discern which of the three Killer Bees was the true one. "White Ink, you have lost. Everything has unfolded according to my plan. You are merely a pawn to draw attention. Laughter echoed as Killer Bee, astonished by White Ink's prowess, refused to yield. He left behind a parting thread as the three figures dashed in different directions. With the enhancement of the Eight Tails chakra and the continuous stimulation of lightning chakra invigorating his body, Killer Bee's speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight, leaving only White Ink gazing contemplatively at the distant horizon. A smile graced his lips, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if everything were within his grasp. There was no need to rush. Soon, they would meet again. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached White Ink, having witnessed his power. His attitude towards White Ink grew increasingly favorable. White Ink, you have performed remarkably well. After all, this is the Eight Tails. Unless I intervene personally, subduing such a formidable foe is no easy feat. While praising White Ink, Hiruzen subtly elevated his own status, as if reminding White Ink that his strength still paled in comparison. It would be wise for him to remain low-key and avoid opposing Hiruzen. However, to Hiruzen's surprise, White Ink simply cast a casual glance at him and replied with a smile. Fear not, Lord Hokage, I will ensure that Killer Bee pays a heavy price. As soon as the words left his mouth, White Ink's hand took on the shape of an eagle's claw, slowly descending upon his face. In an instant, as he exerted his strength, he transformed into white mist, dissipating into the breeze before the astonished crowd. It was only at this moment that the onlookers regained their senses. Jaws agape, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene before them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively took a step back. How is this possible? White Ink, who had battled the Eight Tails for an entire afternoon, was merely a shadow clone. Where was his true self? What level of power had he actually attained? Gulping, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had been struck hard across the face. It hurt immensely. Beep, current task, refined rune inscription, progress, 97, 98, 99. The electronic voice of the system resonated in White Ink's mind, but he remained oblivious, wholly focused on inscribing explosive runes onto the paper before him, his expression intensely serious. Meanwhile, Killer Bee gasped for breath, sprinting alongside AJ Neen towards the path leading to the hidden cloud village. Reflecting on the earlier battle, an uncontainable fury boiled within him. He had not anticipated White Ink's chakra to be so vast, far exceeding his expectations. That individual's talent. Could it be that he had transcended humanity? With a ferocious punch into the air, Killer Bee unleashed a deafening sound of air bursting. At that moment, a blazing fire ignited within him. He needed to grow stronger. He must become exceedingly powerful. Only then could he cleanse the humiliation of today's encounter when they met again. Soon, the group reunited by the cliffside, a secluded area rarely trodden by human feet. Rushing waters cascaded down the precipice, accompanied by similar cliffs nearby. The splashes of water fell silently into the deep ravine, creating no ripples. Hinata Hyuga, where are you? Here, my lord. One individual cradled a swaddled bundle, presenting it to Killer Bee as if offering a treasure. The moment he laid eyes on it, Killer Bee's fists clenched tightly. With a sharp sound, his blade emerged, radiating a chilling light. With a swift motion, he sliced the swaddle in two, letting it fall to the ground. My lord, are you insane? Insanity resides in you. Killer Bee shouted furiously. Open your eyes and see clearly what you hold. An ominous premonition enveloped the group. They cautiously approached the ground, rubbing their eyes, scrutinizing what they had assumed was a swaddle. To their astonishment, a wooden stump came into view, clearly a prop used for practicing the body replacement technique. Had everything they witnessed just now been an illusion? No wonder they had infiltrated the Hyuga clan so easily. Perhaps their actions had been detected from the very beginning. Killer Bee's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had never anticipated that White Ink was not only powerful, but also possessed such formidable illusion techniques that even Jay Neen struggled to perceive. Could he truly surpass such an enemy? Setting those thoughts aside, Killer Bee suddenly froze. My lord, what is it? What should we do now? Why have you fallen silent all of a sudden? The group followed Killer Bee's gaze to the opposite cliff of the ravine. There, White Ink meticulously inscribed the final stroke. Beep, current progress 100. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Refined rune inscription. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique Application. The Flying Thunder God Technique, classified as an S-rank space ninjutsu, belongs to the category of body flicker techniques. By marking a target with the Flying Thunder God seal, the host can teleport themselves or any object indirectly connected to their chakra instantaneously. As the electronic voice of the system echoed, Bai Mo slowly lifted his gaze, allowing it to drift lightly to the figure of Killer Bee. Killer Bee, we meet again. What brings you here? You shouldn't be. Killer Bee's mind raced, and he exclaimed, realizing that the opponent he had just battled might have been a shadow clone of Bai Mo. Without replying, Bai Mo leisurely rose to his feet. As the original, he had spent the entire afternoon inscribing the runes in his hand, all for this moment. Killer Bee, run. The danger surrounding him is intensifying. The voice of the Eight Tails resonated in Killer Bee's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted in another direction, leaving behind the bewildered Jonin from the hidden cloud village. Trembling in place, unsure of what to do. Let it be destroyed. Explosive tag exchange technique. Bai Mo had initially intended to use his taijutsu to apply the explosive tags onto them. However, with the advanced Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he merely needed to cast a glance. The technique would inscribe itself upon the targets, allowing for instantaneous transportation between objects. With a flick of his finger, 6 specialized explosive tags vanished. When they reappeared, they had already affixed themselves to the 6 individuals before him. The explosive tag exchange technique, an A-rank infinite explosion ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, continuously summoned explosive tags upon activation, resulting in a concentrated series of explosions. Upon contact with the target, the explosions would persist until the target was reduced to ashes, revealing Bai Mo's murderous intent. I hope you enjoy this gift. Sayonara. With that, Bai Mo vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only flames illuminating the sky. At the edge of Konoha, Tintin stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, shall we pursue? No, if I am not mistaken, Bai Mo is already waiting for them. It appeared to validate his suspicions. Boom. A burst of light illuminated the sky. Hiruzen gazed at the distant flames, a terrifying thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that Bai Mo had anticipated Killer Bee's movements all along? Was everything part of his scheme from the very beginning? If that were the case, Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps he could no longer openly suppress the Uchiha clan. Even if he did, he must ensure that Uchiha Bai Mo did not become enraged. Otherwise, it would spell unpredictable disaster for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan. Where should I gather resources for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan? Tintin, prepare to compile the movements of Killer Bee and the others. Then send the information to the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. I need to confront them about their intentions. Hiruzen's meaning was clear. By leveraging this incident, he aimed to suppress the Hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning, compelling them to yield more resources. Hokage-sama, what about Bai Mo? Mito Minyan inquired from Hiruzen's left side. In response, Hiruzen gazed at the unending flames, took a deep breath, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Bai Mo is a good child. He is a hero of Konoha. All citizens of Konoha should learn from Bai Mo. Tintin, Mito Minyan, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, others. They were well aware that Hiruzen had not held this opinion just yesterday. In the Hidden Cloud Village, they felt a sense of unease wash over him. He stood atop the Rakage building, surveying the sandy terrain below. Currently, he was not yet the 4th Rakage but rather the soon-to-be leader, as his father, the 3rd Rakage, still held the position. Have there been any updates on Killer Bee? None, replied Mabui, his secretary, standing beside A without hesitation. Her words only etched deeper worry onto A's face. Logically, given Killer Bee's strength and mission style, even if he had not completed his task, he would typically send back some intelligence. This silence was unusual. A furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing toward the distance, where faint sounds of explosions echoed. The ominous noise triggered a sense of foreboding within him, a feeling that something was amiss. I'll go take a look, A uttered before leaping from the Rakage building. Lightning released chakra mode. A's cells surged with energy. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Hidden Cloud Village. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions reverberated, accompanied by a potent scent of gunpowder that invaded his nostrils. He saw the 8 Tails struggling in agony. The power of the explosive tag exchange technique still wreaking havoc, making it impossible for Killer Bee, transformed into the 8 Tails, to escape. Brother, help me. The transformed Killer Bee cried out, igniting A's fury. What on earth is happening? Though A expressed his confusion, his actions were swift. In an instant, he appeared beside the 8 Tails, exhibiting tremendous strength as he grasped the remaining 5 tails and hurled them away effortlessly. The massive body soared through the air like a mere toy, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing in a nearby pond. Due to the harsh geographical conditions of the hidden cloud village, they typically constructed reservoirs to meet daily needs. However, the current situation far exceeded A's expectations, forcing him to resort to this desperate measure. Splash! As the eight tails landed in the water, a massive splash erupted, drenching A in the process. Yet, as the water soaked the explosive tags, the relentless explosions began to subside. That's not enough. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot knife. A's arm plunged into the water like a bullet. Crackling sounds filled the air as a surge of electricity coursed through the pond. With the aid of the electricity, accompanied by one final explosion, the eight tails collapsed into the water, finally. Saved. The eight tails murmured before retreating back into Killer Bee's body to recuperate. The sensation was uncomfortable for Killer Bee. He had never felt so vulnerable, even when the eight tails went berserk and he was beaten by his own brother. This scene left him wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. Killer Bee. What on earth transpired? As Killer Bee recounted the terror and might of Bai Mo, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in Bai Mo's eyes had already vanished, shattering the illusion that had been cast. If it is said that the left eye of Bai Mo harbors the most formidable art of assassination, capable of delivering instant death, then the right eye of Bai Mo is home to the most powerful world of illusion. This is an illusion that is entirely different from that of the otherworldly deities. It is the most potent illusion capable of substituting the five senses, directly conjuring a world within the mind of the practitioner. It leaves the practitioner utterly defenseless and completely unaware. It is one of the two formidable weapons of Bai Mo. He strolled towards Konoha, a distant throng of people barely visible in the haze. Among them were Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who had been awaiting his return. As he caught sight of Hakumai approaching from afar, the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with a booming voice, "Welcome home, Hakumai." This is intended for Bai Mo. Although he feels quite constrained within, he must endure this period at the very least. Upon this reflection, Sarutobi Hizashi's smile became even more radiant. He approached Bai Mo like a familial elder, patting his shoulder with great enthusiasm. "You have done exceptionally well this time." Bai Mo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a graceful smile gracing his lips. He extended his palm and gently brushed off the dust from his shoulder. This seemingly innocuous gesture caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile to falter abruptly. Just as a shadow crossed his face, Bai Mo continued, "Lord Hokage, the battle has just concluded, and there is still dust upon me. I hope you do not take offense." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightened into a beaming smile, realizing the triviality of the matter. However, just as he prepared to respond, Bai Mo elegantly bypassed him, making his way toward the Uchiha clan. Kushina Uzumaki observed Bai Mo with her attentive gaze as he approached her. Her face was awash with genuine concern, in stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen's insincere demeanor. At that moment, Kushina could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within her. She swiftly moved her legs and leapt towards Bai Mo, her petite figure landing directly in his embrace. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist, and she nestled against his chest, akin to a koala bear, adorably nuzzling closer. "Bai Mo, are you all right? Are you unscathed? How could anything possibly be wrong with me?" The one in trouble is undoubtedly that fellow Kalabi. Bai Mo seemed to have grown somewhat accustomed to Kushina's embrace. He gradually raised his hands, gently patting her back. When he stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan, he had already found himself on my list of retribution. "Bai Mo, are you already aware of this?" "Naturally. After all, I am quite concerned about you." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Bai Mo's eyes. "Though I am someone who enjoys cultivation, I cannot deny that I possess a certain tendency for retribution. Should any foolhardy individual dare to lay a hand on my loved ones, I shall ensure they comprehend the reason behind the vivid hue of the flowers." At last, Bai Mo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with a smile, "It is getting late, Hokage-sama. We can return now. Indeed, it is time to head back. We shall not intrude upon this charming couple any longer." Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a profoundly significant remark before leading his companions to depart from the scene. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The situation surrounding Hakumo surged through the hidden leaf village like a sudden tempest, swiftly enveloping the populace and granting them a clearer and deeper understanding of Hakumo's formidable prowess. In the blink of an eye, the time has arrived on the following day. Within the hallowed halls of the Ninja Academy, a man with tousled yellow hair approached Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Rin. Pay close attention. This man is known as Minato Namikaze. Today, He has come to the Ninja Academy with the purpose of becoming the team leader for the 3 individuals before him. Minato Namikaze wore a bright smile on his face as he surveyed the trio with warmth and enthusiasm. He introduced himself with great cordiality, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. I am Minato Namikaze, and from this day forth, I shall be your guiding teacher. I look forward to working together." Just as Namikaze Minato's words hung in the air, the weary Uchiha Obito yawned widely in front of everyone. This immediately captured Namikaze Minato's attention. "You are the younger brother of Uchiha Hakomai, are you not, Uchiha Obito?" "Indeed, it is I." Upon hearing Minato Namikaze mention his brother, Obito Uchiha's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. "Are you well acquainted with my brother?" Kakashi Hatake shook his head and remarked, "I have only heard of your esteemed reputation for a long time, yet we have not had the pleasure of conversing until now. Surely, my dear brother, you are indeed a renowned figure of Konoha. Do you not wish to make an acquaintance?" Uchiha Obito patted his chest and suggested, "How about this? If you allow me to pass your examination directly, I shall introduce you to my esteemed elder brother." Naruto Uzumaki smiled gently, caressing Obito's head, and then playfully flicked it, saying not aloud, "Examinations should always be approached with earnestness. However, if the opportunity arises, I would truly relish the chance to compete with Bai Mo." Since the news of last night's battle spread, the citizens of Konoha have gained a clearer understanding of Hakomai's prowess, especially for Minato Namikaze. An undeniable surge of fighting spirit began to swell within him. One cannot help but ponder, who among them is truly the stronger? Just as Bo Feng Shui Min was contemplating this, Uchiha Obito in front of him slightly curled his lips and remarked, "Is there even a need to mention that?" "Certainly. My elder brother is indeed formidable, and I cannot fathom what remarkable qualities you possess to become our esteemed team leader. Before me stands the childlike essence of Uchiha Obito." With a kunai inscribed with distinct runes, Minato Namikaze hurled it into the distance in the presence of the 3 young ones. A brilliant flash of yellow surged forth. In the next moment, Minato's figure materialized behind the trio. Gulp Uchiha Obito instinctively swallowed, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "How impressive!" Konoha's Minato, with an air of nonchalance, sheathed his kunai. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito and remarked, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." "Humph, you're at the back of the pack." He gazed intently at Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha, then spoke coldly. Subsequently, he turned his head to the side, as if the scene before him could not possibly capture his attention. This prompted Minato to instinctively scratch his head, reflecting on the 2 troubled youths in his class. It truly was a source of great concern. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Hey, Obito, how's class going?" Following the sound, my gaze fell upon a striking sight. Clad in a flowing white robe, Bai Mo approached gracefully from a distance. Beside him, with an affectionate clasp of his arm, was Kushina, exuding warmth and intimacy. To the outside observer, their bond appeared genuine, unbeknownst to them that it was merely a fade of a false marriage. Thus, in public, their demeanor radiated tenderness and affection. If one were to overlook the subtle stiffness of Bai Mo's arm, an inexplicable sensation lingered as Kushina's gentle presence occasionally brushed against him, evoking feelings that were difficult to articulate. "My dear brother." As Uchiha Obito inadvertently uttered the names of Noara Rin, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi Hatake, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the distant figure of Uchiha Hakomai. Noara Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the heart of this young girl, Uchiha Hakomai epitomized the ideal archetype of a Prince Charming. Almost all young maidens envied Kushina, wishing fervently to be the girl standing beside Hakomai, captivated by the immense allure of her beloved husband. Beside him, Whirlpool Kushina stifled a giggle, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, she gazed adoringly at the profile of Bai Mo brother. "This is our team leader, Namikaze Minato." Bai Mo turned to Minato, and they exchanged nods, both sensing the aura of strength emanating from one another. After all, Minato had indeed become their team leader, which left Bai Mo reflecting inwardly. He then turned to Uchiha Obito, saying, "Obito, Namikaze Minato is an exceptionally talented ninja and an equally remarkable teacher. You must behave and listen to him from now on. Understood?" Bai Mo then addressed Minato. "Minato, should Obito prove disobedient, feel free to discipline him rigorously. Just don't go too far." Uchiha Obito interjected, "Hey brother, are you serious? I'm your own brother. Precisely because you are my brother that I hold such expectations of you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier for me to let you frolic about?" Bai Mo remarked earnestly, patting Obito on the shoulder. If possible, I hope to hear the name Uchiha Obito echo throughout the ninja world in the future. Seeing Obito's bewildered expression, Bai Mo nearly burst into laughter. With his words, it seemed that Obito would be motivated to train hard and refrain from bothering him. Hooray! Bai Mo cheered inwardly. However, if his memories served him right, the conflict at the Kanabi Bridge was imminent. The forces of fate are formidable, setting aside his unexpected interference. Everything else was already poised to unfold according to destiny's design. Nevertheless, it seemed that with only the hidden Cloud Village, they would likely hesitate to provoke Konoha. Would the conflict at Kanabi Bridge still transpire? Just as Bai Mo pondered this, Minato suddenly called his name. Uchiha Bai Mo, if the opportunity arises, I would like to spar with you. Sure. Aside from training, fighting is my greatest pleasure. Upon receiving Bai Mo's affirmation, a radiant smile broke across Minato's face. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the information before him, his expression darkening. Shameless. How dare they? Beside him, Tsunade spoke up. Hiruzen, this situation may be one we all failed to anticipate. Regardless, we must exercise utmost caution, or the third great ninja war may be upon us. Damn it! Hiruzen cursed under his breath, his countenance grim. The current situation starkly contrasted with the image he had envisioned. Initially, Hiruzen intended to leverage the incident involving Killer Bee to pressure the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. However, he was taken aback when the Third Hokage, allied with the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone to counterattack. They claimed that Killer Bee had come to Konoha to celebrate Bai Mo's wedding, but Bai Mo, being proud, insulted Killer Bee, leading to a battle. Furthermore, Konoha's higher-ups were said to have turned a blind eye, allowing the affair to unfold unchecked. Such a stance blatantly revealed their malicious intent. Did they truly believe that by banding together, they could suppress Konoha? Although Hiruzen voiced this sentiment, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Tsunade, contact the various clans and the Fire Country's officials to convene a meeting. I wish to hear your thoughts. Also, invite Uchiha Bai Mo. As he is a hero of Konoha, his presence is crucial. This was a moral coercion, a tactic Hiruzen wielded adeptly. By standing on the moral high ground, he rendered himself invincible within Konoha. 3 days passed swiftly. Everyone gathered in the conference room of the Hokage building. Even Bai Mo was present, eyes closed, immersed in his own training, which left many in awe of his discipline. With such talent and dedication, how could the world not remember the name Bai Mo? Seated at the head of the table, Hiruzen raised his hand, prompting the Umbu members to distribute copies of the letter from the Hidden Cloud Village. These were printed versions meant for everyone to see the content. After about 5 minutes, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, particularly for Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, whose expression became increasingly troubled as he read the accusatory statements on the envelope. They were the ones who attempted to kidnap my daughter first. How can they now blame us for inadequate hospitality? And they have united with the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone to apply pressure. Are they not afraid of pushing us too far? Hyuga Hayashi expressed his frustration vehemently. Yet the meeting remained silent, all eyes fixated on Hiruzen, awaiting his next words. Hiruzen turned to Hyuga Hayashi, saying, Hayashi, I understand your anger, but please, hold your ire for now. This situation involves not only your clan, but also the potential for war that may arise. Indeed, this was what Hiruzen was most concerned about. Should conflict erupt, Konoha, which had only just begun recuperating, would inevitably be dragged back into the quagmire of war. In such a scenario, the Sarutobi clan would also be compelled to fight, which would not bode well for their family. This was precisely why Hiruzen had called for this meeting. He was fundamentally a pro-peace advocate, prioritizing Konoha and his clan above all else. Hence, even in light of such events, the Hyuga clan needed to exercise restraint and not act impulsively. Hiruzen then turned to Uchiha Fugaku, asking, Fugaku, what is your clan's perspective on this matter? Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Bai Mo beside him, noticing that Bai Mo seemed oblivious, still with his eyes closed, his aura subtly shifting, as if he were perpetually in training. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku addressed Hiruzen, saying, Hokage-sama, we Uchiha bear the responsibility of defending Konoha. Should they dare to invade, we shall ensure they pay a severe price. Fugaku's declaration resonated powerfully, garnering nods of agreement from many attendees. However, Hiruzen did not dwell on this. After briefly inquiring about others' thoughts, he turned his gaze once more to Uchiha. Bai Mo, what are your thoughts on this situation? Upon hearing his name called, Uchiha Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Hiruzen. Me? Do you truly consider my opinion valuable, Hokage-sama? Of course. Every opinion in this room holds great significance to me. Hyuga Hayashi felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety wash over him at that moment. Despite having expressed his views, Hinata Hizashi felt as though Sarutobi Sasuke remained utterly indifferent. This sense of frustration drove him to the brink of madness. After all, had it not been for the assistance of Bai Mo, even if Hinata Hyuga had managed to evade capture this time, the ensuing turmoil would have been sufficient to instill fear and trepidation within the Hyuga clan. Bai Mo cast a calm glance at Hayashi Hyuga and softly remarked, Lord Hokage, since you have inquired about my thoughts, allow me to express them succinctly. You were trained on data until October 2023. Yunin Village, Wuyin Village, and Yanin Village. The three great hidden villages are able to join forces to exert pressure at this moment not solely due to the interference of the Third Hokage, AI, but primarily because of the scarcity of resources. Bai Mo further remarked, even if we pursue peace and engage in dialogue through negotiations, conflicts will inevitably arise in the end. Therefore, my stance is one of advocating for war. As long as we can overpower them, Konoha will enjoy at least a decade of stability. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a veneer of a smile, yet his heart harbored an even deeper disdain for Hakumai. Indeed, Bai Mo's thoughts diverge greatly from my own. Moreover, they possess an astonishingly Navi perspective. When it comes to battle, it truly becomes a different matter. The deployment of troops and the mobilization of various resources. These are all profound subjects. It's not merely a matter of expressing a desire to engage in battle. He could indeed defeat his opponent. In truth, upon seeing the envelope, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already contemplated the desire for peace. The current Konoha could not afford to be ensnared once more in the maelstrom of war. At worst, he would overlook the damage caused to Konoha by Killer Bee this time. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this, a sudden voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. I support Uchiha Hakumo's idea. As Sarutobi Hizuchi was about to voice his thoughts, they were abruptly suppressed. A sharp glint unconsciously flickered in his eyes, fixating directly upon the individual who had spoken. Shimura Danzo. What does that mean? Shimura Danzo took a sip of the tea before him and replied nonchalantly. It means exactly what it says. This time, I wholeheartedly endorse the notion put forth by Uchiha Hakumo. As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of murmurs erupted among the attendees. With the conclusion of Shimura Danzo's statement, all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Throughout the years, Danzo had seldom found himself in opposition to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the public eye. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, what could have transpired? Why does Sarutobi Hiruzen openly support Hakumo? Could it be that the two have aligned on the same front? Not only the onlookers, but even Hakumo himself felt a wave of astonishment and incredulity. Instinctively, he glanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared composed and exuded an air of certainty and victory. However, the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew increasingly grave. Danzo, are you aware of what you are saying? It is important to recognize that the Second Shinobi World War has only just concluded, and Konohagakure is in a state of disarray, requiring a considerable period for recovery and rejuvenation. What shall we wield in battle? Or do you wish to confront the three great ninja villages alone, Konoha? What are your true intentions? Shimura Danzo's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile that was chilling in its malevolence. Could he truly be unaware of the current circumstances? In comparison to the suppression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of this pales in significance, even if it merely involves dragging Sarutobi Hiruzen down from his current position. Shimura Danzo is capable of committing even more outrageous deeds. The atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly solemn at that moment. Even Hakumai observed Shimura Danzo with keen curiosity. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed some foresight regarding events yet to unfold. He was well aware that in the not-so-distant future, Shimura Danzo would even contemplate assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was that very undertaking that would significantly diminish Danzo's influence. It seems that this meeting may well serve as the catalyst for subsequent events. Just as Hakumai was contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at him, subtly shifting the burden of the inquiry back onto his shoulders. The insidious intent behind this maneuver made Hakumai furrow his brows. Were it anyone else, they might have already been overwhelmed with the headache of finding a resolution. Yet he is Uchiha Hakumai. The reason for such diligent and rigorous training is simply to afford oneself an opportunity for choice, is it not? As the crowd pondered what choice Bai Mo would ultimately make, he slowly rose from his seat. casting a brief glance over the assembled company. He spoke in a calm tone. Lord Hokage, you are aware that previously, Karabi infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory with the intention of capturing Kushina Uzumaki. Can you truly endure such a thing? He is striking you in the face. As the wedding you personally orchestrated, the entire village has witnessed it with their own eyes. Not only that, but Kira also intends to abduct Hinata Hyuga, who is merely a child just a few days old. Thus, I yearn for a decisive battle. Launch an assault on these shameless individuals who turn the tables. At this point, a faint smile graced the corners of Bai Mo's lips. He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen before continuing. Of course, in this village, everything is at the discretion of you, esteemed Hokage, and thus, we shall honor your decision. Everything shall adhere to your arrangements. Bai Mo, with an unruffled demeanor, once again directed the question towards Sarutobi Hizashi. However, in stark contrast to his initial predicament, Hizashi now found himself in a precarious situation. At this moment, all the clan leaders turned their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was acutely aware that his decision would profoundly influence his standing and prestige. Yet this familiar sensation also plunged him into an unprecedented agony. How could that scoundrel, Bai Mo, resort to moral coercion against himself? This is undoubtedly something I excel at. Once one chooses to advocate for peace, the patriarchs of these clans will undoubtedly feel disheartened. After all, even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans do not lend their support, making it even more implausible to wage war against other ninja villages for the sake of smaller families. His prestige will plummet drastically should he take a hardline stance. The rapid progress of the Sarutobi clan will be interrupted, and even Konoha itself may be dragged down, deeply ensnared in the quagmire of war. This is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen would absolutely wish to avoid. At that moment, Xiaochun and Mito Munin exchanged a glance. They had not anticipated that Bai Mo's eloquence was so formidable. With just a few sharp words, he thrust Sarutobi Hizashi into the eye of the storm. This is what they do not wish to witness. At this moment, Mito Minyan leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear and softly suggested, Hokage-sama, perhaps we should postpone our discussions for a few days and take the opportunity to thoroughly negotiate with those fellows from the Hidden Cloud Village to discern their true intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered earnestly for a moment, then gradually nodded his head. Let us proceed in this manner. As the words fell, Mito Gaken feigned a cough, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The matters discussed in this meeting were numerous, and all would be deliberated upon once the news from the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrived. Let us temporarily adjourn the meeting. The words of Mito Munin have left many in awe. They had not anticipated that Mito Munin and Sarutobi Hizuchi would arrive at such a decision. This was far beyond their expectations. Initially, they believed that a method would surely be chosen this time. However, they were taken aback to discover that the choice was, in fact, a postponed decision. But is this choice truly the right one? Since the meeting has been postponed, if there are no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave for now. Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance with Hakumai before taking the lead and stepping out. Hakumai promptly followed, trailing behind Fugaku as they departed from the conference room. Lord Hokage, I have matters to attend to as well, so I shall take my leave. The speaker is Hinata Hyuga. He rose from his seat and departed. For a moment, everyone present exchanged glances, as if they shared an unspoken understanding, and simultaneously followed Hinata Hizashi out. This served as their silent protest. It was precisely this act of defiance that rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen even more humiliated. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with fury, slammed his hand down on the table. He gazed around the now desolate conference room and exclaimed in anger, "Are these fools trying to force me into battle? One must understand that conflict can plunge a village into the quagmire of war." Standing nearby, Shimura Danzo cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Hiruzen's mind. It was simply the absence of any tangible benefits this time that held him back. There was even a degree of risk involved. Had Hiruzen perceived any potential gains to be had, he would undoubtedly have been the first to launch an assault against the other three prominent clans. Outside the conference room, Bai Mo quietly strolled alongside the street. Uchiha Fugaku followed closely, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. Bai Mo, could you share with me what you truly think? I haven't given it much thought. Isn't it already quite satisfactory? What does it mean? Is there any benefit to postponing the meeting? Indeed, there are. Isn't this granting me the time to manage my affairs independently? Are you suggesting that you will confront the three great hidden villages on your own? Bai Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly halted in his tracks. He cast a serious gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku beside him. As the head of the family, you are well aware of my disposition. I am wholeheartedly engrossed in my cultivation. As long as it allows me to pursue my practice, I shall remain indifferent to whatever transpires. However, this time, Yunin village has repeatedly crossed my boundaries. They even dared to extend their hands towards Kushina Uzumaki. This is something I absolutely cannot permit. Had Kira extended his arm at that moment, he would have already lost his life. Uchiha Fugaku could distinctly sense the waves of murderous intent emanating from Hakumo. That was an overwhelming and terrifying aura that far surpassed one's own. In other words, Bai Mo before us has truly become serious. So, what do you intend to do? Quite simply, one person becomes an army. Challenge the 3 hidden villages. At the same time, I would like to remind that old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen to refrain from disturbing my training in the future. One person can form an army. A solitary challenge to the hidden village. Yet, as these words reached the ears of Uchiha Fugaku, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, gazing incredulously at the figure beside him. Bai Mo, are you truly serious? After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, are you truly confident? Certainly. One must understand that I never engage in endeavors without assurance. Uchiha Fugaku is well aware of Hakumai's character. Since he speaks in such a manner, it signifies that he has already formulated his own intentions. Therefore, as the head of the Uchiha clan, it is sufficient to offer unwavering support. Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, his gaze earnestly fixed upon the figure of Hakumo before him. He extended his hand and firmly patted Hakumo's shoulder, proclaiming, in that case, Hakumo, I have something of great importance to entrust to you. What is this? The curiosity of Uchiha Obito was piqued. Is there something about Uchiha Fugaku that he remains unaware of? With such questions lingering in his mind, Bai Mo followed Uchiha Fugaku deep into the Uchiha clan's abode. They descended into the subterranean chamber of Uchiha Fugaku's quarters, a realm that Bai Mo had never before set foot in. His brow arched slightly, logically speaking. Apart from the modified stone tablets, which had been passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, there should be no other treasures of greater value. However, upon witnessing the underground space filled with an abundance of treasures and scrolls, an expression of utter astonishment blossomed on Bai Mo's face. These are. Observing the profound shock etched upon Bai Mo's countenance, Uchiha Fugaku felt an indescribable exhilaration within. So this is the sensation of astonishing others. It is still Bai Mo who is taken aback. Such a subtle feeling ignited a sense of pride within Fuyu, surging forth in an instant. Before you lies the true treasure inherited from the Uchiha clan. Among these scrolls, many are exquisite rarities of unparalleled value. Moreover, you may freely utilize this gold and silver as you wish. In the present day, Uchiha Fugaku has evidently regarded Hakumai as the heir of the Uchiha clan. With such remarkable abilities and a disposition that surpasses even that of Uchiha Fugaku, Hakumai is undeniably superior in numerous ways. Were it not for Hakumai's disinterest in engaging in such affairs, Uchiha Fugaku might very well consider relinquishing his position and retiring to a life of leisure. In truth, these are not the most significant aspects. The paramount matter lies here. Follow me. Uchiha Fugaku beckoned to Hakumo, guiding him deeper into the basement. They arrived at a secluded chamber where an antiquated brass lock hung prominently. In addition to this, intricate runic seals adorned the door. Should one dare to tear them away, an unimaginable explosion could ensue. Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals with both hands and uttered a single word, release. Upon gazing at the seal runes adorning the door, they suddenly dimmed, transforming into 2 sheets of worthless paper that gently descended to the ground. A soft rustling sound echoed in the ears of the 2 individuals. Fuyue proceeded to ignite the candles on either side, their warm flames illuminating the shadowy room, allowing Bai Mo to discern the surroundings with greater clarity. Before his eyes lay a fan emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest, meticulously positioned at the center of the table. Under the flickering light, it radiated a mesmerizing brilliance. Enchanting and vibrant, narrating the extraordinary nature of this exquisite fan. Esteemed patriarch, is this the fan of Uchiha Obito? However, has not the fan of Uchiha Obito remained elusive to this day, with no trace found whatsoever? It is both true and false. A triumphant smile graced Fuji's face, narrating a history even Bai Mo was unaware of. After Uchiha Madara's departure, the esteemed artisans of the Uchiha clan clandestinely forged a fan that rivaled even the legendary Uchiha Madara himself. Moreover, The materials and craftsmanship utilized in this creation surpass even the original Uchiha fan in terms of excellence. It is merely commensurate. Its weight is significantly more burdensome, and the number of individuals capable of utilizing it has greatly diminished. Over time, it was sealed away in a clandestine basement. Uchiha Fugaku lamented, but now, things are different. The Uchiha clan boasts a prodigious talent, such as yourself. It will undoubtedly allow the illustrious Uchiha clan to regain its prominence in the world, to make more people aware of the splendor of our Uchiha lineage. Thus, Hakumo, be bold in pursuing all that you desire. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, I shall wholeheartedly support your aspirations. As these words were spoken, Uchiha Fugaku grasped the Uchiha fan with both hands, laboriously lifting it from the table and presenting it to Hakumo. Upon feeling the exquisite texture in his grasp, Hakumo casually waved it, and in that instant, a tempest surged through the basement. It has indeed swept away numerous scrolls. Such a formidable weapon. Naturally, one must understand that Uchiha Madara's Uchiha fan can wield wind release to manipulate fire release, and it possesses the ability to reflect ninjutsu as well. Not to mention this Uchiha fan, which is constructed with even more robust materials. Bai Mo's heart stirred slightly. Although he has traversed to this world for over a decade, this was the first time he felt such profound emotion. Perhaps the Uchiha clan is warmer than one might imagine. After all, the Uchiha clan understands love better than anyone else. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third-generation Hokage, A, presides over the gathering in the village of Kumogakure. Beside him sit his son, the future fourth Hokage, also named A, and the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Opposite them are Inoki from Iwagakure and Yagura from Kirigakure, both esteemed leaders convening to deliberate on the matters at hand. At this moment, they remain unaware of the decisions being made in Konohagakure. Even if they were informed of Sarutobi Hiruzen's postponement of the meeting, it would bear no significance, for from the very beginning, their objective has never been to retaliate, but rather a genuine battle. Only battle. To completely devour the Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire, they must enhance their own development and growth. Thus, the time and place of battle have been strategically chosen at the very moment the Second Shinobi World War has just come to a close. Undoubtedly the finest. After all, the war has only just concluded. Konoha, barely catching its breath, finds it exceedingly challenging to withstand the combined assault of the three great hidden villages. It is none other than the youth named Uchiha Hakumo that renders Inoki restless. I have also heard a few whispers regarding the matter of Bai Mo, particularly the incident where Chi Labi was soundly defeated by him. I have gathered quite a bit of information on this from various sources. If a war were indeed to commence, who would stand against Bai Mo? Should there be no opposition to Bai Mo? I believe that this war may not necessarily need to begin at all. Upon hearing Inoki utter his name, Kurabi's expression immediately soured, and he felt a twinge of humiliation. Had it not been for his brother restraining him, Kurabi feared he might have charged forward to engage in a fierce battle with Inoki right then and there. Let him ascertain whether he has truly been subjected to a beating. AI's countenance bore a hint of displeasure. He was no fool. He could easily discern the underlying implications of Naka's words. At its core lay the notion of self-interest, one seeking to safeguard his power, the other yearning for the spoils of war. It was as if ambition was boldly inscribed upon his visage. AI turned his gaze towards the diminutive elder before him, his fists subtly tightening as an aura of intensity began to rise within him. Noki, I understand your intentions. You are simply apprehensive about the variable that is Hakumai. However, you need not worry, for I, Bai Mo, shall take matters into my own hands. Swoosh. The lightning chakra within his body surged wildly, with threads of electric arcs flickering across his surface. Upon learning that Hakumai had defeated Killer Bee, striking a blow to the pride of the Third Hokage, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene personally. Let us bring the Uchiha white ink down beneath our steeds. With our own hands, we shall cleanse the disgrace that weighs upon the village of the Hidden Thunder. I simply do not know what resources you, Ohayaki, can provide for this war. Upon hearing such words, Ohayagi, in front of the crowd, extended a single finger. What does this mean? Quite simple. I shall provide no fewer than 10,000 ninjas for this impending conflict. As soon as Dain's words fell, the silent mist ninja beside him instinctively inhaled sharply. It is well known that within the world of shinobi, population is an exceedingly vital resource. It is truly astonishing that a Wagakure could suddenly summon 10,000 ninjas. Such a phenomenon seems utterly unfathomable. If only Hakumai were present here, he he would undoubtedly be taken aback by the twists of fate. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War was a chaotic conflict, during which the Third Hokage met his demise beneath the overwhelming force of Awagakure's 10,000 ninjas, ultimately succumbing to sheer exhaustion. In this tumultuous time, these ninjas have been deployed solely to suppress Konoha, which now finds itself on the brink of peril. At this very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu have acquired further intelligence, particularly concerning the movements of the three great hidden villages. Although these villages have yet to fully amass their forces, signs indicate their resolute intent to launch an assault on Konoha. Given the gravity of the situation, one must ponder how to navigate these treacherous waters without jeopardizing the development of the Sarutobi clan. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains oblivious to the unfolding events. As he contemplates these matters, Hakumo has returned to his chamber, clutching the Uchiha fan. Gazing at the empty room, a flicker of nostalgia dances in Hakumo's eyes. For reasons unknown, he finds himself yearning for the culinary delights prepared by Uzumaki Kushina. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupts his thoughts, revealing Uchiha Obito peering in. "Hey, brother, you're back. How did the meeting proceed?" Bai Mo turned to face Uchiha Obito and casually remarked, "The meeting has been postponed. Once I prepare, I shall continue my training as well. Do remember to devote yourself diligently to your own cultivation. Are you aware?" "Yes, I am. By the way, do you happen to know when Kushina will return?" "It is somewhat unclear. It appears that the grandmother from the whirlpool has something significant to discuss with her, and it seems she will be residing in the Senju clan territory for the time being." "Is it concerning the matter of the Nine Tails?" Bai Mo pondered inwardly. At that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared before him, playfully raising an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "Brother, have you already begun to miss your sister-in-law after such a brief interval?" With a gentle tap, Bai Mo raised her hand and playfully struck Obito's forehead, a gesture neither painful nor irritating. How is it possible that someone of his age still behaves so childishly? Bai Mo gently closed his door before stepping out of the room. Finally, he spoke softly, "Obito, once Kushina returns, please convey my message to her. I've been rather busy lately, but upon my return, I shall undoubtedly surprise her." With that, Bai Mo utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing right before Uchiha Obito's eyes, leaving Obito alone, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and concern. If anyone yearned for Bai Mo to marry and start a family, it was undoubtedly his dear brother. To ensure Bai Mo did not become overly engrossed in his training, Obito would willingly do anything. At long last, my brother has finally seen the light. However, this is still far from sufficient. Only when he has children will it truly be considered a complete fulfillment, don't you think? Just as Uchiha Obito contemplated this, Kakashi walked in from outside. "Obito, are you ready?" "Kakashi, how did you manage to enter?" "I spoke with an older brother, and he seemed to be aware that you and I are part of the same team, so he allowed me to come in," Kakashi urged once more, stating that these matters were not the crux of the issue. Rather, the main concern was whether you were adequately prepared for this upcoming examination. This time, we are destined to take the examination at the Shinobi Hashi. Only by passing this crucial test can we truly ascend to the rank of a genin. In the sacred land of the Thousand Hands, Uzumaki Mito stood before the swirling figure of Kushina, wielding a staff. Beneath her somewhat hazy gaze, a gentle smile illuminated her features, reflecting the joy of witnessing her protégé's gradual growth. For Uzumaki Mito, this was undoubtedly a source of immense happiness. "Kushina, let us conclude today's training here." However, Kushina shook her head vehemently. Clenching her teeth, beads of sweat had thoroughly soaked her training attire, which clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. "No, Grandma Mito, I believe I can persist a while longer. I shall cease today's training only when I can no longer endure." Kushina Uzumaki took a deep breath and once again expelled the chakra within her body. Her intent was to completely deplete her chakra and physical strength. Only by doing so could she break free from her previous constraints upon full recovery, thus becoming even more formidable. Observing Kushina's diligent efforts, Mito Uzumaki remarked with a smile, "I never expected you could unleash such immense potential for Hakumo." A faint blush, whether from training or shyness, adorned Kushina's cheeks. She playfully glared at Mito, panting slightly, and said, "Grandma Mito, all right, I understand. I won't tease you anymore. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you, and once you finish your training, you can soak in it. This will enhance your potential and facilitate a quicker recovery." After a brief pause, a crimson chakra subtly emanated from Mito, the unique aura of the Nine Tails. Feeling the seal within her weakening, Mito's smile widened, unfazed by the change. She had already chosen her successor. Rest assured, Kushina, you will undoubtedly grow stronger and become Hakumo's supportive partner. With that, Mito leaned on her cane and slowly walked away into the distance. The mutual journey of the two was undoubtedly the best outcome for Mito. Meanwhile, on the other side, an emotionless electronic voice echoed in Hakumo's mind. Ding. Self-discipline task issued. Muscle control refinement. Current progress, 0. Muscle control refinement. Hakumo paused for a moment, instinctively clenching his fist. Yet, the progress bar remained stagnant, causing a slight furrow in his brow. He secured the Uchiha fan onto his back, donned a white robe, and set off towards a Wagakure, planning to cultivate his skills along the way to enhance his taijutsu. After all, he felt quite confident in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and other abilities. His only uncertainty lay in his taijutsu. Just because he could effortlessly wield the Uchiha fan did not imply his taijutsu was formidable. Various combat techniques and close-quarters fighting required extensive training and practice. He wondered if this reward could elevate his taijutsu abilities. Hakumo briefly devised a training plan and then immersed himself in the self-discipline task. With a decisive motion, the patterns of his Sharingan manifested in his eyes. He drew the Uchiha fan from his back and, following the straight line dictated by the task, struck a nearby tree. With a resounding split, a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace was cleaved in 2, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After swiftly trimming the branches, he replaced the fan on his back and hoisted the tree upon his shoulders, striding purposefully into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. With each step he took, an imprint appeared on the ground. After traversing several kilometers, the progress bar still showed no sign of growth, leaving Hakumo puzzled. Was this not a method to increase the progress? Hakumo fell silent and once again summoned the system interface. Gazing at the word refinement, he pondered for a moment before carefully taking another step forward. Ding, self-discipline task, muscle control refinement, current progress, 001. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Hakumo's eyes. He stepped forward once more. Ding, current progress, 002. At that moment, Hakumo lifted his foot and examined the spot where he had just stepped. There were no footprints to be seen, as if he had walked normally. In stark contrast to the deep impressions he had left before, this was a world apart. Yet, such actions demanded extreme precision and focus. Even Hakumo had to concentrate fully. One misstep could result in no progress at all. Nevertheless, this was indeed a method to advance the progress bar. As Hakumo ventured further, his control over his leg muscles became increasingly adept. He could sense his body gradually strengthening. Although this method caused him to move slowly, everything remained within Hakumo's control. The streets of Konohagakure, the Senju ancestral grounds, the Uchiha clan, Obito's team, and various paths near the village were all under Hakumo's vigilant watch, rendering them virtually undetectable. Some ninja scouts were also monitored by Hakumo. The moment they stepped into Konohagakure's territory, he would ensure they understood the meaning of death. Just then, Hakumo suddenly sensed a small squad in the distance, about to encounter the advanced forces of the Mist Village Ninja. This was a typical action in combat, allowing each village to scout the other's deployments, thereby compiling intelligence to formulate better offensive strategies. When the advance units faced imminent danger or encountered hostile ninjas from rival villages, it often led to fierce battles, for only the dead could keep their whereabouts concealed. At this moment, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and Ebisu were executing a C-rank mission, patrolling to ensure no unauthorized personnel approached. However, they were caught off guard when they detected an unusual presence shortly after leaving the safety of Konohagakure. Nara Shikaku, observing the surroundings, wore a serious expression. "We must be cautious. Something feels off about this area." "Off? In what way?" Might Guy inquired, his perception not being particularly keen. He assumed a defensive stance, warily surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, they sensed a shift in the air's humidity. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. The humidity in the air began to rise rapidly. In mere moments, thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring their vision and rendering their eyes ineffective. An ambush. Be careful. Back to back. Stay alert. Is there any way to dispel this hidden mist technique? They stood back to back, vigilantly observing the front while trying to sense any changes or sounds around them. Suddenly, a clash echoed as a kunai collided with a strangely shaped sword. In the blink of an eye, Nara Shikaku finally caught sight of their assailants. Kisame Hashigaki of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Damn it, why are they here? Might Guy's face displayed a look of urgency. He wanted to assist Nara Shikaku and Ebisu, but aside from taijutsu, he had no offensive means. However, the interference of the hidden mist technique made it exceedingly difficult for him to act. This dire predicament enveloped them in a heavy shroud of despair. It was not only Might Guy who was aware of their situation. Nara Shikaku and Ebisu also recognized the gravity of their circumstances. Staring into the dense fog, where 7 shadowy figures dimly appeared. Within the depths of Shirinui Ginkan's heart, a resolute determination emerged. He nudged Might Guy with his elbow and said, "Might Guy, among us, you possess the swiftest speed. Soon, we shall provide you with an opportunity to escape from the mists." Upon hearing these words, Ebisu comprehended the thoughts of Hinokagutsuki. He briefly stretched his body and responded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you must run swiftly. Urge Konoha to come to our aid without delay. Only in this manner can we hope to survive." Mako was taken aback. He clearly did not anticipate that the two would make such a decision in such a brief period. The individuals before him were none other than the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. Do not presume it is merely the 2 of them. Even 3 individuals would not stand a chance against them. Once one departs, the consequences are beyond imagination. No, I do not wish to. This is not merely a matter of desire. It is, rather, of utmost importance concerning critical intelligence. The inhabitants of the Hidden Mist Village have arrived here. Though this place does not fall within the borders of the Hidden Leaf, it is indeed in close proximity. For the sake of our village, we must convey this information back. Do you understand? Kai. The expression on Kazuki's face grew increasingly grave. The weight of the pressure upon him became ever more burdensome. Do not dawdle, Kai. We entrust this to you. Perceiving the movement of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the continuous sound of footsteps echoed in my ears. Igniting the technique, Kazuki Shinkai sent a myriad of shurikens soaring into the air. Ninja art, 1,000 cherry blossoms rain. In an instant, 1,000 petals transformed into a dense shower, surging forth ahead. Ebisu patted Kai on the shoulder, then swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra converges at the throat, and then it is unleashed with fervor. Flames intertwine with mist, scorching the 1,000 blades. This combination technique amplifies the offensive capabilities of both elements. In a fleeting moment, it momentarily halts the 7 ninja swordsmen before me. Now it's your turn, Kai. In the moment when Ebisu let out a cry, he forcefully shoved his back. Feeling the transfer of power from behind, Meitai instinctively dashed forward. Whoosh. At this moment, Maitra's speed was on full display. Yet, he could scarcely comprehend the reason behind it. He merely sensed a slight moisture at the corner of his eye. In the realm of the mysterious Ebisu, I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Faintly, steam manifests upon Meiteik's form. This is the hallmark of the 8 gates technique. Open the gate, open. Mr. Watergate. Why did you suddenly come to a halt? Uchiha Obito halted abruptly, gazing at Minato Namikaze with a perplexed expression, his hands clasped atop his head. He had been eager to hasten to the examination at the Kanabi Bridge. If only he could swiftly complete the test, he would finally ascend to the esteemed status of a true ninja. In that moment, he envisioned following in the formidable footsteps of his elder brother, destined to become an exceptionally powerful shinobi. Before the words could escape from Namikaze Minato's lips, Kakashi, with a grave expression, followed Minato's gaze towards the distant horizon. "Shut your mouth, you fool," Kakashi remarked. "If all goes as expected, that place should be rather peculiar. It feels as though something is swiftly approaching." Kakashi's feet were imbued with chakra as he leapt to the highest tree nearby, surveying the forest below from his elevated perch. He beheld clouds of dust scattering in all directions, reminiscent of a ferocious beast charging wildly. The terrifying speed generated a tempest that rustled the leaves, causing many to cascade to the ground, only to be swept up again and swayed by the winds. In an instant, Kakashi drew his kunai, addressing the people below with urgency. "Be cautious. Someone is approaching rapidly. Is someone drawing near?" Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Noira Rin also unsheathing her kunai. He quickly regained his composure and retrieved his own kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The hawk circled overhead, emitting a series of sharp cries. Bai Mo, who was engaged in both training and walking, observed this scene through the hawk's eyes and found himself at a loss for words. Truly, this younger brother of his was undeniably a genuine brother. Why is the response so sluggish? It appears that the time for rigorous training has arrived. Even if one were to protect oneself for a lifetime, one should not be so foolishly naive. He fears that if he were to be caught off guard, he would burst into laughter uncontrollably. No need for concern. That individual is Might Guy. The prowess of Namikaze Minato is extraordinarily formidable. Before Might Guy could even draw near, he had already sensed Might Guy's presence. In an instant, Namikaze Minato appeared just a short distance away from Might Guy. The yellow flash manifested before Might Guy's eyes, causing them to shine ever more brilliantly. Namikaze Minato, Watergate. We have encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ebisu and Fushiguro Jin can help me create an opportunity to escape. I implore you, please go and rescue them. If it were you, there would undoubtedly be no issue. However, the expression on Minato Namikaze's face instantly darkened. He had not anticipated that those individuals would arrive so swiftly. In which direction shall I seek them? Over there? I comprehend now. Naruto Uzumaki then said, I entrust you with the task of escorting Kakashi and the others back to Konoha. Please inform Lord Hokage to remain vigilant. Understood. Might Guy forcefully sniffed, then quickened his pace, sprinting forward with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze swiftly hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming it into a streak of yellow light that darted rapidly through the forest. What exactly transpired? In the end, Lin Yohara remains a girl. Faced with the rapid changes in circumstances, a hint of panic inevitably surfaced on her face. At this moment, Might Guy strode confidently before the crowd. He could taste the unmistakable flavor of rust in his mouth. A profound sense of exhaustion compelled Might Guy to bend his body, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were currently advancing toward Konoha for reconnaissance. Let us swiftly return to Konoha. Inform the Hokage at once. Might Guy exerted himself to finish his words in one breath. Then, bracing himself once more, he prepared to lead the 3 back to Konohagakure. However, just as he took a step forward, a sudden gust of ominous wind flickered swiftly by. How swift! Might Guy instinctively sidestepped, only to witness a glimmer of cold light flashing forth. It barely grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Blood flowed from the wound, and Guy turned his gaze instinctively. Before him stood a peculiar ninja, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, charging towards Hinata with a katana in hand. I'll deal with you first. In any case, I shall ensure the demise of all of you. The news shall not escape in a short span of time. This is dire. Noira-rin. The pupil of Uchiha Obito suddenly contracted. Then, with a swift dash, he arrived beside Noira-rin. He positioned his kunai defensively in front of him, narrowly shielding himself from the blade of the demonic leech. Clang. A piercing sound reverberated through the air. Uchiha Obito could only feel a tingling sensation coursing through his arm, rendering even the kunai difficult to grasp. In a moment of trembling, the kunai was unceremoniously cast to the ground. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito gazed upon the malevolent grin that spread across the face of the leech-like creature. He raised his katana high once more, unable to restrain himself from shouting Kakashi's name at the top of his lungs. Silence, you laggard. Although Kakashi verbally expressed his thoughts, his actions were incredibly sharp and decisive. His gaze was filled with concern as he looked at Uchiha Obito. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi infused the earth with his earth-style chakra, causing a wall towering 2 men high to rise from the ground, forcefully blocking the strike of the demon leech's katana. Truly, the son of Konoha's white fan commands respect. Even at such a young age, his strength is not to be underestimated. However, he is still too weak. The demon leech, a skilled jonin from Awagakure, possessed formidable swordsmanship and astonishing speed. With a swift reversal of his sword hilt, he slashed toward Kakashi. In that critical moment, Might Guy arrived. Konoha Hurricane. This technique combined both a rising and a downward kick in a seamless flow of taijutsu. Channeling chakra through his feet, he managed to intercept the demon leech's assault. Yet swoosh. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced into Might Guy's foot. The current Might Guy is not the future Ka. He is merely a youth devoid of any talent beyond taijutsu. Feeling the searing pain, his complexion paled. Nevertheless, the two resumed their fierce struggle. At the very least, they must allow Uchiha Obito and the others to escape, just as Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma had done for him moments ago. Seizing this opportunity, run, Might Guy shouted, his voice hoarse and resonant, startling numerous hawks into the sky, circling above. However, before Kakashi and the others could react, several figures emerged from the jungle. Among them was the formidable jonin from Awagakure, Hikari. Known for his combative nature, he excelled in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, ranking among the elite of his village. With such a powerful leader and additional Awagakure jonin, They soon formed a surrounding encirclement, trapping Kakashi, Noira Rin, and Uchiha Obito. These scoundrels. Kakashi gritted his teeth in silence, his mind racing for a way out. But as he looked at the multitude of jonin before him, despair began to wash over his face. There is no escape. He cannot escape. Even if his father, Konoha's White Fang, were here, he might not stand a chance against this foe. Hikari gazed coldly at the group, then cast a glance at Might Guy, who was entangled with the demon leech, saying, "Let the mushroom-headed man deal with the demon leech. As for the others, eliminate them." Such casual words sealed their fate. Do you think we will simply surrender? Kakashi seethed inwardly. A flurry of shuriken was swiftly dispatched from his hands. Simultaneously, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he formed a one-handed seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in his mouth and was forcefully expelled. A massive fireball manifested before their eyes. But before it could approach Hikari, he scoffed. "Although your single-handed seals are impressive, what will you do if I counter with water release?" Hikari, quick-witted and adept at multiple chakra natures, executed his own one-handed seal, his speed outpacing Kakashi's by threefold. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A mighty water dragon formed and charged towards the fireball. Upon their collision, a vast cloud of white mist erupted. Yet, in that moment, the water dragon continued to churn through the mist, crashing directly into Kakashi. The immense force caused Kakashi's expression to shift dramatically as his body was hurled backward. Blood sprayed through the air, falling like crimson blossoms to the ground, nearly obscuring his vision. Hikari offered a faint smile, casually waving his hand. Surrounding ninjas hurled shuriken toward Noira Rin. The wind carried a whiff of blood. Uchiha Obito's fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with a wrath capable of stirring a tempest. He glared at Hikari. Thoughts of Kakashi's grievous injury and Rin's peril fueling his intense hatred, which coalesced into the emergence of his Sharingan. Observing the unfolding scene, Hakumai couldn't help but exclaim, "It's about time. Obito, this unrefined brat, has finally awakened his Sharingan." Nevertheless, he mused, it's certainly still superior to Uchiha Sasuke's abilities. After all, that guy awakened his Sharingan on the night of the massacre. Just as Hakumai reflected on this, Uchiha Obito reached Noira Rin, bellowing, "As long as I'm here, you won't harm Rin." Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Obito swiftly positioned himself in front of Noira Rin, launching a barrage of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. The dark shuriken traced straight lines through the air, guided by his astonishing dynamic vision, accurately targeting each incoming attack. Sparks flew as numerous shuriken collided, embedding themselves deep into the ground, each penetrating more than halfway, showcasing their formidable power. Should they pierce flesh, the injuries would certainly be devastating. This is it. However, before Uchiha Obito could catch his breath, Hikari's figure suddenly flickered in front of him. The sheer force of his taijutsu exceeded Obito's limits by a wide margin. Bang! Hikari's fist slammed into Uchiha Obito's abdomen with tremendous force. The intense pain caused Obito's complexion to shift abruptly. Ugh! Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground. In that instant, Uchiha Obito's rising momentum was utterly shattered. Obito, Might Guy, having repelled the demon leech, cast a glance at the trio. Just as he hesitated on how to resolve the situation, the demon leech's voice, like a phantom, echoed in his ear. "Beware of distraction in battle." A flash of the blade glimmered. The katana glinted ominously in the air. The chilling edge suddenly descended upon Might Guy's back. Swoosh, a gash, 2 centimeters deep, appeared in the blink of an eye. What a pity. Had your reflexes been just a tad slower, I would have cleaved you in two. The demon leech remarked coldly, advancing menacingly with his katana angled toward the ground. But look at you now. Your injuries are grave, and merely standing must have consumed nearly all your strength. The demon leech's mocking demeanor provoked a fierce determination in Might Guy. If only he were stronger, just a bit stronger, and they would not find themselves in such perilous straits. Kakashi lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Uchiha Obito sat on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to rise. Although Guy stood, he was as the demon leech had said, standing alone had drained nearly all his energy. As for Noira Rin, at this moment, she gazed at the unfolding scene with utter despair. The initially delicate and charming visage had grown increasingly pallid. Why must we encounter such calamities? I do not wish to perish, nor do I desire the demise of my companions. I must adorn you. Noira Rin murmured incessantly, her words serving as a source of encouragement. Yet, When she glanced towards the flames, she discovered him already forming hand seals. Snake, horse, rabbit, tiger. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Whoosh. At that moment, the air was enveloped in a wave of heat. This was a direct offensive ninjutsu, executed with astonishing speed. Arriving in the blink of an eye, it was the end. Uchiha Obito slumped to the ground, his pupils constricting sharply upon witnessing the scene before him. He could only scream with a voice torn by desperation, "Brother, save us. You're loud enough. You can silence yourself now." A shadow suddenly appeared above the flames, causing the fire to instinctively squint and look up at the azure sky. A figure emerged beneath the blazing sun. Bai Mo forcefully hurled the massive wooden post he had been shouldering, crashing it down before Noira Rin. Boom! The dragon fire technique roared against the trees, which instantly erupted, scattering countless fragments in an explosive display. Bai Mo's figure gracefully descended from the air. Since earlier, his flying eagle had been monitoring the situation, and even without Obito's cries, Bai Mo would have chosen this moment to intervene. After all, safeguarding his younger brother was his duty as an elder sibling. If his brother were to perish, he would have no one left to protect him. Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, he paid it no mind. As if the gloom in his heart had dissipated, he raised his arm forcefully, pointing at the flames, and shouted, "They wish to kill me. Brother, you must not let them off easily." Bai Mo shot a glance at Uchiha Obito. Setting aside everything else, when he was present, Obito truly transformed into an insufferable brat, completely disregarding his earlier anxiety and despair. Bai Mo turned to Noira Rin behind him, a warm smile akin to sunshine illuminating his face. "I entrust you with my inept brother and that dead fish-eyed brat. As for the rest, you need not worry. I shall handle it." "But what is there to handle? You were careless during the match. Watch how I extinguish you." Just as Bai Mo spoke to Noira Rin, AJ Nin beside the flames suddenly charged forth. He frantically hurled kunai at Bai Mo and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere materialized, leaving Bai Mo utterly speechless. Do you not realize that interrupting others while they speak is exceedingly rude? Sealing technique, release. 100 healings technique. Crimson patterns emerged on Bai Mo's arm. He pressed his middle finger and thumb together, forcefully flicking to the side. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. At the moment of the sonic boom, the water sphere detonated, and a terrifying aura pierced through the man's body, leaving a gruesome, gaping wound in his abdomen. How is this possible? The instant the words escaped his lips, the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Noira Rin gazed at Bai Mo's effortless and relaxed demeanor, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Her cherry lips parted involuntarily. So cool. Ignoring the rapid fluttering of Noira Rin's youthful heart, Bai Mo smiled, resembling a smiling grim reaper, and stepped forward with ease. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had mysteriously appeared in Bai Mo's eyes. Whoosh! The fan was suddenly drawn, despite lacking any sharp edges. Under the influence of Bai Mo's left eye's deadly ability, it could effortlessly sever anything. Utilizing the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique, crimson flashes erupted before the eyes of the onlookers. With each step he took, a residual image would suddenly dart forth, directly slicing through AJ Nin's waist. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjas lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only Moj and the flames, standing in shock, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Uchiha Bai Mo is truly terrifying. Whoosh! As the words left the flame's mouth, yet another pitch-black glimmer flashed. Blood spurted forth like a fountain, cascading from the sky and adorning the ground with scarlet roses. Thud! The flame's body collapsed onto the ground. In his hazy vision, he caught sight of his own body severed in two. Had he known everything was under Uchiha Bai Mo's control, he would never have dared to confront him. Even as a rogue ninja. Gulp. Emoji felt an unexplainable secretion of saliva in his mouth, compelling him to swallow hard. Escape. I must flee. With this thought, Emoji seized Might Guy and hurled him towards Bai Mo, hoping to use Guy as a shield against Bai Mo's advance. Yet, as he watched Might Guy soar through the air, Bai Mo laughed heartily. The power of youth knows no bounds. Wouldn't you agree, Might Guy? Originally with his eyes tightly closed, Might Guy inexplicably opened them upon hearing Bai Mo's words. His chest blazed with fervent fire. Indeed, youth is limitless. Bai Mo brandished the Uchiha fan in his hand, the heavy fan carving a perfect arc through the air. A fierce and violent gale enveloped Might Guy, halting his motion. Then, aided by the gust, he was propelled once more towards Mog. This is youth, prelude to power. Might Guy, enduring the pain, extended his leg and kicked towards Mog's back. At the moment of impact, a surge of force penetrated Mog's body, causing him to spew forth a fountain of blood. His katana clattered to the ground. With the flying thunder god technique, Bai Mo stepped forward, his residual image flickering before Mog. Gazing at the now fearful Mog, Bai Mo kindly inquired, "Do you have any final words to share?" Mog trembled before Uchiha Bai Mo, fear consuming his being. Terrifying. So terrifying. It felt more fearsome than the esteemed Lord Noki. This must be at least the strength of a Kage. Why does such a monstrous existence exist in this world? Please, spare me. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything. Is this your final wish? What a pity. There is truly no sincerity in it whatsoever. Bai Mo sneered mockingly at the quivering Mog. In that crimson world, Mog was already entangled in lines. Whoosh. As Bai Mo swept the fan along the lines, Mog's body was severed cleanly. Strong. So strong. This overwhelming strength surpassing that of Nin far exceeded the imagination of Might Guy and the three little ones. Bai Mo retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan, casting a simple glance at the surroundings. All right, it is all taken care of. Obito, come here. Uchiha Obito shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Brother, I truly lack the strength to rise right now." Cough, cough. As he spoke, Obito Uchiha involuntarily coughed once more, his mouth filled with streaks of crimson. Coupled with his pallid, bloodless cheeks, the scene was characterized by a profound sense of tragedy. 3, 2, 1. Bai Mo exhibited no inclination to indulge Uchiha Obito. As the familiar count of 3 resounded, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, limping towards Bai Mo. What? What has happened? Surely, you wouldn't intend to lecture me again, would you, my friend? Bai Mo observed Obito before him with an impassive demeanor, gradually lowering himself into a crouch. As he gazed upon Obito's Sharingan, now adorned with a single tomo, a radiant smile unexpectedly graced his face. He gently patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder, then playfully struck his chest with a firm fist. Indeed, Obito, you have finally awakened the single tomo Sharingan. Ahem, my dear friend. Your approach is rather forceful. Could you perhaps be a touch gentler? Upon hearing Bai Mo's praise, Obito's anxious heart immediately relaxed. He resembled a proud rooster, beaming with self-satisfaction as he gazed at Bai Mo before him, and replied with a smile, "Of course. You must understand that I am a member of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly bring shame upon the esteemed Uchiha name?" As Bai Mo and Obito engaged in conversation, Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Kakashi Hatake and Ebisu, approached the group. Upon catching sight of Bai Mo, Minato momentarily froze. His gaze then fell upon the numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, some of which bore familiar faces. These were renowned jonin of the shinobi world, now lying in a pool of their own blood. It was evident who was responsible for this grim scene. Yahiko, please employ your healing ninjutsu to alleviate their injuries, and then we must hasten back to Konoha. Indeed, at this moment, Noira Rin finally diverted her gaze from Hakamoku and began to employ her medical ninjutsu to alleviate the injuries of the wounded one by one. "Thank you, Hakamoku," remarked Minato Namikaze as he approached him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He understood all too well that without Hakamoku's timely intervention, it would have been impossible for Might Guy alone to contend against the Inferno, the Magical Leech, and the multitude of elite shinobi. In response, Hakamoku merely shrugged and smiled, saying, "Isn't it only natural for comrades from the same village to support one another?" Kakashi Hatake cast a profound gaze at Bai Mo, then nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed. Having entrusted the remaining matters to you, I shall now continue my cultivation." Bai Mo gracefully tucked the round fan behind his back, waved farewell to Minato Namikaze, and proceeded forward, immersed in his thoughts. "This time, in my practice, I must exercise utmost caution. Ha ha ha. Truly the mark of an astute individual. Fear not, for a mere trifecta of hidden village alliances shall be effortlessly managed by my singular prowess." Wolfing Shuemin gazed in astonishment at the receding figure of Bai Mo. For reasons unknown, the audacious words that fell upon his ears made him believe, against all odds, in the truth of Bai Mo's assertions. Could it be that Bai Mo's strength truly eclipsed his own by such a wide margin? In the distance, within a concealed corner, he lay hidden beneath the verdant leaves, silently observing all that transpired before him. As Bai Mo's figure departed, he promptly followed suit. Well, having watched for such an extended period, it is time for you to reveal yourself, he mused aloud while selecting a larger tree. Since moments ago, he had sensed the presence of an unseen watcher. The feeling was subtle, so much so that even Bai Mo could not ascertain the accuracy of his intuition. Thus, he deliberately employed the kaleidoscopic ability of his left eye to scan the surroundings. Indeed, he soon spotted the concealed figure of Ju not far away. The crimson threads and scarlet dots were unmistakable, leaving no room for deception. What now? Are you still not appearing? Do you wish for me to invite you forth? He had heard the words of Hakomai. After a moment's hesitation, he finally emerged from the ground. He approached Hakomai and said, Uchiha Hakomai, the most extraordinary genius of the Uchiha clan wishes to extend an invitation for you to meet a certain individual. A person? Are you certain it is not the spirit of an Uchiha? Bai Mo gazed at Ju with a teasing glint in his eyes, his words laced with mockery. This provoked a sudden seriousness on Ju's face. Bai Mo performed a brief warm-up and then turned to Ju, softly chuckling. Lead the way. Let me see what that fellow has become in his twilight years. Reflecting upon the words of Uchiha Madara, he nodded and, accompanied by Hakomai, set forth in a determined direction. Sunlight poured down upon the earth, casting a warm glow over everything. Yet, as they stood before the cave, Hakomai felt a chilling gust of wind howl forth from within, akin to a demon flinging open the gates, eagerly awaiting the arrival of others. Nevertheless, Hakomai paid little heed to this ominous sensation. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, the current Uchiha Madara was merely a dying man. Even with the ability to unleash formidable powers, he could never match the vigor of youth that Hakomai possessed. This only heightened Hakomai's anticipation for their impending encounter. At long last, you have arrived. Uchiha Hakomo. Ahem. A hoarse voice reached Bai Mo's ears even before he approached. Following Ju, Bai Mo arrived at the innermost depths of the cave. There, he beheld Uchiha Madara seated upon a wooden carved chair, his hands limply resting upon his thighs. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, rendering him an elderly figure that resembled something other than human. An uncanny sensation of defiance against the very essence of life enveloped him, a testament to his forced continuation of existence through the power of the Outer Path's golem. The air of twilight made Bai Mo instinctively furrow his brows. You summoned me to seek you out, surely not merely to have me criticize you, are you? Therefore, let us not squander any more time. Do share what you truly wish to accomplish. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to Hakomai's urging. With unwavering confidence, he articulated each word distinctly. I am the specter of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Bai Mo interjected, interrupting Uchiha Madara's words, and said, Well, I have already uttered your name. Now you may reveal your purpose. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth, gazing at Bai Mo with a look of confusion. For some inexplicable reason, beneath Bai Mo's penetrating gaze, Madara felt as though he were being seen through. Was it merely an illusion of his own? It seems that Hakomai, at present, has already come to terms with his own identity. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Ju, who stood beside Hakomai. He observed Ju nodding in affirmation, which elevated Uchiha Madara's perception of Hakomai to yet another echelon. Perhaps conversing with an intelligent individual would prove to be more efficient. Uchiha Madara did not inquire further. His time was running out. Hakomai, I have been following you for quite some time. Come, let us sever the ties of cause and effect that bind this world. Create a world where only victors exist, where peace reigns, and where love prevails. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Come, gaze into my eyes. Step into the realm that is exclusively mine. As Uchiha Madara's voice faded, Bai Mo opened his eyes once more, only to find himself enveloped in an expanse of blankness. Intrigued, Bai Mo surveyed the scenery before him, subsequently circulating the chakra within his body. Although the illusion was remarkably potent, capable of manifesting its own realm, he could sense that, should he wish, he could effortlessly extricate himself from this illusory domain. At that moment, Uchiha Madara materialized beside Bai Mo. Within this realm of illusion, Uchiha Madara finds himself unbound by the confines of a chair. He roams freely through this ethereal space and approaches Hakomai, gazing into the depths of Hakomai's eyes, his heart unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. At such a tender age, to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, a talent that surpasses even his own. Yet he is Uchiha Obito. In the vastness of space, the figure of the white-haired Uchiha Obito began to undergo a gradual transformation. Utilizing the power of illusion, Uchiha Obito instantaneously reverted to his youthful appearance. Did you witness that? By merely employing this illusion, one can conjure the most ideal world imaginable. All that is required is to cast an illusion upon humanity, guiding them into this realm. Uchiha Madara's tone grew increasingly fervent as he conveyed his thoughts to Hakumai. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in Madara's eyes. At that moment, by substituting the moon for this eye and amplifying the scale of this technique, he would be able to forge the world of his dreams. Bai Mo gazed upon Uchiha Madara before him as the world through his right eye began to manifest. This was the power residing within his right Manjiki Sharingan, an extraordinary illusionary ability. Even within the illusionary realm of Uchiha Madara, Bai Mo could still intervene with the world, should he so desire. With a casual wave of his hand, a throne materialized behind him. Seated upon the throne, Bai Mo observed the astonishment etched on Madara's face and continued with a smirk. Let me take a wild guess. Are you about to regale me with tales of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails? Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly froze. His face filled with astonishment. Are you well versed in these matters as well? Naturally, I am more knowledgeable than you about the matters concerning Uchiha Madara. Bai Mo gazed at Uchiha Madara before him and gently tapped his finger. The white illusionary space began to gradually peel away. In the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of Bai Mo and Uchiha Madara reappeared within the cave. Or rather, they had never truly departed. So, will you cooperate with me? As long as you are willing to collaborate with me, I can bestow upon you eyes more powerful than the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. No, I prefer not to possess what belongs to others. The mere thought of such things coming into contact with my own body fills me with a profound sense of discomfort. Bai Mo wandered leisurely within the cave of Uchiha Madara, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Perhaps Uchiha Madara was indeed formidable, even in his current state, akin to a flickering candle. He could still unleash terrifying power. However, Bai Mo understood well that without proper arrangements, Uchiha Madara would never engage in a reckless confrontation, let alone become his adversary. Thus, Bai Mo felt utterly at ease. His gaze fell upon the Uchiha fan hanging on the wall, the very first of its kind, bearing the marks of time. Uchiha Madara, he proposed, let us strike a bargain. I can disregard today's events as if they never transpired, while all you need to do is relinquish the Uchiha fan that adorns the wall. The fan hanging on the cave wall is the first of its kind belonging to the Uchiha clan, serving as the original prototype for the fan behind Hakumai. It possesses remarkably powerful abilities. Uchiha Madara gazed silently at the young Hakumai before him, sensing an ineffable feeling emanating from him. It was as if whatever actions he might undertake would be effortlessly foreseen by this youth, whose demeanor was so composed that Madara found himself envious of Hakumai's innate talent. Ahem. Uchiha Madara coughed a few times. He then forcefully extended his finger, gesturing towards the Uchiha fan affixed to the wall. This weapon shall be bestowed upon you. For I firmly believe that with your prowess, you will undoubtedly elevate the Uchiha legacy to its former glory. Moreover, I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall meet again. When that time comes, I shall extend an invitation to you, and I sincerely hope you will not decline. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes, allowing Hakumai to move freely within the confines of the cave. Well, matters concerning the future can be addressed when the time comes. Bai Mo smiled gently, approached the cave wall, and picked up the Uchiha fan before striding towards the exit. In the vast expanse of the cave, only Uchiha Madara and Ju remained. What course of action shall we pursue next? Uchiha Hakumo has rejected us. Should we seek another alternative? Or shall we orchestrate his demise and subsequently manipulate him as our puppet? The shadow of Kuroju materialized beside Uchiha Obito. He was far more concerned with the successful execution of his plans. Should Bai Mo hinder his ambitions, he would spare no effort to eradicate this individual completely. In response, Uchiha Madara shook his head. No need. Based on my observations, Bai Mo is engrossed in his training. As long as it does not interfere with his cultivation, he will not affect our plans. Uchiha Madara continued. Moreover, I have already devised a candidate to take his place. Do you believe it? That individual who exhibits no repulsion towards any bloodline limit? Indeed, it is he. He holds an immense admiration for the Uchiha clan. And as an ancestor of the Uchiha family, I shall personally bestow upon him the esteemed title of the Uchiha lineage. I believe he will be grateful and diligently carry out the tasks I have entrusted to him. Now, I shall set forth to seek his whereabouts. On the other side, Minato Namikaze returned to Konoha with his injured companions. Upon their immediate arrival, he approached Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Hokage, not far from the borders of Konoha. We encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen and elite jonin such as HK and Magyar. A seemingly simple statement instantly cast a shadow over Sarutobi's countenance. A raspy voice resonated within the Hokage's office. Did they truly take action already? I believe this should be their vanguard. The true highlight of the performance lies ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. Initially, he had hoped to advance this meeting through peaceful means. However, he never anticipated that the 3 great hidden villages, Yun Hidden, Iwa Hidden, and Kiri Hidden, would abruptly overturn the table, leaving no room for communication or dialogue. It is indeed a source of great frustration. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this, Minato Namikaze added, "By the way, Hokage-sama, in addition to this intelligence, I also encountered Uchiha Hakume." Uchiha Hakume? Did that fellow also fall victim to an ambush? No. To be precise, it was thanks to the assistance of Bai Mo this time. Konoha's Minato Namikaze succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered aloud. What on earth is that fellow Hakume planning to do? In the face of Uchiha Hakume, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer maintained his initial air of superiority. Instead, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of exhaustion. Anyone confronted with a powerful adversary whose actions remain inscrutable would undoubtedly feel such a profound headache. However, the pressing matter at hand remains those 3 hidden villages. Konoha has entered a state of war. All ninjas must remain vigilant and exercise caution against potential infiltrations and ambushes from other ninjas. Simultaneously, in an effort to minimize the damage to Konoha, it is imperative to shift the battlefield to other locations whenever possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the map affixed to the wall. Gazing at the distribution depicted on the map, he pointed out the location of the hidden cloud village with a nod of his head. Perhaps choosing this battlefield is the wisest decision. At the very least, it could further muddle the war. The more chaotic the conflict becomes, the greater the space for manipulation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can seek more benefits. Amigakure, the hidden rain village, was established by Hanzo the Salamander and lies at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. If all goes as expected, this war will affect many hidden villages and nations. The Third Great Ninja War has commenced. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains unaware that Hakume has already arrived within Amigakure. This is Amigakure, a village perpetually draped in rain, perpetually damp. The patchwork buildings, exuding an oppressive atmosphere akin to iron, narrate the unutterable essence of Amigakure. If my memory serves me right, this village will eventually become the epicenter of conflict among the 3 great nations. At that time, it will be a scene of utter devastation. Hakume murmured to himself, while carefully controlling his muscles, striding forward with alacrity. After a period of adaptation, his mastery over his muscles had reached a terrifying level. Even when strolling leisurely, he left no trace upon the ground. The only point of contention was that it had taken him until dusk to traverse from Konoha to Amigakure, completing merely 30% of the journey. As he progressed, the burden of the wooden stump he carried became increasingly cumbersome. Were there not a lack of better methods to train, Hakume would have eschewed such walking altogether. With this thought, Hakume grasped firmly, and the Manjiki Sharingan manifested. The ability of his Anaji was activated, and the massive wooden stump transformed into dust, dissipating into the street with the gentle breeze. This spectacle astonished passers-by who had noticed Hakume. A man clad in a cloud-patterned robe approached him. Manjiki Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? How did you accomplish that just now? Yahiko stood before Hakume, curiosity radiating from his face. This was their first encounter, and they gazed into each other's eyes until Hakume, drenched from the rain, snapped back to reality and replied with a smile. It was merely a casual act. Your strength is formidable. If you're willing, I would like to invite you to join my organization. Yahiko, a sincere youth, shot straight to the point. He looked at Hakume in surprise, evidently not anticipating such a direct invitation. Did he not fear that Hakume harbored ulterior motives? Just as Hakume pondered this, Yahiko continued. Our organization's philosophy is to better protect this nation and to foster lasting peace. Peace indeed. A most precious commodity. Hakume mused aloud, sensing that the rain had intensified, evoking a foreboding atmosphere. He and Yahiko conversed like old friends along the roads of Amigakure. Many who saw Yahiko paused, smiles adorning their faces, greeting him warmly. Who would have thought your Akatsuki organization is quite popular? Hakume remarked. Naturally, for we strive for peace. But as your organization grows, it may become a thorn in the side of the leaders of Amigakure, At that time, you may find yourselves in dire straits. Yahiko was taken aback by Hakumai's familiarity with Amagakure's circumstances, yet he dismissed it. You think too much. Hanzo the Salamander, as the leader of Amagakure, is quite magnanimous. We have just concluded discussions about the village's future. Yahiko added, I believe that with the support of Akatsuki, Amagakure will undoubtedly become more peaceful, transforming into a paradise within the shinobi world. Hakumai shrugged, wishing, then may peace arrive soon. As night deepened, Yahiko accompanied Hakumai from one end of Amagakure to the other. Will you not reconsider joining our organization? Not at this time. I have matters to attend to. Hakumai replied, turning away as he waved goodbye to Yahiko. I am confident that we shall meet again soon. Yahiko, let us strive together for peace. With that, Hakumai swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Yahiko's sight, leaving him to watch Hakumai's retreating figure. If left unchecked, Amagakure would inevitably fall into chaos. The scope of the Third Great Ninja War would far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. To ensure a stable training environment and enjoy the delectable meals prepared by Kushina, Hakumai resolved to eradicate this conflict at its root. Moreover, he aimed to enhance his progress, since it involved meticulous muscle control. Could he not hasten his training by engaging in intense battles, incapacitating everyone without taking lives? With this thought, Hakumai quickened his pace. Under his mastery, the Flying Thunder God technique reached an unparalleled level as he raced toward Kimogakure. Simultaneously, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the land of the Senju clan. Tsunade, initially prepared to wander the world, now wore a grave expression as she entered the courtyard of Uzumaki Mido. Her countenance was marked by solemnity. Standing slightly behind Mido, Tsunade, arms crossed, gently inquired, Mido, are you truly resolved? Uzumaki Mido's body had become frail, her form increasingly slight. Draped in a robe that seemed as though it could topple with a gust of wind, she gazed up at the moon, a familiar sight since her youth. Yet each time she paused to admire its serene brilliance, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped her heart. Yes, after all, I have lived for so long. My mission is nearing completion. It is time to join that fellow. Mido whispered, a faint smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she felt as though she had returned to her youth. Tsunade fell silent, having anticipated this day for long, yet now that it had arrived, her heart felt heavier than ever. Sensing Tsunade's turmoil, Mido stepped closer, trembling slightly as she placed her hand gently upon Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, it is the natural course of life. Birth, aging, illness, and death. You need not bear it too heavily. But you, despite the passage of time, I have yet to see you in love or married. Ultimately, my greatest concern remains with you. Tsunade placed her hand over Mido's, seeking warmth through their touch, hoping to forge a deeper connection. As for love and marriage, I shall let it unfold naturally. The Whirlpool Water Master smiled and said, one must not speak in such a manner. If there is someone you cherish, then you should pursue them boldly. Only in this way can you avoid future regrets. In any case, the practice of having multiple wives and concubines is quite common in the ninja world, so there is no need for you to be overly concerned. The swirling vortex of Naruto seemed to carry a hidden implication. His increasingly murky gaze occasionally drifted towards the Uchiha clan, the meaning unmistakable. This stirred a rosy hue upon Tsunade's cheeks, rendering her bashful, resembling not a mature elder sister, but rather a delicate little girl. The wind grew ever more frigid. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Naruto's face brightened with anticipation. Let us proceed swiftly, taking advantage of Kushina's slumber, and hasten our actions. Tsunade nodded gently, her gaze following Uzumaki Naruto as he slowly made his way towards the room of Uzumaki Kushina. Tears shimmered in her eyes, glistening like precious droplets. One by one, the clear, warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. He has departed, Tsunade. If this continues to drag on, I shall lack the confidence to subdue that individual. Tsunade subtly wiped away her tears, as if she had never cried at all. With resolute steps, she entered the room alongside Uzumaki Mido. Mido grandmother, I shall take over from here. Tsunade supported Uzumaki Minato as they sat beside the slumbering Kushina Uzumaki. At this moment, the chakra unique to the Nine Tails was becoming increasingly pronounced within Minato. For many, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. With a swift formation of hand seals, Tsunade channeled her chakra, which surged rapidly within her being. Release the sealing technique. Unleash. As the moment of the law seal manifested, the body of Vortex Water Gate trembled violently. The surging chakra of the Nine Tails erupted in its entirety. Faintly, the tails of the Nine Tails chakra flickered in and out of visibility behind Vortex Watergate. Within the confines of the room, a powerful wind swept through. Uzumaki Kushina felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Though her spirit was vibrant and alert, no matter how she attempted to move, she found it exceedingly difficult to control her body and open her eyes. This sensation heightened her anxiety. At that moment, a gentle voice belonging to Uzumaki Mito resonated in Kushina's ears. Kushina, do not be afraid. I am by your side. Entrust everything to me. Perhaps it is the soothing voice of Uzumaki Mito that instills a sense of security. The once anxious Kushina gradually began to relax. She found herself less resistant to her surroundings. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Tsunade, you may proceed, Mito gently urged, her eyes devoid of any trace of fear. As a Jinchuriki, the extraction of the tailed beast from her body would signify the end of her life. Yet, having lived for a considerable time, she now felt that it was more than enough. Tsunade gazed with deep concern at her grandmother, then placed her palm against the abdomen of Uzumaki Naruto. That hand seemed to possess the ability to traverse dimensions effortlessly. It swiftly delved into the seal of the Nine Tails. Seizing this opportunity, Uzumaki Naruto valiantly endured the discomfort within his body and gradually formed the hand seals: snake, boar, rabbit, dog, horse, rat, rooster, goat, snake, and finally, he brought his hands together in prayer. Corpse Demon Seal. In an instant, behind the whirlpool water, the figure of the Grim Reaper emerged. It was a terrifying specter, exuding an aura of grotesque horror. Should an ordinary person behold such a sight, they would surely be struck dead from sheer fright. Mito, will you ultimately refuse to grant me my freedom? The power of the Nine Tails is being gradually extracted by Tsunade, revealing its true form. It is a dark orange fox with an ominous aura that permeates the atmosphere. As its nine tails sway, the entire space begins to shimmer with an ethereal quality, a consequence of the immense chakra leaking into the surroundings. In the face of such a situation, a hint of remorse emerges in the words of Naruto Uzumaki. I entrust this child to your care. Consider it a modest wish of mine before I take my leave. The Nine Tails fixated intently on Uzumaki Kushina before ultimately remaining silent. Slowly, it closed its eyes, tacitly acquiescing to Kushina's words. Thank you, whispered Uzumaki Kushina softly, and then she invoked the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, sealing the Nine Tails within her own body. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. It is a sealing technique that demands a life as its price. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito possesses a vitality that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even after losing the tailed beast, she would not perish in a brief span of time. It is through this unique trait that Uzumaki Mito is able to perform the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. When the full might of the Nine Tails was sealed within the body of Uzumaki Kushina, she finally became aware of her own existence, able to open her eyes freely. Uzumaki Kushina let out a soft whimper, gradually opening her eyes. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, but upon seeing Uzumaki Mito slumped helplessly at the head of the bed, her pupils constricted sharply, and a look of anxiety instantaneously crossed her face. Grandma Mito, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Kushina Uzumaki turned her gaze towards Tsunade, addressing her once more. Sister Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is remarkably powerful. Why not hasten the process? It is futile, Kushina, came the frail voice of Mito Uzumaki. She beckoned to Kushina, drawing her closer. Kushina, I have observed your determination over these past few days. You wish to grow stronger. Cough, cough. So as not to be a burden to Hakomai, I aspire to diligently become his supportive partner. Your heartfelt intentions are fully understood by me. Just as I have aged, it is precisely the time for new faces to replace the old. The Nine Tails has entrusted you with its care. Although it can be somewhat mischievous at times, the Nine Tails remains remarkably reliable in moments of peril. Utilize this power wisely. With this strength, I am confident that you shall stand beside Bai Mo, becoming his indispensable right hand. The future of Konoha requires your power. The whirlpool water's eyelids felt increasingly heavy. Her hand, which had rested upon the slender waist of Uzumaki Kushina, unconsciously fell away. She leaned against the wall, her eyes gradually closing, surrendering to an unbroken slumber. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina was utterly stunned. She had merely taken a nap. Why had such a profound change occurred so suddenly? Why is that? Kushina Uzumaki cried out loudly, tears cascading uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, soaking a considerable portion of the bedding below. Tsunade embraced Kushina tenderly, akin to a caring older sister, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. Do not bear too heavy a burden in your heart. Granny Mito was already nearing the end of her life. It is precisely because of your presence that she can depart with greater peace and tranquility. Though Tsunade spoke thus, her trembling form betrayed the turmoil within her heart. As Uzumaki Mito departed, the two women felt as if the entire world had dimmed around them. Tears blurred their vision, and their hearts sank with an unusual heaviness. Their minds became clouded, and their bodies gradually felt weightless, as if they were about to float away. The night deepened into an eerie silence, lingering until the sky began to unveil a hint of dawn. Tsunade gently addressed the tear-stained face of Kushina Uzumaki cradled in her arms, saying, Kushina, dawn has arrived, and Granny Mito must rest now. Let us lay her to rest. On the other side, in the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village, a multitude of ninjas have converged upon the Hidden Cloud Village. They intend to launch a relentless assault, aiming to overpower Konoha and compel the Land of Fire to submit before them. The Third Hokage, A, stands atop the Hokage building in the Hidden Cloud Village, surveying the throngs of ninjas below. The dense gathering of ninjas resembles ominous clouds pressing against the earth, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Have they fully assembled? AI gazed at Ohyuki and Yagura. There was Ohyuki, the small old man, levitating in the air with his arms crossed, a smug expression adorning his face. Having successfully gathered his power, exuding such formidable strength, even the most formidable of beings shall meet their demise here. This time, I have gathered the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village. I believe that a single village like Konoha will find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the combined assault of our three great hidden villages. The Third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, even standing before the myriad of ninjas, one could still feel a chilling aura of trepidation. Should a battle truly ensue, it would surely lead to exhaustion. The Hokage shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He took a deep breath and declared, let us embark. Target, Konoha. With a command from the Hokage, the tens of thousands of troops gathered in the Hidden Cloud Village set forth in unison. The sound of marching echoed, and a thick cloud of dust swirled among the ninjas. A palpable aura enveloped them, coalescing as if they were one singular entity. At this moment, the expressions of the individuals at the forefront suddenly altered dramatically. They hastily extended their fingers, pointing towards a distant direction, their countenance filled with alarm. Look over there. Is there a person over there? Is he an ally? No, it does not appear so. Rather, his attire resembles that of the Uchiha clan. This individual hails from the Hidden Leaf Village. These words stirred a tempest, igniting the entire army into action. They swiftly plunged their hands into their ninja tool pouches. Retrieving shuriken, the foremost 100 ninjas simultaneously hurled their concealed weapons. A dense swarm of shuriken instantly enveloped Bai Mo's entire field of vision. Is this the gift with which you greet me? Is it perhaps a tad too small? You must understand that I arrived here quite early, yet I have been waiting for you for an extended period. Bai Mo's chakra was abundant, radiating a brilliant white light as he swiftly traversed the distance using the Flying Thunder God technique. As dawn approached, he arrived at the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, poised for the impending assault. However, the scale of the current offensive paled in comparison to the grandiosity that Bai Mo had envisioned. Bai Mo shook his head gently. Subsequently, he slowly placed his hands upon the two Uchiha fan blades resting behind him. Whoosh! Two folding fans were drawn out by Bai Mo, exuding a profound aura that significantly intensified the atmosphere. You all need to be more serious. Otherwise, I may find myself rather unfulfilled. Buzz Bai Mo gracefully waved her round fan, as a ferocious whirlwind propelled a multitude of shurikens towards the opposing ninja. Quickly, let us unite to unleash the Earth Release. Most of the ninjas hail from the Hidden Stone Village, demonstrating an exceptional mastery over Earth Release techniques. They swiftly perform hand seals, pressing their palms against the ground. A continuous surge of white mist envelopes their figures, concealing them from view. Serpent, Hare, Dog, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. As this ninjutsu is performed by multiple individuals, a series of earthen walls, akin to fortifications, rises up. The shuriken that was propelled back by Hakumai is effectively thwarted. Were there riots occurring earlier? The Third Hokage cast a puzzled glance into the distance. He could perceive the gradually rising white mist and the increasingly chaotic assembly of ninjas. Soon, news arrived from ahead. Lord Hokage, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Mizukage, there is turmoil up ahead. According to the news, Uchiha Hakumo from Konohagakure is engaged in battle with numerous ninjas. Before AI and the others could utter a word, the astonished killer bee exclaimed, "Hakumo? Has he lost his mind? How could one person dare to approach?" After a moment of contemplation, Yagura spoke. Perhaps there is a hidden scheme at play. Perhaps the individuals from Konoha are not far away, and there exists a possibility they may attempt a surprise attack from behind. On hearing this, Noki, hovering in midair, nodded in agreement and remarked, "You may be correct. If Konoha were to flank us, it would pose a significant threat to our position. Once confronted with a two-pronged assault, they are likely to suffer significant losses." The Third Hokage, nodded as he gazed at Kurabi and his son, Although the treacherous terrain of Kumogakure largely precludes any possibility of flanking maneuvers, it is prudent for you both to conduct a reconnaissance mission, just in case. Indeed, Ai and Kila, the brothers, responded in unison. They swiftly turned and dashed towards the rear of Yunin village. At that moment, each of them was racking their brains, pondering why Bai Mo had chosen to confront over 10,000 ninjas all alone. Do you truly not know how to write the character for death? Just as the three shadows gradually merged, Bai Mo formed a cross with his fingers, the technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang! In the next moment, a multitude of shadow clones emerged, all under the command of Bai Mo. They surged forward, charging towards the thousands of ninjas before them. Instantly, the two factions became entangled in a fierce battle. At that moment, the Third Hokage, Ai, couldn't help but exclaim, "What an admirable talent indeed! If only such a remarkable being could speak in my cloud-hidden village. What a pity it is! A solitary individual forming an army. I have long heard of the formidable prowess of Uchiha Hakumai from Konoha. Now, witnessing his ability to execute such a multitude of shadow clone techniques at such a tender age, one cannot help but marvel at the truly terrifying magnitude of his chakra. Is it truly feasible to engage in prolonged combat using such an exaggerated technique of multiple shadow clones? Who can say? Regardless, we have sufficient numbers. It presents an opportune moment for experimentation, testing the waters." A few dark lines appeared on Dainoki's face. "It is worth noting that these individuals are all from their Iwagakure village. To test them? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine." Although Yaki harbored such thoughts, he refrained from vocalizing his dissent. This was primarily due to his uncertainty regarding Bai Mo's capabilities. Utilizing this opportunity to gauge his strength was indeed a commendable strategy. Ding, current progress, 36. 37. As Bai Mo summoned thousands of shadow clones, they collectively launched an assault on the multitude of ninjas. Each shadow clone exerted meticulous control over its muscles, striving to defeat every ninja without taking their lives. The progress of refined muscle control has surged at an astonishing pace. Indeed, it is only through battle that one can attain the most profound training, Bai Mo mused inwardly. Subsequently, the movements in his hands became increasingly swift and powerful. In just a few strides, hundreds of ninjas were sent flying, gravely injured and collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. This spectacle left many momentarily hesitant to approach, paralyzed by fear. What are they afraid of? He stands alone. Once his chakra is exhausted, victory shall undoubtedly belong to us. Indeed, he is not a Jinchuriki. How could he possibly possess such immense chakra? As long as we exhaust him, victory will be ours. As Bai Mo listened to the earnest words spoken around him, he observed their growing enthusiasm as they pressed forward one after another. The smile on his face became increasingly mocking. Chakra? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. Please. Isn't this kind of thing almost limitless? Before mastering the fine control over chakra, Bai Mo had already completed a task known as the chakra multi-circulation. The reward for this self-disciplined task was an ultra-fast chakra recovery. Although it is not infinite chakra, it is akin to it. The rate at which chakra is consumed is certainly not faster than Bai Mo's recovery. Furthermore, Bai Mo's chakra reserves far exceed those of an ordinary person. Even the chakra reserves of Kushina Uzumaki may not compare to the immense quantity Bai Mo possesses. It is precisely due to these reasons that Bai Mo can afford to consume chakra so extravagantly. He watched as the progress bar raced toward 50, and excitement surged within him. Come on, let us engage in a fierce battle. Earth-style, rock fist technique. Numerous ninjas hardened their arms and launched a frenzied assault on Bai Mo. Excellent. Bai Mo's eyes sparkled. He deftly placed his fan atop one ninja's arm. Ah, my arm. Bai Mo did not activate his Sharingan, but instead used sheer strength to break the ninja's arm. He was remarkably careful. Had he applied even a slight bit more force, the arm would have been completely severed rather than remain attached. Ding. Self-discipline task. Fine muscle control. Current progress. 69. This was the result of the collective effort of thousands of shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the ninjas from Awagakure, along with those from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, lay incapacitated on the ground. Not a single one remained standing, all slumped unconscious. Yet, miraculously, no one had died. This sight was intolerable for Noki. The Awagakure ninjas. Withdraw immediately. The moment the words left his mouth, Noki charged forward. His diminutive figure traced a straight line through the air, swiftly locking onto Bai Mo, who wielded the fan in both hands. Dust style. Original realm separation technique. This jutsu transcends bloodline limits, a form of bloodline elimination. It is a fusion of wind, earth, and fire nature transformations. As Noki clasped his hands together, a transparent cubic barrier formed between his palms, which he then thrust forward. The square-shaped particles dived downward. Bai Mo gazed upward at the white cube hurtling toward him with astonishing speed, his expression growing grave. Were it anyone else? Bai Mo might have charged recklessly forward. However, faced with the original realm separation technique, he had to tread more cautiously. Boom. A beam of white light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens for miles. The ninjas who were retreating to create more space for Noki could not help but exclaim in awe. How powerful? Is this the terrifying strength of Lord Tsuchikage? It seems Bai Mo has been disintegrated. It is only natural, no matter how strong Bai Mo is. He is merely a young man. His time for growth has been far too brief. He could never be a match for Lord Tsuchikage. The many ninjas whispered among themselves, entirely oblivious to the increasingly suffocating atmosphere. No. Wait. That guy is behind you. Yukura shouted, also rushing toward Bai Mo's direction. Water style. Water chaos wave technique. Yukura unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, launching a ferocious offensive against Bai Mo simultaneously. Noki moved with great swiftness. Earth style. Rock fist technique. Earth style. Super heavy rock technique. This was a combination technique. Naki's arm instantly petrified, transforming into an incredibly hard rock. Coupled with the super heavy rock technique, the rock became even more solid and weighty. In a swift motion, he hurled it toward Bai Mo. The air seemed to explode with pressure, producing a deafening sonic boom. Boom. Yet, Bai Mo paid it no mind. Too slow, he murmured, casting a glance at the ground. A flying thunder god seal materialized out of thin air. Flying thunder god technique. Whoosh. Bai Mo's figure suddenly appeared beside the fleeing ninjas, launching another relentless assault upon them. His attacks rained down like a tempest, enveloping them and transforming them into sustenance for Bai Mo's continuous advancement. Current progress, 73. 75. As Bai Mo fervently increased his progress, Yukura's water chaos wave collided with Naki's rock fist, resulting in a violent explosion of energy in the air, causing many to experience a ringing in their ears. Riding this force, Naki's body was propelled backward. He no longer dared to underestimate Bai Mo flying thunder god technique. The technique you just performed is indeed the flying thunder god technique, correct? It must be said, Noki, your insight is extraordinary. Indeed, this is the flying thunder god technique. The fame of the flying thunder god technique arises not from its flamboyance, but from the terrifying mobility and agility it grants. It allows for both offense and defense. Possessing such capability places one in an inherently advantageous position. However, Bai Mo should never have ventured alone into Kumogakure. This is a gathering place for the three hidden villages, one that cannot be faced by Bai Mo alone. Naki's lips curled slightly upward as he gestured to the ninjas of Awagakure. Instantly, numerous ninjas began forming hand signs. Earth style, 10,000 miles earth flow wall. Boom. A thick fog erupted in response, and walls arose from the earth, enclosing Bai Mo, Yukura, Noki, and the swiftly arriving Third Hokage within, creating an arena-like space. Bai Mo cast a cursory glance around, but before he could act, he saw Noki forming hand signs once more. Earth style, heavenly falling lid. A massive lid descended from the sky. Earth style, super heavy rock technique. Noki employed ninjutsu to increase the weight of the wall along with the descending lid, eliminating any possibility of Bai Mo escaping the enclosed space. Only then did Noki speak, if I am not mistaken. You have mastered the usage of the Flying Thunder God at will. As long as you take a glance, you can perform the Flying Thunder God, correct? Bai Mo looked at Noki with some surprise, acknowledging his keen observation. So, you chose to enclose the space to diminish the effectiveness of my Flying Thunder God to the greatest extent, did you? Indeed. Without the Flying Thunder God, your strength alone cannot possibly contend with the leaders of our three great hidden villages. The corners of Bai Mo's mouth lifted. He continued to manipulate the remaining shadow clones outside, engaging other ninjas in combat. Watching the progress bar rise to 80 without his notice, his excitement intensified. So, let me see how powerful the three of you truly are. Boom. Before Bai Mo could finish his thought, his eyes widened in shock. A violent pain surged through his abdomen, causing him to gasp. He was sent flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, into the pitch-black, enclosed space where he could only rely on his senses. This technique was none other than hell-piercing, for point penetration. It concentrated a vast amount of lightning into the fingers and then struck with incredible speed. It is the renowned ultimate technique of the Third Hokage. As the number of fingers gradually diminishes, the terrifying penetrating power of the strongest spear will once again manifest in the world. However, before the Third Hokage could revel in his triumph, a loud bang resounded. A cloud of smoke emerged, and the retreating figure astonishingly transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique? Meanwhile, within the pitch-black confines of the space, a pair of blood-red eyes gradually emerged. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Susanoo. Straight death. Bai Mo unleashed his crimson chakra, intertwining it to delineate a colossal skeletal figure. Much like Bai Mo, the Susanoo wielded two large fans, its movements elegant yet formidable. Harnessing the power of straight death, the descending coverage transformed into powder, allowing the morning sunlight to cascade down once more, adorning the scarlet Susanoo. Bai Mo stood at the heart of Susanoo's chest, gazing down from his elevated position at the Hokage, Suchokage, and Mizukage. He had shown restraint until now, however, upon reflection. Meticulous muscle control demanded not only cautious precision in attack but also a wild ferocity. Thus, he endeavored to unleash an even greater strength. Unfazed by the correctness of this notion, he thought there was no harm in attempting it. A howling wind surged. The presence of the four intensified. And amidst the ominous atmosphere, heavy clouds rolled and pressed toward the ground, evoking a sense of dread in the hearts of many. Thunder rumbled, resonating like a war drum, striking the souls of onlookers. In that instant, the Third Hokage moved. Bai Mo, I concede your strength, yet your arrogance is overwhelming. How dare you appear before us alone? Defeating you will grant us greater leverage in negotiations with the Konoha higher-ups, allowing us to extract more benefits. The Third Hokage, erupted with potent lightning energy. His hair standing on end. His body, enveloped in chakra, revitalized his flesh and significantly enhanced his defenses. With a stride, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Bai Mo with astonishing speed. Yet, under the exquisite dynamic vision of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Bai Mo could clearly discern A's position. Hellstab, three-finger strike. A extended three fingers toward Bai Mo's Susanoo. The air crackled with electric tension, resembling the chaotic arcs of a hummingbird, piercing the core of Susanoo. With a tremendous force, even the vast Susanoo was forced back 100 meters. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Mo commanded Susanoo to raise its crimson arm, resembling a falling boulder, and struck the ground, restraining the actions of the Third Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Bai Mo appeared behind Yagura, his arm muscles tensing rapidly. He exhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In-sealing, release. 100 heal technique. Destroy for me. The veins on his arm bulged ominously, seeming to crack as dense blood energy coalesced. Bai Mo, controlling his muscles, relentlessly pushed past his limits. Empowered by the restorative effects of the 100 heal technique, and unleashed a punch forward. At that moment, the mountains and rivers seemed to change color, and the world appeared to be encapsulated by Bai Mo's fist. The air trembled. Yagura instinctively turned his head, before he could marvel at Bai Mo's speed. He found Bai Mo's fist arriving silently. Not good. Yagura's pupils constricted, his entire being tensing. Water release. Water mirror technique. Yagura conjured a mirror before him. From the mirror's reflection emerged an identical figure to Bai Mo, mirroring his movements as they collided with ferocity. This was Yagura's specialized ninjutsu, wherein the figure from the mirror possessed the same strength as the original. In other words, Bai Mo's punch would strike himself. However, was that truly the case? Break for me. Bai Mo roared with ferocity. His strength surged even more, an overwhelming amount of chakra recklessly gathering in his arm. Crack, crack, boom. With each crack, Bai Mo's fist drew closer, and the fissures along his arm multiplied. Yet, as he suddenly pressed down, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a blood-red mist exploded forth. The water mirror technique shattered. Bai Mo's bloodied arm struck Yagura squarely in the chest. With a sickening crunch, Yagura's chest caved in. and a jet of blood erupted from her mouth, her body tracing a perfect arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Ding. Progress bar surges by 10. Current progress, 85. Host, keep up the good work. An electronic voice echoed, audible only to Bai Mo. He gazed at the skyrocketing numbers on the system interface, and the lips he had kept tightly pressed finally broke into a smile. Ha ha ha. Just as I suspected. Beyond cautious attacks, further muscle control to unleash power is indeed a facet of refined muscle mastery. If I can surpass my previous limits each time, does that not imply that I only need to throw a couple more punches to complete this task? His eyes glimmered with excitement as they fell upon Anoki and the Third Hokage. At that moment, the Third Hokage had just freed himself from the constraints of Susanoo. Ignoring the dissipating figure, he focused entirely on Bai Mo. Upon witnessing Bai Mo's devastating blow to Yagura, leaving her incapacitated, his perception of Bai Mo deepened. Anoki, too, hesitated to face Bai Mo alone, for he recognized that aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Mo had also mastered the 100 Heal technique, a signature ninjutsu of Tsunade. As leaders, they understood the potency of such techniques all too well. Yet from another perspective, Bai Mo's arm was now significantly compromised. It would be impossible for him to recover fully in such a short time, even with the 100 Heal techniques enhancement. Did this not indicate that Bai Mo's upper limits had been considerably diminished? AI, let us attack together. While Bai Mo's arm has yet to recover, we must inflict a greater blow. Of course, I am more than eager. The Third Hokage, unleashed the Black Thunder. The panther-shaped black lightning flickered rapidly, suddenly appearing before Bai Mo. As Bai Mo dealt with the Black Thunder, the Third Hokage concentrated all his strength, along with lightning chakra, into a single finger. Anoki sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from the Third Hokage. Is it finally coming? The technique hailed as the strongest spear. Hell stab. One strike. Have you ever witnessed the roaming lightning on the ground? For reasons unknown, these words surfaced in Bai Mo's mind. At that moment, the thunderclouds loomed low, resonating with the Third Hokage. His entire being seemed to emit piercing electric arcs, the azure brilliance carving a straight line across the ground. A sharp power coalesced upon A's fingertip. The strongest spear. Here it comes. AI, do not underestimate me. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun within Bai Mo's eyes. In a world drenched in crimson, the Third Hokage, was ensnared by threads of red and dotted with crimson specks. Bai Mo concentrated all his strength at the tip of his right finger, the intricate patterns of the 100 Heal technique becoming increasingly pronounced. At that moment, his entire arm swelled significantly. He raised his arm high, confronting the oncoming spear of unparalleled strength, and fiercely thrust forward, mirroring the actions of the Third Hokage. In that instant, their fingertips collided. Time seemed to suspend. The crackling of electricity faded into silence. Within that arena-like space, Bai Mo and A locked eyes. In a fleeting moment, Bai Mo's expression shifted. His arm shattered, small wounds gushing blood, with faint arcs of electricity dancing about. A clear manifestation of A's formidable power. Truly astonishing. One could hardly argue against him being the strongest. On Hitsukage's lips, words began to form. Yet, before he could finish, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Crack, crack. The sound of fragmentation resonated as A gazed in terror at the spectacle before him. His arm began to disintegrate, transforming into dust that scattered with the wind. How is this possible? What is happening? A exclaimed in panic. In a desperate bid, he quickly gathered lightning chakra in his other hand, wielding it as a blade to sever his own left hand. What a pity. If only you had waited a few more seconds, your existence would have been erased from this world. Bai Mo remarked, his gaze fixed upon A. A triumphant smile gracing his face, even as blood tears streamed down his cheeks, which he disregarded entirely. For a melodious electronic chime echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations. The host has comprehended the fine control of muscle, allowing for free manipulation of muscular strength. Progress bar surges by 15. Current progress, 100. Ding. Progress bar reached 100. Congratulations, the host has received a reward. Application of Advanced 8 Gates. Advanced 8 Gates application. The host may activate all 8 gates without life loss. Instead, chakra is consumed. Once chakra is depleted, the 8 gates will automatically close. The 8 gates indeed? Bai Mo had initially presumed it would be some form of physical enhancement. He never anticipated the system would bestow upon him such an explosive ability, and it utilized chakra as a substitute for the 8 gates. Chakra was something he possessed in abundance. The 100 heal technique tirelessly mended Bai Mo's wounds. His severely injured arm, once barely able to move a finger, began to recover at an observable rate. The third Hokage, through lightning chakra, stimulated rapid healing within his body, staunching the flow of blood from his severed arm. He inhaled deeply, his remaining hand slowly clenching into a fist. Such a Hokage. This man must not be allowed to escape. He could pose a grave threat in the future. Indeed, such a Hokage replied earnestly, his aura rapidly intensifying. In an instant, both men surged forward, charging towards Bai Mo, a terrifying killing intent enveloping him. Yet, Bai Mo appeared unfazed, his smile growing brighter. Focus now. This is how one truly cultivates, is it not? Bai Mo stepped forward, enduring the pain in his trembling hands, slowly raising both palms together. 8 gates. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming crimson aura erupted from him, a presence unparalleled stirring the wind and clouds, forming a vortex in the sky. In the distance, Killer Bee and the future Fourth Hokage gazed upwards, witnessing the tumultuous whirlpool of air, their hearts sinking further. We should retreat, given the current situation. Infiltrating Konoha is impossible. A paused, then continued. It seems they may need our assistance. Killer Bee, recalling Bai Mo's terrifying strength, instinctively shuddered. Indeed, Bai Mo's power is formidable. Even in my tailed beast form, I cannot subdue him. And what is more alarming is that this is merely one of his shadow clones. Killer Bee gulped, adding, if Lord Hokage and the others underestimate him, they will undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Thus, we must ensure Bai Mo remains here at all costs. I nodded, his body enveloped in lightning chakra, enhancing his speed. You're right. With the two of us together, we can surely defeat Bai Mo. However, as they spoke, a fierce wind surged forth. The scarlet chakra caused Killer Bee's expression to shift dramatically. This aura is... The voice of the 8 Tails echoed in his mind. It's the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails. Kushina? Hasn't she aged significantly? How could she leave the Sinja clan? A exclaimed, astonished, hastily extending his senses to locate the source of this overwhelming presence. There's no need to search. I am here. A cold voice interjected. Both Killer Bee and A turned to see a woman with fiery red hair standing nearby, accompanied by Tsunade of Konoha. How did they get here? Did they come from the hidden dangers of Kumobikure? As if sensing their surprise, Uzumaki Kushina chuckled derisively. What? Are you afraid to acknowledge me now? Wasn't I your target back then? Now that I stand before you, are you intimidated? As Kushina's words fell, a vibrant crimson tail began to form behind her. The tailed beast cloak. Seeing this, A and Killer Bee immediately adopted a defensive stance. I will not allow you to disturb Bai Mo's training. If you wish to find him, you must first get past me. And me, Tsunade declared, releasing her seal and activating the 100 heal technique. Just then, an earth-shattering sound erupted. A fleeting shadow crossed their vision, crashing down into the ground and creating a massive crater. That figure, was it such a Hokage? Not only were A and Killer Bee astonished, but even Kushina and Tsunade stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene before them, struggling to comprehend. Was it truly such a Hokage who had flown away? One must remember, such a Hokage was a figure of immense power, renowned throughout the shinobi world, capable of standing at the pinnacle of strength. How could such an individual simply vanish? This must be an illusion. A thoughtlessly rubbed his eyes, yet at that moment, a more deafening sound reverberated in the distance, as if waves of sound were crashing upon them. Suddenly, Bai Mo appeared in front of A, brandishing another, the third Hokage. Father, how could this be? How did you smack? Just as the son, A, was about to finish speaking, Bai Mo delivered a resounding slap. His body spun a staggering 720 degrees before barely landing on the ground, rolling over in utter disarray. Run, run! The third Hokage's body hung limply. He was firmly grasped by the neck by Bai Mo. His remaining limbs rendered useless. He had no strength left to resist. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, the third Hokage, A, felt as if the world had come to an end. He could not comprehend the sheer force Bai Mo had unleashed. What had once been an evenly matched contest had suddenly escalated to an extraordinary level of power. Even with all his might, he could not withstand even a single finger from Bai Mo. The terrifying strength had utterly subdued him. This was power far beyond that of a mere shadow-level ninja. Could it be the god of the ninja world? Therefore, run. Never appear before this man again. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse. Yet, the more he urged, the less his son, A, was inclined to leave. Rising from the ground, A gazed at the crimson mist swirling around Bai Mo. With a steely resolve, He knelt before Bai Mo. Thud. A shallow impression formed on the ground beneath him. Bai Mo, I beg you, spare my father. The previous plans were all my doing. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Bai Mo glanced at the astonished Kushina Uzumaki behind him. The fierce expression he wore softened slightly, revealing a hint of affection. Though he was taken aback by Kushina's appearance clad in the tailed beast cloak, her adorable visage remained unchanged. Bai Mo offered a gentle smile to Kushina before refocusing on the two A's. His arrival at the Hidden Cloud Village was not only to prevent the Third Great Ninja War, but also to deliver a severe lesson to these two, avenging Kushina in the process. He casually tossed the Third Hokage to the ground, a mocking glint in his eyes as he asked, So, how do you intend to plead for mercy? As oxygen filled his lungs, the Third Hokage finally sensed a modicum of relaxation in his body. He raised his gaze towards Bai Mo and resolutely declared, I, the Third Hokage, will never plead. Father, interrupted the Third Hokage's words. Were it just himself, neither would ever concede. Yet, alas, the Iron Man harbored tenderness. In this moment, both father and son found themselves under the shadow of Bai Mo's terror, their resilience utterly shattered. Even for the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village, please? A gaze deeply into his father's eyes, while the Third Hokage, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise from the ground. He surveyed the surroundings, noting countless ninjas sprawled on the ground. Yet, as if by Bai Mo's mercy, they were merely gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, with not a single soul lost. This stood in stark contrast to Bai Mo's earlier brutality. Could it be that their fates had been sealed from the very beginning? The Third Hokage sighed and admitted defeat. I understand. As long as you spare the Hidden Cloud Village, I will pay any price. His own demise mattered little. But the annihilation of the Hidden Cloud Village was an unacceptable outcome for him as the Third Hokage. Thus, even if it meant humbling himself and begging for Bai Mo's forgiveness, he would do so. His misjudgment had led to the current predicament, and as Hokage, he must bear the responsibility. Such is the burden of a village leader. Bai Mo moved beside Kushina Uzumaki, his face adorned with a starkly different, gentle smile. Kushina, does this count as me avenging you? Kushina felt a stirring in her heart, and tears welled in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, opening her arms to embrace Bai Mo. Such intimacy caused a blush to creep onto Bai Mo's cheeks, yet he did not push her away. Instead, he extended his hand to gently pat her back. Drawing Tsunade's gaze, which shifted between the two. Turning away, she couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Originally thinking she would assist Bai Mo in battle, it turned out he was more than capable of handling things himself, leaving her as a mere bystander, witnessing their affection. Why did she feel a hint of envy towards Kushina? Nestled in Bai Mo's embrace, Kushina inhaled the familiar scent emanating from him. After a moment, she softly said, Thank you, Bai Mo. There is no need for thanks. If anyone should be grateful, it should be me. Were it not for Kushina's suggestion of a false marriage, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have acted even more excessively. In that case, the best outcome would have been a betrayal from the Uchiha clan, thwarting Bai Mo's dream of freedom to cultivate. Instead, he was now free to pursue whatever he desired, leaving the troublesome matters for Sarutobi Hiruzen to resolve. How delightful! After indulging in a moment with Kushina, Bai Mo turned his attention back to the Third Hokage. Your son and his brethren have repeatedly coveted the bloodline of Konoha, even daring to intrude upon the Uchiha clan. Do you understand the consequences of such actions? The Third Hokage wore a bitter smile. What were the consequences? Was the current situation the very consequence? Bai Mo, stop beating around the bush. What is it that you truly desire? The battle had temporarily subsided, and medical ninjas swiftly commenced treatment under the orders of Maki. Bai Mo turned his gaze squarely on the Third Hokage and stated plainly, quite simply, I want the 8 tails and 2 tails from the Hidden Cloud Village. At his words, a stunned silence fell over everyone. They stared incredulously at Bai Mo, as if their ears had betrayed them. What did you say? A's voice rose in anger. Were it not for the knowledge that he was no match for Bai Mo, he might have charged forward in a fury. Do you not realize that once the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki will die? Killer Bee interjected, The 8 tails is my partner. I will never exchange it for anything. Then let the entire Hidden Cloud Village serve as your tomb. Choose wisely. Bai Mo had no desire for further conversation. He was feeling hungry and longed for a meal prepared by Kushina. Additionally, he wished to visit the Senju clan cemetery to see Uzumaki Mito. Although he was aware that Mito would eventually pass the 9 tails to Kushina, he had not anticipated the timing. While he understood the general trajectory of future events, his estimation of the timing was poor. With that thought, Bai Mo tightened his embrace around Kushina. At that moment, A approached Bai Mo again, continuing, "Is there truly no other form of compensation?" "None. Aside from the tailed beasts, I have no interest in anything else." After a brief pause, Bai Mo continued, "However, there is a circuitous route to this matter." The Third Hokage's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "I still want the 2 tails and the 8 tails. But you do not need to extract the tailed beasts. What I mean is, when the tailed beasts regain their freedom, I will reclaim them. But in exchange for this condition, I require half of the resources from your village." "Half of the resources?" The Third Hokage gasped in shock. It is important to note that they are not just a minor ninja village. They represent the foremost military might of the Land of Lightning and are a significant force in the entire ninja world. And yet, this very village is being asked by Bai Mo for half of its resources. How would they manage to distribute the remaining resources? Of course, this thought only flickered for an instant. After a moment of hesitation, the Third Hokage nodded. He ultimately acquiesced. "If half of the resources could ensure the survival of the Cloud Village and the lives of the Jinchuriki, then I agree to your demands. I will hand over all resources to Konoha." At this moment, Bai Mo raised a finger and waved it, not to Konoha, but to the Senju clan, to Tsunade. Tsunade, who had been standing idly by, suddenly froze upon hearing Bai Mo's words. She instinctively looked at Bai Mo, puzzled, and asked, "I can understand not giving it to Konoha, as this is something you single-handedly obtained from the Cloud Village. But why give the resources to me?" "The resources are not merely kunai and shuriken. They include scrolls, medicinal herbs, money, fabrics, military provisions, and so forth. Giving half of a village's wealth to a single clan would elevate that clan to the status of a top-tier family." In response, Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's shoulder. "Thank you for taking care of Kushina during this time." Upon hearing this, Tsunade instantly grasped Bai Mo's intention. She subtly sniffed, saying, "You need not be overly concerned. Mito always wished for her to be a successor, and given her age, she has long regarded Kushina as her heir. After all, we are family, are we not? So there is no need for such formality. The battles fought this time were all due to your efforts. You deserve this." Bai Mo smiled slightly and said, "Just accept it. As long as you don't squander it recklessly, it matters not. Moreover, you need not concern yourself with such matters. After all, there is still a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, is there not?" In a flash, Bai Mo appeared before Inoki, who lay on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Bai Mo coldly inquired, "Are you awake? If not, I shall reward you with a slap." Perhaps it was Bai Mo's devilish whisper, or perhaps Inoki was merely feigning. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, he hastily opened his eyes. No, I heard your earlier conversation. Half the resources, right? Who told you it was only half? There are also the 4 tails and 5 tails." Inoki sighed heavily. "All right, I understand. I will send the resources to your Uchiha clan." "Smart man. Oh, and when Yagura wakes up, remind him as well to allocate half of the resources from the Mist Village to me, if they are not sent. Do not blame me for coming to pay a visit." After saying this, Bai Mo added, "It's about time. Let us depart." He retracted the 8 gates formation and, accompanied by Kushina and Tsunade, headed off into the distance. Watching Bai Mo and the others depart, Inoki turned to the Third Hokage beside him and sighed, "What a calamity." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the assembled ninja forces, hands clasped behind his back, his expression clouded. "Everyone, the Third Great Ninja War has commenced. Reports indicate that the Cloud Village, Stone Village, and Mist Village have allied. At least 10,000 ninjas are participating in the conflict. Are you confident in defeating them?" In the open space before the Hokage building, the gathered ninjas from various clans looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their faces solemn. Anyone who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War would not approach this conflict with laughter. War is no trivial matter. Each person harbored a belief in their own mortality, fighting for their family. The Hokage's shadow would illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. It is only when one strives to protect their most cherished ones that a ninja's true strength is revealed. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was passionately delivering his speech, a flash of yellow suddenly appeared beside him. It was Minato Namikaze. Seeing him arrive at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, then quietly asked, "Has something occurred?" "Hokage-sama. I believe we need not prepare for war." "Need not prepare for war? What does that mean?" At this moment, Danzo Shimura, Tsunade's former teammate, and Mito Menyen perked up their ears, intrigued. Minato Namikaze leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear and whispered, Hokage-sama, according to reports from the front, Bai Mo has ventured alone into the Cloud Village. To verify the authenticity of this news, I hurried there using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, by the time I arrived, the war had already concluded. Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the three great villages. Minato's frantic journey using the Flying Thunder God technique had drained his chakra, leaving him soaked in sweat. After delivering this news, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was reeling at that moment. What? Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the combined forces of the three great villages? How is that possible? How much time has passed? Has Bai Mo truly grown to such an extent? Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this way, Danzo Tsunade and Mito Minyan behind him were utterly stunned as well. They struggled to believe Minato's words. Are you certain this news is accurate? Danzo hurried to Minato's side, earnestly inquiring. Certain. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Minato affirmed with a nod. He had been worried about Bai Mo's solo venture, which is why he had pushed his body to the limit and rushed toward the direction Bai Mo had taken. But upon arrival, he found that Bai Mo had already finished fighting and departed. When he saw that scene, he was undoubtedly numb, taking a long time to come back to his senses. He then quickly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return as swiftly as possible, solely to inform Konoha that there was no need to dispatch ninjas for war. Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a strong capacity for bearing such shocking news. He took a deep breath and turned to Minato, asking, "So how was this matter ultimately resolved? Was there any compensation?" Minato scratched his head. "I'm not too sure about that, but you can ask Bai Mo when he returns." "I see," Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his eyes shimmering with an uncertain light. No one truly knew what he was contemplating. It was evident that the originally bustling atmosphere was gradually eroding under this peculiar tension. Numerous ninjas stood in place, gazing at figures like Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who were engaged in hushed conversation. The varied expressions on their faces ignited a sense of unease within them. Some had even begun to speculate among themselves about the events transpiring at the front lines. At last, Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his gaze towards the assembly of ninjas and declared, "Esteemed comrades, this war has come to an end. I deeply appreciate your gathering here. The dedication you have shown in safeguarding Konoha and your families has profoundly touched me. As long as there are leaves fluttering in the wind, the fire will continue to burn. May you all become the true pillars of Konoha, ensuring its everlasting prosperity." As Hiruzen finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Hinata Hizashi stepped forward, perplexed, and inquired, "Lord Hokage, could you enlighten us on what transpired?" Danzo opened his mouth, intending to reprimand Hinata for revealing such sensitive information. But Hiruzen interjected, "Hakumo is a hero of Konoha. With his singular strength, he has brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War, vanquishing the coalition of the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone, and Hidden Mist villages." Though brief, his words sent a collective gasp through the assembled ninjas, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Hinata Hizashi stood frozen, his lips quivering in disbelief. Is it true? Hakumo defeated the coalition of the three hidden villages alone? Hiruzen, despite his reluctance to admit it, nodded affirmatively. "In any case, the war is over. Let us celebrate when Hakumo returns." After speaking, Hiruzen turned and entered the Hokage building. In that moment, the crowd regained their composure, raising their hands in joyous cheers. "Hakumo is indeed a hero. The war is over. I feared I might perish amidst the conflict. War is truly terrifying. Thank goodness for Hakumo." As the ninjas gradually dispersed, so too did the whispers surrounding Hakumo. His extraordinary feat of single-handedly defeating the coalition of three hidden villages was enough to earn him the title of legend in this era. Not to mention, Hakumo had only just come of age. His future promised even greater strength. On the return journey, Hakumo dispelled the Eight Gates formation, and a wave of intense fatigue enveloped him. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, a testament to the staggering energy consumption of the Eight Gates technique. "Are you all right?" "Thank you. I'm not in the mood for any sweet treats," Hakumo quipped lightly. Noticing the look of concern on Kushina's face, he waved his hand dismissively. "Haha. It's fine. I'm just a little tired. Just give me about 10 minutes to recover my chakra and stamina, and I'll be back to normal." However, to Hakumo's surprise, as he spoke, his body suddenly staggered, and he collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Kushina rushed to support him. "Hakumo, have you overexerted yourself?" Tsunade asked with genuine concern. Hakumo shot her a glance. "If you had fought against Inoki, and Yagura, you'd be in worse shape than I am." Tsunade chuckled. "I doubt I would have been so reckless. Come on, Let me help you recover. The three of them found a nearby spot to sit down. Hakumo rested his head on Kushina's lap, enjoying the unique comfort that enveloped him in a sense of happiness. Kushina's delicate hand gently rested upon him, while Tsunade stood nearby, her palms glowing with a green luminescence as she applied healing chakra to Hakumo, ensuring he felt as comfortable as possible. After about 10 minutes, Hakumo slowly sat up and looked at Tsunade, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your help. It was nothing, just a simple effort, she replied. Hakumo smiled faintly before rising and walking off with the two women. Yet, as his gaze drifted to the distant horizon, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, he had overexerted his eyes this time. They were beginning to blur. The power of the Mangeki Sharingan was formidable. Yet with each use came a significant drain on his ocular strength. When this power was depleted, the sensation was akin to that of nearsightedness. If he were to exhaust his ocular strength completely, those eyes would become utterly useless, shrouding him in endless darkness and rendering him blind. If only his eyes could evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he would possess eternal light, free from the concerns of ocular depletion. Beep. Self-discipline task initiated. Precision eye technique training. Current progress, 0. Hakumo paused, his steps suddenly halted. Precision eye technique training. Could the rewards be related to ocular techniques? He felt a surge of excitement, giving a mental thumbs up to the system. Truly, my system is exceptional. Hakumo, are you still feeling unwell? Kushina asked with concern. Leaning against his arm, her soft presence weighing on his heart. Snapping back to reality, he replied, I'm fine, just very happy. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. I wanted to fight alongside you. I don't want to hold you back. After a moment, Kushina added, but you're just too strong. I hardly had a chance to intervene. Hakumo patted her shoulder. Your sentiment is more than enough. Tsunade observed their increasingly intimate interactions, irritation bubbling within her. Hey, have you forgotten about me? I'm right here, you know. Oh, you are? My apologies, I nearly forgot. Hakumo teased, and their laughter echoed once more. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was starkly different. Danzo stood before Hiruzen, his temper flaring. Hiruzen Sarutobi, why did you disclose that Hakumo defeated the coalition of the 3 hidden villages alone? Are you not afraid that his growing reputation will threaten your authority? In my opinion, Hakumo, being a member of the Uchiha clan, should not be allowed to continue living. Rather than watch him grow stronger and potentially jeopardize our positions, we should act preemptively. Danzo's words dripped with malice, devoid of any restraint. In response to Danzo's harsh rhetoric, Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Act preemptively? How would you even initiate such an action? Do you believe you could defeat him? Danzo opened his mouth, but the words he intended to say became lodged in his throat. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to speak, he remarked that Bai Mo's formidable power and dedication to training rendered him an exceptionally convenient and potent deterrent for them. Most importantly, having defeated the 3 major hidden villages, the defeated parties would undoubtedly owe Konoha compensation. It was imperative not to dishearten Bai Mo at this juncture. Dishearten him? Hiruzen seemed entirely fixated on that compensation. After all, they had sustained no losses. This compensation would be a windfall. It seemed that Hiruzen was merely awaiting Bai Mo's return. Truly a greedy individual. Indeed, it was best that I take on the mantle of Hokage. With this thought emerging, Shimura Danzo's mind conjured a more sinister plan. Bai Mo had just emerged from battle. Returning from the Cloud Village, he would inevitably pass through the Rain Village. Danzo had a long-standing acquaintance with Hanzo of the Salamander, the creator of the Rain Village. Why not employ a blade to eliminate him and divert the calamity elsewhere? Hanzo surely cherished his reputation as a demigod among ninjas. After all, he was hailed as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now that Bai Mo had surpassed him, Hanzo must be feeling quite indignant. Understanding this, Danzo offered no regard to Hiruzen, scoffing coldly before turning to leave, leaving Hiruzen standing alone in the room. Observing Danzo's departing figure, Hiruzen's lips curled into a sneer. Huh. Danzo, your impatience is truly excessive. Do you genuinely believe I do not wish to deal with Bai Mo? What a laugh. How could I allow Bai Mo to threaten my position? You are simply too foolish to comprehend my intentions. Otherwise, you would not have come to question me. As a thought crossed his mind, Hiruzen's face broke into a flower-like smile. He had a rough understanding of Bai Mo's character. When faced with a mission and the lives of his friends, Bai Mo would undoubtedly prioritize rescuing his companions over completing the task. At that time, the acclaimed hero of Konoha would experience failure and be scorned by the populace, much like Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Even if Bai Mo possessed an indomitable spirit and would not choose to end his own life, he would still be disheartened by the disdain of the people. This would afford me the opportunity to thoroughly brainwash him, ultimately turning him into my loyal subordinate. To suffocate one's rivals with kindness is forever the most effective means of dealing with those who are difficult to manage. In the most concealed part of Konoha, Danzo's stronghold, he arrived and immediately changed into a different outfit before heading straight for the Rain Village. With formidable strength and expertise in wind release, Danzo's speed far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. As the sun began to set, casting the sky in hues of twilight, he finally reached the chamber of Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo, who had been dozing lightly, widened his eyes at the sudden presence. "It is I, Shimura Danzo. What brings you here?" Hanzo rose and approached the window, jesting with Danzo. If I had not come, your title as the god of ninjas might have been usurped by another." Hanzo's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean by that? What else could it mean?" Uchiha Bai Mo single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the three major hidden villages. This has solidified his strength. If you do not possess a more formidable achievement, the title of God of Ninjas may soon belong to Bai Mo. Hanzo's countenance grew cold. Uchiha Bai Mo? That prodigy of the Uchiha clan? If memory serves, he is a thorn in your side, is he not? You appear before me, spouting these words merely to provoke me into conflict with Bai Mo, hoping for mutual destruction. Am I right? Do you think I am a fool, Danzo? Within the opulent chamber of the Rain Village, Hanzo unleashed his formidable aura, pressing down upon Danzo. Yet, Danzo remained unfazed, calmly shaking his head. If that were truly the case, I would not have come to seek your cooperation. Cooperation? Hanzo furrowed his brow, swiftly retracting his oppressive aura. What do you mean? Do you remember the Akatsuki organization? Of course. I admire their advocacy for peace. However, their recent expansion has been alarmingly rapid. If this continues, will I, as the ruler of the Rain Village, even retain my position? As he spoke, Hanzo paused, realization dawning upon him. You mean to use them as a tool for assassination? Naturally, Danzo replied candidly. Hanzo, we are gathered here. There is no need to suppress our true intentions. We both understand who we are. Therefore, I will speak plainly. Bai Mo has just emerged from battle. Though his accomplishments are terrifying, he has undoubtedly exhausted considerable energy. Based on my estimates, given their current state, it will take them some time to reach the Rain Village. You can certainly seize this opportunity to set an ambush and ensnare Bai Mo. Hanzo was particularly adept with poisons. Should Bai Mo fall victim to Hanzo's venom, half his life would be forfeit, and his combat prowess would diminish significantly. Before that, what you must do is send someone to continue wearing down Bai Mo's strength. By the time he arrives at the Rain Village, utterly fatigued, it will be your moment to showcase your might. At that point, the news of the god of ninjas defeating Bai Mo, who had vanquished the allied forces of the three major hidden villages, would spread throughout the ninja world, further solidifying your status as the god of ninjas. Hanzo was deeply intrigued, yet doubt lingered. But if I were to kill Uchiha Bai Mo, what of Konoha? Fear not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool, would relish Bai Mo's demise. However, he is far too hypocritical to show his true feelings. He speaks of turning Bai Mo into Konoha's hero, which is utterly laughable. Once Bai Mo reaches a certain level of strength, he will no longer be within the grasp of either myself or Hiruzen. Hanzo pondered, his hand stroking thoughtfully. He found the proposition highly appealing. You are correct. I can indeed employ the Akatsuki to eliminate Bai Mo's allies. Even if I cannot kill him, I can seize the moment to strike. Yet, should Bai Mo perish, the individuals most pleased would likely be you too, would they not? What other benefits would this yield for me? Danzo had anticipated that Hanzo would not easily acquiesce to his proposal. After feigning contemplation, Danzo ultimately stated, If you can kill Bai Mo, I will grant you 6 months' worth of resources from the Rain Village. Furthermore, you may select any 10 scrolls of ninjutsu, provided they are not forbidden techniques. Hanzo raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It seems Bai Mo's life is indeed quite valuable if it can compel you to make such sacrifices. Danzo added, However, I have one more condition. You must ensure that Bai Mo's eyes remain intact. The Sharingan, is it? I wonder what you intend to do with the Sharingan. Without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, transplanting the eyes recklessly poses a significant risk. You need not concern yourself with this. I eagerly await your positive news. After Shimura Danzo spoke, his figure plunged directly through the window. In a series of agile leaps, he vanished into the pitch-black night. He extended his hand to caress his arm, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Hanzo of the Salamander. What did he truly understand? His own arm had been grafted from Uchiha Shin. That individual's body did not reject any bloodline. In other words, as long as the Sharingan was abundant, he could fill his entire arm. The only regret was that there were still too few Sharingan on his arm. Aside from the few he eliminated during missions involving the Uchiha clan, there has been no replenishment for a considerable time. How splendid it would be if all the eyes of the Uchiha clan were his own. Shimura Danzo licked his lips, and even the veil of night could not conceal the greed etched upon his face. After his departure, Hanzo of the Salamander began to contemplate the feasibility of his plans earnestly. Time passed, though its measure was unclear, until he suddenly called out towards the door. Summoning those outside, bring in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan of the Akatsuki. I have a few words I wish to share with them. Indeed, my dear sir. At the sound of a command, the ninja adorned with the headband of the Hidden Rain Village swiftly made his way towards the base of the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki and Hanzo of the Salamander maintained a cordial detachment, resulting in minimal precautionary measures. Consequently, the location of the base had long been known to Hanzo. Soon, the news reached the ears of Yahiko and his companions. Konan remarked, Yahiko, when circumstances appear unusual, there is often something amiss. We must exercise greater caution. Yahiko chuckled, Konan, I believe you are being overly apprehensive. We are striving for the peace of the Hidden Rain Village, and Hanzo would not act against us. However, there are no further objections. It is likely that there is an urgent matter requiring our attention, don't you think, Nagato? Nagato said little, merely nodding in response. Yet, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. The trio arrived at Hanzo's residence, where they were greeted by the sight of the entire house ablaze with light. As if it were welcoming their arrival, Hans stood at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their presence. Upon seeing Yahiko and the others, he opened his arms wide, warmly inviting them inside for a more detailed conversation. The interior of the house exuded opulence, a stark contrast to the meager lives Yahiko and his companions had known. They sat somewhat uneasily in Hans's lavish living room, surrounded by the resplendence that dazzled their senses. Yahiko, somewhat hesitant, spoke up, Lord Hans. Did you summon us at this late hour for a particular reason? The matter is quite straightforward. I merely wish to ascertain your resolve. Hans further inquired, do you wish to safeguard the tranquility of the Hidden Rain Village? I must clarify that I cannot assist with any harmful intentions or actions against individuals. Uchiha Hakumai. The name sounded quite familiar. Just as Yahiko pondered this thought, Mackerel Fish Hans produced a portrait, prominently displaying the visage of Bai Mo. Upon seeing Bai Mo, Yahiko's pupils dilated sharply. Is it him? Is he not Uchiha Hakumo? The moment Mayahiko beheld the portrait of Hakumai, his mind could not help but conjure the scene of their encounter. You seem rather astonished, do you not? Indeed, I am acquainted with him. We have crossed paths before. Therefore, I would like to inquire whether there might be a misunderstanding in this matter. The eyes of Mackerel Fish Hans narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected connection between Yahiko and Hakumo. Moreover, the way Yahiko defended Hakumo suggested the possibility of some clandestine dealings between them. This sense of losing control was something Mackerel Fish Hans could never permit. Silently, he tucked the portrait away. So, does this mean you are unwilling? Indeed. I am convinced that there must be some misunderstanding. Miyako spoke to the Pepperfish Hans, recounting the circumstances of his encounter with Shirasumi. A person who values peace so profoundly would never commit any wrongdoing against the Rain-Hidden Village. Listening to Yahiko incessantly extolling praises, Hanzo of the Salamander secretly gave a thumbs up to Shimura Danzo. Indeed, it was evident that Yahiko's heart had long departed from the Hidden Rain Village. If Hanzo were to continue to disregard this, it was certain that Yahiko would lead his Akatsuki organization and ultimately usurp his control within the village. Hanzo of the Salamander was inherently a conspiratorial thinker. After all, if he were to place himself in Yahiko's position, he would undoubtedly contemplate how to bring down the one at the top, using him as a stepping stone. Thus, one should not blame him for his ruthless demeanor. Hanzo, the master of poisons, reclined against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals before him. A sinister smile emerged from beneath the gas mask that concealed his face. Having donned this mask for years, Hanzo was accustomed to its presence, and each time Yahiko encountered him, he appeared in the same guise. Thus, they paid little mind to Hanzo's peculiar attire. However, this very familiarity afforded Hanzo the opportunity to poison them. A faint, intoxicating fragrance began to permeate the room, instilling a sense of danger in the astutely perceptive Shaonan. The floral scent penetrated the nostrils of the three, and an overwhelming sense of weakness gradually enveloped their bodies. Something was amiss. There is deception here. Xiaonan's pupils suddenly constricted, her gaze filled with terror as she looked at the side of the mountain pepperfish, Hans. Yet, it was too late. Just as she was about to rise, she realized her body felt devoid of muscle, utterly weak and powerless. Not only was it impossible to get up, even moving a finger had become a daunting task. Mayahiko glared fiercely, directing his piercing eyes at Hans. A tempest of rage surging within him. Hans, what do you mean by this? What does it signify? Haha, are you still unaware of it? Hanzo the salamander continued. The ninja world is inherently one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Can you truly blame me for your own misfortune? In merely half an hour, your muscles will completely dissolve into liquid, and at that point, death will be imminent. Nagato cast a glance at Yahiko, then at Konan, and a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. If your intention was to eliminate us, you could have opted for a far more potent toxin. The reason for sparing our lives must be to compel us to eliminate Hakomai. Am I correct? Clever. You are far more astute than that fellow Mayahiko. Hanzo, the mountain pepperfish, produced 2 pills and placed them before Yahiko and Nagato. These pills serve as an antidote, capable of swiftly neutralizing the toxins within your bodies. As for Konan, rest assured, I will provide her with a pill that delays the onset of the toxin, granting approximately 1 day's reprieve. If you manage to eliminate that scoundrel, White Ink, within this day and present his head before me, I shall provide Konan with the antidote. At that juncture, you will be able to depart from Amigakure with the Akatsuki organization. The treachery of the pufferfish Hans cast a shadow of frustration across Yahiko's countenance. In his mind, he recalled the words once spoken to him by Hakumo. Hakumo was indeed correct. One must never place unwavering trust in the duplicitous Hans. He fell into the current perilous predicament of Nagato and Konan due to his excessive trust in the sardine fish Hanzo. This was something Yahiko could never condone. Despite his reluctance to take the life of Hakumo, the dire circumstances surrounding Konan compelled him to consider it. Sacrificing Hakumo's life to save Konan was an option he could accept. Yahiko clenched his teeth and affirmed to the sardine fish Hanzo, I understand. We shall return with Hakumo's head. However, he added a stern caveat. In exchange, I hope you will honor your promise. If not, we will undoubtedly end your life. Hanzo chuckled ominously. Of course, I am the god of shinobi, Hanzo. I will certainly keep my word. He instructed his ninjas to administer an antidote to Yahiko and Nagato. The moment the antidote entered their systems, their previously weakened bodies were instantly invigorated, enabling them to rise effortlessly from the sofa. The countdown had begun. He hoped they would locate and eliminate Hakumo within a day. Yahiko cast a deep glance at Konan, assuring her, do not worry. We will surely kill Hakumo and rescue you. Without further words, Yahiko and Nagato swiftly exited the room, in stark contrast to the opulent lights within. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, with only raindrops cascading from the heavens. After several leaps, Yahiko and Nagato arrived at a dimly lit alley. After numerous twists and turns, they reached the headquarters of Akatsuki, the organization they had built together, aimed at establishing a unique peace for the Rain Village amidst the vast shinobi world. Yet now, peace had wielded a butcher's knife. Everyone mobilize. Search for the whereabouts of Uchiha Hakumo. I will ensure his demise. In response, a multitude of ninjas scattered into the night, diligently seeking Hakumo's figure. At that moment, Hakumo reclined on a branch of a colossal tree, feigning sleep. Kushina rested in his embrace, resembling a delicate bird, exuding an adorably serene aura. Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at this faux couple with resentment. What happened to our supposed sham marriage? Why do they seem like a couple who married before falling in love? As the night deepened, she felt envious of their slumber, while she herself was left to keep vigil. After all, she was Tsunade. When had she ever encountered such indignity? You scoundrel, she murmured, her thoughts spiraling into irritation. Ultimately, she could only comfort herself, acknowledging that it was all in gratitude for the resources Hakumo had provided her. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to keep watch for him. The pitch-black night was draped in a light veil, casting a spectral pallor over the earth, whispering of the night's chill. Suddenly, Hakumo opened his eyes, his sharp gaze imbued with a ferocious intent, landing squarely on Tsunade. In that instant, she felt as though plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold enveloping her, rendering her unable to suppress a shiver. Soon, Tsunade regained her composure, exclaiming, "Why are you glaring at me? I merely called you a scoundrel. How dare you exude such murderous intent towards me? What do you intend to do?" Hakumo gradually returned to reality, retracting the so-called murderous aura in an instant. He smiled at Tsunade, saying, "Nothing of consequence, just stumbled upon something amusing. Let us switch shifts. I'll take over the watch, and you can look after Kushina." At that moment, Tsunade sensed something amiss. Has something happened? She expanded her perception, but found no suspicious presence within the forest, heightening her suspicion. To her, Hakumo simply smiled faintly. "It's nothing, merely some insignificant clowns." Hakumo gently withdrew his arm and gestured for Tsunade to come closer. Observing Kushina's deep slumber, utterly unguarded, Tsunade felt a surge of envy. Such trust in Hakumo allowed her to rest so soundly. After switching places, Hakumo stood up to stretch his body. My arm feels a bit numb. But it's nothing serious. Once the blood circulation resumes, all will be well." Without delay, Hakumo activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Tsunade's view in a flash. Watching the increasingly tranquil surroundings, Tsunade sighed, realizing she still had to keep watch, especially since Hakumo had departed. She tightened her grip on Kushina's delicate shoulder and leaned against the tree behind her. Soon, her attention was drawn to an eagle perched on a nearby branch. Observing her intently, the eagle's formidable claws left deep impressions in the tree trunk as it clutched it lightly. Tsunade couldn't help but murmur, "Do eagles not fear humans anymore? Why is it staring so intently?" Meanwhile, Hakumo, who had just distanced himself, almost lost his balance upon hearing Tsunade's remarks about his surveillance. Luckily, his chakra control was impeccable, allowing him to adhere effortlessly to the tree. At that moment, the entire forest was rife with hawk eyes. All created through Hakumo's Falcon Glimpse technique, tirelessly monitoring the designated area 24 hours a day. Under the watchful gaze of the hawks, the dark night appeared as bright as day. Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas surged into the once tranquil forest, seemingly searching for something, conducting a carpet-like sweep that overlooked no nook or cranny. "Do you know why our leader is seeking Uchiha Hakumo?" "Not entirely sure. But I've heard he is a prodigy from Konoha. At such a young age, he is already an elite jonin. And his ascendance to the rank of Hokage seems imminent." "How long has that news been circulating?" "I've heard that Hakumo single-handedly defeated the Eight-Tails Killer Bee." "One person? My goodness, what immense strength he must possess. Surely, he has reached the level of Hokage by now. Who knows? Regardless, Uchiha Hakumo is no ordinary individual. He is a fervent training enthusiast. He has probably become even stronger by now." At that moment, the tale of Hakumo single-handedly obliterating the three great allied forces had yet to spread completely. Otherwise, these ninjas might not have dared to venture forth. Meanwhile, the moonlight grew increasingly pale, filtering through the dense foliage and casting pale spots upon the ground. The eerie forest quietly revealed an ominous atmosphere. Occasionally, a bat flitted by, leaving traces of its wings in the chilly night air. The dew intensified, and a damp breeze swept through the forest, mercilessly stealing the remnants of warmth from the surroundings. "Are you feeling a bit cold?" "It is indeed somewhat chilly." "Strange. It was perfectly fine just a moment ago." Just then, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerged before them. The right eye of the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. World. The terrifying illusion effortlessly invaded the minds of the two ninjas, constructing a false reality within their consciousness, where all perceptions would be manipulated by Hakumo. "Leader, what brings you here?" In their line of sight, Bai Mo had transformed into Yahiko's likeness. Thus, when they beheld Yahiko before them, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The leader. The individuals before him donned the headbands of the Rain Village and were cloaked in dark robes, unmistakably the garb of the Akatsuki organization. This indicated that they were sent by Yahiko to find him, seemingly intent on eliminating him. With this realization, Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he broke the control over the two before him. As they regained their senses, they found Bai Mo standing directly before them, their faces instantly betraying terror. They swiftly drew their kunai, cautiously guarding against Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo felt no inclination to engage in combat. Instead, he softly instructed, "If you wish to live, inform Yahiko that I am here waiting for him." "Wait. I will notify the leader immediately." The two ninjas, momentarily caught in bravado, quickly turned and fled into the distance. They sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Bai Mo, understanding that he was not someone they could contend with. Without uttering another word, they dashed towards Yahiko's location. Soon, they arrived before Yahiko. "Leader, we found Bai Mo." Yahiko approached them, urgency palpable in his tone. "Where is he?" "In that direction, some 10,000 meters away." Yahiko exchanged a glance with Nagato, chakra surging into their feet as they sped through the branches of the trees, their silhouettes merging into a swift shadow against the night. I can sense his presence, Yahiko murmured. But in the next moment, he paused, inexplicably sensing that Bai Mo's aura had become more solid, indicating a newfound strength compared to their previous encounters. Under the moonlight, Bai Mo's crimson eyes regarded Yahiko and Nagato as they rapidly approached. Unmoved, he contemplated how to fulfill his self-discipline task. As an ardent practitioner, the training associated with self-discipline was undoubtedly vital. However, when he had utilized the illusion technique, the progress bar had shown no change, and his vision had only become more blurred. This heightened Bai Mo's anxiety. Should he become blind before awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he might have no choice but to resort to an alternative plan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, deep in slumber at home, suddenly shivered awake. Unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he had felt an icy chill envelop him, a sensation that came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Was it just my imagination? On the other side, Bai Mo yawned and remarked, "Well, regardless, Obito is my brother. I should allow him to grow up happily. As for the matter of my eyes, we shall see." The pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan faded from his gaze. At that moment, Nagato swiftly brought his hands together, launching a fierce assault towards Bai Mo. Wind release, Gale Palm. The sudden onslaught caused Yahiko to tense in alarm. "No, wait. Don't attack." But it was too late. Nagato, unfamiliar with Bai Mo, viewed him as a stranger. With Conan's life hanging in the balance, he refused to waste time. A violent gale surged forth, scattering countless leaves as they aimed at Bai Mo. The tempestuous assault hurtled towards him, yet Bai Mo merely smiled coldly. He extended his hand behind him, drawing forth a Uchiha fan, which carved a perfect arc through the air. A tempest, not of wind but stronger, manifested. When the two gusts collided, they obliterated the leaves into fragments. However, this composed counter did not deter Nagato. He flung 3 kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, demonstrating his lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds resonated in succession. As Bai Mo was engulfed in the explosions, Yahiko grit his teeth and addressed him, "Bai Mo, I apologize. We are left with no choice. Water release, water chaos." Utilizing the smoke from the explosions, Yahiko unleashed a torrent of water towards Bai Mo. The ferocious water column crashed against Bai Mo, but before Yahiko could rejoice, Nagato warned, "It's a substitution technique." As if to validate his words, the struck Bai Mo instantaneously transformed into a wooden stump. "What are you looking at?" Bai Mo's ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them, sending a chilling sensation coursing up their spines. "You scoundrel!" Nagato, filled with indignation, shot 2 piercing glances at Bai Mo. He pivoted and engaged him in a taijutsu duel, their speeds nearly indistinguishable, the sound of their strikes echoing with a resonant force. Yet, this seemingly simple conflict was one Bai Mo could handle effortlessly. "Yahiko, you and he have suddenly turned your hostility towards me. If I am not mistaken, there must be another reason behind this, perhaps Hans the Salamander?" Having heard Bai Mo utter his name, Yahiko was no longer surprised. After all, during their first encounter, Bai Mo had directly called him by name. It seemed this individual had been observing him for quite some time. "Indeed, Hans has captured Conan. If we cannot present your head to him within a day, she will be in grave danger." "Ah, that explains your urgency." This aligned with Bai Mo's understanding of the narrative. Had he not intervened, Hans would have captured Conan, forcing Yahiko into a deadly situation, thus leading to the dissolution of the Akatsuki. This would ignite Nagato's rage, compelling him to unleash the powers of the Rinnegan for the first time, bringing Hans to his knees. Yet, now that Bai Mo had entered the world of Naruto, he would not allow such events to unfold. However, before that, could he provoke Nagato into unleashing the Rinnegan's powers and engaging in a full-scale battle, thus aiding his precise ocular technique training? With this thought, Bai Mo drifted away, creating distance between himself and the two. "So that's the reason. You must give it your all. Otherwise, your companion may truly perish." Bai Mo's mocking tone taunted Nagato's psyche. His head bowed, veins bulging on his forehead. His expression darkened ominously, instilling fear. "You scoundrel! I will end you." Nagato roared, his eyes ablaze with the magnificent colors of the Rinnegan. He unleashed the true powers of the Rinnegan, summoning Outer Path demonic statue. With Nagato's words echoing, the chaos commenced. A colossal hand, resembling a withered tree, erupted from the ground, striking directly towards Bai Mo. The Flying Thunder God technique. Bai Mo cast his gaze into the distance. As the technique's markings were inscribed upon the trees, whoosh, In the blink of an eye, Bai Mo's figure had distanced itself, narrowly evading the assault from Cha Min. Boom! The palm descended upon the earth, instantly reducing the trees to mere splinters. The entire ground began to fracture. The deafening noise roused the slumbering Kushina, causing her to slowly open her eyes. What was it that obscured her vision? Instinctively, Kushina pinched herself. At that moment, Tsunade's voice rang out, "Kushina, have you awoken?" She found herself nestled in Tsunade's embrace. Realizing the situation, Kushina feigned a cough before rising from Tsunade's hold. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she gazed at Tsunade's slightly flushed cheeks and inquired, "Sister Tsunade, what is that sound? Has something occurred? Where is my husband? Perhaps someone has come to attack." Bai Mo has gone to confront them and should resolve the situation swiftly. However, as Tsunade's words faded, the very ground of the distant forest began to rise ominously. A colossal creature emerged from the earth, its roar akin to thunder reverberating into the sky. Countless fragments of stone tumbled down amidst the swirling smoke. At this moment, Tsunade and Kushina stood utterly stunned, bewildered by the true nature of this monstrous being. Yahiko also witnessed the terrifying presence of the Outer Path's demonic statue. However, considering the burden that the Rinnegan imposed on Nagato, Yahiko quickly exclaimed, "No, you must not employ that technique. Yet at this moment, it is too late. Yet at this moment, it is indeed too late." Only the chest of the external demon statue was visible, from which a gray spike emerged. This spike incessantly divided, transforming into numerous barbs that instantaneously pierced Nagato's body. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to drench his clothes without restraint. His body trembled slightly, a testament to the immense price he was paying. Yet, the thought of Konan still needing their salvation compelled Nagato to grit his teeth and persevere, exclaiming, "Yahiko, step back. Do not concern yourself with me. Allow me to deal with this white ink before me. However, there is no room for however. For we are indeed the most significant partners." Nagato roared aloud. At that moment, the Outer Path's demonic statue opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of purple chakra in the form of a dragon. At this moment, a fierce intent to kill enveloped Bai Mo entirely, causing his expression to grow grave. Simultaneously, the profound battle spirit that lay dormant within him surged forth at a visibly rapid pace. This was fortuitous. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan once again manifested within Bai Mo's eyes. Given that this is a meticulous training of ocular techniques, the objective is to achieve the greatest effect with the least expenditure. This, I believe, encapsulates the essence of this training session. Thus, Susanoo, the scarlet chakra erupted from the body of Bai Mo, who had long since regained his strength. The immense chakra surged forth, swiftly coalescing into the form of Susanoo. With each hand grasping a Uchiha fan, Susanoo stood tall, exuding a wild and formidable aura that radiated outward. As he raised his hands to wield the colossal fans, a tempestuous wind clashed with the violet chakra dragon. In that explosive moment, Nagato stepped forward, unleashing arcs of lightning from the back of the Outer Path's demonic statue, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Shianei, confronted by a myriad of lightning strikes, Bai Mo stood with arms crossed over the chest of Susanoo, his gaze fixed intently upon the external demonic figure before him. He allowed the tempest of lightning to ravage the surface of Susanoo without interference. Yet, the progress bar showed no signs of advancement. Bai Mo furrowed his brow, his heart laden with perplexity. What precise conditions must this self-imposed task fulfill to achieve even the slightest hint of progress? In stark contrast to the calm demeanor exhibited by Hakamoku, Nagato has been driven increasingly mad by the relentless pressure of time. He exhausts his chakra, fervently supplying the Outer Path golem, propelling it towards Hakamoku, where it engages in a fierce close-quarters battle with Susanoo. The two colossal figures, monstrous in their proportions, clash violently, each punch resonating with a deafening gale that forces the surrounding trees to bend and scatter in all directions. Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki have also sensed the distant conflict. Tsunade gazes at Kushina, whose body is enveloped in the distinctive chakra of the Nine Tails. She quickly pats Kushina on the shoulder and urges, "Kushina, remain composed. In this world, few possess the strength to rival Hakamoku." Kushina Uzumaki hesitated for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the distant battle. She beheld white ink manipulating the Susanoo. In just a few exchanges, the Outer Path golem was being relentlessly ground into the earth by white ink's Susanoo. The two Uchiha fan blades swung like mighty hammers, creating afterimages as they struck repeatedly against the golem, causing its feet to sink deeply into the ground. Yet, This was not the end. White ink. Noticing the progress bar showing no signs of movement, felt a surge of anxiety within. Instant death. Bai Mo unlocked the power residing within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his left eye. A myriad of points and lines intertwined, revealing a world within Bai Mo's vision. Slash. The white ink commanded the Susanoo. Suddenly, the left hand of the Susanoo soared upwards with great force. The formidable Uchiha fan, at that moment, resembled the sharpest weapon in existence. It effortlessly severed the left hand of the outer path golem. Boom. As the foreign demonic statue crashed onto the ground, a thick cloud of dust ascended into the air. Nagato, overwhelmed, coughed up a spurt of blood that landed 3 meters away. Completely drained, he collapsed onto the ground, devoid of even the strength to rise. Witnessing such a scene, Yahiko hurriedly approached Nagato's side, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "Nagato, how do you feel? Shall I escort you back for treatment?" Nagato's cheeks appeared remarkably pale, particularly his lips, which were so white they were almost ghastly. He trembled as he spoke to Yahiko beside him, saying, "No, there is no need. The most crucial matter at hand is to eliminate Haku and save Conan." He continued, "Well, I must say, you need not exert yourselves. You are utterly incapable of killing me." Haku approached Yahiko and Nagato, adding, however, "I do respect your intentions, for you are acting out of a desire to protect your most cherished companion, are you not?" Bai Mo holds a profound admiration for Nagato and Yahiko. During his previous contemplations, he felt that if life could bestow upon him companions like Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, those bound by such deep connections, then he would have no regrets in this lifetime. After all, these are truly the comrades who would fight fiercely for him. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Mihiko's eyes instantly lit up. "Bai Mo, is what you say true?" "Naturally, otherwise, what would be the point of conversing with you? I would have long since taken action against you. However, Xiaonan harbors toxins within her body, rendering us utterly powerless. Who claims that there is no way?" A sound echoed from afar. Tsunade approached, accompanied by Kushina Uzumaki. They arrived promptly after witnessing the battle gradually subside. Tsunade's expression grew gravely serious as she gazed intently at Yahiko and Nagato before her. The moment her eyes fell upon Nagato's Sharingan, her astonishment deepened immensely. "You are Nagato?" Nagato gasped for breath. He expended nearly the last vestiges of his strength to perform the sealing technique, dispelling the outer path's golem. "Do you recognize me? I have heard of your exploits from Jiraiya, yet I never anticipated that our paths would cross in such a manner." Tsunade crouched down, scrutinizing Nagato's complexion before her. "The toxins within you are quite severe." "Toxins? We should have already eliminated the toxins from our bodies," Yahiko exclaimed in astonishment. However, he heard Tsunade say, "What do you mean by lifted? Do you not trust me? It appears that you are not in distress, but rather subdued by a more potent toxin. This toxin exhibits a delayed effect, approximately lasting a day. Once the time elapses, it is likely that it will result in immediate fatality." Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is renowned throughout the entire ninja world. Observing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, a possibility suddenly emerged in Yahiko's mind. He clenched his fist and slammed it onto the ground. "That scoundrel Hanzo. He is contemplating the annihilation of us all. Are you all right?" Uzumaki Kushina inquired with genuine concern as she approached Hakomai. In response, Hakomai shook his head, retracting his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He gazed at the somewhat blurred figure of Uzumaki Kushina and smiled, saying, "I'm fine. Consider it a nighttime workout. After all, Yahiko and Nagato are merely children, entirely unworthy opponents." "Yahiko, Nagato." Listening to Hakomai's sardonic tone, both Nagato and Yahiko found themselves at a loss for words. They could only turn to Tsunade and ask, "What shall we do in this situation? Can one still survive?" Naturally, it merely entails a modicum of discomfort. The delicate extraction technique. Before Nagato and Yahiko could react, Tsunade swiftly employed her medical ninjutsu upon them. This technique demands an extraordinary level of chakra control and requires meticulous care to extract the toxins. Otherwise, even the slightest misstep could result in the rupture of the poisoned individual's internal organs. Although this ninjutsu does not draw forth a single drop of blood, the intense agony has caused both Yahiko and Nagato to grimace and writhe on the ground. Observing the dark, toxic substance accumulating on their bodies, they grit their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain with unwavering resolve. This heart-wrenching scene prompted Kushina Uzumaki to turn away in distress, seeking refuge in the embrace of Hakomai. Resembling a delicate bird nestled against its partner, a sight utterly endearing. Time slipped away, second by second. After approximately an hour, the toxins within the two individuals were completely extracted by Tsunade. They exhibited no hesitation. Yahi demonstrated water release, refreshing both himself and Nagato with a brief shower. Subsequently, they felt invigorated. He gazed at the figures of Hakumai, Tsunade, and the others, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Accompanied by Nagato, he bowed deeply before the three before him. In response, Hakumai said, "All right, there is no need for such formality. Let us hasten our departure to rescue your companions." After a moment's pause, he added, "As for how to express your gratitude, simply continue to pursue your original dreams. The world requires your efforts for a more harmonious existence." Miyako and Nagato were momentarily taken aback. They gazed deeply at Bai Mo, clearly astonished. It was evident that they had not anticipated Bai Mo would utter such words to them. Could this be considered Bai Mo's acknowledgement of them? Despite the terrifying prowess of Bai Mo, there remains a profound appreciation for their capabilities, leading to a willingness to assist them. One might even be inclined to confront the formidable Hanzo, the salamander, for their sake. It is essential to recognize that the fame of the pepperfish Hans has reached remarkable heights. He is revered as a demigod within the ninja realm, an entity akin to a deity. Indeed, Miyako and Nagato exchanged a glance, then bowed deeply to Bai Mo. "Let us set forth." Bai Mo surged forward, followed closely by the swirling figures of Jio Xian Nai and Tsunade. Meanwhile, Yahiko bore the weakened Nagato at the rear. On the other side, within the chamber of Hanzo the salamander, he sat composed in his seat. The gravity of his expression deepened with each passing moment. He gazed at the young Conan before him, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. "It seemed that before dawn, I would not be graced with any favorable tidings. You despicable wretch. There will come a day when you shall meet your demise at the hands of Yahiko and Nagato." Shounen felt utterly powerless, finding it difficult even to move a single finger. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her in the slightest from vocalizing her disdain and cursing the despicable person before her. "Ha ha ha, shall I be slain by those two fellows?" In that moment, the already repressed heart of Sanzu, the mountain pepper fish, surged with anger. He rose from his seat, casting a furious glare at the diminutive Nan before him. His voice, somewhat hoarse, was laden with the smugness of a self-satisfied villain. "You are perhaps unaware that the potion I provided them is far from any so-called antidote. Rather, it is a toxin of greater potency, albeit with a delayed effect, which has been thoroughly suppressed. Even if they disregard my counsel and attempt to amass their strength to assail me, coercing me to surrender the antidote, such an endeavor would be utterly futile, for as soon as the time arrives, they will perish abruptly." Xiaonan's pupils suddenly constricted. She was evidently taken aback by the treachery of Hanzo, the salamander. Not only did he employ others as instruments of his malice, but he also discarded them once they had served their purpose, akin to a laborer stripped of his utility. Panic and anxiety surged within Xiaonan's heart. At this moment, nearly half the time had elapsed. The sun was about to rise, heralding the remaining half of the day. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to communicate with Yahiko and Nagato. Observing Xiaonan's face flushed with fury, her fingers trembled slightly. The visage of Shanjiao Hanzo, concealed beneath the gas mask, grew increasingly menacing. "You have made an attempt. For one who is not well versed in the medical ninjutsu, you find yourself utterly incapable of movement. All you can do is helplessly witness the demise of the Akatsuki organization." Lord Hanzo, a ninja, approached, kneeling before Hanzo the salamander, and reported, "My lord, Nagato and Yahiko request an audience." Nagato and Yahiko? Hanzo, the pepper fish, paused momentarily. He had not anticipated their swift return. Could it be that Bai Mo was merely a figurehead, his combat prowess inferior to that of Yahiko and Nagato? Or perhaps they harbor a more profound meaning, such as a desire for self-destruction? Shanjiao Hans, as a cunning individual, inevitably resorts to the most treacherous methods, speculating on the thoughts of the two. "I understand now. Invite them in, please." Having spoken, the pike fish Hans turned to the side where Xiaonan stood, and with a smile that belied his menace, he warned, "You would do well to keep your lips sealed. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the two of them meet their demise without hesitation." Xiaonan pressed her lips together. If looks could kill, Hanzo the salamander would have died countless times by now. Soon, under the guidance of Hanzo's loyal ninja, Nagato and Yahiko arrived before him. Hanzo scrutinized the two before him. Dust clung to their garments, indicative of a recent battle. Yet there was no trace of blood or the body of Hakumai to be found. "Don't tell me. You two have failed." Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of mockery in the other's eyes. Had it been a moment ago, they would have undoubtedly been concerned for Conan's life, for without an antidote, they would have been utterly powerless. However, now that Tsunade was present, they felt no trepidation whatsoever, bolstered by her formidable medical ninjutsu. In fact, a smile almost crept onto their faces. Hanzo of the Salamander, we offer you a chance. Immediately purge the poison from Conan, or else you shall deeply regret your decision. The room was awash with opulent lights. The pufferfish named Hans gazed in astonishment at the two individuals before him. He even wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. How audacious these two dared to be. It is important to acknowledge that Xiaonin is still in a state of poisoning. Their relentless pressure on themselves indicates a complete loss of rationality. Have they truly gone mad? Are you threatening me? Hanzo, the pepper fish, regained his composure. His tone now carried a hint of murderous intent. What does your threat amount to? Do you truly believe we are unaware of your actions? Miyako directly pointed out the actions of the pufferfish Hans, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Do these two individuals know? At that moment, the expert in toxins, Hanzo the Salamander, began to scrutinize the expressions of the two individuals before him. Being well-versed in the effects of poisoning, he was acutely aware of the states that one might exhibit post-intoxication. However, at this juncture, both Yahiko and Nagato displayed unblemished skin, revealing no trace of the purple undertones that typically lurk beneath the surface. This observation led Hanzo to realize that these two individuals had likely managed to completely neutralize the poison. Come forth. Eliminate them for me. Hanzo of the Salamander bellowed with fury. The once tranquil room was suddenly inundated with a multitude of ninjas, each a product of Hanzo's rigorous training, showcasing only the finest talents. The least among them had reached the pinnacle of Chunin, while the leader had ascended to the intermediate level of Jonin. These skilled ninjas formed a formidable encirclement, trapping Yahiko and Nagato within their ranks. Witnessing the two besieged by the multitude of ninjas, Conan struggled to rise from the sofa. Yet her body felt remarkably heavy, rendering her nearly immobile. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes outside the window, the world of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This is the most potent illusion capable of altering the five senses of others. When Hakumai conjured the illusion known as world, Conan felt as though someone was speaking to her in her ear. I am Uchiha Hakumai. Uchiha Hakumai. Upon hearing that name, Xiaonin felt a sudden jolt of fear in her heart. However, the subsequent words of Bai Mo swiftly assuaged her anxiety. There is no need to be afraid. I stand firmly on your side. As for the toxins within you, fret not, for we shall assist you in your healing. What you must do now is to witness the gradual decline of the legendary Sanjiao fish Hans. Xiaonin blinked her eyes. Although she was unaware of the reason behind the voice of Bai Mo whispering in her ear, she did not even realize that she had fallen under an illusion. Yet, in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if everything was firmly within their control. All she needed to do was to align herself with their actions. Both Yahi and Nagato possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have risen to become the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Even under the guidance of elite Jonin, they could continuously fend off the relentless assaults against them. This only served to tighten the grip of Hanzo of the Salamander, whose fists clenched with mounting frustration. You useless fools, how is it that so many of you cannot deal with these two? What purpose do I serve in supporting you? Accompanied by the roar of the pufferfish Hans, he brandished his scythe and charged forth. Beyond his venomous prowess, Hans's physical techniques were remarkably formidable. As he lunged, the scythe carved a flawless arc through the air, accompanied by a chilling sound, aimed directly at Mayahiko's head. Beware! Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands swiftly forming seals. Wind release. Gale palm. A gentle hum resonated as the gathered wind blades clashed against the scythe wielded by the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air. Observing the chaotic skirmish between Hanzo, Yahiko, Nagato, and others, Hakumai swiftly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself to the side of Conan. With a tender embrace, he cradled her delicate form and retreated to a secluded corner of the adjacent room. In the next heartbeat, two additional flashes illuminated the space, heralding the arrival of Tsunade and Kushina. I entrust her to you, Tsunade. Leave this to me. But do ensure that you are not interrupted by that rascal, Mantis Shrimp Hans. Rest assured, his time is limited. A faint smile graced the corners of Bai Mo's lips as his blood-red kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed intently upon the chaotic melee before him. The clangor of metal colliding rang out, accompanied by the eruption of sparks. Yet, his vision was no longer as clear as it once had been. Nevertheless, This very obscurity compelled Bai Mo to rely more on his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. For it was only through this means that he might decipher a method to augment the progress bar, thereby elevating his Sharingan to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Surely, he could not resign himself to the fate of blindness. That was certainly not the outcome Bai Mo desired. Accompanying the descent of this thought, the direct death mechanism activated. Bai Mo deftly unleashed a flurry of shurikens, which whirled rapidly through the air at an astonishing speed. With remarkable ease, they struck the crimson dots adorning numerous ninjas. In an instant, their movements faltered, and expressions of agony contorted their faces. Their bodies disintegrated, transforming into a fine powder that vanished within the confines of the room. This spectacle momentarily stunned Yamajiro. Seizing the opportunity, Yahiko narrowed his eyes and executed his technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Miyako unleashed a massive column of water from his mouth, which struck the body of the pufferfish Hans with tremendous force, causing him to stagger back several meters. He crashed heavily against the wall of the room, resulting in a cacophony of sounds as items hanging from the wall plummeted to the ground. Many of Hans's treasured rare possessions were reduced to worthless shards in that instant, intensifying the fury within him. His gaze swept over the crowd before him as he let out a cold snort, remarking, "I wondered why these two fellows suddenly grew so audacious. It appears you have support behind you. It is a pity that the titles of the three shinobi were bestowed upon you by me. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to be my match. Even if you have annihilated the allied forces of the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Stone Village, and Hidden Mist Village, you will still undeniably fall short as my adversary." Gazing at the white ink pointed out by Hanzo the Salamander, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato were utterly astonished. This was indeed the first time they had encountered such news. Their shock was the most fitting description of their state. "Nagato, did I hear incorrectly? Are you saying that a single individual, white ink, possesses the power to annihilate the joint forces of the three great hidden villages? It appears that there is nothing." Indeed, Hanzo truly expressed such sentiments. Fortunately, Bai Mo harbors no murderous intent towards us. Otherwise, we might have already met our demise. Suddenly, Mihiko recalled the moment he first encountered Hakumo. He proclaimed that they would meet again in the future. "Let us strive for peace together." In other words, by that time, he was already aware of the coalition of the three hidden villages. The objective of the three hidden villages was quite apparent. It was undoubtedly Konoha. As the Rain Hidden Village finds itself caught in the midst of conflict, it is destined to become a battleground. In other words, Bai Mo has rescued them. In other words, Bai Mo has salvaged their plight, thereby ensuring the safety of the villagers of Rain Hidden Village, preventing them from being ensnared in the turmoil of war. Truly, he embodies the essence of a peacemaker. In comparison to the presence of Hakumo before them, both oneself and the movements of Nagato and Konan appeared woefully inadequate. Unavoidably, Hakumo's standing in their hearts ascended to a higher echelon. Meanwhile, Konan, who was being healed by Tsunade, slightly turned her head to gaze at Hakumo in the distance. Her mind clouded with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, the increasingly sinister laughter of Hanzo the Salamander reverberated harshly throughout the room. Hee. It has been quite some time since I felt this at ease. Everyone around me, apart from myself, is an adversary. This signifies that I can unleash my full potential. The pike fish, Hans, murmured to himself. He slowly extended his palm and placed it upon his gas mask. In an instant, the expression of Hakumai subtly shifted. "Nagato, Yahiko, you too, return to my side. Hakumai, we shall assist you. Hurry." "Understood. Please provide the text you wish to be refined and translated." Bai Mo exclaimed loudly, abruptly interrupting the conversation between the two. Instinctively, they hurriedly retreated to stand behind him, as it was their first time witnessing Bai Mo in such a state of anxiety. This tension was something he had never exhibited, even when confronting external demonic figures. Observing this, Nagato positioned himself behind Yahiko. Bai Mo chuckled lightly, and the tension on his face vanished in an instant. "My earlier apprehension stemmed primarily from the fear of your imminent demise. To comprehend the formidable toxin of the pufferfish Hans, one must recognize that it resides within him. The reason he dons a gas mask is not due to the fear of others unleashing potent toxins upon him, but rather the dread of inadvertently poisoning those around him. From a young age, he has undergone the transplantation of the pufferfish's internal organs, causing a noxious gas to permeate his very breath. It seems to serve as a testament to the words of Bai Mo, as tendrils of toxic vapor waft from his exhalation. Upon contact with the bouquet situated by the window, These fumes induce a visibly rapid wilting of the flowers. Although the source of your knowledge remains unknown, your assertion rings true. The toxins I emit are indeed the most lethal in existence. Please leave me be. The Thunderfish Han swiftly charged towards Hakumai, his speed so remarkable that both Nagato and Yahiko squinted in an attempt to capture his fleeting form. However, for Hakumai, who had activated the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and possessed formidable dynamic prowess, Hans's velocity was merely ordinary. The most effective strategy against this adversary was simply to prevent him from getting too close. This explains why Hakumai had instructed Yahiko and Nagato to position themselves behind him, standing alongside Tsunade and the others. Wind release, pressure damage. Bai Mo held the Uchiha fan with both hands. As he raised his arms, a colossal gust of wind surged forth, hurtling ahead with fierce intensity. The wind exploded outward, creating an unparalleled tempest within the room. The violent gale swept away everything in their path, rendering the very air devoid of substance. Even the toxic fumes exhaled by Hanzo the salamander found themselves utterly repelled, unable to approach Bai Mo and his companions. In fact, even Hanzo himself struggled to draw near by even the slightest degree. After all, this is the Uchiha fan, which enhances the potency of ninjutsu. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Mo took a deep breath, and his chakra surged forth once more. A colossal Susanoo emerged, rising majestically from the ground, enveloping those behind him within its protective embrace. With a flourish, he wielded the fan in his hand, mercilessly striking the ground where Hanzo the salamander had once stood. The opulent chamber of the Hidden Rain village was reduced to ruins in mere moments under Bai Mo's relentless assault. This only fueled Hanzo's inner fury further. This was the consequence of your provocation. The puffer fish, Hans, bit through his thumb, and with both hands, he formed a seal. Then, he forcefully pressed it against the ground. Summoning technique, puffer fish, while concealment. Before you stands a mountain pepper fish, adorned in a hue of grayish-purple. Its body is covered with numerous pustules, from which a repugnant toxin subtly drips. With a hissing sound, these toxins fall to the ground, instantly corroding the surface and leaving behind a series of alarming craters. At this moment, smoke and dust rise, forming a thick fog that obscures the events unfolding within. Seizing this opportunity, the mountain pepper fish, half concealed, issues an order. Jingfu, unleash the toxic mist. The poisonous fish, Jingfu, gaped widely, revealing a mouth devoid of any teeth. Instead, it was filled with a surging torrent of venom, bubbling as if in a cauldron. As Jingfu opened its mouth, a colossal mist was instantaneously unleashed, resembling a vast flowing cloud that descended upon Susanoo. This formidable entity was composed of intensely compressed chakra, rendering it nearly impossible for the mist to penetrate its form. Yet, the venom's inherent corrosiveness relentlessly eroded Susanoo's physique, compelling Bai Mo to expel an even greater amount of chakra to compensate for the ensuing depletion. Sealing technique, release. The art of the 100 treasures. Konoha Tsunade sensed a familiar aura and instinctively turned her gaze toward the direction of Bai Mo, observing his silhouette. Her curiosity deepened regarding how Bai Mo had managed to develop the legendary Baijutsu. As for Bai Mo's claim of having discovered it himself, Tsunade harbored not a shred of belief. Lady Tsunade, have my toxins been expelled yet? Having accomplished the task at hand, Tsunade extracted the final trace of toxin. She then wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling considerably relieved. Noticing that the detoxification behind him was complete, Bai Mo understood that his playful antics could come to an end. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his power, and Susanoo wielded its Uchiha fan, unleashing a tempest that swept away the toxins entirely. Subsequently, the 8 Gates Duinjia formation. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Bai Mei's body, instantly shattering the ground beneath and creating a deep pit. Before Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan could grasp the situation, Bai Mei's figure flickered like an afterimage, abruptly vanishing from their sight. What? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Just as the formidable warrior, Mantis Hans, was poised to launch an even more powerful assault, he was suddenly confronted by Bai Mo, who appeared before him in that very moment. Before the toxins could be further unleashed, Bai Mo wore a serene smile upon his face. Day Tiger. Bai Mo compressed the air before him, and then released it in one breath. The form of the air cannon resembled that of a tiger, exuding an immense power. As the daytime tiger erupted upon the body of the pufferfish Hans, his countenance underwent a profound transformation. He felt as if the venom sac he had transplanted from the pufferfish had shattered within him. It is important to note that a ruptured pufferfish venom sac is an entity that even someone as resilient to toxins as Hans could not possibly withstand. Before Hans could even descend from the air, the potent toxins had already begun to permeate throughout his entire being. Gazing at the white ink cascading from the sky, Hanzo of the salamander stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He yearned to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. A thunderous roar reverberated, instantly attracting a multitude of ninjas who formed a tight circle around the enormous pit at the center, their faces etched with astonishment. What on earth has transpired? I heard the sounds of battle and rushed here from home. Is there an invasion? It doesn't seem so. After all, the leader of the Akatsuki is here too. The Akatsuki advocates for peace, and thanks to them, our Hidden Rain village has become increasingly stable. These ninjas were merely ordinary, having come at the first sign of an external threat. Thus, when they beheld the profound pit, they saw Hanzo of the salamander, his eyes wide open. One hand raised as if grasping for something elusive. Yet, the vitality of his being had been utterly extinguished by his own venomous sac, rendering him a mere vessel of poison. Anyone who dared approach would be swiftly met with a lethal dose of toxicity. In that moment, the surrounding ninjas were utterly astounded. They gazed at the scene before them in disbelief, their hearts brimming with unexpressed shock. What is happening? Lord Hanzo is dead. How can this be? Hanzo of the salamander is a demigod of the ninja world. He is a man revered at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm. With his mastery of poison and taijutsu, he was more than capable of standing firm within the entire ninja world. Has he truly perished just like that? The crowd exchanged murmurs, struggling to accept the unfolding reality. They stared at the white ink, as if imprinting its visage upon their hearts, vowing to steer clear of this figure who could slay Hanzo of the salamander. Sensing the collective fear, Yahiko and Nagato, who had been shielded behind, stepped forward at once. They recounted the deeds of Hanzo that had transpired. Initially hesitant, they recalled how the Akatsuki had tirelessly worked for the peace of the Hidden Rain village since its inception, while Hanzo had been amassing wealth and sowing discord. This led many to gravitate toward Nagato and Yahiko, strengthening the Akatsuki's following within the village. However, both Yahiko and Nagato understood that they were no match for Hanzo. They had been toyed with by him. Had it not been for the arrival of the white ink, they might have met their doom. In the distance, the horizon revealed a hint of dawn, casting a pale light upon the ravaged ground. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, each recognizing the mutual understanding in the other's eyes. Under the watchful gaze of numerous ninjas, they approached the white ink once more, extending an invitation. With Hanzo of the salamander now deceased, the Hidden Rain village stood leaderless, and even the Akatsuki would find it challenging to govern such a multitude of ninjas. If possible, I would like to invite you to join the Akatsuki. Just as the white ink prepared to respond, Yahiko added, if you are willing to join the Akatsuki, I shall relinquish my position and allow you to become its leader. Let us strive towards a better peace together. Yes, white ink, the Hidden Rain village needs you. Conan, having gathered herself, approached the white ink as well, reiterating the invitation. The words of Yahiko and the others echoed in the ears of the white ink. He merely smiled faintly and remarked, you are underestimating yourselves. The white ink extended his hand and patted Conan's shoulder firmly. One must believe in their own abilities. Only then can one grow stronger. Furthermore, peace is never achieved instantaneously. It is the collective aspiration of all. When the time is ripe, peace will naturally arrive. The white ink swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from the white ink, descending upon the body of Hanzo of the salamander. The intense flames consumed him entirely, ensuring that the toxins would not spread to the surrounding ninjas. After all, Tsunade had already extracted the toxins from 3 individuals throughout the night, a considerable drain on her energy. Should other ninjas succumb to poison, would Tsunade be able to save them? Conan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. She had not anticipated the white ink's attentiveness. Moments ago, she had been uncertain about how to deal with Hanzo, and now the white ink had resolved it for her. Unconsciously, Conan recalled how the white ink had cradled her in his arms, gently placing her in a corner. This memory made her heart race for the first time. White ink. If, in the future, we find ourselves lost, can we come to Konoha to seek you? At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki approached the white ink's side. Addressing Conan, she said, white ink prefers to train alone. You might not find him when you arrive in Konoha, but you can come to me. I am a bit older than you, and perhaps I can be of some help. Conan nodded vigorously, though it differed slightly from her initial thoughts. The mere prospect of meeting the white ink filled her with contentment. The sun gradually ascended, heralding the arrival of a new day. The white ink stretched lazily and addressed the three before him. It is time. We shall take our leave. Farewell, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. I look forward to our next encounter. This time, Yahiko nodded firmly. Yes. When we meet again, I am confident I will be even stronger than I am now. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. I eagerly await that day. The white ink turned away, and Kushina Uzumaki, accustomed to it, linked arms with him as they walked toward Konoha. It seemed as though she was the only light bulb in this scenario. Tsunade, dear sister, you are our great benefactor. How could you possibly be a light bulb? Kushina spoke gently, ensuring Tsunade did not overthink it, and similarly linked arms with her as they proceeded toward Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yagura, who had awakened from a severe injury-induced coma, began to drag her weary body towards the direction of the hidden mist village after receiving some treatment. Little did she know that behind her, a figure possessing the Sharingan silently followed her every step. This shadow trailed her all the way into the village, which was enveloped in mist, resembling a realm out of a fairy tale, exuding an ethereal haze. Mizukage, has the war come to an end? How could you return so swiftly? Yagura sighed and lamented. The war has not even commenced, yet it has already reached a definitive conclusion. She waved her hand, instructing the ninja at her side to place the kunai on the ground. Then, addressing her subordinate, she declared, find new masters for these weapons. Our hidden mist village requires an even more formidable strength. Only with a new host, stronger than before, can the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist transcend their limits and become increasingly formidable. Having concluded her words, Yagura commanded the multitude of ninjas to depart from the chamber, leaving her solitary, seated in her place, tending to her wounds. As the Mizukage, she possessed a considerable understanding of medical ninjutsu. When she invoked the healing arts, vibrant hues of emerald light emanated from her hands, enveloping her form in a soothing embrace. Suddenly, a sound interrupted her reverie. Click. Who is there? As Yagura had just closed her eyes, preparing to rest, an eerie sound reverberated through the room, prompting her to snap her eyes open instantaneously. She surveyed her surroundings, only to find that, at some unknown moment, a man with a swirling mask had appeared before her. The singular eye that was visible glimmered ominously with the Sharingan. Regarding the Sharingan, a jutsu of the Uchiha clan, Yagura expressed that he has developed a certain degree of PTSD. The symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder caused him to spring up abruptly from his seat. Gathering the scant chakra that remained within him, he cautiously regarded the individual before him. He then confronted the man with a piercing question. What, precisely, do you members of the Uchiha clan intend to accomplish by coming here? Hearing the reflection of water before him, he unexpectedly referred to himself as a member of the Uchiha clan. The figure cloaked in black began to tremble with excitement. He bent his body, his hand subtly resting upon his mask, from which a sound of derisive laughter emerged. Hehehe. Ha ha ha. Have I truly become a part of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Now, I possess the most formidable bloodline limit. I have truly awakened the Sharingan. Moreover, this pair of eyes was bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara. In the future, no one shall question my lineage. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I shall be the strongest of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shin. The frenzied Uchiha Shin spread his arms wide, fervently shouting in obsession. Yet, not a single soul rushed in from outside. Within Yagura, a wave of unease surged forth. She swiftly formed hand seals, intending to take action against this individual before her, who claimed to be Uchiha Shin. Whether it was merely her illusion or not, Yagura could not shake the feeling that this so-called Uchiha Shin exuded an ominous aura, instilling within her a sense of trepidation. Alas, too slow. Those eyes slowly turned. Illusion, Sharingan. This is a technique rooted in Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, unleashing an illusion that is uniquely characteristic of the Sharingan itself. Even the illusionary abilities inherent to a mere Sharingan effortlessly seized Yagura's mind within mere seconds, rendering her expression increasingly vacant. Abba, 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 she murmured, lost in a daze. The sun, obscured by thick fog, appeared tainted with a sanguine hue, utterly devoid of its former gentleness. In its place loomed an unending sea of crimson, heralding the arrival of the tyrannical rain unique to the hidden mist village. Oh, the sunlight is truly delightful. Uchiha Obito gazed at the soaring eagle in the sky, squinting his eyes to savor the splendid sunlight of the moment. He opened his arms and took a deep breath, but his expression suddenly transformed into one of peculiarity. Kakashi, did you just pass gas? Otherwise, why has the air become so foul? Kakashi, with a frosty demeanor, coldly remarked, it was clearly you who stepped on something. What? I stepped on something myself? Uchiha Obito lifted his foot, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. Kakashi, this is the summoning hound you conjured. I shall challenge you. I am truly infuriated. How could I possibly embarrass myself so profoundly in front of Nozawa Rin? When it comes to Noera Rin, Kakashi could not help but straighten his waist. Instinctively, he cast a glance at the side of Noera Rin, cleared his throat, and said, do not speak nonsense. The dog that barked was not my doing. Can I truly be blamed for it? As Kakashi and Obito Uchiha engaged in a heated argument, Rin Noera stood nearby, gazing out at the distant rural path. Unconsciously, her mind wandered back to the moment on the Kimui Bridge when Hakomai had saved her. She had heard that her elder brother, Hakomai, had gone off to train, leaving her uncertain of when he might return. At that moment, three figures strolled towards her from afar, one of whom was unmistakably Hakomai. This revelation sparked a flicker of surprise within Rin, yet she remained unsure. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes and murmured to herself, am I merely longing for my brother Hakomai? How is it that the figure of brother Bai Mo has truly appeared before my eyes? However, when Naira Rin rubbed her eyes and looked into the distance once more, she discovered that Bai Mo had drawn even closer. An unprecedented thrill surged within her heart. She hurriedly dashed towards Bai Mo, exclaiming, brother Bai Mo. Upon hearing these words, Bai Mo turned his gaze towards the distance. He could only discern a vague figure swiftly approaching in his direction, causing him to involuntarily squint. Who could be calling me? It is Naira Rin, chuckled Uzumaki Kushina. However, Tsunade, standing nearby, wore a somewhat solemn expression at that moment. As a member of the Senju clan, she possessed a considerable understanding of the Sharingan. She knew that as ocular power gradually waned, vision would likewise diminish. And at such a close distance, Bai Mo could no longer clearly see Naira Rin. Did this signify that Bai Mo's ocular strength had reached its limit? Sister Tsunade, what troubles you? It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled certain matters. Meanwhile, in Konoha's route, Danzo listened to the report from the ninja before him, his expression growing increasingly uncomfortable. What did you say? Has Bai Mo returned to the village entrance of Konoha? Shimura Tizaka never anticipated that the long-awaited news he received would be of a disheartening nature. To his astonishment, Bai Mo had managed to return to Konohagakure. Could it be that Hanzo of the Salamander had refrained from taking action against Bai Mo? Crack! Jimu Tuanzong, consumed by fury, crushed the teacup in his grasp. Scalding tea splattered across him, yet he seemed oblivious to the scalding liquid. Instead, his gaze was fixed in a vengeful stare towards the distance. Beside him, Orochimaru took note of this scene and, with a mocking tone, remarked, Tuanzong, the current Bai Mo is no longer a being we can contend with. To truly conquer the white ink, a long-term strategy is essential, requiring the accumulation of immense strength. Only then may there be a glimmer of success. Orochimaru's tongue briefly caressed his lips. Subsequently, he smiled and departed from Shimura Danzo's side. He could not linger in this place for long. Yet, before his departure, he might contemplate strategies for his future. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Bai Mo gazed as Naira Rin leapt towards him. Instinctively, he opened his arms wide and embraced her. Brother Bai Mo, have you just finished your training? Gazing at the wild field of Lin cradled in his arms, he smiled and inquired, having just completed my training, what are you all engaged in? A gentle voice resonated in the ears of Noera Rin, allowing her to truly savor the moment. We are here waiting for Teacher Minato. Waiting for Namake's Minato? What is he going to do? As soon as this was mentioned, Noera Rin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She lowered her voice and whispered to Bai Mo, Brother Bai Mo, I've heard that Teacher Mizumoto has found a girlfriend and goes on dates every day. A girlfriend? Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with curiosity about whom Namake's Minato would choose as his girlfriend. Brother, you already have a sister-in-law. Hurry up and let Lin go. Uchiha Obito, who had just been arguing with Kakashi, rushed over upon witnessing Rin Noera suddenly leap into Hakomai's embrace. He exclaimed, Sister-in-law, why are you not hastening to manage your elder brother? Kushina Uzumaki glanced at Obito Uchiha, then at Rin Noera, her eyes brimming with mirth. In response, Hakomai swiftly delivered a sharp smack to Obito's head. A visibly painful bump instantly emerged on his forehead, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Woe betide him. Greetings, my dear friend. How could you be so ruthless, striking me with such severity? Dear sister-in-law, you must surely advocate on my behalf. Upon hearing Obito incessantly refer to her as sister-in-law, a look of exasperation nearly etched itself across Hakumai's face. Obito, at such a tender age, neglects his training and instead fills his mind with an assortment of peculiar thoughts. I merely regard Rin Noera as a younger sister. Why then do you feel compelled to prattle on so foolishly beside me? As soon as the words fell, Obito, who had been rolling on the ground, sprang up in an instant. Sister, it's all right now. However, he was perplexed, for at that moment, Uchiha Obito caught a fierce glare from Rin Noera. Just then, a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique shot through the air with remarkable speed. Following closely behind was a brilliant flash of yellow, heralding the arrival of Minato Namikaze. Minato, where have you been? Bai Mo, filled with curiosity, inquired. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake, feeling rather bashful, scratched his head and replied, It's nothing much, just a date. Upon uttering these words, he appeared somewhat embarrassed as he cast a glance at those around him. Meanwhile, Obito leaned in closer, his face brimming with intrigue. Teacher Watergate, could you perhaps share a brief introduction about your girlfriend? Perhaps when you have some time, could you take us to meet? In that moment, even Kakashi could not help but stretch his neck slightly, leaning in to listen intently to the forthcoming words of Minato Namikaze. In truth, there was nothing particularly romantic about the tale. It was merely during a mission that we unexpectedly encountered a surprise attack from the Three Tails, gravely injuring one of the female ninjas in our team. After a strenuous battle, we managed to defeat the Three Tails, and I utilized the five-element seal to confine its power within her body. Harnessing the strength of the seal, I stimulated her body to gradually recover, enabling her to escape from peril entirely. And so, as time passed, we found ourselves together. Upon hearing that this was indeed a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with delight, her adorable gaze lighting up instantly. How romantic this truly is. I firmly believe that the elder sister must have a deep affection for Teacher Mizumoto. Keep going, Teacher Mizumoto. Strive to win her heart soon. Noera Rin rarely offered such bold encouragement, leaving Namikaze Minato utterly bewildered. He could only hastily shift the topic, saying, Well then, let us discuss this matter another time. Konoha's revered Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stood before the enigmatic figure of Hakumai Uchiha. Gazing upon him, a profound sense of admiration welled up within his heart. Welcome back, Uchiha Hakumai. Indeed, Bai Mo is not well acquainted with the enigmatic figure of Namikaze Minato, yet he has witnessed the scene of his resounding victory over the three great hidden villages. Of course, even if he were to gain deeper insight, it would not weigh heavily upon his mind. For this man, who scarcely graced the pages of the original narrative, exudes an undeniable radiance and embodies a truly vibrant spirit. Compared to the hypocritical third generation, the old schemer Danzo seems to belong to an entirely different realm. The two individuals clasped hands firmly. Uchiha Obito observed the scene before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of peculiarity. There seemed to be a deeper connection between the two, one that eluded his understanding entirely. Obito, are you diligently following Minato's teachings? Do you comprehend? What about me? Noera Rin gazed at Bai Mo with eager anticipation. In response, Bai Mo smiled and said, You too, Rin. Noera Rin beamed with joy, nodding vigorously as she exclaimed, Yes, yes. I will certainly give it my all, brother Bai Mo. Two of the three little ones were encouraged. Bai Mo then turned his gaze towards Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi did not yet possess the lethargic demeanor of his later years. Rather, he exuded the vibrant energy of youth. He was the embodiment of a prodigy, the kind that captures one's attention at first glance. In response, Bai Mo gave him a thumbs up, a mischievous grin adorning his face. You should also strive diligently. I grant you the right to teach Dato a lesson, as long as he neglects his training. You may take it upon yourself to give him a thorough beating on my behalf. Obito's eyes widened in an instant, and he clawed the air beside him, exclaiming, Hey, brother, how can you act in such a manner? Do you dare to provoke me first? Huh. Ahem, my dear friend, I was merely indulging in casual banter. Allow me to elucidate. Witnessing Bai Mo relentlessly pursue and pummel Obito, Kushina Uzumaki could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter. This serene and beautiful existence was precisely the idyllic vision she had always yearned for. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had received the latest news. Upon learning that Hakomai had effortlessly slain a demigod of the ninja world, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Alas, it seems the burden has become too great to bear. What shall we do now? In the dormitory, Xiao Chun sat by the side with a troubled expression etched across her face. Her wrinkled visage sagged, exuding an air of twilight. Ever since Uchiha Hakumo soared to prominence, they could distinctly perceive the shift in the attitudes of the other clans within the village towards them. Previously, those families had sought their favor. However, now they exhibited an increasingly aloof demeanor. Not only had the sycophancy faded, but even a mere greeting had become a rarity. It seemed as though they were being pitted against the Uchiha clan, awaiting the outcome to place their bets. Is there truly such a favorable circumstance in this world? Regarding the thoughts of transferring dormitories, Sarutobi Hisashi was not oblivious. However, when he beheld the dazzling achievements of Uchiha Shirobo, he found himself at a loss for words. In summary, let us step forth to warmly welcome our great hero of Konohagakure. It is crucial to acknowledge that he bears something of immense significance. Mito Minyen, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened with understanding. He comprehended the implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. That significant matter was undoubtedly the compensation following the defeat of the 3 great hidden villages. This was something they had remained oblivious to, unaware of how Hakumai had negotiated with them. However, regardless of perspective, there should be a share for them, right? As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions emerged from the Hokage's office, it was unclear who had leaked the news, or if it was simply due to Hakomai and Obito's prolonged antics outside the village. Many clans had already learned of Hakomai's return. It is worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had, in the presence of many, directly announced Hakomai's triumph over the coalition of the 3 great hidden villages. After such a lengthy period of anticipation, it was bound to stir a greater commotion within the village. They gathered along the main thoroughfare of Konohagakure, each person craning their necks, gazing into the distance, eager to catch sight of Hakomai. He has arrived. He has finally come. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, igniting a fervor among the masses. The bustling scene rendered Konohagakure even more vibrant. Hakomai found himself momentarily taken aback by the situation before him. Hero, the hero of Konohagakure. Hakomai, how remarkable you are to have single-handedly defeated the alliances of the 3 great hidden villages. Is this the true extent of Hakomai's power? Does this imply he can single-handedly bolster Konohagakure? My goodness, we must never offend Hakomai. He is indeed our guardian deity. Listening to the jubilant voices around him, Hakomai swiftly grasped the situation. It became apparent that news of his victory over the 3 great hidden villages had returned, and it was no wonder they were so exhilarated. After all, he had decisively concluded the Third Shinobi World War. At that moment, in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito Minyen, made their way through the throng. Observing the densely packed crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to clear his throat. However, his efforts were in vain, as the crowd continued to chant Hakomai's name. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed again, this time with more emphasis. Meanwhile, Mito Minyen addressed the people ahead. The Hokage is here. Make way. The Hokage. The notion that Hakomai might indeed become Hokage in the future sparked intrigue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Minyen, and Tsunade exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. Just then, a person who had been shouting suddenly regained his composure. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, bowing deeply, and with a faltering smile, apologized. Hokage-sama, you must have misheard me. I certainly did not say that Hakomai would become the future Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, cough. Well then, step aside. I must go greet the hero of Konohagakure. Understood, Hokage-sama. Also, be careful. I noticed you coughing frequently. Do not pass your cold on to Hakomai. In that brief exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang in his heart. Could it be that he was truly aging? Clenching his fists, he resolved. So what if he was old? He was still the 3rd Hokage. Moreover, the 4th Hokage could never be someone like Hakomai. The more he thought this way, the brighter his smile became. He approached Hakomai, addressing him. Hakomai, you have worked hard this time. Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort, Hakomai replied modestly. A trifling effort? Yet you managed to defeat the coalition of the 3 great hidden villages with such ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently scoffed to himself. He then stood beside Hakomai, scanning the crowd, and raised his hands to silence them. Gradually, the street quieted down. Hakomai is our hero of Konohagakure. He single-handedly prevented the Third Shinobi World War. Let us give him a warm welcome home with resounding applause. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing endlessly until Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his ears might burst. Only then did the clapping begin to subside. He leaned closer to Hakomai and whispered, "Hakomai, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Please accompany me to the Hokage Tower." Hakomai nodded with a smile. After navigating through the crowd, he turned to the two women behind him, saying, "You both have worked hard these past few days. Please return home and rest." Then, Hakomai approached Kushina, saying simply, "Wait for me at home." Those few words filled Uzumaki Kushina with joy, for Hakomai had acknowledged her as part of his family. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Kushina with a discerning eye. He sensed the presence of the Nine Tails within her. He had received word of how the Nine Tails had been sealed within her by Uzumaki Mito. But due to the circumstances surrounding Uzumaki Mito's identity, he had refrained from intervening. He accepted the current state of affairs as it was. Upon their return to the Hokage Tower, they were somewhat taken aback to find Shimura Danzo already seated, awaiting their arrival. Clearly, everyone was quite curious about the compensation that had been negotiated. Tsunade personally prepared a cup of fragrant tea for Hakomai, creating an atmosphere of utmost hospitality. As everyone settled into their seats, Mito Minyin, representing Sarutobi Hiruzen, voiced the most pressing question on everyone's mind. "Hakomai, how will the compensation from the defeated side be distributed?" Hakomai yawned, feeling the chakra within him continuously circulate as he began his chakra training. Under the eager and curious gazes of the crowd, he finally spoke. "This matter is quite simple. Half of the resources from the Cloud Village will go to the Senju clan, as Tsunade and her allies have provided us with substantial assistance." A heavy silence fell over the room. The initial expectations of the crowd had been utterly shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and inquired further. "And what about the Mist and Stone villages?" "Oh, they too will each contribute half as compensation," Hakomai responded. Everyone leaned in, eager to hear favorable news from Hakomai. However, unexpectedly, a smile crept onto Hakomai's face as he added, "But all these compensations will serve as resources for the future development of the Uchiha clan." Hokage-sama. You are aware of the Uchiha clan's struggles in recent years. As a member of the Uchiha family, it is my duty to consider the welfare of my clan. Moreover, a stronger clan will ultimately enhance the strength of Konohagakure. At that time, no one will dare to wage war against us, will they? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Shimura Danzo, who asked, "Hakomai, why did you not leave a portion of the compensation for the village? The development of the village is of utmost importance." Aside from myself, who else contributed to this battle? Where are they? Let me see. The room fell into silence. They were utterly at a loss for how to respond to the question. However, what they did not anticipate was that at this moment, Bai Mo remarked, "By the way, Hokage-sama, you mentioned that I am the hero of Konoha, so do I not deserve a reward?" "A reward? What kind of reward do you seek?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, urging patience. He then smiled at Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo chuckled and said, "It's quite simple. I desire a dedicated training ground. One that is free from any disturbances." "I see," Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, stroking his chin as he addressed Bai Mo. "I can allocate the vacant space atop Hokage Rock to you. How does that sound?" That area was hardly frequented, given Hokage Rock's unique location in Konoha. Over time, it had come to be regarded as the exclusive domain of the Hokage, where only the Hokage would occasionally stand to gaze upon the village below. Clearly, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen testing Bai Mo, seeking to ascertain whether he harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. Yet, Bai Mo remained unfazed. "Hokage-sama, you jest. That place is far too distant. The Uchiha clan resides in the most secluded part of the village, and to traverse such a central location would undoubtedly take considerable time." As Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of relief, he simultaneously grew increasingly wary of Bai Mo. Should Bai Mo reveal any ambitions, it would indicate a desire, and thus a vulnerability. However, Bai Mo's indifference only deepened Sarutobi Hiruzen's sense of unease. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "Bai Mo, do you know your crimes?" Danzo's sudden accusation left everyone in stunned silence. Tsunade and Mito Gate were equally bewildered, exchanging glances filled with curiosity over the meaning of Danzo's words. Not only them, but even Bai Mo was taken aback. "Danzo, what do you mean by that?" "I have received word that during your passage through Amigakure, you killed Hanzo of the Salamander." Danzo continued, "You must understand that peace is hard won, Do you not fear retaliation from Amigakure for your provocation? Although many had witnessed the event, the news had not yet fully spread due to its recent occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been vigilant about this matter since Bai Mo's arrival in Konoha, having received concrete information shortly after. After a moment of contemplation, he had arrived outside the Hokage building. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of the details of this incident. Leaving him, Tsunade and Mito gazed in shock as they turned their gazes toward Bai Mo, unable to believe that he had defeated the renowned demigod of the ninja world. Hanzo. In terms of difficulty, Hanzo was no less formidable than the leaders of other hidden villages. Yet, upon reflecting on Bai Mo's ability to take on 3 opponents, everything began to make sense. All eyes were now fixed upon Bai Mo, eager to hear his explanation. Seeing their curious expressions, Bai Mo remained unperturbed, instead taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea. "Ah, this tea is truly delightful," he remarked, placing the cup down and turning to Danzo with a soft smile. "Danzo, do you recall your excursion yesterday evening? You returned to Konoha at midnight, having gone in the direction of Amigakure, I believe." At this, Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that someone close to him had betrayed him? No, that was utterly impossible. His companions were unwaveringly loyal and would never betray him. Therefore, the only explanation for Bai Mo's detailed knowledge of his movements was that he had been under Bai Mo's watchful eye. Even when Bai Mo was not in Konoha, how had he accomplished this? Noticing Danzo's silence, Bai Mo added, "Oh, by the way, have you forgotten my other identity? I am the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard. The authority I wield is substantial, as anything affecting Konoha's security falls under my jurisdiction. So, might I inquire, Mr. Danzo, what business did you have alone in Amigakure at such an hour?" Coughing slightly, Danzo's face flushed with embarrassment. He found Bai Mo's capabilities increasingly daunting. "Hokage-sama, I suddenly believe Bai Mo is indeed correct. As the hero who brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War, I support Konoha granting him a reward. Therefore, let me set an example. I have a commercial street that I will fully transfer to you, Bai Mo. I am confident that under your stewardship, it will flourish." With that, Danzo rose and departed without a moment's hesitation. In the vast conference room, only Bai Mo and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained. Hiruzen's lips twitched as he opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. This truly exemplified a case of more harm than good. It seemed he would need to have a serious discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen later. He had certainly grown too arrogant of late. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Bai Mo. He sighed deeply, saying, "In addition to the commercial street I just promised, the surrounding area within a 5-kilometer radius, including streets, will also be incorporated into the Uchiha clan's territory." Bai Mo nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for the reward, Hokage-sama. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "None. You seem weary. It would be best for you to rest. I shall take my leave now." Bai Mo stood and made his exit, lifting the previously tense atmosphere as if a great weight had been lifted. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, his mind raced with thoughts on how to confront the increasingly powerful Uchiha clan. Although he had granted them considerable land and commerce, the Uchiha clan's location remained quite remote, far from the vibrant heart of Konoha. Even if they were handed over to the Uchiha, it would matter little. The pressing concern was Bai Mo's increasing prominence. "Have Minato come to see me? I have matters to discuss with him." As Bai Mo exited the Hokage building, he gazed at the bustling main street, unable to suppress a yawn. "Bai Mo, I did not expect your strength to have grown so formidable," came a voice. Turning, Bai Mo saw Hyuga Hayashi and his wife, strolling with their daughter, Hinata. The little one, with her adorable eyes, curiously scrutinized Bai Mo, extending her soft hand and making cute sounds, which brought a smile to Hyuga Hayashi's face. "Bai Mo, it seems Hinata truly adores you," Hayashi remarked, signaling to his wife. She approached Bai Mo with a grin, asking, "Would you like to hold her?" "Of course," Bai Mo replied cheerfully. He carefully took Hinata Hyuga into his arms, gazing at the little darling nestled within. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek, a warm smile illuminating his face. How wonderful it was. Had he truly just pinched the soft cheek of young Hinata Hyuga? It felt delightfully tender. "I shall fetch some food," said Hinata Hizashi's wife, slightly bowing as she stepped aside, leaving only Shiraboku and Hinata Hizashi together. They strolled along the street, exchanging hushed words. "Shiraboku, it would be prudent for you to remain somewhat under the radar for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become increasingly vigilant regarding your activities. Based on my observations, He has deployed more Umbu members within your territory. Every move you make is under his watchful eye. Shiraboku swayed gently, soothing the Hinata in his embrace. A flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. That old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen truly seemed to be losing his sense of security. We are all from the same village. I harbor no ulterior motives. Why must he be so wary of me and our Uchiha clan? Shiraboku turned to Hinata Hizashi and reassured him, rest assured, clan leader Hinata. I will be mindful of these matters. Aside from my regular training, I will refrain from unnecessary movements to avoid provoking that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seems to have an incessant stream of worries. It would be best if he stepped aside and let the fourth Hokage take over. Shiraboku smiled slightly as he handed Hinata back to Hizashi, adding, well then, it is time for me to return to my clan. We shall have a proper conversation when the opportunity arises. With that, he strode away, swiftly disappearing into the bustling crowd. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hinata Hizashi sensed no trace of anxiety from Shiraboku. In fact, when the fourth Hokage was mentioned, his face was etched with certainty, as if he had glimpsed the future itself. Shiraboku, what thoughts occupy your mind? I find myself increasingly curious. Hizashi mused, shaking his head. He chose not to dwell on the matter, instead reinforcing his allegiance to the Uchiha clan. He believed he was not alone in this sentiment. Other clans likely shared similar thoughts. Otherwise, they would not remain so quiet that even the Sarutobi clan had ceased their flattery. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Shiraboku was promptly summoned to the meeting room by Uchiha Fugaku. He regarded Shiraboku with pride and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, exclaiming, Shiraboku, you have done remarkably well. Shiraboku offered a faint smile, replying, it's nothing. It's simply what I ought to do. Compared to the devastation of war, it is better for me to train alone and prevent conflict. This was a statement only Shiraboku could utter. Had anyone else said it, Fugaku would have deemed it nonsensical. Who trains while the three great hidden villages engage in war? Most importantly, he had come out victorious. However, Shiraboku, you must clearly tell me, did your eyes suffer any strain during this battle? The room grew slightly stifling as the wind stilled. Shiraboku gazed at Fugaku and slowly nodded. His Sharingan, a pair of crimson eyes, manifested before him. Yet, compared to the previous intensity, the eyes now bore a semblance of haze. In Shiraboku's vision, Fugaku, sitting so near, appeared somewhat blurred. Seeing this, Fugaku felt a pang of concern. Shiraboku, you have truly endured much. Quickly, retract your abilities. Do not continue straining your ocular power, he urged. Shiraboku nodded and gradually concealed his Manjiki Sharingan. He had expected this self-imposed task to be simple, but to his dismay, no matter how he utilized the Manjiki Sharingan, the progress bar remained stagnant. He had inadvertently exhausted his ocular power, leaving the Manjiki Sharingan increasingly weakened. Unless he discovered how to elevate the progress bar, it would be wise to conserve energy under the current conditions. Nonetheless, clan leader, I believe we could disseminate this information. In the room, Fugaku fell silent upon hearing Shiraboku's words. How to proceed? The Uchiha clan had recently garnered considerable attention, and Sarutobi Hiruzen might harbor ulterior motives. Shiraboku continued, rather than allowing him to constantly dwell on the Uchiha, potentially striking from the shadows, it would be better to use this opportunity to reveal my weakness. This way, Sarutobi Hiruzen may relax his vigilance and cease monitoring me so closely, allowing me to train in peace. Shiraboku was not overly worried about his eyes. He had numerous alternative methods at his disposal. If he were to lose his sight, he could contemplate it then. As long as his daily training remained undisturbed, he would manage. Fugaku contemplated Shiraboku's suggestion, lowering his head as his fingers lightly tapped the table, creating a rhythmic sound. Time passed, and he finally lifted his gaze, stating, very well. The Uchiha clan has always strived for the betterment of Konohagakure. Even under the oppression of the second and third Hokage, we shall never betray our village. The presence of a talent like you in the Uchiha is more than sufficient for us. Concealing our strengths may indeed be a wise choice. But before that, Shiraboku, I must ask you, do you wish to ascend to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Shiraboku chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, as for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. Rest assured, clan leader, I have no intentions of seizing Obito's eyes. Hearing Shiraboku's words, Fugaku felt a swell of relief. The Uchiha clan was a family imbued with love. Their profound affection had led them to seal away their emotions. Once the Uchiha grasped the concept of love, the feelings they had long suppressed would be released, granting them immense power. The method to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan involved transplanting another's Mangekyou Sharingan, but the success rate was not guaranteed. The closer the blood relationship, the higher the probability. With this in mind, Fugaku's eyes gradually ignited with the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shiraboku, although our bloodline is somewhat distant, if your ocular power truly runs dry, you may attempt to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan using my eyes. Shiraboku was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Fugaku would utter such words. This revelation deeply touched him. Since his arrival in the Uchiha clan, aside from the clumsy Obito, he had felt no true sense of belonging, merely viewing the clan as a place for development. Yet Fugaku's current gesture profoundly resonated within Shiraboku. He looked at Fugaku, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clan leader. You jest. I am Uchiha Shiraboku, after all. This simple reply sufficed to convey Shiraboku's steadfast spirit. He would never accept such words from Fayek. Watching as Bai Mo rose and walked outside, Fayek ultimately sighed, his heart increasingly convinced of the future candidate. If Bai Mo aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage, then the Uchiha clan would spare no expense to support him, regardless of the cost. Bai Mo arrived at his room not far away. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a rich and enticing aroma. Taking a deep breath, he hurried into the kitchen, where he found Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina busily preparing what appeared to be delectable dishes. When Kushina noticed Bai Mo's arrival, her eyes brightened. In a swift motion, she turned and opened her arms, throwing herself into his embrace. The bond between them deepened, and such embraces no longer felt awkward. Feeling the delicate figure nestled against him, Bai Mo gently patted Kushina's back. Bai Mo, please wait a moment. The delicious food will be ready soon. No rush, let me see if I can help you, he replied. Tsunade, busy at the side, rolled her eyes and said, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll go outside to fetch Shizune. With that, she stepped outside, leaving the pleasant atmosphere for Bai Mo and Kushina. However, Tsunade did not anticipate hearing a flurry of gossip as she exited the room. Whispers concerning Bai Mo's eyes. Were they merely gossiping? No, that couldn't be. They couldn't have discovered such a thing. In other words, was this a deliberate attempt to spread rumors? It must have been Bai Mo's idea. Although she was uncertain of his motives, she believed he must have his reasons. At that moment, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen received intelligence from the Umbu station near the Uchiha clan regarding Bai Mo. His eyes sparkled with delight. Are you certain the information is accurate? Absolutely. Uchiha clan leader Fayek convened a high-level family meeting to specifically discuss this matter, the Umbu reported. Our investigation reveals they are essentially at a loss in the face of this situation, with no viable solutions. Sarutobi nodded solemnly. He didn't know much about the Sharingan. Only that before it could evolve into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, its power was limited. Once the ocular power was exhausted, it would plunge into endless darkness. As far as he knew, the only one capable of awakening the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was Uchiha Madara. No matter how talented Bai Mo might be, he could never unlock the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan due to the excessively stringent conditions. It seemed likely that the recent battle had severely drained Bai Mo's eyes. This presented a perfect opportunity to suppress him. Just as Sarutobi concluded his thoughts, there was a knock at the door. He gestured, and the Umbu opened the door and exited. In walked Namikaze Minato. Hokage-sama, I heard you were looking for me. Yes, how have you been adjusting to your new team? I'm getting used to it. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito are all excellent students. I believe they have bright futures ahead. Sarutobi nodded and added, teach them well. The will of fire needs to be passed on. The reason I called you here is to ask you something. Do you wish to become the fourth Hokage? Minato was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Blinking in disbelief, he asked, Hokage-sama, could you repeat that? I'm asking if you want to become the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a warm demeanor, yet his words carried explosive implications, leaving Minato in a state of shock. Hokage-sama, what do you mean by that? It's just a literal interpretation. I have high hopes for you and wish to pass on the Hokage position to you. A young man. But there are clearly better candidates. Minato's meaning was clear. Above him stood Bai Mo, who could single-handedly defeat the combined forces of the three major hidden villages. He was undeniably more exceptional. However, Sarutobi had a different perspective. Minato's family was weak. Aside from him, there were no other strong members. He was easily controllable. Even if he passed the position to Minato, Sarutobi could still indirectly control Konoha from behind the scenes, avoiding the stigma of clinging to the Hokage seat and withholding it from the youth. This was of great importance to Sarutobi, who valued his reputation. Observing Minato's expression, he continued, I understand your concerns and your inner thoughts. Therefore, I plan to hold a competition for the Hokage position. I will invite the elite of Konoha to participate, and only the victor will become Hokage. With that said, do you have confidence in becoming the fourth Hokage? Upon hearing that it was not a predetermined decision, but rather a chance to earn it through effort, Minato felt a wave of relief. If that were the case, he would give his all to strive for the position of Hokage. His eyes sparkled with determination. I understand. Hokage-sama, I will do my utmost to claim the top spot. He then added, however, I wish to inquire if Bai Mo will be participating in this competition. Are you afraid? Minato shook his head, saying, No, I merely wish to engage in a serious battle with Bai Mo, to see how I measure up against him when I give it my all. Rest assured, I believe you can surpass Bai Mo. However, I still need to verify whether he will participate, and I will provide you with an answer later. It was known from intelligence that Bai Mo's eyes were nearly exhausted, making it impossible for him to use the Manjiki Sharingan, effectively crippling a significant portion of his power. How could he possibly contend with Minato? Before Bai Mo became renowned, Minato was already celebrated as the Yellow Flash, unmatched in terms of strength. Moreover, according to Sarutobi's speculation, Bai Mo would likely refrain from participating in this battle, as he preferred training, did he not? Soon, news of the fourth Hokage competition swept through Konoha like a storm. Almost everyone learned that a competition would soon take place, with the winner claiming the title of fourth Hokage. Many were astonished, having not anticipated Sarutobi would take such a step. It was quite uncharacteristic of him. Bang! Danzo burst into the room, having rushed to find Sarutobi upon hearing the news. Sarutobi, have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid of Uchiha Bai Mo participating? When the position of Hokage eventually falls into the hands of the Uchiha clan, they may very well turn the tables and suppress us. Moreover, if you are unwilling to continue, you can simply cede the position to me. I shall lead Konoha to new heights. A barely perceptible smirk flickered across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Enough of this talk. Danzo, such words should not be uttered again. I have long since made plans for the Hokage position. As for whether Uchiha Hakomai will partake in this contest, I have already sent someone to inquire. Uchiha clan. Hakomai was summoned once more by Fugaku. They observed the Umbu before them, listening to the invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hakomai nearly rolled his eyes at the Umbu ninja. Was this an attempt to suppress him just as he had confirmed his own shortcomings? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rather despicable. I appreciate the Hokage's concern, but I have little interest in the Hokage position, so I shall not participate in the contest. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time training instead? Once one becomes Hokage, one is burdened daily with the village's affairs, even the minutiae that require personal attention. This is not what Hakomai desires. After all, merely maintaining the position of vice captain of the Uchiha Guard is already quite troublesome for him. He must allocate 5 minutes each day to patrol and manage affairs. How exhausting. The Umbu departed, bearing news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Listening to the Umbu's report, Hiruzen's expression betrayed that everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, provoking Danzo's ire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me ask you, are you not afraid that the ultimate victor will not be the one you secretly wish for? Rest assured, with your strength, you will not stand a chance against him. I have complete confidence in his abilities. Danzo nodded seriously. Very well, that is your assertion. Then I shall also register. I will personally demonstrate who is truly worthy of becoming Hokage. With that, Danzo turned and departed, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing alone in the room. He sighed deeply. Feeling somewhat weary, coupled with Uchiha Hakomai's vigilance towards him, he could only operate from the shadows to achieve his desires. Simultaneously, he could better manipulate Namikaze's Minato, fostering an increasing sense of gratitude from him. At that point, Konoha would remain Konoha, eternally belonging to the Sarutobi clan. Registration for the contest swiftly closed. After glancing at the list, Hiruzen ordered for it to be posted throughout the streets, allowing the populace to see who would take part in the upcoming contest. Oh, how peculiar. Why is Hakomai not on the list? I heard he refuses to participate, claiming it a waste of time. He seems to prefer training instead. Wow, that transcendent feeling truly is wonderful. One must say, Hakomai is indeed remarkable. Amidst the crowd, many exchanged whispers. Namikaze Minato stared at the list, his fists slowly clenching. With a flash, Minato's figure flickered and abruptly vanished from sight. Minato quickly arrived at the Uchiha clan's entrance, knocking on the door. An Uchiha guard peered out, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" "I wish to see Uchiha Hakomai." Hakomai just finished eating and said he went to train. "I see. Thank you for your efforts." With that, Minato vanished from view once more. The yellow flash flickered rapidly, and in a brief moment, Minato had expended a significant portion of his chakra, illustrating just how astonishingly frequent his use of the Flying Thunder God technique was. After searching Konoha from top to bottom, Minato finally found Hakomai training beneath a cliff, quite far from the village. As Minato's figure appeared, Hakomai slowly opened his eyes, smiling as he regarded his visitor. "Minato, you look quite breathless. Did you come running to find me?" Minato nodded, hastening to Hakomai's side, demanding, "You must know about the contest. Why did you not register?" "Why should I?" Minato opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. As his mind raced, he finally managed to articulate a few phrases. "If you become Hokage, the Uchiha clan could lead a better life. Don't you wish for your family to prosper? Let me ask you, if you become Hokage, will you treat the Uchiha clan differently?" "No." "Then that settles it. You won't treat us differently, yet you'll still have to handle various matters yourself." "Have I not achieved my goal?" "Minato, but you promised me you would compete against me. Do you truly wish to battle me? If you lose, it could be quite embarrassing." Hakomai's lips curled into a smile. Even with his ocular powers diminished, he would avoid using the Sharingan. And even the utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique would be considerably more cumbersome. Nevertheless, with the use of the 100 Healings technique and the 8 Gates, Hakomai remained confident he could defeat Minato. It would merely be a tad more troublesome. Minato inhaled deeply, gazing intently at Hakomai as he solemnly stated, "Even if I lose, it would merely be a testament to my lack of skill. Only by recognizing the gap can I better discern the path ahead." Hakomai nodded thoughtfully, then, under Minato's watchful gaze, he gradually stood up. He looked at Minato and declared, "Minato, I promise you this. When you defeat everyone and reach the pinnacle, I will appear before you as your opponent." Minato's heart soared with excitement. The serious expression he had maintained finally broke into a smile. "That is a promise." "Indeed, a promise." Hakomai clenched his fist, raising it to his chest, gently tapping it against Minato's. The instant their fists met symbolized the agreement forged between them. With the knot in his heart untied, Minato's aura intensified. This was Konoha's yellow flash, the unique genius that was Namikaze's Minato. Had Hakomai not arrived, this era would undoubtedly have been dominated by Minato. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The villagers of Konoha rose early from their slumber, hastening towards the contest venue, eager to secure a prime viewing spot for the upcoming contest. The venue was the same as that used in the original series Chunin exams. The deep examination grounds lay at the bottom, surrounded by seats for spectators. Those seated at the highest point could see the contest actions with utmost clarity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kazumi stood at the pinnacle, surveying the crowd below with diverse expressions. "Hokage-sama, is this truly wise? Numerous formidable contenders are participating. Can Namikaze Minato truly defeat them?" A smile crept upon Hiruzen's lips as he regarded the list before him. With a chuckle, he remarked that on this list, there were only 2 individuals who could truly pose a threat to Namikaze Minato. One was Orochimaru, and the other was the old man Shimura Danzo. Yet, with their combined strength, they were still insufficient to endanger Minato. After all, excluding Hakomai, Minato was the most exceptional genius in Konoha. However, what puzzled him was why Hakomai would recommend Minato for participation. Was it merely a jest? In the contestant preparation area, Uchiha Obito was stretching his body, flanked by Kakashi and Noara Rin. "Obito, are you truly going to participate in the competition?" Rin asked hesitantly. Unbeknownst to her, her concern was entirely misconstrued by Obito, who interpreted it as genuine care. This made him puff out his chest in confidence as he smiled at Rin, assuring her, "Do not worry, Rin. Even if I do not reach the end, I will never betray your trust." Rin scratched her head, thinking that was not her intention at all. Moreover, she had never believed Obito was qualified to enter the competition. "Be careful, Obito, and don't let others trample you," Kakashi emphasized, arms crossed. In response, Obito retorted defiantly, "Kakashi, I know you envy me. Thanks to my brother's recommendation, I am able to register successfully, while you don't even have the qualifications to sign up. If I manage to go all the way and become Hokage, rest assured, I will not forget you." Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how Obito is preparing. Hakumai, unusually neglecting his training, sat in the front row of the audience alongside Uzumaki Kushina, awaiting Obito's impending embarrassment, or rather, the commencement of the competition. Kushina sat beside Hakumai, feeding him grapes. "Aren't you afraid he'll suffer from such brotherly antics?" She giggled. "He always pesters me to help him sign up. Since he wishes to participate so badly, what harm is there in pulling a few strings to get him registered?" Tsunade shot Hakumai a disapproving glance, complimenting him. "Hakumai, you are quite the good brother." Hakumai humbly responded, "Oh, I'm merely the world's best brother. It's simply what I ought to do." When the time arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the sun's position in the sky, aligning it with his own, and promptly announced the commencement of the matches. The first bout was Might Guy versus Hyuga Hisashi. Due to Hakumai's influence, Might Guy did not perish while rescuing Might Dai's team, and instead continued to delve into the 8 gates, significantly enhancing his strength. Nevertheless, he could not overcome Hisashi, resulting in a stalemate after a prolonged battle. In the second match, Uchiha Obito faced Orochimaru. Upon announcing the participants, Hiruzen's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the first row where Uchiha Hakumai sat, already unfurling a banner emblazoned with the words, "Ha!" At that moment, Kakashi and Rin in the contestant preparation area were rendered speechless, bursting into laughter. "Obito, it appears your brother has tremendous confidence in you." Obito, visibly irritated, shot a glare at Hakumai in the audience, then, hands on his hips, defiantly stated to Kakashi and Rin, "Humph, my brother does not comprehend my true strength. Just wait and see. I shall astonish you all." With a determined stride, Obito made his way to the competition arena. Meanwhile, in the arena, Orochimaru stood with his hands at his sides, his long black hair swaying in the breeze as he licked his lips, his serpentine eyes coldly fixed on Obito. A chilling aura emanated from him, causing Obito to shudder involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve, summoning a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Readying himself for an attack, he nodded to the young Marino Ibiki beside him, signaling his preparedness. Orochimaru softly intoned, "We may begin." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ibiki raised his hand and then swiftly brought it down. The match commenced. Boom. Uchiha Obito dashed forward with astonishing speed, catching even Hakumai's attention in the audience. It seemed Obito had been diligently training, showing remarkable improvement in his taijutsu. As if to validate Hakumai's words, Obito surged towards Orochimaru's left side. "Now's my chance," he thought, thrusting the kunai towards Orochimaru's arm. Boom. Orochimaru's form exploded into a cloud of white mist, revealing a wooden stump in its place. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's arm morphed into a brown serpent, slithering menacingly toward Obito. Swoosh. Almost instinctively, Obito swung his kunai behind him, severing the snake's head. Yet, Orochimaru's hand reappeared as if nothing had transpired. Is Orochimaru merely toying with him? Sarutobi mused. As his apprentice, he knew Orochimaru well enough to recognize that he was not taking this seriously. After all, Obito was just a child. The distinction between being earnest and dismissive would not significantly alter the outcome. Meanwhile, Hakumai applauded. "Well done. As expected of my little brother. Though he may be a bit foolish, his combat talent is undeniable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough." Fire and wind collided, creating a massive explosion before the audience's eyes. Boom. A shallow crater formed on the ground. Before the smoke could dissipate, Obito inhaled deeply, his eyes alight with determination. Two-Tomo Sharingan. Activate. Two-Tomo materialized in his eyes. Hakumai gasped, then burst into laughter. "I see now why Obito was so eager to participate in this competition. He has been hiding this skill all along. In such a short time, he has advanced from a one-Tomo Sharingan to a two-Tomo. He is indeed a genius." Tsunade quietly critiqued. "Genius, are you certain that Obito can truly be considered a genius in your presence? Of course, he is compared to the future Sasuke, who awakened his one-Tomo during the massacre night, only to awaken his two-Tomo much later after being underestimated by Naruto. The time span is simply too vast to compare to Obito. Indeed, my little brother possesses remarkable talent." At that moment, Orochimaru regarded Obito with a fleeting look of surprise, an inscrutable greed flickering in his eyes. If only he truly yearned to pry out Obito's eyes and depart from this place. After all, as the younger brother of Hakumai, Obito's eyes must surely be far superior to those of his clan. However, the thought of Hakumai's terrifying strength filled Orochimaru with trepidation. Perhaps it would be best to engage in a proper contest and see if he could ascend to the position of Hokage. If successful, he would gain access to greater resources for his experiments, thus bringing his dreams to fruition. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru unleashed his arms once more, executing the serpent's shadow technique. A multitude of serpents erupted forth like blossoms, surging in all directions. Do not underestimate me. The two-tomo Sharingan bestowed upon Obito remarkable dynamic vision. Faced with such an onslaught, he deftly evaded Orochimaru's attacks, swiftly closing the distance between them. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The flames erupted from Obito's mouth, scattering like the seeds of the phoenix flower, intersecting with the serpents, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Taking advantage of this offensive, Orochimaru unleashed a fierce gale, aimed at cleaving through Obito. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Obito mimicked Orochimaru's movements and simultaneously cast the wind cutter technique. The two gales clashed at that moment, their howls resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at this scene. Could it be that Obito had replicated Orochimaru's ninjutsu using his Sharingan? Was another genius from the Uchiha clan about to emerge? Orochimaru was astonished, but his actions accelerated several-fold. If he had previously not taken the battle seriously, he was now fully engaged. The Kusanagi sword. In an instant, a gleam of cold light flashed. Thud. The Kusanagi sword pierced Obito's arm. He did not strike with lethal intent. Rather, he merely punctured an arm. Blood seeped down the blade, causing Kakashi to hold his breath in shock, while Rin's anxiety was palpable as she witnessed the scene. Although she regarded Obito merely as a companion, such an injury inevitably stirred her concern. Gulp, I hope Obito is all right, Uzumaki Kushina murmured anxiously. In response, Hakumai smiled. Ah, he will be fine. Rather, this is merely the beginning of something good. As if to affirm Hakumai's words, Obito raised his other arm and grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. The intense pain relentlessly stimulated his mind. Ah! Obito's scream echoed throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of many. What was he doing? He was attempting to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. Hakumai replied to Kushina while addressing Tsunade nearby. Tsunade, I will need your assistance in healing Obito shortly. I do not wish for him to suffer any lingering injuries. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter for me, Tsunade replied confidently. Meanwhile, a louder cry erupted. Obito clutched the sword hilt tightly. Not only did he refrain from withdrawing it, but he also twisted it forcefully. The agony felt like his muscles were being torn apart. Mingling with Obito's fierce spirit, he gazed at Orochimaru, recalling his long-sought aspirations. The older brother hailed as a prodigious genius. He did not wish to be merely known as Hakumai's younger brother. He aspired to be Uchiha Obito, a true strongman, not the underdog in others' eyes, nor a weakling to Rin. He yearned to grow stronger. Therefore, three-tomo Sharingan, awaken for me. Buzz. A violent surge of chakra erupted. In that moment, an unprecedented transformation occurred in Obito's eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan manifested. At that moment, the world became astonishingly clear to him. I see it. Obito murmured with joy. He could perceive the flow of chakra within Orochimaru's body. Everything seemed imbued with newfound significance for him. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Immediately, Obito launched an assault on Orochimaru's mind. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he felt as though his Jinjutsu effortlessly penetrated Orochimaru's consciousness, ensnaring him in the illusion. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the railing tightly, leaning forward in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Obito's Jinjutsu was so potent as to ensnare Orochimaru. Even with the enhancement of the Sharingan, such a feat seemed improbable. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the other spectators shared similar sentiments. Obito had indeed made a name for himself in this battle. However, the reasons for this were known only to Orochimaru and Hakumai. For Orochimaru had long sought immortality, delving into forbidden jutsu, which had inflicted severe damage on his soul and spirit, rendering him less resistant to Jinjutsu. Thus, he fell victim to the sudden mental assault. Yet, he merely succumbed to the illusion. Obito gritted his teeth against the pain and withdrew the Kusanagi sword from his arm. He then stepped forward to face Orochimaru once more, targeting the same spot. Thud! The sword plunged in. But then, Orochimaru's eyes snapped open. Summoning technique. Orochimaru's skin appeared to dissolve effortlessly, revealing a terrifying form beneath. He transformed into a colossal serpent, composed of countless smaller snakes. As he opened his massive jaws, the oppressive force emanating from his gaping maw bore down on Obito, rendering him unable to move even an inch. So, strong. Is this the true power of the legendary Sannin? Obito had initially believed that with the three-tomo Sharingan, he could turn the tide against Orochimaru. Yet, while aspirations may be grand, reality can be harsh. Faced with a serious Orochimaru, Obito found it difficult to even approach him. Senju Ibiki, perceiving Obito's plight, declared Orochimaru the victor of this match. With the verdict announced, the audience erupted into cheers. Compared to the previous battle, the encounter between Orochimaru and Obito clearly exceeded their expectations. Under the escort of medical ninjas, Obito made his way to the spectator stands. He gazed at Hakumai, forcing a smile through the pain. "Brother, how did I fare? I hope I didn't embarrass you." "Ha ha ha." Hakumai laughed heartily, patting Obito's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "Ah, brother, are you a devil? Be gentler. I'm currently injured." "Ha ha ha ha. Obito, you performed admirably. You have truly brought pride to the Uchiha clan." Hakumai continued. "To awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age speaks volumes about your potential. The Manjiki Sharingan is certainly within your reach." Hearty laughter resonated as Obito basked in his brother's praise. Obito felt that his injuries were no longer acutely painful. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi regained his composure from the shock. He took a deep breath and announced the upcoming match. The third round. When Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the names of Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. They could hardly believe that Danzo would face off against Minato. One was a long-standing high-ranking official of Konohagakure, the true ruler behind the scenes, embodying the village's shadowy aspects. The other was a newly emerged prodigy, highly esteemed by Hiruzen, known as the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. These two individuals have collided. It is likely to be quite a spectacle, wouldn't you agree? Tsunade, who do you think will emerge victorious? Having just healed Obito, Tsunade returned to her seat. She gazed at the two individuals entering and remarked, "It is difficult to say. If Danzo were to exert himself fully, even Minato Namikaze might not be able to prevail. Moreover, the aura emanating from Danzo Shimura was quite unsettling." Bai Mo cast a deep glance at Danzo Shimura. Indeed, it was anything but comfortable. The eye nestled within that arm and the modified limb exuded an aura that was unsettling to anyone who encountered it. However, "Tsunade, shall we engage in a wager?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, immediately intrigued. "Do tell, what kind of wager do you have in mind?" Tsunade sat gracefully in her seat, her enchanting gaze softly resting upon Hakumo. "It's quite simple. We shall wager on who will emerge victorious." Hakumo continued, "If I win, you will teach me the application of advanced medical ninjutsu. If I lose, I shall concede to one of your requests." Upon hearing this proposition, Tsunade glanced over at Kushina Uzumaki, who appeared utterly unconcerned about the matter. She was affectionately wrapped around Hakumo's arm, her head resting upon his shoulder, exuding an aura of deep affection. Tsunade pondered for a moment before finally responding, "Very well, I accept. I wager on Shimura Danzo, for he is a seasoned warrior with formidable experience and combat prowess. Then I shall wager on Minato Namikaze." Hakumo replied with a cheerful smile as he turned his gaze toward the arena. At that moment, the two combatants entered the field, each gazing at the other with an intense fervor for battle. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, fixing his eyes on Minato Namikaze. "Minato, I never imagined that one day we would find ourselves in a confrontation." Minato's face radiated a sunny smile as he responded, "Neither did I. But I hope that in this battle, we can both showcase our utmost potential. At such a young age, your audacity is quite remarkable. Do you truly believe you can witness the pinnacle of excellence? With merely 50% of my strength, you would undoubtedly be no match for me." Tsunade. "Hey, you old man, shall we take a moment to listen to what you are proclaiming? The battle has yet to commence, and already you are boasting and relying on past experiences, as if to assert your superiority. To underestimate others from the very beginning, how can one possibly engage in battle?" It seems that Tsunade has sensed the frustration. Kushina Uzumaki could not help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, "Sister Tsunade, it appears you have misjudged the situation." Tsunade let out a sigh of exasperation. "It's nothing. After all, I always lose when it comes to gambling. I have grown accustomed to it." One has grown accustomed to it, as it directly articulates the poignant sorrows that Tsunade has endured in recent years. In every gamble she has partaken in, victory has been a rare occurrence. Yet, whenever she does triumph, it signifies that an exceedingly dreadful event is destined to unfold. At this moment, I fervently hope that Minato Namikaze delivers a resounding blow to that old fool. Laughter resonates with joy. That is to say, Tsunade, if anyone else were to utter such words, it would surely provoke a severe reprimand from Danzo. Mori no Ibiki glanced at the time, and upon confirming that both parties were prepared, he promptly declared the match to commence. Swish! A sudden flash of yellow light appeared. One could see the figure of the flying thunder god, accompanied by the silhouette of Minato Namikaze, directly above Shimura Danzo. How swift! The pupils of Shimura Danzo suddenly constricted. As he lifted his gaze, within the palm of Minato Namikaze, the Rasengan had already coalesced. This is a ninjutsu developed by Minato Namikaze, inspired by the tailed beast ball. He concentrates chakra in his hand, allowing it to flow irregularly in various directions while compressing it, ultimately forming a chakra sphere the size of his palm. He then forcefully presses it downward. Bang! The emanation of chakra engendered a disruption, resulting in an aperture being scorched into the fabric adorning Danzo Shimura's back. The entire figure was shaped like the letter V, crashing into the pit in the ground. Wow! The audience was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated such exhilarating intensity from the very onset of the competition. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smile playing on her lips, and remarked, "You brought this upon yourself with your carelessness." At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt as though his dignity was being utterly tarnished. That rascal, Minato Namikaze, truly showed no respect for the elderly or care for the young. How utterly detestable. You have forced my hand. With a flick of his fingers, Shimura Danzo unleashed several shurikens that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Shadow clone technique of shurikens. Shurikens divide into two, two into three, and three into 100. At that very moment, the sky was filled with a multitude of shurikens, spinning rapidly and accompanied by a cacophony of slicing sounds. They hurtled towards the direction of Minato Namikaze. Seizing the opportunity while Minato was preoccupied with defense, Dan Shimura pressed his fingers together. Summoning technique, Dream Baku. Boom. The white mist dissipated, revealing the legendary spirit beast, the Dream Taper, which now captured the attention of all present. Bai Mo stroked his chin, gazing curiously at this ethereal creature before him. He too yearned for a magnificent spirit beast of his own. Alas, throughout the vast world of Naruto, it seemed the only one worthy of companionship with him was the white rabbit residing on the moon. A subtle smile graced the corners of Bai Mo's lips as he made up his mind. He would assist Xiao Hei in executing their plan and subsequently release his mother. And then, let Otsutsuki Kagaya become my summoning beast. Achoo! In the depths of a pitch-black cavern, Little Black suddenly let out a sneeze. Instinctively, he rubbed his nose, murmuring to himself in a perplexed tone, "How peculiar. What could have caused such a sudden sneeze?" Subsequently, he turned to the figure clad in a black robe before him and inquired, "How do you feel physically, Uchiha Shin?" In the pitch darkness, a pair of Sharingans slowly coalesced. The black cloak billowed without the slightest breeze. A hoarse and sinister cackle reverberated within the cave. At this moment, I am enveloped in an indescribable sense of euphoria. I have become the true heir of the Uchiha clan. I shall inherit the will of Uchiha Madara. The world shall tremble under the name of Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. In the arena of competition, Shimura Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing wind release, vacuum great sphere. Simultaneously, the dream demon beside him unleashed a torrent of powerful winds, amplifying the prowess of Shimura Danzo's wind release technique. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, ominous. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the arena. The shuriken, caught in the tempest, soared at an astonishing speed, launching a relentless barrage of attacks in rapid succession. The expression on Namikaze Minato's face grew increasingly serious. Sichin Mauin. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Boom. Flames clashed violently with the raging winds. Thick, billowing smoke dispersed in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, the formidable Minato Namikaze withdrew a multitude of kunai from his ninja tool pouch, plunging them into the ground around him, embedding them deeply. Each of these kunai was inscribed with the flying thunder god technique. Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared behind Shimura Danzo. Once more, a Rasengan struck him from behind. Bang! Suddenly, Shimura Danzo lunged forward, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Instinctively, he pressed his palm against his right arm. Had he not been unable to utilize his right hand's abilities, he would have long since confronted the figure before him. Namikaze Minato. I am here. Before Shimura Danzo could react, A yellow flash reappeared before him. The speed was astonishing, leaving no room for defense. In mere moments, dozens of spiraling orbs descended upon him. Shimura Danzo immediately raised his hands in surrender, prompting an uproar among the audience. Bai Mo observed the unfolding scene, feeling an immense sense of admiration within his heart. One must truly commend Shimura Danzo, mustn't one? Indeed, one truly speaks with integrity. When it is said that 5/10 of one's strength will be employed, then 5/10 of strength shall be employed. The abilities of the right hand have not been utilized in the slightest. Ultimately, it can be said that Danzo is simply too weak. Otherwise, even if he were to exert only 50% of his power, it would be sufficient to overpower Minato Namikaze. Tsunade cast a perplexed glance at Bai Mo, unable to comprehend the significance of his words. It seems you possess a profound understanding of Danzo. It's all well and good. After all, I am the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard. I must remain vigilant regarding the safety and security of this village. Are you suggesting that Shimura Danzo poses a significant threat? Indeed, he evokes a sense akin to that of Sarutobi Hizashi. It leaves me quite exasperated. Tsunade cast a glance at the heavens. Ever since Shimura Danzo conceded defeat, the ominous clouds that once loomed overhead began to dissipate at a visible pace before the onlookers. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, and Tsunade stretched languidly, revealing her voluptuous figure before Hakumai. Regardless of the outcome, I must admit that I have lost this time. When you find the time, I shall instruct you in the advanced medical ninjutsu. Pausing momentarily, Tsunade suddenly leaned closer to Hakumai's ear and whispered, "However, Hakumai, did you not discover your Byakuga technique on your own? Why not cultivate your own understanding?" Bai Mo chuckled lightly, completely disregarding Tsunade's remarks, which earned him a rather expressive eye roll from her. The competition continued unabated until nightfall. It was only when Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru entered the final match that it finally came to a close. Tomorrow should bring the ultimate contest, but I remain uncertain as to who will emerge victorious, Orochimaru or Minato. I have a feeling that Orochimaru, despite having fought for such an extended period, still seems to hold back his true strength. Conversely, I sense that Minato may also share this sentiment. In other words, Bai Mo did not participate, otherwise the outcome of the match would have been uncertain. Hakumai and Uzumaki Kushina walked side by side. They listened to the murmurs of the crowd, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding. Yet, for reasons unknown, there was a certain depth in Kushina's eyes. It was evident that, in the hearts of the people, she had become synonymous with Konoha. Nevertheless, I can only say that I merely fulfilled my obligations. Uzumaki Kushina tightened her grip on Hakumai's arm, as if sensing the shift in her emotions. Hakumai couldn't help but inquire, "Is something the matter?" Kushina Uzumaki. Upon hearing Bai Mo's inquiry, Uzumaki Kushina lowered her head, curling herself further into a tight ball. It was only after the two had entered a narrow alleyway, one rarely traversed by others, that she slowly raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. With a trembling voice, she uttered, "So, it is indeed your eyes that are being overdrawn, is it not? Why did you not confide in me? Was it out of concern for my worries? Is that the reason you chose to keep it hidden from me all along?" Kushina Uzumaki stood slightly apart from the figure of Shiraboku before her. Her visage was etched with a profound sorrow, a silent lament that spoke volumes. "Did you not perceive it? Had I not heard others speak of this matter, I would have remained oblivious to the severity of your condition." Kushina took a deep breath, striving to calm herself as much as possible. Yet, for reasons unknown, her breathing became increasingly rapid and uncontrollable. Her throat ached painfully, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Her vision blurred with tears. Merely blinking caused them to cascade down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken necklace. This scene pierced Bai Mo's heart profoundly. He had not anticipated Kushina's emotional collapse. In that moment, his hands moved aimlessly, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Then, Kushina extended her hand, waving it before Bai Mo, questioning whether he could see her clearly. Bai Mo offered a faint, wry smile and shook his head, responding, "It's somewhat unclear, yet not entirely troubling." However, this only deepened Kushina's concern. The proximity was so close that even Bai Mo found it challenging to see clearly. It is no wonder that after his initial battle, he stumbled over a mere pebble. This sight only intensified Kushina's compassion towards him. "So, what are your thoughts on today's competition?" "It is merely a matter of perceiving their presence, as I can roughly discern two indistinct phantoms." Bai Mo opened his arms and embraced the swirling figure of Kushina, cradling her gently. He softly patted her exquisite back and leaned in to whisper tenderly in her ear, "Kushina, it is all right. I have simply been exhausted during this period. Once my vision is restored, I shall gradually improve. For now, allow me to be your eyes." As the voice of Uzumaki Kushina faded, she rose onto her tiptoes. Her delicate cherry lips pressed softly against the cheek of Bai Mo. The sensation, moist and tender, penetrated deep into Bai Mo's heart, rendering him utterly motionless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally mustered the strength to embrace the enchanting Uzumaki Kushina more tightly, whispering softly, Kushina, I look forward to your guidance in the future." A warm ambience enveloped the two individuals. Simple dialogues infused with concern brought them closer together. "Excuse me. I apologize for the interruption, but may I pass through first? My home is nestled within an alleyway." Suddenly, a girl with flowing purple hair shyly interrupted the atmosphere between Bai Mo and Jiu Xinai. Bai Mo cast a glance at the girl with the purple hair, his brow involuntarily furrowing slightly. This girl seemed remarkably familiar. Could it be Yuzushi Yin? Was the previous notification regarding the Umbu ninja? How did they remove their mask? Could it be that they have retired from the Umbu? Bai Mo gently shook his head and remarked, "Let us depart at once." As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly scooped up Kushina in a princess carry, dashing toward the Uchiha clan's direction. This left Yuzuki Yuin, who watched Bai Mo's retreating figure with uncertainty. Surely, Bai Mo has not discerned my true identity, has he? She should. Perhaps not. By now, she has stepped away from the shadows, living alone in her former residence. She awaits the time when she can invest her savings into acquiring a shop to manage a small business. After all, remaining at home indefinitely is not a viable option. It is indeed wise to occupy oneself with meaningful tasks. Soon, nightfall approaches, and the lights of every household begin to twinkle. In the presence of Fuyue, Dato boasts of his valor, showcasing his three-tomo Sharingan. Uncharacteristically, Hakumo refrains from training. Instead, he opens his heart to Kushina, sharing their innermost thoughts with one another. In the blink of an eye, the dawn of a new day arrives. The sky remains dimly lit, and Hakumo feels a peculiar heaviness in his breath. Struggling, he forces his eyes open, only to be greeted by a radiant light. It seems his vision has deteriorated further. No, that cannot be. Wait a moment. This seems to be. Bai Mo suddenly came to a realization. He cast a glance at a nearby spot and, with a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, materialized beside it. Only then did he fix his gaze upon Kushina Uzumaki. She lay in a rather unrestrained manner, sprawled out with limbs askew. Droplets of saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth, and occasionally, the soft murmurs of Bai Mo could be heard escaping her lips. Observing Kushina in such a state, a tender smile of affection crept upon Bai Mo's face. It seemed that their late-night conversation had taken a toll. Yet, the pretense of their faux marriage appeared to have, almost imperceptibly, transformed into something far more genuine. Bai Mo donned his usual training attire and made his way to the kitchen, where he endeavored to prepare breakfast for Uzumaki Kushina. A faint burnt aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Kushina's eyelashes to flutter slightly. Gradually, she opened her eyes, rising from her bed and rubbing her eyes, still slightly swollen from the previous night's tears. She then ambled towards the kitchen, murmuring, "Bai Mo, what are you doing?" As her words fell, her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. The frying pan was engulfed in flames, and the vegetables within had been reduced to charred remnants. Bai Mo hurriedly extinguished the flames, flustered as he attempted to salvage the ingredients. Turning to the side, he faced Kushina with an expression of embarrassment, explaining, "I merely wished to prepare you some breakfast." But I didn't foresee. Just as Bai Mo pondered how to articulate his predicament, a smile involuntarily crept across Kushina's lips, as if she had swept away the sorrows of the previous night in one fell swoop. "All right, Bai Mo, leave breakfast to me. I shall prepare a meal for you." Kushina Uzumaki smiled brightly as she took the cookware from Hakumai's hands. Who could have imagined that the renowned hero of Konohagakure, Hakumai, was a formidable individual who lacked culinary skills? However, Bai Mo has already received the heartfelt gesture of preparing breakfast for herself. Uzumaki Kushina hummed a cheerful tune, her movements becoming increasingly deft and precise. After tidying up briefly, a delightful aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Bai Mo opened it to find Uchiha Bito peering in from outside. "Hey, brother, is something burning in your room? Why does it carry a peculiar odor?" Toby twitched his nose and took a deep breath. Then, with a hint of surprise, he remarked, "Wait, it has transformed into a delightful aroma. As he spoke, Toby produced chopsticks and a spoon from behind him, clearly indicating he had been well prepared. In response, Bai Mo offered a gentle smile and said, "All right. Today I shall treat you to breakfast." He returned to the kitchen, where he repackaged the breakfast he had previously prepared into a plate. Emphasizing the importance of not wasting food, Bai Mo placed the dish before Toby, beaming as he said, "There you go. Enjoy your meal. And remember, if you can't finish it, you mustn't leave." The smile on Obito's face suddenly froze. He held his chopsticks and gently prodded the food before him. The hard, black substance caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "Brother, are you certain that what lies in this dish is truly edible?" "Of course. This is the breakfast I prepared early in the morning. Did you not come over to share a meal? Why have you chosen not to partake?" Obito gently nudged the plate in the direction of Hakumai, scratching his head in a moment of awkwardness, his gaze drifting uncertainly as he remarked, "Brother, for some reason, I suddenly feel quite full." "All right, Hakumai, do not frighten Obito any further. Look how pale the poor child has turned." Upon hearing Kushina's words of reassurance, Obito's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Truly, having a sister-in-law like her is a blessing. "Oh dear, sister-in-law, please keep a closer watch on my brother. He is truly incorrigible." "Oh dear." Before Obito could finish his words, Bai Mo swiftly seized a black morsel and forcefully stuffed it into Obito's mouth. Covering his mouth, he sported a mischievous grin and proclaimed, "I shall teach you a lesson. Alas, alas, today, do not even think of escaping through that door. Woe is me. Brother, I shall fight you to the end." As I gazed upon the lively brothers, Bai Mo and Obito, engaging in playful antics early in the morning, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After about 10 minutes, Kushina Uzumaki emerged from the kitchen, holding a delectable breakfast. "All right, it's almost time. Once we finish our meal, we can proceed to witness today's final competition." Meanwhile, in another location, Danzo Shimura regarded Orochimaru before inquiring, "Orochimaru, what do you think? Do you possess the confidence to vanquish that fellow, Namikaze Minato?" Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru, with his eyes closed, casually responded to Shimura Danzo, as if he were utterly unconcerned with the inquiry posed. This indifference provoked Danzo to clench his fists tightly. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly and deliver a proper lesson to that scoundrel, Minato Namikaze. Had I been able to exert my full strength, he would not be basking in his current arrogance." As Shimura Danzo's voice faded, one could see his bandaged arm thrusting towards the damp wall beside him. Would release, root burial. In an instant, the entire wall was enveloped by sharp wooden spikes. Would release. The renowned ultimate technique of Senju Hashirama is a unique bloodline limit that belongs solely to him. This formidable power was acquired by Shimura Danzo through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, endowing him with immense destructive capability. However, Orochimaru, observing the scene before him, scoffed, "Enough, Danzo. There is no need for you to flaunt your abilities. Minato Namikaze possesses extraordinary strength, and even if you were to unleash your full potential, it is uncertain whether you could defeat him. It is essential to understand that the Flying Thunder God technique is not merely characterized by its speed. It is a space-time ninjutsu, a genuine S-rank, forbidden technique." Orochimaru strode towards the outside, realizing that having come this far, it was indeed time to exert all my efforts. As Orochimaru's words faded, he stepped outside of the route. Gazing up at the sunlight cascading from the heavens, Orochimaru murmured softly, "Perhaps a life beneath the sun holds a unique sensation." Having spoken, his figure flickered and swiftly made its way towards the arena. At this moment, the expansive stands were completely filled with spectators. Compared to the audience of yesterday, today's crowd was evidently more fervent. They stood in their places, hands cupped around their mouths, shouting with wild enthusiasm. Among them were Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, and the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, both of whom wield considerable influence in the Hidden Leaf Village. The sounds from both sides grew ever more thunderous. White Ink, along with Uzumaki, Kushina, and Obito, silently made their way to the front row where Tsunade and Shizune had been waiting patiently. It seemed that much had transpired between them the previous day. Tsunade, keenly perceptive, quickly noticed the change in Kushina. The slight swelling around her eyes was unmistakable, revealing truths that Kushina could not conceal from Tsunade. A sense of frustration welled up within Tsunade, an emotion that she herself could not quite pinpoint. Clearly, she had misconstrued the situation. There was nothing amiss. Merely a conversation had taken place. White Ink settled into a seat beside them, with Kushina on his left, nestled close to Tsunade, and Obito on his right, adjacent to Uchiha Fugaku. As the group took their places in the audience, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru, under the guidance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the arena. The moment the three of them stepped into the contest grounds, the clamor of the crowd surged once more. Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the thrumming audience, a fleeting glimmer of greed passing through his eyes. If only it were possible, how he longed to be young again. In that case, he could remain in the position of Hokage indefinitely, forever in his prime. If it were not for his own diminishing strength, gradually worn away by the passage of time, he would be utterly unfazed by Bai Mo in the slightest. It is a pity that, ultimately, his age is somewhat excessive. Such thoughts swiftly traversed his mind. He then extended his palm and pressed downward towards the audience with an air of authority. The spectators, who had been fervently animated just moments before, fell into an instantaneous silence. This clearly demonstrated the significant reverence that Sarutobi Hizuchi commanded among the majority of the common populace. Today marks the final contest of the battle. It is well known that the moment this contest concludes, the candidate for the fourth Hokage will be irrevocably determined. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage shall, in our presence, emerge as the future leader guiding the Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced towards the flanking Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze and inquired, "Are you prepared?" "We are ready," they replied. The air was charged with anticipation as Minato Namikaze exuded enthusiasm, in stark contrast to Orochimaru, whose demeanor grew increasingly shadowy, akin to a venomous serpent. His snake-like eyes fixated on Minato, resembling a predator poised to strike, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their contest. A subtle smile graced the lips of Hakamoku, despite his vision being somewhat obscured. Yet, this did not hinder his ability to discern the figure with the conspicuous golden hair. It was more than sufficient for Hakamoku to identify the individual in the distance. One could not help but wonder what delightful surprises Minato Namikaze would unveil today. As the moment of inspiration descended upon Hakomai, the contest officially commenced. In an instant, Orochimaru swiftly performed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. Bang! A billowing cloud of white smoke enveloped the surroundings. Within this mist, a pair of crimson eyes materialized. What was once a spacious arena now appeared somewhat constricted in this moment. Has Orochimaru chosen to unleash his ultimate technique right from the outset? If I recall correctly, the Great Serpent should be Orochimaru's most formidable summoning beast, am I right? It seems that this time, the position of the fourth Hokage is destined to be in Orochimaru's grasp. Do not underestimate Namikaze Minato, who knows what hidden trump cards he may possess. The audience engaged in hushed discussions, sharing their perspectives with friends and family nearby. At that moment, Namikaze Minato lifted his gaze towards the front row of spectators, as if locking eyes with Uchiha Hakumo. His fists clenched tightly, his resolve solidified within. Regardless of the cost, he understood that he must give his all. Only in this manner could he confront Uchiha Hakumo. A sharp brilliance flickered in the eyes of Namikaze Minato. At that moment, his aura underwent a profound transformation. Even the nearby Sarutobi Asuma could not help but narrow his eyes slightly, gazing at Minato in astonishment. How could such a significant change in Minato's presence occur in such a brief span of time? Shadow clone technique. Bang! The enigmatic figure of Namikaze Minato conjured a shadow clone. The two clones exchanged a brief yet intense glance before swiftly darting off to the left and right. Orochimaru, standing atop the colossal head of the serpent known as Manda, surveyed the unfolding scene from his elevated vantage point. "Manda," he declared, "if you exert yourself diligently in this battle, I shall reward you handsomely." Wind release, great scythe. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and before him, a series of wind blades materialized, hurtling directly towards the figure of Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God technique. One of the wind and water gates hurled a flying kunai towards the sky. In that instant, a brilliant flash of yellow light erupted. Whoosh! The figure of Namikaze Minato ascended into the sky. Shadow clone technique of the shuriken. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous explosion of white mist filled the air. The few shurikens in hand instantly transformed into countless multitudes. A multitude surged toward Orochimaru in a dramatic descent. Such a spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Surely, this individual has underestimated me far too much. The myriad serpent spoke in a chilling tone. Suddenly, he opened his gaping maw, and his entire serpentine form, akin to a coiled spring, thrust upward violently toward the heavens, devouring the countless shurikens that filled the air into his belly. Immediately thereafter, the myriad serpents descended to the ground, their tails resembling colossal, sharp whips, crashing down with tremendous force, creating a series of explosive shockwaves in the atmosphere. Bang! In the air, the swift movements of Kakashi were caught off guard. He was struck directly, transforming into a wisp of smoke that dispersed into the atmosphere. Seizing this moment, Kakashi instantly appeared behind Orochimaru. Rasengan. The pale blue spiral sphere coalesced in the palm of Minato Namake's, just as it had the day before. It was pressed against the back of Orochimaru. Yet, to his astonishment, Orochimaru seized this momentum to lunge forward. In midair, he executed a deft turn and opened his mouth wide. The serpent's technique, the formation of 10,000 snakes. A multitude of brownish serpents erupted from his mouth, rushing directly towards the formidable figure of Kakashi Hatake. Wu Si. Shin. Z. Cho In. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. This ninjutsu can be regarded as extraordinarily powerful. Suddenly, the legendary Minato Namake's unleashed 3 fiery dragons that intertwined and devoured Orochimaru's myriad snake formation. However, this jutsu demanded an immense amount of chakra, leaving Minato slightly breathless. Yet, Orochimaru showed no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Myriad snakes. Prepare. I understand. Serpent summoning technique. Behold, Orochimaru has shed his skin to transform into a colossal serpent composed of countless smaller snakes. In a tangled formation alongside the myriad of serpents, they surged inexorably towards the direction of Minato Namake's. The 2 colossal snakes filled the entire arena to overflowing, intensely constricting Minato's maneuverability. This overwhelming pressure significantly undermined his Flying Thunder God technique, plunging him into a precarious position in an instant. It appeared that Orochimaru was poised to seize the position of the 4th Hokage. Shimura Danzo silently reveled in this prospect. He and Orochimaru were allies in this endeavor. Should Orochimaru ascend to the role of 4th Hokage, it would undoubtedly be the most fortuitous outcome for him. The battle was far from over. Why rush to conclusions? Do you not agree, Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, feeling no tension at all. This sensation weighed heavily on Shimura Danzo. The outcome was already decided. No matter how one looked at it, Minato Namake's could not possibly be a match for Orochimaru. After all, a formidable summoning beast was enough to alter the tides of battle. The same was true for Hanzo the Salamander. Orochimaru possessed an equally significant enhancement to combat prowess. Rasengan. Minato once again concentrated the Rasengan, colliding it against Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. Yet, no matter how formidable the Rasengan's penetrating power, facing the dual assault left Minato feeling somewhat strained and unappreciated. The backlash from his arm made his expression increasingly grim. He could no longer conceal his true capabilities. Minato shouted in fury. Then, he stepped onto the head of the myriad snakes and leaped into the air. To his surprise, a sinister smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips. Ninjutsu, snake mouth binding. Orochimaru executed the jutsu, transforming back into his normal form, and together they were drawn into the belly of the myriad snakes. Ninjutsu, turning technique. This technique allowed for digestion, and given just a short span of time, it would suffice for Orochimaru to vanquish Minato before him. At that moment, the spectators could not help but gasp in shock as they beheld the scene. How could this be? Minato had been swallowed whole? What would happen now? Why had this transpired? Was the victor already decided? This is infuriating. I can no longer see their figures. It must be said that Orochimaru's abilities were exceedingly bizarre, utterly unpredictable. Inside the belly of the myriad snakes, Minato felt his breathing become labored. The air was too thin, exuding a repugnant stench. The ground beneath him bubbled ominously, an indescribable nausea causing him to furrow his brow. Orochimaru gazed at Minato, his voice raspy and resonant. Minato Namake's, give up. The confines of this battleground are limited. Even if you master the Flying Thunder God technique, your movements are severely restricted. It is clear that this contest is unsuitable for you. Defeat is inevitable. Minato looked at Orochimaru and instinctively scratched his head. I never anticipated descending to such depths. But I must admit, Orochimaru, your strength is formidable. I commend you. Minato gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Then, under Orochimaru's puzzled gaze, Minato suddenly clasped his hands together. What are you planning? In a final struggle, Minato revealed a radiant smile, adding, I originally intended to reserve this for Hakamai. but it appears that if I do not exert my utmost, I might not even secure victory. Orochimaru's heart sank. He became acutely vigilant, watching Minato closely. Minato stepped forward, his form suddenly dissipating. Orochimaru reacted instantly. Not good. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. In a corner of the battleground, Minato had left behind a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. Minato's figure coalesced in an instant. Orochimaru also reappeared, standing atop the head of the myriad snakes once more. Orochimaru, I have a foreboding feeling. It seemed as if to validate the instinct of the myriad snakes. Minato bellowed, Sage Mode. Instantly, intricate patterns appeared on his face, his eyes transforming into a rectangular shape. The pressure emanating from him surged exponentially. This was the Sage Chakra. Born from the fusion of natural energy with his own chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio, known as Sage Power. It could exponentially amplify the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Is it finally about to commence? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. As his most valued successor, he was well aware of Minato's capabilities. Given Orochimaru's current state, he was no match for Minato. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous afterimages flickered in the air. This was the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God. Even with Orochimaru fully concentrating on sensing Minato's presence, he could not keep up with his movements. In the blink of an eye, Minato had dashed before Orochimaru. Rasengan Barrage. Bang! The Rasengan, infused with Sage Chakra, struck Orochimaru with tremendous force. The intense pain distorted Orochimaru's face. He felt as if his abdomen was being churned, his entire body curling like a shrimp. It seemed as though he might spew his bile. You swish. Minato's figure abruptly vanished, a cold breeze sweeping past him, causing Orochimaru's face to drain of color. He hastily raised an arm towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, proclaiming, I concede. Orochimaru's situation mirrored that of Danzo. Neither had fought with their full strength, for such power often encompassed forbidden techniques best left unspoken. Should they be employed, even if victorious, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow them to ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage. Ultimately, the serpent thrived best in the shadows. Orochimaru, even in defeat, do not think to renege on what you promised me. The myriad snakes hissed at Orochimaru. Then, they dissipated into a cloud of white mist, leaving Orochimaru standing helplessly, his gaze slowly shifting towards Minato, a grin spreading across his face. You have won. Minato offered a slight bow, acknowledging the victory. He then turned his gaze towards the audience. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the judge of this match, had been observing closely from a distance. Upon seeing Minato direct his attention towards the crowd, he followed his gaze to the front row. Minato, is something the matter? The match has concluded. You may revert from Sage Mode. Minato turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, Lord Hokage, I actually have another idea. I wish to challenge Hakumai. It was well known that Hakumai was a hero of Konoha, and Minato had long desired a duel with him, to gauge the distance between their strengths. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze darkened. He had intended for this match to elevate Minato's reputation, ideally placing him on equal footing with Hakumai. However, the current developments had far exceeded his expectations. Why did Minato not consult him before undertaking such actions? Yet, greed began to seep into Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. If Minato could truly defeat Hakumai, would it not enhance his standing even further? After all, Hakumai's vision had deteriorated significantly. Without the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan, Hakumai's strength was not as formidable as previously thought. Do you have confidence? Minato nodded vigorously, stating, I have awaited this day for so long. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Namake's Minato, distinctly perceiving the intense battle spirit reflected in Minato's eyes. It was evident that he was eager to engage. Namake's Minato then turned his gaze towards Hakumo, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he addressed Hakumo, saying, Come forth, Hakumo. Engage in battle with me. You promised. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki grasped Hakumo's arm and inquired with concern, Is it absolutely necessary for you to go? Bai Mo smiled gently, lightly patting Kushina's delicate hand, and remarked, Indeed, after all, this is a promise. Now is the time to fulfill this promise. Furthermore, I am quite curious as to whose Flying Thunder God technique is superior, mine or that of Minato Namake's. Kushina gazed at Shirobo with concern, but your eyes. Aha. Who says a competition must rely on the Sharingan? Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Mo rose to his feet. He approached the railing of the spectator seats and addressed the figure of Minato Namake's below, saying, Minato, You have just engaged in a prolonged battle with Orochimaru, which must have drained your energy considerably. How about this? I shall refrain from using my Sharingan in our duel, if you would permit it. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Sarutobi Izashi's lips curled into a smirk as he contemplated. Indeed, it is as I suspected. It is not that Hakamoku is unwilling to utilize the Sharingan. Rather, the Sharingan has already reached a state of depletion. In such a contest, the use of the Sharingan is utterly impossible. Perhaps it can truly become a reality. Sarutobi Izashi gazed earnestly at Namake's Minato, allowing him to make the decision regarding this contest. For no matter how one viewed it, without the use of the Sharingan, Hakumai's combat prowess was undoubtedly diminished compared to his former self. Hokage Minato, upon hearing such words from Bai Mo, harbored no semblance of disdain. He was well aware of the rumors regarding Bai Mo's overexertion of the Sharingan. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that Bai Mo possessed strength far surpassing his own. Challenging formidable opponents was, after all, the most expedient path to personal growth. Thus, it was indeed possible. How you choose to fight is entirely your own affair. But as for me, I shall give my utmost effort. Minato, onward. In the distance, a young girl was fervently shouting, her expression brimming with excitement. Tsunade glanced over, intrigued as she sensed her energy. It was the chakra of a tailed beast, distinct from Kushina's 9 tails. This was another beast entirely, specifically, the 3 tails. It seems that she must be the girlfriend of Minato Namake's. Kushina addressed Tsunade, providing clarity to her confusion through her own perception. Tsunade let out a light laugh, remarking on Minato's fortunate luck in finding a romantic partner who was also a Jinchuriki. The sunlight danced upon the visage of Namake's Minato, who cast a gentle smile towards the young maiden before shifting his gaze to Hakamaku. In an instant, Hakamaku's form flickered, materializing abruptly before Minato. How astonishingly swift. Sarutobi Hizashi's body suddenly froze in place. Even he found it difficult to regain his composure for a moment. Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? Bai Mo has unexpectedly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and it appears his proficiency is remarkably profound. This marks the first occasion where Bai Mo has unapologetically employed this technique in plain view of the public. Aside from Minato Namake's, the expressions of everyone else present are undeniably etched with astonishment. What was that just now? Such remarkable speed. Is it also the Flying Thunder God technique? My goodness. Bai Mo can also utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Does this mean that only Minato Namake's has the advantage with his Sage Mode? It is uncertain which technique is superior, the Flying Thunder God technique of White Ink or that of Minato Namake's. The audience was engaged in fervent discussions about the two individuals. Bai Mo cast a brief glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before shifting his gaze to Minato Namake's. This action left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling quite displeased internally, yet he could not express his discontent at that moment. Suppressing his discomfort, he approached the two and inquired, "Are you both certain you wish to compete?" Konoha's Naruto nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Absolutely." Upon receiving this response, Bai Mo also nodded and remarked, "Indeed. This is the pact between him and me. Naturally, it must be accomplished." In the audience, Yu Shiyin sat in the last row. As she beheld the scene before her, a sense of unease washed over her as she glanced anxiously at Bai Mo. She pondered the true state of Bai Mo's eyes. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. I still remember the moment when I first encountered him. His gaze was utterly captivating, almost soul-stirring. However, upon our meeting yesterday, I sensed that the brilliance had dimmed, as if his strength had waned. Moreover, Yuzuki Saigen retrieved a certificate from her pocket, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. To her astonishment, the commercial space she had leased belonged to the Uchiha family. It seemed she was now working under their auspices. Fate truly is capricious. Just as Yuzuki Saigen marveled at the whims of destiny, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slight step back and addressed the two, proclaiming, "In that case, let the duel between Uchiha Hakumo and Namake's Minato commence. Now we shall commence in earnest." As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice faded, a crimson tempest and a golden storm surged forth, ascending towards the heavens. A fierce gale erupted, lifting the tumultuous winds from the ground, swirling the remnants of clouds in the sky. Only the red and yellow remained, unfurling the curtain of battle in the air. Uchiha Obito gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! Is this truly a clash of deities?" Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. The clash between Hakumai and Minato Namake's unfolded across the vast expanse of the sky. At times, One could glimpse the flying thunder god Kanai slicing through the air in a straight line. At other moments, Hakumai would swiftly teleport before Minato. The Rasengan and the fan clashed violently, sending gusts of wind cascading toward the audience, causing many to squint their eyes. Utterly unable to gaze upon the sky or the fierce battle between Hakumai and Minato, the Hyuga clan members activated their Byakugan, employing an almost omnidirectional perspective to observe the aerial confrontation. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was merely his illusion, but it appeared as though Minato was subtly suppressing Hakumai. In the sky, Hakumai abruptly retreated to a distance, unaware that Minato's flying thunder god Kanai was in hot pursuit. With the emergence of a yellow flash, a brilliant blue Rasengan materialized right before Hakumai. Rasengan, the art of 100 treasures. The diamond symbol, sealed upon the back of Bai Mo's hand, instantaneously broke free from its confinement. A torrent of chakra transformed into scarlet patterns, sprawling across Bai Mo's arm. With a resolute gesture, Bai Mo extended his palm to directly intercept the assault from Minato Namikaze. The chaotic chakra wreaked havoc upon Bai Mo's palm, causing his brow to furrow slightly in response. As anticipated, the distortion in his vision rendered the flying thunder god technique somewhat unwieldy for him. In that moment, Bai Mo could not help but ponder within his mind. System, could you possibly provide me with a hint on how to elevate the progress bar? In silence, the system offered no response. Bai Mo inwardly scoffed, thinking, surely it cannot be a case of being pushed to the brink of despair before finding a way to survive. Forget it. Let us not dwell on these vexing matters for now. Since the flying thunder god technique is currently uncomfortable to employ, I shall rely solely on my physical prowess to conclude this match. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Mo suddenly exerted force with his palm, causing the spiral pill to explode. The wound in the center of his palm was instantly mended by the 100 heal technique. His aura began to escalate geometrically. In the audience, Might Guy and Might Dai stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. They sensed a familiar power emanating from white ink. Might Dai exclaimed, this feeling. It's akin to youth. Could it be? The 8 Gates formation. The father and son spoke in unison. At that moment, as their words fell, White Ink's lips curled into a slight smile, softly murmuring, 8 Gates formation, Death Gate, open. Boom. A formidable chakra burst forth, radiating a vivid crimson hue, accompanied by the intricate patterns bestowed by the 100 Healings technique, amplifying White Ink's physical prowess to an unprecedented level. It surpassed even the might exhibited during the battle between Might Guy and Uchiha Madara by several folds. The overwhelming pressure rendered Minato Namikaze utterly stunned in midair. Without the support of the flying thunder god technique, his body plummeted towards the ground. Was this immense pressure truly the manifestation of White Ink's genuine strength? Minato was not the only one astonished. Faced with White Ink's unprecedented state, everyone present was left in utter disbelief, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, who gaped incredulously at White Ink. As a connoisseur of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a considerable understanding of most techniques in the world. He was acutely aware of what the 8th gate of the 8 Gates formation represented. It denoted certain death. Was White Ink truly aiming to eliminate Minato for a mere contest? The more Sarutobi thought about it, the more convinced he became of this notion. Why else would White Ink activate the Death Gate? Observing Minato's descent from the sky, White Ink chuckled lightly. Minato, don't be dazed, or you shall be the one to lose. Minato gritted his teeth, his face reflecting fierce determination. He hurled a kunai embedded with the flying thunder god technique, transforming into a streak of light in the air. However, what Minato did not anticipate was that White Ink, eschewing the flying thunder god technique, instead utilized his physical prowess to instantaneously appear beside him with even greater speed. In the air, White Ink moved with the ease of a stroll, an overwhelming terror. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Others may not grasp the magnitude of this forbidden technique, but he did. Was White Ink invoking the Death Gate to drag Minato down with him? Or was he declaring war on Konoha? A torrent of thoughts surged through Sarutobi's mind, fueled by the injustices faced by the Uchiha clan. No, he had to stop White Ink. If left unchecked, Konoha could very well face annihilation. As Sarutobi looked on, White Ink suddenly materialized before Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched slightly, exerting himself like a bullet, shooting upward into the sky. White Ink, I won't allow you to run rampant in Konoha. White Ink, oblivious to Sarutobi's actions, merely extended a finger and flicked it forward. Bang! A shadow shot off into the distance, tracing an arc through the air. I will definitely return. Hearing a familiar voice echoing in his ears. White Ink instinctively scratched his head. Had he just encountered something? At this moment, the audience looked up at the sky, then back at the arena, completely unable to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. In other words, had White Ink merely flicked his fingers to send Sarutobi flying? Was this the terrifying prowess of Uchiha White Ink? Before the crowd could process the event, White Ink reappeared before Minato once more. A wry smile gracing his face as he realized the futility of the confrontation. He simply could not win. With his current strength, he might not even manage to touch White Ink's garments, let alone inflict any harm. Consequently, Minato dispelled his sage mode, reverting to his ordinary form, and began to fall from the sky. Not fighting anymore. Have you come to grasp the disparity? Minato sighed. And this gap feels as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, insurmountable by mere effort. Yet, this only piqued his curiosity further. Why, with such immense strength, did White Ink not contend for the position of the fourth Hokage? Under the astonished gazes of Might Guy and Might Die, White Ink also withdrew from the Eight Gates formation, as if nothing had happened, landing before Minato. It's just a hassle. I'd rather dedicate that time to training. Minato fell silent. Did this imply that, in White Ink's eyes, training held greater value than the position of fourth Hokage? No wonder White Ink was so formidable. Sensing Minato's despondence, White Ink patted his shoulder and chuckled. Cheer up, Minato. When it comes to governing the village, you surpass me by far. I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will shine ever brighter. Only a thriving village could draw nourishment from the sun, rather than from decayed roots. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, seething with resentment as he gazed at White Ink below. Was White Ink insinuating that he was the decayed root? It was his presence that made Konoha more beautiful. He was the one who truly deserved to be the fourth Hokage. Yet, contemplating White Ink's terrifying strength, Danzo suddenly thought, perhaps this situation was already quite satisfactory. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Nearly all spectators clapped fervently, their applause resounding and unending. They were overwhelmed with excitement over the emergence of two formidable warriors, White Ink and Minato Namikaze. With these two powerhouses, who could possibly stand against Konoha in the ninja world? It seemed that before long, Konoha would genuinely ascend to the pinnacle, reminiscent of the days when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara roamed the land. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the arena, astonished as he gazed at White Ink. Are you unharmed? White Ink smiled amiably at Sarutobi, teasingly retorting, What? Does the Hokage believe I would perish? The Eight Gates formation is an exceedingly powerful forbidden technique. It bears terrifying side effects. Once the Death Gate is opened, it signifies the end of one's life. Yet, here I stand, unscathed, bantering with Minato. This situation was unheard of for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be? He shuddered in disbelief, staring at White Ink. Had White Ink improved the Eight Gates formation, completely eliminating its adverse effects? White Ink shrugged, chuckling. Who knows? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with resentment at White Ink's dismissive demeanor. Yet, considering White Ink's displayed prowess, alas, he could not win. No matter how cunning his strategies, they were but pale embellishments before the god of death's might. Tossed into the water, not even a ripple would be stirred. Thus, he resigned to retreat, content to live out his days in peace. Sarutobi Hayashi cast a profound gaze at Hakumai before addressing the nearby Minato Namikaze. Minato, regardless of the circumstances, you shall emerge as the ultimate victor. In a week's time, we shall prepare a ceremony to celebrate your ascension, and the entire village will gather to crown you. This is your rightful destiny, and I have unwavering faith in you. Noticing Minato's hesitation, Hakumai offered encouragement, gradually easing his inner turmoil. A sense of trust enveloped him, especially considering Hakumai's formidable prowess, yet continued support for Minato as the fourth Hokage. This was indeed a tremendous affirmation of his capabilities. Once he attained his position, he resolved to refrain from suppressing the Uchiha clan, as he believed the inhabitants of the village were akin to family and should coexist harmoniously. As Sarutobi Hayashi prepared to confer with Minato, Hakumai quietly excused himself. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the aisle of the audience, he encountered Might Guy and Might Die, who were eagerly awaiting his arrival. Father, Lord Hakumai is here, exclaimed Might Die, rushing towards Hakumai with palpable excitement. Without hesitation, he grasped Hakumai's hand and inquired, Lord Hakumai, Was the technique you employed during the match the 8 gates of bypass? Taken aback by their fervor, Hakomai considered their enthusiasm to be quite natural, given their spirited nature. Indeed, what of it? He replied. Might die, brimming with excitement, continued, how did you manage to open the 8th gate, the death gate, without suffering any consequences? Lord, you may not be aware, but I have been dedicated to the practice of physical techniques, and I have delved into the 8 gates of bypass, reaching the 7th gate. However, the side effects were quite debilitating, and I surmised that opening the 8th gate would incur irreversible injuries. Hence, I am immensely curious about your method. Could you impart your wisdom to us? Hakumai held a deep respect for both Might Dai and Might Guy. They embodied the spirit of authenticity, unencumbered by the judgment of others. This mindset transcended that of ordinary individuals. Looking at the two before him, Hakumai responded, in truth, it was merely a fortunate coincidence that led me to comprehend it. However, I can assure you that as long as you embrace your youthful endeavors without regret and diligently hone your physical prowess, while I cannot guarantee you will remain unscathed, I assure you the repercussions will not be severe. Hakumai's simple words ignited an exhilarating spark in Might Dai. Is it truly possible that effort alone can yield such results? Absolutely. In my eyes, you both are exceptionally talented individuals, blessed with an indomitable spirit that surpasses that of others. Receiving Hakumai's commendation, even Might Dai felt a surge of excitement. They had come to regard Hakumai as their idol. To be praised by a hero of Konoha ignited a fervent passion within them. Guy, I'm ready. It's time for us to train hard. After all, we must live without regrets in our youth. Indeed, let us begin with 100 laps around the village, upside down. Charge. The exuberance of the father and son duo elicited an involuntary smile from Hakumai. It was precisely this group of sun-seeking individuals that made Konoha truly remarkable. What is the matter? Uzumaki Kushina, noticing Hakumai's prolonged absence, approached him. Nothing much, just encountered a couple of rather intriguing individuals. And what are your plans now? I think we should return to rest well, and then resume our training. May I join you? Kushina inquired, her sparkling eyes filled with affection, rendering Hakumai unable to refuse. Of course, after we finish our meal, let us train together. Chapter 73, Two Uchiha Prodigies. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. During this period, Hakumai trained alongside Uzumaki Kushina, imparting combat techniques to her. In moments of leisure, he would visit Tsunade, indulging in her hospitality and learning advanced medical ninjutsu. Additionally, he conducted meticulous research on the fine-tuning of his task-oriented ocular training, seeking to discover the key to enhancing his progress. Regrettably, after an entire week of investigation, Hakumai had yet to uncover any substantial insights, leaving him deeply disheartened. Perhaps when the opportune moment arrived, the progress would manifest. Yawning, Hakumai awoke to find Kushina beside him. Their bond had grown increasingly fervent, transitioning from an initial boundary to one of closeness in a remarkably brief period. This unconventional approach of marrying first and loving later evoked an indescribable sentiment within Hakumai, one that he thoroughly cherished. He gently tucked a few strands of Kushina's hair behind her ear when an urgent knock resonated at the door, causing him to furrow his brow. Without a doubt, it was that guy Obito. With a click, Hakumai opened the door to find Obito flashing a radiant grin, his big front teeth gleaming in the morning sunlight. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me what you need. All right, 3 seconds are up. What is the rush? As Hakumai spoke, he prepared to close the door, but Obito swiftly blocked it with his arm. However, Hakumai's strength was not to be underestimated, and a piercing scream erupted from Obito, echoing through the skies, clearly audible to the entire Uchiha clan. In the room of Uchiha Fugaku, his wife Mikoto, with her pregnant belly, gazed curiously out the window, exclaiming, "That voice sounds like Obito. I wonder if he has completed the task we entrusted him with." Fugaku chuckled heartily. It should be fine. Those brothers engage in such antics nearly every day. Haven't you grown accustomed to it yet? As he spoke, Fugaku leaned down, pressing his ear against Mikoto's belly, laughing. I wonder if our child can hear us now. Of course not. It's still too early. Have you thought of any names? Not yet. Do you have any good ideas? How about we name him Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke. I hope he arrives safely and soon. Mikoto lovingly caressed her belly, her face glowing with maternal affection. Sasuke, can you hear me? This will be your name. I wish for you to grow up healthy and happy. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. Rest assured, Mikoto, with Hakumai around, no one dares to bully or suppress our Uchiha clan. Moreover, Itachi will take good care of him. Yes, indeed. It's just that we must trouble Hakumai to attend the ceremony for the fourth Hokage succession. Outside the room, Bai Mo stroked his chin and remarked, "Are you implying that the clan leader wishes to accompany his wife and wants me to attend the ceremony on his behalf?" Daitu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, exactly. That's why I came to inform you." Bai Mo sighed in resignation. He had initially intended to continue his training, but since Fugako had said so, he relented. "Well, I understand. I shall attend the ceremony this time. You may return now, Daitu." Daito's eyes widened as he pointed at himself, exclaiming, "So, you're not taking me with you? Focus on your training first. With this time, you could become much stronger." Bai Mo replied, "But this is the Hokage's succession ceremony. I've never attended one before. Is it truly that significant? Of course. Besides, he is our teacher. I must at least witness it." Bai Mo yawned and added, "Forget it, Daitu. When you become Hokage, you can attend as you wish." "Ah, brother." Calling me brother won't help. With a decisive click, Bai Mo shut the door, retreating to his bedroom. Uzumaki Kushina had already risen from the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked adorably, "Bai Mo, is something the matter?" "Nothing much. Just going to represent the clan leader at Minato's ceremony," Bai Mo replied. "You should rest at home. I can handle this on my own." After pondering for a moment, Kushina nodded and lay back down, saying, "All right, I'll prepare dinner for you when you return." During this time, Kushina had been training alongside Bai Mo and was utterly exhausted. However, her efforts had not been in vain. She now felt at least 10 times stronger than before. Bai Mo watched as Kushina gradually drifted off to sleep. He donned a simple black outfit and made his way toward the Hokage building. Observing this, Daitu stealthily followed, tiptoeing behind Bai Mo. The more Bai Mo insisted he should not accompany him, the more determined Daitu became to tag along. He was confident that once they reached the venue, Bai Mo would not dismiss him. Above, an eagle soared through the skies. Bai Mo cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, but chose to ignore Daitu, continuing on his path. Along the way, more and more people gathered, heading toward the Hokage building. Bai Mo even encountered several acquaintances. "Hyuga clan leader, long time no see." "Indeed. It's been a while since our last match. How have you been?" "Fairly well, though I would have preferred not to be summoned for this ceremony." Bai Mo and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. As they walked side by side, Hizashi inquired, "I heard your Uchiha clan has produced 2 prodigies preparing to enter the ninja academy? Is that so?" "I'm not entirely sure." Bai Mo scratched his head, having been preoccupied with training and not paying much attention to such matters. However, he did recall the Uchiha clan had indeed produced some talents during this period. "Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui?" "Yes. The Ninja Academy has recently begun enrolling students, and I heard 2 from the Uchiha clan passed with flying colors. They've gained quite a reputation in the village." At this moment, Bai Mo raised his voice. "Indeed, they are far superior to my little brother, who trails behind." "Oh, you old brother. Stop talking bad about me." The 2, who had been stealthily tailing Bai Mo, felt infuriated upon hearing such remarks. He was desperate to confront Bai Mo and argue his case. Despite his perceived inferiority, "Even if I am weak, I have awakened my Sharingan." Daitu fumed. Hizashi chuckled, as he was well acquainted with the sibling rivalry between Bai Mo and Daitu. In a nostalgic moment, he saw reflections of his past with Hizashi. "Bai Mo, who would have thought you'd be the one to attend? It seems Fugaka truly wishes to cultivate you as the next clan leader." At that moment, Tsunade and Shizen approached. As the last remaining members of the Senju clan, Tsunade had also been invited to the ceremony. Although she harbored a disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt obliged to show respect to Minato, Jiraiya's pupil, and thus attended the event. Bai Mo and Tsunade had grown closer during this time, as he often accompanied Kushina to learn advanced medical ninjutsu from her. As they all moved forward, Daitu intended to join them, but suddenly spotted a brown snake slithering before him, flicking its tongue. The sight of not just one, but many snakes moving together, evoking an uncanny sense of intelligence, captivated Daitu's attention, compelling him to follow the serpents into a more secluded area. In Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory, he manipulated the snakes, leading Daitu into his domain. Today marked Daitu's departure from Konoha. Remaining any longer held no benefits and would hinder his research on forbidden techniques such as the impure world reincarnation. Before leaving, he intended to grant himself one last gift, Daitu's eyes. While he could not obtain Bai Mo's eyes, acquiring Daitu's Sharingan would suffice. With this thought, a greedy smile crept across Orochimaru's face. At the Hokage building, a multitude of individuals from various clans had gathered, including emissaries from the hidden villages of Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, to celebrate the occasion. However, upon Bai Mo's arrival, they instinctively recoiled. Since the last war, Bai Mo's reputation had soared tremendously. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the Hokage building, surveying the crowd before him. He took a deep breath, calming himself as he contemplated the imminent transfer of power to Minato. A sense of reluctance washed over him. Oh, well, given that Bai Mo is here, I suppose I can let it go. With that, he resolved to embrace retirement rather than engage in a battle of wits with Bai Mo. As long as an Uchiha did not ascend to the Hokage position, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no objections. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough, and the previously bustling atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his words. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the Hokage succession ceremony. I sincerely thank each of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this event. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his lengthy speech, Tsunade glanced at Bai Mo beside her. Perhaps it was her intuition, but the instincts of a woman told her that something was amiss with Bai Mo. Lowering her voice, she poked Bai Mo's arm and whispered in his ear, "Bai Mo, tell me, is this a shadow clone?" Bai Mo, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Tsunade. He then placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Shoo. Upon witnessing Bai Mo's gesture, Tsunade realized her suspicions were indeed correct. The entity before her clearly had no idea where it had slinked off to for a respite. She thought to herself, how could Bai Mo genuinely participate in such a ceremony? His true form was likely engrossed in training somewhere. He was undoubtedly a master of social deception, utterly disinterested in such trivialities. But where was his true self? If he was absent, then my participation holds little significance. Bai Mo subtly gestured in a direction before feigning slumber once more, pretending to listen attentively. In response, Tsunade moved discreetly to the side. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the pinnacle, observing the scene below, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Yet, recalling that this individual was Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, he ultimately restrained himself. The duties of Hokage were a matter of personal choice. He had no intention of taking them on. These youths were utterly unmanageable. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered a few words before summoning Minato Namikaze to his side. It was Minato's first experience in such a setting, and claiming that his heart was not racing would be a falsehood. However, seeing the one he cherished gazing up at him with admiration filled him with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he was on the verge of becoming the fourth Hokage, a position of immense esteem within the ninja world. Now, he could indeed pledge their future to one another. In a twist of fate, Minato had encountered his girlfriend, Hanabi, during a mission. After vanquishing the rampaging Three Tails and sealing it within her to temporarily alleviate her life-threatening predicament, their bond had blossomed through their daily interactions. After exchanging a glance with Hanabi, Minato continued with the ceremony, contemplating their future plans and how he would lead Konoha amidst the myriad of mundane details. Bai Mo, however, paid no heed to these trivial matters. He was currently seated atop a house, observing as Tsunade sought him out. "Pray tell, when did you employ the shadow clone technique?" she inquired. "I used it immediately upon leaving home, intending to startle Obito, but I stumbled upon something far more intriguing." Tsunade, in a bold manner, imitated Bai Mo and seated herself directly before him. "Oh, what fascinating thing did you discover?" A hissing sound emanated from the serpents, which, under Obito's gaze, slithered through the cracks of a slightly ajar window. The door remained ajar, akin to a Pandora's box, continuously beckoning the curious Obito, who could not resist extending his hand to investigate. Yet, he pondered the consequences if his elder brother were to catch him. He would surely suffer a harsh reprimand. With this thought, Obito hesitated to retreat but found himself rooted in place, casting a reluctant glance towards the dark room. He had never ventured here before, leaving him devoid of any recollection. His curiosity piqued. Why were so many snakes drawn to this room? What could possibly lie within that captivated them? Surely, in Konoha, there could be no real danger, he reassured himself. Murmuring softly, he cautiously pushed the door open and peered inside, using the scant light filtering through to survey the surroundings. The room was modest in size, yet barren, devoid of any furnishings, merely a dusty carpet covering the ground, riddled with tattered holes. Faint sounds echoed from the openings, causing Obito's eyes to widen in astonishment. Could there be another realm hidden beneath? As this thought crossed his mind, his adventurous spirit surged uncontrollably. He gingerly leaned in, closing the door behind him, and knelt to lift a corner of the carpet. Before him lay an underground entrance, illuminating his eyes with the gleam of treasure discovered by a child. Overcome with excitement, he neglected the potential dangers and dashed inside. As he delved deeper, a chilling, damp atmosphere enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine, compelling him to reconsider. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Orochimaru's figure materialized before him like a specter, causing Obito to tumble back down the steps. Only then did he grasp the full scope of the basement's eerie visage. Transparent jars filled with a mysterious green liquid, each containing lifeless forms adorned with dark runes, exuding an ominous aura that made Obito feel as though he were plunging into a frozen abyss. "I was merely passing through. Do you believe me?" Obito stammered, his voice trembling. Orochimaru stood before him, licking his lips with a mocking grin. "Do you think I would take you at your word?" After a pause, he continued, "However, if you wish to leave, that is feasible." "Really? Orochimaru, you are a good person. I thank you." Obito, for reasons unknown, sensed that Orochimaru was interpreting his words as veiled insults. Yet, it mattered little to Orochimaru. After all, the anniversary of Obito's demise was merely a year away. "You may leave, but your eyes have witnessed that which they should not have. To depart, you must relinquish your eyes." Orochimaru made his intentions clear, his greed intensifying. With Obito now within his grasp, he had no intention of letting him slip away. The weight of Orochimaru's gaze caused Obito's expression to shift. Realizing the true nature of the underground chamber, he understood that Orochimaru harbored colossal secrets, dark and profound secrets. Drawing a deep breath, Obito forced himself to regain composure and confronted Orochimaru. "Do you not fear my brother discovering this?" Orochimaru seemed to have already calculated Obito's fate. He scrutinized him with intrigue, a smirk gracing his lips. "Your dear brother is currently occupied with Minato Namikaze's succession ceremony and will not notice your absence. By the time Bai Mo realizes, it will be too late. He will never see his mischievous brother again." Orochimaru's tone was chilling as he leaned closer, whispering in a raspy voice that made Obito's body tense. "Are you truly contemplating defection?" "Defection? Haha. Such notions are insignificant to me. My ambition is eternal life. To master all ninjutsu, to command every bloodline limit, and to ascend to true divinity." "You've lost your mind. You are utterly insane." Gathering all his strength, Obito forcefully pushed Orochimaru away and sprinted towards the exit. Yet, without mercy, Orochimaru offered no chance for escape. His neck elongated like a serpent, ensnaring Obito in a vice-like grip. Gazing steadily into the depths of Obito's eyes, he could no longer contain himself. The urge to pry those mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan from their sockets was overwhelming. The beauty of those eyes was simply unparalleled. Genjutsu, Sharingan. This was the illusion technique employed by anyone who awakened the Sharingan, directly invading Orochimaru's mind. Observing this, Obito wasted no time in drawing a kunai, plunging it into Orochimaru's neck. Instantly, Orochimaru's body became limp, liberating Obito from his constraints, allowing him to escape with a sense of triumph. "Haha, is this Orochimaru? His power is merely mediocre. He is no match for my Sharingan. I have always asserted that aside from Hakomai, I am the most talented member of the Uchiha clan. With enough effort, even my elder brother wouldn't stand a chance." In that moment, abruptly, Obito's face turned ashen. His previously hurried steps came to an abrupt halt. "Uchiha Obito, we meet again." A sinister, raspy voice echoed once more. Orochimaru descended the staircase slowly, leaving Obito momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he turned to glance behind him, only to witness the body that had been lying on the ground dissipate into smoke. Shadow clone. Had it been a mere shadow clone before him all along? But what of it? Since your resistance to Genjutsu is so feeble, I shall unleash it once more. Bang. Just as Obito contemplated this, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands, pinning Obito to the ground. His Sharingan was completely covered, rendering it impossible to meet Orochimaru's gaze, let alone cast any illusions. Feeling as if his body were ensnared by serpents, an overwhelming sense of suffocation filled Obito with despair. Curiosity killed the cat, and it had led him to this predicament. Had he known things would unfold this way, he would never have sneaked in, let alone followed his elder brother stealthily. Instead, he should have accompanied him openly, at least ensuring that his brother was aware of his whereabouts. Listening to Obito's pitiful cries, Orochimaru frowned and remarked, "Stop your weeping. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your rescue. Brother, come save me. Brother, please." In the dimly lit basement, Obito's anguished howls echoed. Orochimaru savored the scene before him as his serpentine arm coiled around Obito's neck, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Drip. A drop of water fell from the damp ceiling, the sudden atmosphere causing Orochimaru's pupils to constrict sharply. The voice unique to Hakomai reverberated through the underground chamber. I thought you would scream until your throat was raw. Upon hearing Hakomai's voice, Obito felt an immediate sense of relief. He knew, as long as his elder brother was nearby, he would undoubtedly be safe. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you're finished. My brother has arrived, and this time, you won't escape. Don't even think about taking my eyes. You won't even have the chance to become a rogue ninja. Observing Obito's brazen demeanor, Hakomai couldn't help but cradle his forehead. He bypassed the motionless Orochimaru and delivered a swift kick to Obito's rear. Blinded by the serpents, Obito couldn't see what was happening outside. Feeling the pain in his backside, he couldn't help but shout, Orochimaru, how dare you strike me? Do you believe I can have my brother beat you up? Can I at least hit you first? Upon hearing his brother's voice, Obito ceased his loud protests and instead muttered pitifully. If only my brother could go a bit easier on me. Get lost. Bang. Hakomai kicked Obito aside, imparting a lesson to him. If he continued to sneak out and intrude upon others' homes, it would only lead to trouble. Had he been more cautious, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. It would have saved time that could have been better spent on training. As Hakomai's gaze settled upon him, the once smug Orochimaru nearly faltered. His mouth quivered faster than an electric motor. Hakomai, what brings you here? Hakomai regarded Orochimaru with keen interest and replied, You have dared to lay hands on my foolish Odo. Do you think I would not come? As he spoke, Hakomai surveyed his surroundings. Observing the room filled with various experimental apparatuses, the complexity of which was astonishing. If one were to claim that Orochimaru had taken something to its extreme, it would be the realm of genuine technology. To conduct such research in the world of shinobi is no small feat. One must acknowledge Orochimaru's tenacity. Orochimaru looked at Hakomai. His eyes filled with deep suspicion. Can you enlighten me on how you became aware? My snakes failed to detect you. Because snakes are ultimately snakes. They cannot perceive the vastness of the sky. Hakomai gazed intently at Orochimaru and continued. So, Orochimaru, you desire the Sharingan, do you not? Orochimaru nodded, not bothering to deny it. Everything that had transpired was evident to Hakomai. He no longer wished to elaborate. After all, the truth lay bare before them. What a pity. He had a promising future ahead, yet it was hindered by misguided pursuits. Hakomai sighed heavily, shaking his head, which left Orochimaru even more perplexed. He could not fathom why Hakomai displayed such a sentiment, as if genuinely lamenting for him. Before this powerful figure, Orochimaru felt true admiration. Unlike those born with innate strength, he had become formidable through relentless training. He believed Hakomai's words. Could you share what you perceive as my so-called future? Hakomai extended his arms, gesturing, certainly. It is this, to forge ahead on the path of technology, overcoming obstacles. I believe that in the future, you will achieve even greater accomplishments. Technology. This was the first time Orochimaru had encountered the term. Throughout, he had considered his endeavors as mere experiments, not something worthy of being termed technology. A strong desire for knowledge drove Orochimaru to cast aside his fear and beseech Hakomai. Could you elucidate what this technology you speak of truly entails? Technology is the confluence of science and skill. Hakomai elaborated. When technology reaches its zenith, it can create iron birds that swiftly traverse the skies, and colossal steel beasts that navigate the depths of the ocean. It can benefit society, providing those with disabilities an experience akin to true limbs. It can soar through the cosmos, breaking free from this planet, exploring the boundless realms of the universe. All that bloodline limits can achieve can also be realized through technology. And that is true technology. Flesh and blood suffering, mechanical ascension. Perhaps for you, it is another form of immortality. Hakomai was broadening Orochimaru's horizons, unveiling a more expansive world. In just a few succinct words, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. It was as if he could glimpse the future. Yet, what do you wish me to do by sharing this with me? Who knows? Perhaps I merely yearn to behold a future that differs from the present. Bai Mo cast a glance at Obito, who had just risen from the ground, and beckoned him over. Obito approached with a grin. Brother, are you planning to teach Orochimaru a lesson? Of course, Bai Mo replied. After all, he has bullied you. As my dear Obito, though somewhat foolish, you are not someone who can be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but roll his eyes at his brother. Fine. I suppose I'll endure what you say. After all, I did err this time. If only he had been more obedient and not sneaked along. Falling under Orochimaru's influence and entering that room, such troubles would not have arisen. So, brother, how do you intend to handle this matter? Quite simply. We shall have Orochimaru work for us for a lifetime. A capitalist smile graced Bai Mo's face. Visions of exploiting Orochimaru danced in his mind. The wicked grin that appeared on Bai Mo's face sent a shiver through Orochimaru. For reasons unknown, he felt that Bai Mo was concocting something dreadfully mischievous. Just when he was lost in thought, Bai Mo addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Orochimaru stared at Bai Mo, awaiting his next words. Construct a Gundam for me. Should you succeed in creating one, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. However, if you fail, you shall toil for me for eternity. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered. What on earth was a Gundam? He had never heard of such a thing. Observing Orochimaru's perplexed expression, Bai Mo felt a sense of dark amusement welling up within him. He patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and chuckled. You should leave Konoha for Amigakure and join the Akatsuki. They will provide you with ample resources. I believe that under your research, the technological advancements of the ninja world will experience exponential growth. After a pause, Bai Mo added, when your technological prowess reaches the level of constructing a Gundam, I shall certainly allow you to create one. He then turned to Obito. All right, Obito. Let us return and have a proper discussion about your matters. Oh, fine. Obito felt as if all his energy had been drained, trailing behind Bai Mo with little enthusiasm as they exited the dim, damp underground laboratory. Brother, why don't you properly reprimand Orochimaru? Look at how terribly I have been treated. Are you not angry? Angry? How could I not be? I am merely frustrated that you did not use your brain. Bai Mo admonished. You must understand that curiosity can lead to disastrous consequences. Had you not entered, Orochimaru would have had no opportunity, and he would have fled in disgrace. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, if you were caught sneaking into another's room, it would tarnish my reputation. And lastly, even if you did enter and found yourself in danger, underestimating your own abilities and placing yourself in peril is the most foolish of actions. I hope you reflect deeply on this experience. Obito opened his mouth to retort, but as the words lingered at the edge of his lips, he realized he had indeed erred. Dejectedly, he lowered his head and silently followed Bai Mo. Suddenly, the sound of crows echoed around them. Obito's eyes lit up. Brother, from the perspective of having captured a worker, I must have done splendidly. I ventured into danger, drawing out Orochimaru's greedy intentions. And now you can exploit his value using this as your rationale. Surely, I deserve some credit for this endeavor. Bai Mo halted, blinking in disbelief at Obito. Obito, you are quite the clever one. Hee, thank you for the praise, brother. Do you truly believe I am commending you? Today, you shall train diligently. Failure to complete your training means no sleep for you. Obito, the mischievous rascal, could not possibly comply without a fight. Noticing Bai Mo's disregard for his antics, he quickly darted off into the distance, leaving Bai Mo exasperated. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been stationed at the entrance, approached. Is everything resolved? Yes, it is settled. Why didn't you let me in? I wish to spare you both some embarrassment, Bai Mo replied. After all, regardless of past affiliations, it is you who would feel awkward. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, I must consider the village's neighborly relations. Should you enter and Orochimaru feels humiliated before former comrades, he may not heed my persuasion. Tsunade shot Bai Mo an incredulous glance. I initially thought you to be a gentle person, yet I see you have many ulterior motives. Ha ha ha. Just the usual, third in the ninja world. Bai Mo would naturally keep an eye on Orochimaru using shadow clones. A little extra precaution is always prudent. As the morning passed, the ceremony for the fourth Hokage's succession concluded. Minato Namikaze gazed at the towering stack of documents on his desk, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Only then did he truly comprehend why Bai Mo was reluctant to assume the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Merely handling paperwork was a tremendous headache. Meanwhile, the envoys from Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure departed from the Hokage building, making their way to the Uchiha clan. They arrived at a vast yet somewhat dilapidated gate. Their hearts stirred with confusion. Is this truly the territory of the Uchiha clan? What are you three doing, sneaking around in front of the Uchiha gate? Obito, who had just returned from his escapade, observed the three individuals whispering conspiratorially and felt a sense of unease. He confronted them directly. Upon realizing they were indeed before the Uchiha gate, the three were taken aback. Bai Mo had vanquished the three great alliances. His strength was formidable. Their family should be opulent beyond compare. Yet, upon seeing it now, it exuded an air of simplicity. Perhaps this was a return to simplicity. It was no wonder Bai Mo had reached such heights. His family could not be so straightforward. As this thought crossed their minds, the three quickly introduced themselves. I am Samui, envoy from Kumogakure, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. I am Tozai, envoy from Awagakure, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. I am Jur, envoy from Kirigakure, here to pay my respects to Lord Bai Mo. Listening to their introductions, Obito suddenly realized. They were likely the ones his brother mentioned, here to offer reparations. With this realization, Obito could hardly contain his excitement. Standing tall and proud like a peacock as he approached the three. Are you here to see my brother? Samui raised an eyebrow. You are Bai Mo's brother? Obito Uchiha? I have heard of you. I never expected to have gained such renown in the shinobi world. Even the envoy from the hidden cloud village is aware of my existence. Ha. As Dato laughed arrogantly, Samui couldn't help but inwardly critique. Of course they know. In stark contrast to the prodigious talent that is Hakomai, here stands a perennial underachiever. Yet, as the one responsible for delivering compensation, Samui ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. It can only be said that Hakomai has indeed protected Dato exceptionally well. Might I inquire whether you could lead us to Lord Hakomai? As soon as the words left her lips, Dato began to cough, sputtering. My brother hasn't returned yet. Perhaps you could wait in my room for a moment? Samui. T-Sai. Jur. How could you be so boastful when he hasn't returned? They might think Hakomai sent you out to intimidate us. Inside the room, Dato sat awkwardly in his seat. As time passed, his earlier confidence had transformed into acute embarrassment. His toes clutched the ground as if he might dig a villa out of it. Who knew where Fugaku and Makoto had gone upon his return? Even Kushina had stepped out. The vast family was devoid of any authoritative figure. And even Itachi and Shursui had finished training, yet his elder brother had still not arrived. This left him in a painfully awkward standoff with the three present. Samui, hailing from the hidden cloud village, had grown somewhat impatient. She had been waiting all afternoon and was parched. Her mood had soured. That Dato, may I refer to you as such? Of course, he replied, instinctively wiping the sweat from his forehead. His head bowed, as if seeking a crack in the ground to hide within. Could you pour us a glass of water? She felt she might perish from thirst if she didn't drink soon. Her throat was so dry she could barely speak. As soon as Samui finished speaking, Jur and T-Sai nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, this was precisely what they wished to express. Yet as visitors here for compensation, they were at a loss for words. Fortunately, Samui served as their voice. Otherwise, they might really suffer the humiliation of dying of thirst. Upon hearing the request, Dato's face flushed crimson. No wonder the three had been staring at him so intently. They were simply parched. I am sorry. I will fetch you some water. With a red face, Dato rushed out the door, only to collide directly with Hakomai. Thud. Dato fell to the ground, exclaiming, my head. Watching Dato writhe on the floor. Hakomai chuckled. Well, if it isn't Dato. I thought you had run off somewhere. Yet here you are at home? The teasing only made Dato's face flush even more. Where have you been? Why are you so late in returning? Children shouldn't concern themselves with adult matters. Should I tell you I took Kushina to train in the nearby forest? Hakomai turned to the three in the room, smiling as he nodded. Kushina entered, carrying a wooden tray with tea, placing it before the three. You've waited quite a while. You must be thirsty. Please, quench your thirst. I have arranged for the family chef to prepare a meal, and we can discuss matters while we eat. Hakomai exuded a gentle demeanor, creating a stark contrast for the three. Though he appeared terrifying like the king of hell on the battlefield, in person, he was truly a man as gentle as water. Samui envied Kushina, then lowered her gaze, lost in thought. By the way, Dato, we encountered Kakashi on our way back. He asked me to inform you that training with Minato resumes tomorrow. You mustn't be late. Isn't Minato-sensei now the Hokage? How does he still have time to train us? Why not just let us graduate? What are you thinking? As long as you fail to pass Minato's test, you cannot become a true shinobi. Hakomai flicked Dato's forehead, saying, even if you activate the three-tomo Sharingan, it remains unchanged. Brother, can't you be a bit gentler? Dato covered his forehead, addressing Hakomai. Then, pouting, he declared, I will definitely strive to pass Minato-sensei's trials and become a true shinobi. Seeing Dato's confidence, Hakomai nodded in satisfaction. He and Kushina then made their way to Dato's room. Soon, the meal was served, with delectable dishes emitting a tantalizing aroma that captivated the attention of the three shinobi. Their noses twitched, and their bodies involuntarily leaned forward. Seeing this, Hakumai laughed heartily. You must be famished. Dig in. Once you've eaten, we can talk. Then we shan't be polite. T-Sai was the first to dive in, and Ch-Jur soon followed suit, unable to resist swallowing hard. Samui looked at Hakumai, feeling as though he was an entirely different person from the fierce warrior she had seen in battle. This made her feel increasingly at ease. She clasped her hands together and softly murmured, I shall begin. The scene of the three enjoying their meal brought a smile to Hakumai's lips. He picked up a piece of sauce char siu and placed it into Kushina's bowl, saying, You must be hungry too. Please have some. For some inexplicable reason, Dato felt as though he had been force-fed a bowl of dog food while watching Hakumai. I'm full. I'm off to train. Dato casually shoved a few bites into his mouth before turning and racing outside. Clearly, the events of the day had given Dato a jolt, making him acutely aware of the importance of strength. They finished their meal swiftly, and after a brief respite, T-Sai of the Rock Village spoke first, Lord Hakumai. This time Lord Noki sent me not only to attend the Fourth Hokage's succession ceremony, but more importantly, to discuss the matter of compensation. Due to the excessive resources involved, it would be too great a burden for the village to handle all at once. Therefore, I humbly request that you agree to allow us to fulfill the payment within a year. Hakumai's previously relaxed expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness, causing the others present to break out in a cold sweat. They anxiously observed Hakumai, fearful that such a matter might provoke his ire, an outcome they could scarcely afford. At that moment, Kushina gently placed her delicate hand on Hakumai's palm, prompting a smile to grace his face. To complete the payment within a year? Certainly. But interest will be required. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to pay your village a visit. T-Sai's body trembled as he quickly exclaimed, That is only fair. We will certainly pay more than we owe. The interest will not be slight, T-Sai assured, thumping his chest in guarantee. Humph, the audacity of a Wagakure is rather underwhelming. Samui remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then turned to Hakamoku and said, Lord Hakamoku, according to our agreement, the compensation from our village, Unigakure, is to be delivered to Tsunade. However, in addition to that, we have prepared a special gift for you. A gift? Hakamoku replied, intrigued, as he hadn't anticipated such generosity from Unigakure. Under his curious gaze, Samui placed a scroll from behind her onto the table and respectfully presented it to him. Lord Hakamoku, this scroll contains the training methods for the most powerful lightning release armor, along with the insights of the Third Hokage. He also wishes to convey a message. A true acquaintance is forged through conflict. From now on, Unigakure will be your eternal home, whenever you wish to visit. You will always be welcomed. At that moment, both the Eastern Deadman and Chjr's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Samui, struggling to comprehend the Third Hokage's intentions. After all, Hakamoku had single-handedly overturned their existence. Rather than fortifying their defenses, they were seemingly throwing open their doors, even providing the training methods for the mightiest lightning release armor. Were they truly unconcerned about Hakamoku becoming stronger and potentially laying waste to Unigakure? It wasn't just Wagakure and Kirigakure who were astonished. Even Hakamoku himself was taken aback, impressed by the Third Hokage's magnanimity. Was it any wonder he had such a reputation? To forge friendships through martial prowess. What an amusing notion. I never expected the Third Hokage to possess such a delightful sense of humor. I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits. Please convey to him that I gratefully accept his heartfelt gesture. Upon hearing Hakamoku's words, Kushina, understanding the sentiment, carefully set the scroll aside. At that moment, Samui bit her finger, swiftly forming hand seals to perform a summoning technique. With a puff, a white cat appeared, holding a scroll in its mouth. Samui continued, This is my summoning beast, the ninja cat, which can be used to relay messages. If you do not mind, Lord Hakamoku, you may sign a contract with it. Should you require assistance, you can contact me through it, and I will do my utmost to aid you. In other words, it was akin to having a remote secretary. Hakamoku raised an eyebrow, surprised at the meticulousness of a village that appeared to be filled with brutish warriors. Regrettably, the creature he wished to contract was still the large white rabbit resting on the moon. No need for that. If I truly require your help, I have my own means of notifying you. His eagle's eye technique offered remarkable freedom of movement, making it suitable for sending messages, although its effectiveness would wane over great distances. Very well, Lord Hakamoku, please feel free to summon me at your convenience. Samui replied, her demeanor icy. leaving Hakamoku puzzled about her intentions behind such easily misinterpreted words. He chose to ignore her and turned his attention to CHJR, who appeared rather ashamed as he lowered his head. Lord Hakamoku, we from Kirigakure also wish to fulfill our compensation to you. However, recent events in our village have yet to be resolved. Once they are, we will deliver what we promised to the Uchiha clan, piece by piece. Hakamoku frowned slightly, exchanging a glance with Kushina. What has transpired? He inquired, puzzled. Well, CHJR instinctively glanced at the Eastern Deadman and Samui, who immediately understood his implication. They both stood and exited the room, leaving only Hakamoku, Kushina, and CHJR behind. Now that we are alone, you can explain what has happened in Kirigakure. CHJR nodded and began. Lord Hakamoku, ever since Lady Yagura returned to Kirigakure, her demeanor has undergone a drastic transformation. She has begun ruthlessly hunting down ninjas with bloodline limits, plunging our village into chaos. We have even earned the title of Village of the Blood Mist. The Village of the Blood Mist, you say? Hakamoku squinted, contemplating the unfolding events. If his memory served him correctly, Lady Yagura's temperament shift was primarily due to manipulation by Uchiha Obito. Yet Obito was still just a child now. How could he be the cause? In other words, had Uchiha Madara found someone to carry on his legacy before his demise? Hakamoku was genuinely curious as to who had taken up Madara's mantle. Curiously, Hakamoku looked at CHJR and said, I shall accompany you this time. CHJR was taken aback, staring blankly at Hakamoku, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Is that not acceptable? And no, that's not it. CHJR hastily waved his hands, adding, It's just that Kirigakure is particularly chaotic right now, and I'm concerned it may pose a threat to you. Are you worried that someone might offend me? And in a fit of rage, I would obliterate Kirigakure? And no, not at all. Ha ha ha. You needn't worry about that. I intend to assist you in uncovering the mastermind behind these disturbances. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina leaned closer to Hakamoku, asking, Hakamoku, do you need me to come along? No, you have been training tirelessly lately. It would be best for you to rest and nurture your body during this time. Kushina obediently nodded, showing none of her usual fiery spirit. Then I'll heed your advice and take this time to rest and improve my culinary skills so that when you return, I can prepare even more delicious meals for you. Ha ha ha. Splendid. I shall also prepare some dishes for us to share. Kushina rolled her eyes, nearly swooning at the thought. She playfully protested, Hakamoku, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen from now on. I'm afraid you might blow it up. As Hakamoku and Kushina bantered, CHJR realized he was witnessing a new side of Hakamoku. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed Hakamoku. Then I entrust Kirigakure to you, Lord Hakamoku. Hakamoku invited CHJR, the Eastern Deadman, and Samui to stay in the guest quarters of the Uchiha clan. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped Konoha as Samui and the Eastern Deadman departed for Unigakure and Iwagakure, respectively. The promised compensations would arrive in the coming days. Hakamoku allowed Kushina to remain with the Uchiha clan to help collect the compensation while also inviting Tsunade to stay, ensuring Kushina would not feel too lonely. Standing before Hakamoku, Kushina adjusted his attire, today opting for a white robe, the most suitable garb for battle. The actions of Bai Mo should remain unencumbered. This time, one must exercise utmost caution. Under no circumstances should you rely on your vision, understood? Generally speaking, those individuals will undoubtedly prove to be no match for me. The use of the Sharingan should not be necessary. Bai Mo gently tucked a few stray strands of Kushina's hair behind her ear. Make sure to rest well at home. After speaking, Bai Mo placed a soft kiss on Kushina's forehead, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, akin to the hue of her hair, resembling a ripened apple, radiant and alluring. Be careful on your journey, Kushina admonished, her voice delicate to the point where Bai Mo could barely discern it. All right, let us prepare to depart, CHJR. Bai Mo greeted CHJR, who stood nearby, and together they set off toward the hidden mist village. Along the way, Bai Mo and CHJR engaged in numerous conversations, gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding Hidden Mist Village. Situated within the Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village lies to the east of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by the sea, it is perpetually shrouded in fog. Due to this environment, during both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, Hidden Mist Village remained on the periphery, neither participating nor being compelled to join. For years, it has relentlessly developed its strength, until Yagura believed it was time for Hidden Mist to showcase its prowess in the shinobi world, only to be swiftly punished by Bai Mo. The Third Shinobi World War can be said to have ended before it ever truly began. If memory serves, we must take a ship from the Land of Waves to reach the Land of Water, correct? Indeed. Departing from the port of the Land of Waves is the quickest route to the Land of Water. Jur cast a curious glance at Bai Mo and inquired, "Is something the matter, Lord Bai Mo?" "Nothing, just suddenly recalling a few things." If Bai Mo's memory is accurate, there exists a wealthy magnate named Kato in the Land of Waves, notorious for his unscrupulous behavior. His Kato group maintains a tight grip on the port, effectively forming a monopoly. Aside from ninjas like Jur, who are backed by Hidden Mist Village, the populace of the Land of Waves suffers immensely. Why not resolve this matter in advance and utilize his wealth to fund my aspirations? After all, I genuinely wish to obtain a Gundam. The prerequisite for achieving this goal lies in investing significantly in Orochimaru, thereby rapidly advancing his technological capabilities. With this thought in mind, Bai Mo turned to Jur and said, Jur, you proceed at your own pace. I shall make a brief trip to the Land of Waves." Before Jur could respond, Bai Mo swiftly clapped his hands together. The 8 gates release, opening of the Death Gate. With a whoosh, Bai Mo's figure shot forth like a cannonball, racing toward the Land of Waves with astonishing speed, disappearing from Jur's sight in an instant, leaving him utterly astonished. As someone who had endured the ravages of war, Jur had witnessed Bai Mo activate the 8 gates before, but each time he beheld this ability, it struck him as extraordinary. If Bai Mo were to master the strongest lightning release armor, while simultaneously employing the 100 healings technique and the 8 gates release, could he, in an instant, defeat all 5 hidden villages? Surely, that would be implausible. Jur instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastening his pace toward the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, Bai Mo moved as if flying over land, smashing through any trees that obstructed his path with his incredible speed. The splintered remnants of foliage could not approach him in the slightest. It was during this time that his ocular strength experienced some strain, causing his vision to blur slightly. Otherwise, he would have simply utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse directly, sparing himself the exertion of running. Perhaps he could indeed attempt a breakthrough. Just as Bai Mo contemplated how to enhance his meticulous ocular training, the border of the Land of Waves gradually came into view. Have I finally arrived? With this thought, Bai Mo quickened his pace, transforming into a fleeting silhouette as he reached the most bustling street in the Land of Waves. Although it was deemed the most prosperous, it paled in comparison even to the least favorable streets of Konoha. For the disparity in national strength between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire was simply too vast to compare. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Kato resides?" The once cheerful citizens changed their demeanor upon hearing Bai Mo inquire about Kato. They waved their hands and quickened their pace, exclaiming, "I don't know. I have no idea." With that, they hurried away from Bai Mo, leaving him feeling utterly bemused. What kind of misdeeds had Kato committed to instill such fear in the hearts of ordinary people? Since the populace was unwilling to divulge information, Bai Mo resolved to seek it out himself. He retrieved a scroll from his robe, unfurling it, biting his finger, and swiftly forming hand seals. Eagle's Eye Technique. With a puff of smoke, numerous eagles soared from the scroll, rapidly circling overhead in the Land of Waves. Within moments, Bai Mo spotted an individual resembling Kato, accompanied by 100 subordinates, entering an extravagant tavern at the other end of the street. The tavern, in stark contrast to the street, was a grand establishment, one that would be difficult to find even in Konoha. Bai Mo flashed into the vicinity of the opulent tavern, murmuring, "This should be the place." As he approached, however, he was intercepted by a guard. "We are not open to outsiders today. Please turn back." Rest assured, after today, I shall no longer be considered an outsider. As Bai Mo's words fell, he raised his hand and struck the guard's neck, rendering him unconscious. Under the astonished gazes of numerous passers-by, Bai Mo strode confidently into the lavish tavern. The tavern was immense, with even the front desk of the first floor surpassing the size of the Hokage building. It exuded opulence and extravagance, entirely devoid of the simplicity characteristic of the Land of Waves. Upon entering, Bai Mo was greeted by a throng of dancing maidens. Adorned in flowing silk sleeves, swaying their serpentine waists gently, their heavily made-up appearances evoking a sense of indulgence and excess. One might say that this establishment was truly a den of iniquity. "Hey, what are you doing here?" As Bai Mo marveled at the scene, a young man clad in black approached him briskly, stating, I don't recall seeing you in our organization. The cacophony of the tavern drew the attention of others, who began to gather around Bai Mo, encircling him in a dense throng. Bai Mo cast a brief glance around, a polite smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I have come to seek Mr. Kato. Might you be able to point him out to me? I can offer him an opportunity to surrender all his assets to me. And in return, I shall grant him his life. His words left the gathered crowd momentarily speechless. They gazed into each other's eyes, brimming with uncontainable mirth. Ha! Did you hear what this little imp just said? He actually intends to have Big Kato surrender all his assets to him. Is he dreaming? Has no one informed him of the terrifying nature of Big Kato? I perceive that his attire does not resemble that of the people from Wano country. He might very well be one of those outsiders attempting to vanquish the formidable Kaido. We have encountered far too many individuals who are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of voices, each laced with subtle derision directed at Bai Mo. Yet, he appeared oblivious to their mockery. He reiterated to the assembly before him, I shall inquire once more. I sincerely hope for your earnest responses. Where, may I ask, is Mr. Kato? Do you believe you are worthy of an audience with Mr. Kato? At the outset, the man in black, who had called out to Bai Mo, feigned a strike aimed at him, intending to deliver a severe lesson. However, the instant his fist was raised, Bai Mo swiftly drew a Uchiha fan from his back and struck the man in black with it. Bang! Only the figure of that man was seen soaring to the side, accompanied by dozens of unfortunate souls who were simultaneously hurled against the wall. This scene left many spectators momentarily stunned. This fellow is truly formidable. Let us all join together. Amidst the throng, a voice rang out, though its origin remained unknown. In that instant, the multitude of figures clad in black surged toward Bai Mo. Ultimately, they were but mere trifles. Bai Mo deftly drew another folding fan from behind, grasping both fans firmly in his hands. As he raised his arms, a tempestuous gale erupted within the hall, swirling with unrestrained ferocity. The black-clad assailants were rendered unworthy even to approach him, as they were violently torn apart by winds rivaling the might of ninjutsu. Bai Mo showed no mercy to these tyrants, reveling in their plight. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of minions were vanquished, leaving a pool of blood that spread like a meandering stream across the lavish woolen carpet, soaking its opulent fibers. The atmosphere had finally grown considerably quieter. With the two fans crossed behind him, Bai Mo made his way directly to the top floor, having already sensed the presence of those above. The ability to detect such energies was paramount for one of his ninja lineage. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Kato had barely settled into his chair when a subordinate stumbled in, utterly flustered, his face a chaotic blend of tears and snot. The sight was so distressing that Kato averted his gaze in disdain. What on earth has happened to you? I am unaware that I am about to have a meal. The table before Kato was adorned with a splendid array of delicacies. Exquisite dishes from both land and sea graced the surface, an abundance of culinary treasures. Even the most esteemed dignitaries of the realm might not have the fortune to partake in such gastronomic delights. Alas, trouble is afoot, boss. Someone has attacked. It has already. Bang. Kato abruptly slammed his hand on the table. The intense recoil caused him to involuntarily gasp. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ouch, it hurts. Kato quickly rubbed his palm, and then turned his gaze towards the lackey before him, stating, If someone strikes us, let the others retaliate. Otherwise, have I been nurturing them for nothing? Kato spoke fiercely. However, at that very moment, a dark shuriken suddenly pierced through the wall, striking directly into Kato's palm, effortlessly penetrating it. Blood gushed forth, and Kato let out a cry of pain. It was only at this point that the previously interrupted henchman, trembling, continued. That fellow has already killed everyone. At this moment, Kato fell silent, as if even the pain from his palm's injury could not sway his composure. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by an unprecedented chill that instilled within him an unparalleled fear. His head seemed to move sluggishly, gradually turning towards the entrance. There, he beheld the silhouette of Bai Mo appearing before his eyes. Who are you? Who sent you here? I can offer you double. No, triple the money. Kato attempted to maintain his composure, reclining in his chair. However, the pallor of his cheeks betrayed his true state. I am not here on anyone's behalf. I merely covet your possessions. After all, the sooner someone like Kato meets his demise, the greater the happiness it brings to the local populace. Bai Mo sat elegantly opposite Kato, casting a casual glance at the exquisite dishes before him. He summoned a nearby, startled waiter for a pair of chopsticks, then began to savor the meal. His demeanor, as if he were completely confident in his position, ignited a fierce rage within Kato. "This is your doing." Green-Blue asked her. "End his life." Swish. A shadow swiftly approached Bai Mo, revealing a figure with shoulder-length green hair. His delicate features were marred by a somber expression. A mark etched across his forehead protector was unmistakable. It was Chinkoe, the teacher of Senju Ibiki's younger brother, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Just as Bai Mo curiously scrutinized the rogue ninja before him, he witnessed Chinkoe kneeling before him without hesitation, bowing 3 times in rapid succession. "Lord Bai Mo, I have long heard of your extraordinary prowess. I implore you to spare me. Just treat it as though I never existed. I implore you." Bai Mo was taken aback to discover that El Chinkoe was familiar with him. However, upon further reflection, it is hardly surprising. After all, as a rogue ninja from Konoha, one would undoubtedly engage in diligent information gathering to avoid capture. Thus, in terms of intelligence, he is far superior to Cardo. "Cardo, it appears your trump card has become ineffective." However, what Bai Mo did not anticipate was that at the very moment his words fell, a series of splashes resounded. Kato also immediately knelt down. "Well, I raised my voice a bit too much just now." Thud, thud, thud. Kato bowed his head several times in supplication. "I implore you to spare me. I am willing to offer you everything I possess. Wealth, women, and status. I can provide it all. As long as you can grant me a path to survival, that would suffice." Bai Mo sat calmly, savoring the exquisite delicacies before him, while Kato and Love-Kinking anxiously knelt in trepidation. "Pray tell, how much wealth do you currently possess?" Kato's greatest fear was that Bai Mo would remain indifferent to these matters. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Kato felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Even the pain in his palms seemed to lessen considerably. Addressing Bai Mo in the manner Love-Kinking had moments ago, he stated, "My lord Bai Mo, I have built my fortune through maritime trade, and in addition, I am involved in various illicit goods in the entertainment district of Kabukicho. It can be said that I am never in want of money. As long as Lord Bai Mo is willing to grant me my freedom, I am prepared to surrender all of this to you." Bai Mo disregarded Cardo and turned his attention to the side, addressing the green-haired Chinkoe. "You must have been by his side for quite some time, so you likely possess some knowledge of Cardo's assets. Pray, enlighten me on any details he may have neglected to mention. For each oversight, let us administer a gentle reminder," allowing him to savor the taste of deceit. Before Green Qingting could speak, Cardo hurriedly added, Indeed. I recalled that, in addition to these ventures, I also manage real estate projects, engage in fishing activities, and oversee maritime freight." Bai Mo is well aware that Kato would not act honestly. However, it was unexpected that he would conceal such extensive enterprises. Perhaps he yearns for a resurgence. A pity, for he cannot behold the sun of tomorrow. Bai Mo's fingers moved lightly, and the shuriken in his hand suddenly sliced through Kato's neck. A stream of vivid crimson blood flowed from the wound, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Chinkoe, please tidy up the area. Do not let it disrupt my appetite." Bai Mo continued his meal. Meanwhile, Chinkoe, feeling quite anxious, began to clean up the rooftop environment. He was merely a chunin, and in the presence of Bai Mo, he could be described as having mediocre strength. He could not possibly react in time to Bai Mo's earlier movement, and could only obediently follow his orders. After approximately 10 minutes, Chinkoe had cleared the ground and knelt before Bai Mo, awaiting further commands. "During your time in the Land of Waves, focus on organizing the assets. Once you have consolidated them, you shall be entirely free." Bai Mo paused, ceasing his actions to gaze at Chinkoe. The Sharingan manifested in his eyes. "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I shall be watching you." Chinkoe immediately shivered, nodding rapidly before hastily heading outside to obey Bai Mo's command and arrange Kato's inheritance. In the sky above, a hawk emitted a series of sharp cries, its gaze fixed intently on Chinkoe. At the top of the tavern, Bai Mo's shadow clone swiftly followed suit. He would leave no trace of oversight. As for whether Bai Mo could control the shadow clone upon arriving in the Land of Water, he deemed the hawk a minor inconvenience. While the shadow clone posed no challenge, it is worth noting that Naruto had once absorbed natural energy using shadow clones in Myobokuzen. The Sage World and the Ninja Realm are worlds apart, yet being able to manipulate shadow clones is a trivial task for Bai Mo. After a while, Chijiro finally entered. Panting heavily, he observed Bai Mo, who was calmly enjoying his meal, and gave him a thumbs up in admiration, saying, Lord Bai Mo. Upon my arrival in the land of waves, I noticed many people gathering here. I inquired, and they were all excited to learn that the Kato group had been dealt with. Perhaps you should finish your meal and address them? Bai Mo set down his chopsticks, gently wiping his mouth with a nearby silk cloth. He then looked at Chijiro and smiled. To the land of waves, I am merely a passerby. I shall allow others to take up this reputation. During this time, he had been in correspondence with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from Amagakure. Otherwise, he would not have recommended Orochimaru to work there. This time, Bai Mo planned to have Konan come over, allowing her angelic name to begin spreading from this nation. After all, the Akatsuki was no longer the extremist organization it once was in the original narrative. With a clear direction, the Akatsuki was undoubtedly more devoted to peace, wishing to use their strength to better the world, rather than being a den of ruthless individuals as depicted in the original story. Observing Bai Mo arrange everything, Chijiro gained a clearer understanding of him while also learning much from him. All right, stop standing there foolishly. Sit down and rest for a bit while you eat. We shall board a boat to the land of water shortly. Knowing Bai Mo's character, Chijiro did not hesitate and promptly agreed. Understood, Lord Bai Mo. Saying this, he sat down and began to eat voraciously. After the two had finished their meal, the sun hung suspended above the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the sea's surface. They stood at the port, gazing at the opulent ships belonging to Kato, marveling. Kato truly indulged in luxury. This can be considered a treasure ship. Chijiro, cease your lamentations and let us set sail. We hope to reach Kirigakure before midnight. Yes, Lord Bai Mo, Chijiro exclaimed, promptly boarding the vessel and navigating towards the land of water. As they gradually departed from the port of the land of waves, a faint mist began to envelop them. The fog over the sea was dense. Had it not been for Chijiro's sailing expertise, Bai Mo would undoubtedly have lost his way, for he was no sailor and possessed little knowledge of navigation. The twilight's glow diminished as the sun sank, and a pale moon softly enveloped the mist. After nearly 3 hours of sailing, they arrived at the port of the land of water, quickly setting their course for Kirigakure. By the time they reached their destination, it was nearly midnight. Before them lay a thick darkness, mingled with wisps of blood-red mist. The moment Bai Mo stepped onto the outskirts of Kirigakure, he sensed a faint, ominous scent of blood infiltrating his nostrils. Such a strong stench. Had a massacre just occurred here? Chijiro's face was etched with tension and anxiety as he rushed forward, illuminated by the moonlight and the glow of lanterns. Before them, the street soil had turned a deep reddish brown. The blood had yet to congeal, and the mist above showed no signs of dissipating. Bai Mo followed closely behind, occasionally glimpsing severed limbs hanging from trees. Despite the eerie silence surrounding them, he felt as though he could still hear the screams and grotesque sounds of despair from not long ago. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood. Chijiro trembled as he knelt on the ground, disregarding the blood soaking through his clothes. With bitterness, he exclaimed, Why? Why did this happen? This street was perfectly fine before I left. His anguished cries echoed through the streets, yet not a single soul responded to his lament. Bai Mo stood beside Chijiro. His eyes narrowed slightly. His sensitivity to chakra was keen, and he could faintly detect subtle fluctuations emanating from a nearby building. However, that building was piled high with corpses, the most horrifying spot on the street. It seemed there might still be survivors inside. Bai Mo strode directly towards the building. As he withdrew his Uchiha fan, a fierce gust of wind effortlessly blew away the mountain of bodies blocking the entrance, allowing him to step inside. Creaking sounds reverberated as the ground was soaked in blood. Bai Mo sensed the presence within and made his way to the innermost part of the room. There, he found a blood-soaked youth curled up in a corner. This boy had long black hair and delicate features, exuding a fragile aura. Yet, as a transmigrator, Bai Mo recognized the identity of the person before him. Bai, he exclaimed. The wielder of the ice release bloodline limit, possessing formidable strength. No wonder he had managed to slay those ninjas and survive until the end. Bai Mo crouched down and asked the boy, Are you called Bai? Upon hearing his name, the once dull gaze of the boy flickered with a glimmer of recognition. He raised his gaze towards Bai Mo, his cracked lips quivering slightly as a hoarse voice emerged. Do you recognize me? Yes, I do. So, can you tell me what exactly is happening here? Bai's eyes gradually sparkled with life. He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on the space behind Bai Mo, as if reminiscing about the recent events. It had been a scene of bloody chaos. The fierce battle between the ninjas from the Water Shadow and the elders of Mist-Hidden Village had just unfolded here. They killed my parents, mistaking me for a girl, intending to do unspeakable things to me. In my fury, I awakened the ice release, and killed them all. Bai Mo fell silent, gazing at Bai and letting out a deep sigh. The people trapped in the Blood Mist village were indeed living in a dire state. Bai Mo reached out, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You did the right thing. For those who unleash madness and savagery under the guise of higher orders, death is merely the simplest option. If it were me, I would make them suffer beyond measure. Standing up, Bai Mo extended his palm towards Bai. The latter scrutinized Bai Mo's gesture, puzzled by its meaning. What? Are you planning to sit here for eternity? I don't know. Then let us boldly move forward. As for the scenery along the way, we shall appreciate it slowly when we wish to. Life is still long. But I no longer have family. I am your family. Am I not? The light of hope in Bai's eyes grew ever more radiant. He beheld Bai Mo, witnessing him disregard the blood-soaked ground that stained his seemingly precious robe as he stepped closer. The ice that had encased his body began to thaw. I understand now, Bai murmured, grasping Bai Mo's hand, using his strength to rise from the ground. The blood circulation that had been blocked surged rapidly, lending a hint of color to Bai's face. Lord Bai Mo, something is amiss. While I was exploring the village, I discovered two large groups approaching this street. Bai's pupils dilated sharply as he spoke to Bai Mo beside him. It is the people of the Water Shadow and the Elders of Mist-Hidden Village. Known as the Marshal, possessed strength and prestige that rivaled the current Water Shadow, Izong. As the Water Shadow grew increasingly deranged, the Elders began to rally their supporters to oppose Izong. Bai Mo listened to Bai's explanation, feeling an inexplicable strangeness in the air. However, it mattered little. His strength was sufficient to dominate this place. Let them come. They were merely delivering themselves to their doom. To understand their conflict, perhaps this battle would serve as an excellent opportunity. Bai, Nagajiro, let us go take a look. Yes. Bai did not hesitate, following closely behind Bai Mo. Having lost his family, he felt no lingering attachment to Mist-Hidden Village. If possible, he wished to escape this place filled with sorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Nagajiro ultimately decided to accompany Bai Mo. They stood in the middle of the street. In the brief span of time, the ninja forces from Water Shadow Izong and those aligned with the Elder Marshal converged upon Bai Mo. Both leaders gazed at Bai Mo with curiosity. Are you the one who slaughtered our entire unit? Upon hearing this, Bai Mo immediately grasped their meaning. It seemed Bai had killed members of these two squads, causing them to remain absent from reporting back, prompting the deployment of reinforcements. What intrigued Bai Mo was that the leaders of these two ninja squads were old acquaintances of his. The leader of the Water Shadow, none other than Kisame Hashigaki, wielded the enormous sword, Samahata, and his towering figure exuded a palpable sense of pressure. The leader of the Elder Marshal squad was Zabuza Momochi, the second wielder of the Executioner Blade. Bai Mo was astonished to encounter both of them in this place. The two men, witnessing Bai Mo's silence, grew increasingly furious. I'm asking you a question. Who exactly are you? You killed our men, didn't you? Zabuza shouted from a distance. Kisame scrutinized Bai Mo and then Zabuza, drawing his sword, charging forward with his ninja squad. I don't care what you've done. As long as I can kill you all, that's all that matters, Kisame declared, brandishing Samahata as he rushed towards Bai Mo's Zabuza, in agreement with this sentiment. Gripped his executioner blade and surged forward alongside Kisame towards Bai Mo. You're right. As long as we eliminate you all, our mission will be complete. Feeling the murderous intent from both sides, Bai trembled but remained steadfast in front of Bai Mo, a feat even Nagajiro could not achieve. In response, Bai Mo chuckled softly. Fear not, I am here. Nothing will happen. The pattern of the Sharingan flickered in Bai Mo's eyes. Susanoo. This was one of Bai Mo's few abilities that allowed for both offense and defense. A colossal chakra skeleton enveloped the three of them. This is Bai, a youth who had never ventured into the world, was utterly bewildered by the sight. Not only Bai, but even Zabuza and Kisame were momentarily stunned. As second-generation wielders of the ninja swords, they had never partaken in the coalition wars, and thus had not witnessed Bai Mo's rampage. Yet, as powerful figures residing in the ninja world and holding a certain standing in Mist-Hidden Village, they possessed a level of awareness about the outside world. Susanoo, Manjiki Sharingan, could it be that you are the one who defeated the Water Shadow, Bai Mo? Before Zabuza and Kisame could draw near, Bai Mo manipulated Susanoo, wielding two chakra-crafted Uchiha fan blades, and slammed them into the ground. Instantly, the earth fractured violently, trembling beneath them. Surrounding buildings collapsed, engulfed in dust and mingling with the blood-red mist, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Gulp! Kisame instinctively swallowed hard, the alarm bells ringing within him. He immediately abandoned his offensive and retreated to the side. The slower ninjas were crushed beneath the collapsing earth, their bodies left mangled. If Bai Mo so desired, he could truly be a harbinger of death. Flee. We must escape. Kisame rarely entertained such thoughts, but the scene before him compelled him to act thus. He had no desire to become shark-paced. Not just Kisame, Zabuza's expression turned grave as well. The disparity in strength between him and Bai Mo was insurmountable. Fighting him would be akin to seeking death. It would be wiser to report this matter to the elder marshal. With this thought, Zabuza formed a hand sign. Ninja art. Mist technique. A denser fog enveloped everyone present. Seizing this opportunity, Momochi no Zabuza departed directly from the gaze of the crowd. Lord Hokage, shall we not pursue him? No. The most pressing matter now is to thoroughly understand the situation in the hidden mist village. Hokage retracted his Susanoo, feeling that his vision had worsened slightly. However, having grown accustomed to this blurred existence, he did not find it particularly distressing. I understand, Lord Hokage. Please follow me. I will take you to Lord Terumi-mei. Ah. Elder, it seems many of your men have been eliminated. A man clad in a spiral mask, entirely concealed beneath a black robe, rasped in a mocking tone to an elderly figure who appeared quite stooped. Such derisive words rendered the elder's countenance increasingly uncomfortable, the wrinkles on his face appearing to pile upon one another as if engaged in a game of stacking. Why do you say that? One must recognize that Momochi no Zabuza's strength is not to be underestimated. Indeed, it is formidable, yet in my perception, he is the only one who has returned. As if to validate the black-robed man's statement, Momochi no Zabuza stumbled back in a disheveled manner. Elder, that scoundrel Hokage has arrived. Not only that, he has slain the other members of our squad. The elder's expression turned grave, his hand, mottled with age spots, clenched tightly around his cane. With a forceful thrust, he jabbed the ground, creating a small crater. That culprit Hokage. It is because of him that our Mizukage has become increasingly brutal. Perhaps he has fallen victim to Hakuma's illusions. If we can defeat Hokage, our hidden mist village can return to normalcy. The black-robed man concurred. Precisely. Only by vanquishing Hokage can we restore the hidden mist village to its former state, rather than remaining the blood-soaked village it has become. Zabuza furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between the black-robed man and the elder. His initial reason for joining the elder's faction was to put an end to Yagura's tyranny. In the beginning, everything seemed normal. Even Terumi-mei was part of the elder's faction. However, since the emergence of this black-robed figure, the elder's demeanor had transformed, becoming increasingly brutal and distrustful. Even Terumi-mei, whom he wished to cultivate, was driven away, forming the third faction within the hidden mist village, further plunging it into chaos. Contemplating this, Zabuza grew increasingly curious about the identity of the black-robed man. What repugnant visage could be concealed beneath that mask, so shameful that it could not be revealed? Just as Zabuza pondered this, the black-robed man approached him, caressing the sharp edge of his decapitating blade, and remarked, Zabuza, compared to your combat skills, assassination techniques are your true forte, are they not? If I were to task you with assassinating Hokage, what are the odds of your success? Zabuza glanced at the elder, noting his silence, seemingly tacitly approving of the black-robed man's overstepping of boundaries. This left Zabuza feeling increasingly uneasy. I am uncertain. In that case, I entrust you with the task of assassinating Hokage. I have faith that your prowess will not let me down, correct? A chilling aura enveloped Zabuza, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Clearly, the black-robed man sought to use him as a pawn. Did he wish for Zabuza to meet his demise? This fellow. Zabuza roared inwardly. However, with the elder, marshal of the hidden mist, watching over him, he could only force himself to comply. I understand. At this moment, the night deepened further. The damp atmosphere clung to his clothing, adhering to his skin. With a brooding expression, Zabuza exited the room. The blood moon's glow cascaded over the mist, seemingly enhancing the bloodthirsty aura of the blood-soaked village. That man. Watch as I eliminate you. After leaving the room, Zabuza concealed his form, lurking within the nearby thicket, his piercing eyes fixed intently on the doorway. Approximately half an hour passed before the black-robed man finally emerged. He swiftly moved in a specific direction, prompting Zabuza to smirk. That area is an uninhabited zone, the perfect place to strike. You have brought this upon yourself. Silently, Zabuza trailed behind. Silent killing technique of the hidden mist. Zabuza concentrated chakra throughout his body, unleashing a ghostly purple chakra aura, veiled within the crimson mist. It was nearly imperceptible, yet this ability had multiplied Zabuza's physical prowess manifold. Gripping his decapitating blade, he surged toward the black-robed man, intent on unveiling the face hidden beneath that mask. With a swift motion, the decapitating blade traced a flawless arc through the air, aimed at the black-robed man's neck. However, just as the blade was about to strike, it suddenly veered off course, cleaving through a nearby tree instead. Zabuza was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Before he could react, a cold scoff echoed in his ear. Zabuza, you have quite the audacity. How dare you attempt to strike me? Do you not fear for your life? As the black-robed man turned, his hand grasped Zabuza's cheek firmly. In an instant, a Mangeki Sharingan manifested. This was his own Sharingan, possessing the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Anything he touched could be controlled, which explained why the decapitating blade had suddenly altered its trajectory. You delivered yourself to me, so go on and assassinate Akumai. Let me see if that fellow possesses the qualifications to be my adversary. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The illusion unleashed by the Mangeki Sharingan was exceedingly terrifying, capable of effortlessly hypnotizing an individual. Zabuza, who had just been filled with murderous intent towards the black-robed man, now found himself wielding the decapitating blade, heading back to the spot he had just encountered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hakumai had followed Jur into a dilapidated room within the hidden mist village. Though in disrepair, the space was still quite expansive. Upon entering, Hakumai was greeted by many familiar faces, including Terumi Mei. Jur, this is Lord Hakumai. Terumi Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. She had not participated in the war and was unaware of Hakumai's appearance. Initially, she had envisioned him as an older man, but upon seeing him today, Hakumai appeared remarkably youthful, almost younger than herself at the age of 20. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Terumi Mei. She extended her delicate hand. In response, Hakumai offered a composed smile, but did not extend his hand. Instead, he softly replied, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Jur quietly interjected. Lord Hakumai is already married. Married? How many has he wed? Hakumai merely gazed at Terumi Mei's expression of disbelief, prompting her to stifle a giggle, her charm radiating at that moment. I merely sought to alleviate the tense atmosphere. A serious expression crossed Terumi Mei's face as she inquired, did you encounter any troubles upon your return? Indeed, we crossed paths with Kisame and Zabuza, came the response. Terumi Mei sighed and continued, alas. The struggle between the Mizukage and the elders intensifies, threatening to turn our village into their battleground. Who would have thought that the downfall of Kirigakure would come not from external foes, but from within? At her words, a collective sigh echoed through the room. In any case, we cannot remain in Kirigakure any longer. Indeed, we have gathered to resist them, have we not? Yet, compared to them, our strength is woefully inadequate. Our combat prowess is only comparable to that of Lord Mizukage, Lady Terumi Mei, and Lord Chojuro. Listening to the discussion, Hakumai could not contain his curiosity and asked, Leader? Is not Terumi Mei your leader? Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback, then replied, how could I possibly be the leader? Our leader is the esteemed Aoizuri Manatsu. The Aoi clan is of noble lineage in Kirigakure. The previous second-generation Mizukage was the exceptional Aoizuri Genjutsu from the same clan. Aoizuri Manatsu's prowess is equally remarkable, possessing the ability to summon 7 legendary swords through his scroll and mastering the art of water release with unparalleled skill. It is no wonder he has ascended to leadership. Just as Hakumai and Terumi Mei were conversing, Aoizuri Manatsu emerged from the innermost chamber. Upon seeing Hakumai, he instinctively paused but quickly regained his composure. Lord Hakumai, I did not expect you to come in person. Lord Chojuro informed me of your situation. I came to ensure my compensation is honored. Aoizuri Manatsu gazed earnestly at Hakumai, declaring, I am aware of your benevolence, and even if the Mizukage and elders refuse acknowledgement, I shall repay your due compensation with my own strength. Hakumai's eyes narrowed. He understood the implication behind Aoizuri Manatsu's words. This individual was astute. Though he spoke of compensation, the underlying meaning was undoubtedly one of protection. It seemed he intended to stabilize the current tumult within the village through his own efforts. A clever calculation indeed. With that thought, Hakumai casually pulled a chair and seated himself, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Aoizuri Manatsu's mouth. This was not what he had envisioned. Having made his declaration, one would expect assistance rather than merely sitting back to observe. However, noticing Hakumai's unwavering gaze upon him, Aoizuri Manatsu cleared his throat, suppressing his thoughts, and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent conflict between Lord Mizukage and the Elder General has begun to disrupt the daily lives of the populace. To restore peace to Kirigakure, I have decided to formally declare war. At this moment, a chill began to permeate the air. The room grew cold and damp, enveloping everyone present. Wisps of mist seemed to seep through the cracks in the windows, gradually filling the space. Even Aoigiri Minatsu, who was speaking, sensed the shift in atmosphere. His expression changed abruptly. This is the mist technique. Buzz as his words fell, the mist descended upon the assembly, and a nearly imperceptible sound echoed. It seemed someone was intent on attacking me. A dense aura of menace enveloped Hakomai, who observed his surroundings with keen interest. One hand rested upon the fan concealed at his back. Now is the moment. Hakomai murmured, and with a swift motion, he thrust the fan forward. A ferocious gust transformed into sharp blades of wind, churning the mist and hurtling toward the diagonal front. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as a figure collided forcefully with the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation. The mist within the room was rapidly dispelled by Hakomai's tempest, allowing everyone to perceive their surroundings clearly. When they turned to follow the sound, their pupils constricted in shock. Hiss! That is Zabuza Momochi, if memory serves. He had allied with the elders. Has he come here on their orders? Whispers filled the air as Hakomai rose from his seat, advancing towards Zabuza under the scrutiny of the crowd. His assassination target must be me. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, he appears to be ensnared in a genjutsu. Genjutsu? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. It was well known that Zabuza's strength was formidable. The ability to completely control him with genjutsu was almost unfathomable. Hakomai approached Zabuza, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Chakra surged within Hakomai, rushing into Zabuza's body. Release. A chain of illusory bonds shattered under Hakomai's control, gradually restoring Zabuza's consciousness. Yet, as Zabuza regained his senses, he exclaimed in alarm, "Run!" In the distance, a shadowy figure cloaked in black, perched upon a gnarled tree, caught Zabuza's desperate cry, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Escape? Too late. With a flick of his wrist, the black-clad figure's eyes transformed into the pattern of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the massive sword that had fallen to the ground levitated, hurtling toward Hakomai. Swish! The razor-sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through Hakomai's form. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Thud! His body collapsed to the ground with a muted thump. Terumi May gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could someone capable of single-handedly ending the alliance of the 3 hidden villages fall victim to an ambush so easily? How could this be possible? Bang! Just then, Hakomai's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. When had this occurred? The cloaked figure, who had been tracking Hakomai's presence, displayed a look of shock that was momentarily obscured by his swirling mask. Yet, this did not diminish his astonishment. At that moment, the black-clad figure shuddered. He realized Hakomai was charging toward him with incredible speed. Is this Flying Thunder God? But where is the kunai? The black-clad figure's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. He had thought the Flying Thunder God technique required a kunai marked with its seal to facilitate rapid movement. Hakomai's abilities surpassed his expectations. Yet, this level of prowess barely qualified him as a worthy adversary. This is not the time for our confrontation. Hakomai, let us meet again. With that, the dark figure raised his arm. Suddenly, the trees surrounding him rose from the ground, obscuring the sky as they surged towards Bai Mo. He had no choice but to draw his fan, summoning a tempest that scattered the trees into a flurry of powder. When Bai Mo turned his gaze back to the distant figure in the black robe, he found it had vanished. This fellow was remarkably swift. If I am not mistaken, the ability he just employed must be remote manipulation. In the realm of shinobi, the Sharingan capable of such remote control could only belong to Uchiha Shin, who is not part of the Uchiha clan. Bai Mo stood still, watching the direction in which Uchiha Shin had disappeared, a slight smile forming on his lips. If it truly is Uchiha Shin, perhaps life ahead will become more exhilarating. However, he merely hoped that Shin would refrain from disturbing his training. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Bai Mo flicked his hand and returned to his room. It was only at this moment that they truly beheld Bai Mo's true form. Terumi May instinctively inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine, but you all seem rather shaken," Bai Mo replied as he resumed his previous position. He then turned to Zabuza Momochi beside him and said, "Zabuza, that individual just manipulated you. If I am correct, your 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and the elders must also be under his control." Zabuza grasped his executioner's blade, gazing at Bai Mo, and finally declared, "Thus, our true enemy is that enigmatic figure in the black robe. I refuse to be a mere tool in someone else's hands. I wish to choose my own fate." Beside Bai Mo, Haku regarded Zabuza with approval, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, he too did not wish to be at the mercy of others. He desired to determine his own destiny, and as long as he could remain by Bai Mo's side, even as a tool for him, it mattered not. In that moment, both Zabuza and Haku resolved to forge their own paths. Zabuza then turned to Manjiro, stating, "Lord Manjiro, please allow me to join your ranks." Manjiro glanced at Bai Mo, noticing his silence, and nodded in response to Zabuza. Simultaneously, he curiously posed a question. What advantage does that individual gain by manipulating Yagura and the elders into conflict? Perhaps that madman simply relishes such chaos? The sheer ecstasy of wielding the power of his eyes to unrestrainedly control the lives of others. Bai Mo quietly interjected, "Undoubtedly. Uchiha Shin is a complete lunatic. The ability to wield the power of the Manjiki Sharingan is, for him, an unparalleled glory. Yet, I wonder what the future holds without the Akatsuki." Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Shin swiftly returned to the elders. Feeling utterly disheveled after being forced back by Hakomai, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his trembling hands could barely contain themselves. Indeed, this was the sensation he had longed for. Could it be said that he truly embodied the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan? The pressure he felt was overwhelmingly potent. If he were to eliminate Hakomai, would that not signify that he had become the mightiest among the Uchiha? A genius second only to the illustrious Madara Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Shin's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the room as he pointed a finger towards Hakomai, speaking to himself. "Let our battle serve as a resounding mark for this village shrouded in blood mist." The brilliance of the Sharingan flickered in his eyes. Under his command, the forces of Yagura and the elders began to converge, charging toward Hakomai. Even the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails was summoned to the battlefield under Yagura's orders. Clearly, this was his objective for arriving in the hidden mist village, the tailed beast. Yet now, he had an even greater target. "Hakomai, allow me to witness your true power. I hope this battle does not leave you blinded." Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, just as Yagura declared war on their two factions. A frantic informant rushed into the room, exclaiming that trouble was afoot. Instantly, this proclamation captured the attention of all present. Yagura, looking at the intruder, demanded, "Speak quickly. What has happened?" "It seems Lord Mizukage and the elders have joined forces. They are gathering their strength and heading our way." Yagura's face turned tense. He had not anticipated the battle would arrive so swiftly. "Hakomai." Before Yagura could finish, Hakomai appeared at the window, gazing outside, and remarked, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Yagura instinctively glanced out the window. All he saw was mist. Where was the moon? Meanwhile, Terumi Mei's cheeks flushed crimson, her beauty becoming even more enchanting, for she understood the deeper meaning behind those words. In the tales, this was unmistakably a declaration of love. Could it be that Hakomai harbored feelings for her? There were no rules in the ninja world prohibiting multiple wives. Was it possible for her to truly connect with Hakomai? Terumi Mei, what on earth are you thinking? She mentally berated herself, maintaining an expression of seriousness that failed to betray her inner turmoil, though her flushed face was a telling sign. Beside her, Yagura clenched his teeth, pondering whether Hakomai was already aware of his intentions to leverage Hakomai's power to stabilize the hidden mist village and ascend to the position of the fifth Mizukage. Little did he know that Hakomai not only possessed immense strength but was also astutely aware of such matters. Yagura opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from seeking assistance. Perhaps if the situation worsened, he could still defeat them and truly claim the title of fifth Hokage through his own merit. With this thought, Yagura took a deep breath, his aura rapidly ascending. He retrieved a scroll capable of summoning ninja blades. Previously, he had not needed it due to his elevated status, but now, amidst chaos, he must once more wield a blade to secure everything he desired. Summoning, twin blades flounder. With a resounding boom, white mist billowed forth, revealing the twin blades flounder before Yagura. Grasping the ninja blades, he addressed everyone present. "Prepare yourselves. We shall venture forth to meet our foes." At once, following Yagura's command, the assembled crowd surged outside like a torrent of water. Simultaneously, some departed to relay the message, gathering more reinforcements. They readied themselves for the impending battle. In stark contrast, Hakomai appeared increasingly relaxed. Regardless of who emerged victorious, As long as it was not Uchiha Shin, Hakumai would be content. With this in mind, Hakumai closed his eyes, embarking on his own unique training, leaving Terumi Mei astounded. Good heavens! Even at such a crucial moment, he still found the time to train. Truly, he was a relentless cultivator. Approximately 20 minutes later, as Yagura completed his assembly, a dark mass loomed in the distance, gradually approaching them. Yagura, gripping the twin blades, Flounder, felt his chakra surge as he declared, "Everyone, the battle begins." With those words, the clash erupted. Yagura dashed to the forefront, feeling a pang of hesitation against his former comrades. Yet, with the stakes so high, he had no choice but to press on. Swish, swish, swish. The twin blades Flounder danced magnificently in Yagura's hands, emitting a dazzling light as they siphoned chakra from the enemy ninjas, empowering Yagura with each strike. Meanwhile, Chojuro and Terumi Mei did not lag behind, utilizing their unique skills to charge into the fray. Zabuza and Haku formed a small team, coordinating seamlessly, evoking a sense of nostalgia for Hakumai. Zabuza and Haku. I hope this time you can go further. As a traveler from another world, Hakumai's greatest desire remained to amend the regrets that lingered in his heart. Uchiha Shin, concealed beneath his mask, sneered at the sight of others flaunting their prowess. His Sharingan activated, he commanded Yagura and the elders to join the battlefield without delay. Under the coercive influence of Uchiha Shin, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yutaka, was compelled to enter the fray, unleashing a barrage of bubbles from his flute. The bubbles rapidly spread through the air. Explode. With Yutaka's command, he activated the water release, bubble technique, triggering hundreds of bubbles to detonate in a chain reaction. The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the ears of all present, throwing the battlefield into chaos and shattering the momentum of Yagura's side. Uchiha Shin taunted, "I wonder how you intend to respond now that I have summoned the Six Tails Jinchuriki?" The battle devolved into disarray as more powerful combatants joined the fray. Yagura felt the advantage slipping from his grasp at an alarming rate. All withdrew, creating distance from their adversaries. As the current patriarch of the Kirigakure, Yagura maintained considerable respect in the village. Furthermore, as one not under Uchiha Shin's control, he remained relatively composed. It was no wonder Terumi Mei and the others chose to stand with Yagura. As everyone distanced themselves, a serious expression settled on Yagura's face. Release, Flatfish. The ghost lantern, full and bright, emitted gas from the two round holes of the flatfish. Subsequently, the entire flatfish radiated light, forming a gathering of chakra. It was immediately followed by the eruption of a chakra sphere, a sphere of immense destructive power, launched into the fray. Yu Gao sighed at the sight. He despised combat more than anything, yet due to the circumstances of his allegiance, he had no choice but to engage. Perhaps this was the essence of his existence as a tailed beast. In a moment of half-tailed beast transformation, Yu Gao's body underwent a remarkable change. Yet he remained in human form, albeit in a rather peculiar state, enveloped in dark red tailed beast chakra. He unleashed the tailed beast ball. And at the instant of their collision, Kasame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi clashed fiercely. Alone, Zabuza would have struggled against Kisame. But with the assistance of Haku's ice-release bloodline limit, the battle became quite spirited. Explosions erupted at the center of the fray. The elder, the general, formed hand seals, preparing to attack. Water release, great waterfall technique. The mists of the hidden mist village were abundant, granting him a unique advantage in executing the technique. Torrential waves surged forth, sweeping towards the ghost lantern and its allies. Noticing this, Terumi Mei immediately employed her own unique bloodline limit. Lava release, dissolving technique. This was a power capable of melting Susanoo at its peak. Although Terumi Mei had yet to fully mature in her abilities, when the two forces collided, a shrill boiling sound erupted. The reason for the distance became apparent. As they moved apart, the bloodline limit compensated for the disparity in power between the factions. Uchiha Shin, fully aware of this, spread his arms wide, as if in a frenzy, shouting from behind the main forces, "Let's go even crazier." In an instant, Yagura and the elder intensified their assaults, forcing Yu Gao, as the Jinchuriki, to unleash even greater power. The chakra within him began to show signs of rampancy. Let chaos reign. Only then can I reap the benefits. Uchiha Shin laughed maliciously, though his maniacal glee was drowned out by the sounds of battle. In mere moments, numerous individuals were felled, their bodies riddled with injuries, a sight of utter despair. The cries of the wounded filled the air. The ghost lantern gazed upon the devastated ground. Even though his ninja blade could continuously absorb chakra, it could not balance its use effectively. Now, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Terumi Mei and Chojuro also found it difficult to sustain a prolonged battle, their faces etched with agony. Lord Haku, please assist me. If you are willing to help, I shall offer the Ninja Blade Scroll. The scroll could summon the ninja blade regardless of its owner's presence, allowing its immediate use. From a distance, Haku, who had been observing, finally opened his eyes upon hearing the ghost lantern's play. With the anticipation of the crowd upon him, he shifted his focus and resumed his training. The ghost lantern, along with Terumi Mei and Chojuro, pressed on. In addition to our clan's ancestral secret techniques, the Ghost Lantern clan, as a noble family of the Hidden Mist, possessed unique inherited skills. One was the water iron cannon technique, capable of firing liquid bullets from the fingertips with terrifying speed. And the other was the water transformation technique, akin to having consumed a natural fruit, allowing the body to become water and thus immune to physical attacks. These were incredibly useful inherited techniques. This piqued Haku's interest. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Haku slowly rose from his seat. After a simple stretch, he flickered and appeared before everyone. Was he finally going to make a move? Terumi Mei watched curiously as Haku's silhouette loomed. She had heard of his combat prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Haku's fist was clenched, the diamond-shaped mark on the back of his hand seemingly unsealing. Instantly, it spread across his arm. Seal, release. 100 healings technique. A torrent of energy surged forth. Haku, relying solely on his physical speed, transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Kisame Hashigaki and delivering a devastating punch that caved in his abdomen. The force sent Kisame soaring into the sky. I will return, he declared, vanishing like a shooting star. Before anyone could react, Haku flickered again, appearing before the elder. The elder, being an old man, would not have been a formidable opponent had he been in control of his faculties. However, he was merely hypnotized. Haku extended a single finger, gently tapping the elder's forehead. Boom. The elder was propelled into the air, crashing down onto dozens of others before finally halting. Next was Yagura, whose mind was most deeply affected by the hypnosis. Even with Haku's full presence, it failed to evoke any fear in Yagura, instead igniting his fury as he launched an assault. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Haku hesitated not, forming seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. The water and fire clashed, neutralizing each other, unleashing scorching heat waves. Yet, as Yagura searched for Haku's figure, he found him suddenly behind him. At such close range, employing the flying thunder god technique was effortless. Haku raised his hand, striking down on Yagura's neck with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. The spectators were left in shock by this series of events. Then, suddenly, Yu Gao's roar echoed throughout the Hidden Mist village. A fierce wind howled, drawing countless individuals to Yu Gao's formidable presence. Yet, to their surprise, at that moment, Haku swiftly appeared before Yu Gao. With a raised hand, he struck down upon the half-tailed beast transformed Yu Gao. With a resounding boom, Yu Gao was slammed into the ground. Yu Gao, enraged, attempted to roar again, only to be met with another punch from Haku, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but saw Haku prepare to strike once more. Like a kite severed from its string, Yu Gao was sent flying away, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. How powerful! Truly astounding. Is this the strength of Haku? This seems almost exaggerated. Just a few punches, and he has defeated the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Yu Gao. To think this is a six-tailed beast. As Haku's strength unfolded, those allied with Yagura and the elder were left in disbelief. At this moment, the actions gradually came to a halt. There was no need to continue the fight. Who could have anticipated the presence of such a ruthless individual as Bai Mo in the Hidden Mist village? In the distance, Uchiha Shin observed the ninjas he led beginning to surrender, which only intensified his inner discontent. On the face, which was a mask of furious rage, it appeared as though a layer of frost had been brushed upon it, with eyes that seemed ready to unleash flames. The aura surrounding him surged with an ever-increasing intensity. At this moment, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was wielded to its utmost potential. He stood before the restored Yu Gao. Illusion technique, Sharingan. Yu Gao, continue your rampage. Unleash your most formidable form. Illusion is akin to an all-pervasive torrent, effortlessly infiltrating the mental realm of Yu Gao. His countenance immediately contorted in anguish. He could distinctly sense the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, long concealed deep within his being, ravenously devouring his dwindling consciousness. No, please, not this. as Yugao's voice resonated. An overwhelming surge of chakra enveloped him instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, everyone instinctively held their breath, the atmosphere rendered palpable with tension. A terrifying aura bore down upon the crowd, causing many to tremble involuntarily. Clad in a black cloak, Uchiha Shin leaped onto the back of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog. With arms raised high, his formidable chakra flowed powerfully at that juncture. The weapons in the hands of the onlookers, kunai and shuriken, were deftly manipulated by Uchiha Shin, converging on either side of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, as if augmenting it with two additional armed limbs, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Bai Mo gazed at the scene before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. One must admit, the ability to control remotely appears to be quite remarkable. Bai Mo sighed, and then turned to the dazed Gue Deng Manyu, saying, Gue Deng Manyu, please hasten to lead these individuals in retreat. In the impending battle, it shall be beyond their reach. Gu Eyes repeatedly affirmed, I understand. Everyone, retreat with me. Zhao Mei Ming approached Bai Mo and inquired, are you all right? Rest assured, it is merely a tailed beast, easily vanquished with a flick of the wrist. Bai Mo, akin to an elegant nobleman on the battlefield, exhibited not a trace of timidity. The upward curve of his lips stirred a flutter of emotions within Zhao Mei Ming. However, upon realizing that Bai Mo required no assistance, Zhao Mei Ming hesitated repeatedly before ultimately retreating to the rear, entrusting the battlefield to Bai Mo and the figure cloaked in black. Uchiha Xin, perched atop the head of the six-tailed rhinoceros, gazed down upon Bai Mo and proclaimed, Uchiha Bai Mo, allow me to witness your prowess and see if it truly befits the title of the Uchiha clan's most formidable prodigy. Under his manipulation, the weaponized arms of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog ruthlessly descended towards Bai Mo simultaneously. A multitude of shurikens and kunai were launched, fiercely obstructing Bai Mo's movements, rendering him with no avenue for evasion. However, Bai Mo could not help but feel that Uchiha Shin had vastly underestimated him. To presume that such a simplistic assault could deter him from dodging was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. The 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Open, Death Gate. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Bai Mo, its intensity nearly splitting the heavens asunder. The sky appeared to be divided in two, standing in stark contrast to Uchiha Shin and the six-tailed rhino, both of whom were engaged in a formidable standoff. The terrifying power manifested before the onlookers, leaving them in awe. Bai Mo raised a fist and extended a finger, forcefully piercing the arm before him. In that fleeting moment of collision, the very earth beneath them cracked open, resembling a sprawling web of fissures. The few structures that remained relatively intact along the path crumbled in an instant. The sheer force of the impact caused the six-tailed rhino's arm to shatter, transforming it into an array of weapons scattered across the ground. At this moment, the raging winds began to subside, and the spectators gazed upon the scene, acutely aware of the sheer terror embodied in Bai Mo's might. Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Shin roared in fury as he continued to activate the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. The weapons scattered across the ground floated up once more, converging like a multitude of swords returning to their master, infused with chakra as they surged towards Hakum. Simultaneously, the six tails, Saiken, exerted its utmost effort to gather the tailed beast ball, the forces of yin and yang chakra beginning to coalesce into a magnificent sphere adorned with starlight. It skimmed the ground, stirring up dust as it hurtled directly towards Hakum, casting an ominous shadow over the world. Countless ninjas, overwhelmed by this aura, found themselves momentarily paralyzed. Their knees felt weak, and those with fragile willpower and endurance sank to half-kneeling positions on the ground, a testament to the sheer terror of the presence. Yet, despite such a formidable assault, Hakum remained unperturbed. Though his vision was somewhat obscured, he was in close proximity to Saiken and the tailed beast ball. This distance was more than sufficient. Flying Thunder God technique. As Bai Mo's gaze descended, the incantation of the Flying Thunder God was already inscribed. Move. Whoosh. Suddenly, the tailed beast ball that had been expelled vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it astonishingly materialized right before Uchiha Shin. What? Bang! Uchiha Shin was utterly unprepared. A tremendous roar enveloped him and the six-tailed rhinoceros dog. The anguished cries reverberated through the air as the surging winds unleashed their fury upon the surroundings. Hurry! 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 Do not hesitate. Run desperately towards the distance. Those who are truly affected may indeed perish. Zuki exclaimed loudly. This illustrates that merely spectating can lead to dire consequences. A multitude of ninjas raced frantically towards the distance, fearful of being caught in the turmoil. It was only at this moment that they lamented their parents for not having bestowed upon them an additional pair of legs, allowing them to run swifter. And at that moment, they cried out towards the peacock. Bai Mo unleashed a rapid straight punch, igniting a blazing inferno through friction with the air, illuminating the increasingly profound night. After shattering numerous weapons, he swiftly drew 2 Uchiha fan blades from his back, summoning a surging tempest that swept across the surroundings. Wind release, typhoon. Under the enhancement of the Uchiha fan, the power of wind release surged dramatically, akin to the roaring of a genuine typhoon, sweeping away the mist that enveloped the hidden mist village. The cold, blood-like moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the desolation below, creating a scene of terror reminiscent of a final trial in a heroic dragon-slaying game. The sound of fabric falling echoed through the stillness as Uchiha Shin, curled upon the six-tail's canine form, gradually rose to his feet. He shed the remnants of his charred black cloak, revealing a body transformed into a terrifying figure. The bark-like patterns adorning his skin were the unmistakable consequence of having Sinja cells implanted within him, coupled with the swirling mask. His monstrous silhouette captured the gaze of all present. Beneath the moonlight, Uchiha Shin slowly extended his arms, proclaiming, "I can feel the essence of the moonlight. I feel as though I have taken a step closer to my dreams, a world that exists solely within the Uchiha clan." Listening to the words of Uchiha Shin, filled with adolescent fervor, Bai Mo could not help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Shin turned to Bai Mo and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "Uchiha Shin, aren't you the least bit curious? Why do I possess the Sharingan?" "Not curious. Uchiha Shin, I do not understand why." Observing Bai Mo's seemingly indifferent demeanor towards everything, he feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. Since Bai Mo does not take the initiative to inquire, he shall speak for himself. "Very well. As you have sincerely posed your question, I shall graciously bestow upon you the answer. I am the inheritor of the Uchiha spirit, embodying the philosophy of power espoused by Uchiha Madara. A crimson future awaits you all, and so it shall be." Meow Bai Mo gazed at a passing feline and called out softly. She then cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Shin. Such words might deceive children and the uninformed. But for Bai Mo, well-versed in the narrative, it was evident that this so-called Uchiha Abido was merely a figurehead. The true identity was likely that of Orochimaru's experiment. The boy known as Shin, he was merely too enamored with the Uchiha clan, to the extent that he bestowed upon himself the name Uchiha Shin. Now, having been chosen as the successor by the infamous Uchiha Madara, his confidence must have reached unprecedented heights. However, Bai Mo was aware of what others were oblivious to. When they heard this individual proclaim himself as Uchiha Madara, it was evident that shock washed over each face without exception. How could this be possible? Uchiha Madara. Could it be that he has never truly perished all this time? How old could he possibly be now? I never anticipated that one day I would encounter a legend from the ninja world. If it were Uchiha Madara, would Hakumai be capable of defeating him? As the crowd engaged in conversation, Bai Mo did not afford Uchiha Shin the luxury of continuing his futile chatter. With a swift motion as quick as lightning, he abruptly appeared before Uchiha Shin. Daytime Tiger. Bai Mo delivered a concentrated, high-velocity straight punch to the abdomen of Uchiha Shin. He first compressed the air and then released it in one swift motion, shaping it into a form reminiscent of a tiger. Instantly, it ignited a violent and unparalleled explosion. Cough! A stream of blood erupted from Uchiha's mouth, yet it was regrettably intercepted by the swirling mask, causing the crimson liquid to splatter across his visage. The blood gradually seeped down from the edges of the mask, rendering him a sight of disarray that momentarily silenced those around him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Uchiha not only refrained from crying out in pain, but instead erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! It truly hurts. Yet, isn't it this very pain that makes the pleasure even more exquisite? Uchiha Shinsuke instantaneously unleashed an immense surge of chakra. Behold, the formidable Susanoo. The armor of Susanoo was directly donned upon the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, bestowing upon it an extraordinary enhancement in both offensive and defensive capabilities within a remarkably brief span of time. This sudden transformation caused Bai Mo's expression to darken considerably. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Madara would impart such knowledge to Uchiha Shin. Just as Bai Mo resolved to muster his strength and shatter the Susanoo before him, Uchiha Shin formed a series of hand seals. Would release, Hell's Turmoil. Uchiha's credit with ninjutsu conjured several thorn-laden trees that spiraled upward around Bai Mo. The branches, as if imbued with sentience, converged from all directions to besiege Bai Mo. What a troublesome ability indeed, Bai Mo whispered softly, and then suddenly unleashed an even more formidable power. The chakra rapidly diminished. Evening Elephant. With a single punch, Bai Mo unleashed a force that seemed to extract the very essence of the offensive corridor. What remained was a terrifyingly powerful shockwave that annihilated countless trees into splinters. However, before Bai Mo could press on with his assault, a torrent of wood release techniques surged forth once more, and this time it was wood release, technique of the wood dragon. This is a technique capable of absorbing chakra. Once approached, the 8 gates formation of Hakamoku will be dispelled. Although his 8 gates formation does not deplete vitality, it does consume chakra and stamina. Even with a rapid recovery rate, sustaining prolonged combat is unfeasible. A swift conclusion is imperative. However, it seems that Uchiha Shin has sensed Hakamoku's intentions and has once again unleashed wood release. This time, it is wood release, birth of the world tree. The body of Uchiha Shin is capable of adapting to and utilizing any bloodline limit. His physique surpasses that of Uchiha Obito by a considerable margin, making him a far more formidable adversary. Confronted with the wood dragon and the birth of the divine tree, Bai Mo steeled his resolve, channeling an even greater surge of chakra within. Night Kai, let me resolve you once and for all. This is the ultimate essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia formation. At this moment, the chakra emanating from the body transforms into the shape of a dragon, and the very fabric of space seems to warp and twist. Indeed, indeed. Come forth. Use all your might to vanquish me. Let me witness the extent of your power. Bai Mo whispered softly, as you wish. In an instant, Bai Mo surged forth like a colossal crimson dragon, captivating the gaze of all present. Is this truly a dragon? The overwhelming chakra, capable of transforming into a dragon form, is truly astonishing. Even the tempest it stirs makes it nearly impossible for me to draw near. Zhao Mei Ming gazed at Bai Mo's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. At this moment, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. A torrent of chakra surged forth, roaring as it coalesced into a colossal dragon, hundreds of feet in length, adorned with 7 claws and 6 horns, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Cheers, Night Kai. The moment Bai Mo unleashed a powerful kick, a blinding radiance erupted from his being, illuminating all directions. What a splendid display! Uchiha Shin shouted loudly. A tailed beast bomb surged forward with great intensity. Subsequently, countless enormous tree roots erupted from the ground, entwining the wooden dragon and drawing it towards Bai Mo. Boom. A radiant burst erupted suddenly. The elongated form of the wooden dragon was effortlessly shattered by Bai Mo's powerful kick. The towering tree, spiraling into a colossal wooden shield, proved utterly incapable of withstanding the unstoppable force of Bai Mo's strike. Yikai's strength reached its zenith. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. The incessant sounds reverberated, as if the very heavens trembled under the onslaught of Bai Mo. An aura uniquely belonging to Bai Mo emanated with a wild and domineering ferocity, almost transcending the bounds of law and order. Numerous ninjas gazed upward, feeling an overwhelming pressure that surged forth like a formidable tide. The oppressive clouds in the sky have painted a swirling vortex of various sizes. As Bai Mo was about to reach Uchiha Shin, a glimmer of insidious cunning flashed in his eyes. Bai Mo, proceed. Let me observe those 2 fellows. Can they withstand your assault? As the voice of Uchiha Shin faded, 2 roots emerged, binding the unconscious Yagura and the elder, suspended before Uchiha Shin. Infuriating. When did this fellow arrive? Lord Shuiying, an elder. Who was it that safeguarded them just now? The ghostly lantern, filled to the brim with fury, shouted in anger. It immediately cast its gaze to the side, where it beheld a ninja, already strangled by the encroaching roots of the tree. There was no longer any breath left in his body. Not to mention them, even Kaido, Mangetsu, and others failed to perceive the subtle movements of Uchiha Shin. Was it due to the ferocity of the battle that these sensations and sounds were buried? Under the weight of concern, Terumi May cast a worried glance towards Bai Mo. As anticipated, upon seeing Yagura and the elder in the hands of Uchiha Shin, a look of distress crossed Bai Mo's face. In that moment of hesitation, a wooden dragon erupted from the ground, ensnaring Bai Mo's legs and voraciously siphoning his chakra. This onslaught rendered Bai Mo's breathing increasingly labored, even stalling the operation of the 8 gates formation. The sheer consumption of energy was overwhelming. Even an additional second felt as though it could fuel a week's worth of jutsu for many. Observing Bai Mo cease his assault, Uchiha Shin's face, hidden beneath his swirling mask, contorted into a grotesque expression of ecstasy, as if his features were cramped together. Should a child witness such a sight, they might be frightened into silence. Thud. Bound by the wooden dragon, Bai Mo crashed to the ground. In response, he hastily formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang. 2 shadow clones materialized, albeit at the cost of Bai Mo's dwindling chakra reserves. Despite the speed of chakra recovery, it was insufficient to counter such exertion. Flying Thunder God technique. The 2 clones swiftly utilized the technique, propelling themselves towards Uchiha Shin. Do you believe I would surrender them so easily? Dream on. At that moment, the patterns of the Sharingan manifested in Bai Mo's eyes. Direct death. Boom. Unleashing his signature lethal technique, Bai Mo hurled a shuriken, piercing the dragon's crimson point, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Simultaneously, Bai Mo formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. A fiery dragon surged towards Uchiha Shin, compelling him to defend. Seizing this opportunity, both shadow clones executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, liberating Yagura and the Elder. Bai Mo's voice, tinged with a somber tone, echoed. This should free them from restraint. Bang bang. After entrusting Yagura and the Elder to Akatsuki's full moon, the clones vanished into thin air. However, Uchiha Shin, undeterred by the fire dragon, offered Bai Mo no respite. Seizing the moment to exploit his weakness. Should Bai Mo perish? He would ascend as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, a prodigious genius unparalleled in the heavens and on earth. Allow me to bring your end. Die. Uchiha Shin commanded his Susanoo, wielding the last remnant of his weaponized arm, launching an unparalleled assault upon Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo clasped his hands together. Susanoo. A larger Susanoo materialized, and at that moment, the ability of direct death was invoked. Every ferocious-tailed beast bomb that surged towards him was obliterated, dispersing into particles of energy carried away by the wind. Yet, the more he employed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the more his vision blurred. In that sanguine world, the crimson lines and dots merged, rendering Bai Mo unable to discern anything. As his eyes dimmed further, Uchiha Shin erupted in laughter. Ha! Bai Mo, your eyes resemble dull stones more each moment. I wonder how much longer they can endure. With Shin's words lingering in the air, an even larger-tailed beast bomb howled forth, crashing down upon Bai Mo's Susanoo. The relentless barrage shattered Bai Mo's defense, leaving him feeling utterly drained, as though he had lost all power. Bai Mo. Terumi Mei gazed at Bai Mo with deep concern. At that moment, a crackling sound echoed. The shattered lines upon Bai Mo's Susanoo coalesced into a singularity. Susanoo shattered, vanishing from sight, while Bai Mo's vision faded into darkness. An all-consuming void enveloped him. In this instant, Bai Mo perceived the once tranquil world transform into a cacophony of chaos. With his sight lost, his other senses heightened, yet even so, he found it nearly impossible to escape the suffocating darkness. This was the curse of the Uchiha bloodline. To wield immense power was to endure an equal backlash. Perhaps the limits of his eyes had truly been reached. However, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a long-forgotten electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Refined ocular training. Current progress, 1. Such a simple electronic chime ignited a spark of excitement within Bai Mo. How long had it been since acquiring this self-imposed task? Over 2 weeks had elapsed. Regardless of how diligently he trained his ocular prowess, even exhausting his vision, the progress bar remained stagnant, leading him to suspect a bug in the system. Yet, this current situation instilled hope anew. My heavens! The progress bar had finally advanced. But, now that his Manjiki Sharingan had gone blind, how could he continue to make progress? Bai Mo felt the oppressive aura surrounding him intensify. This helpless scene compelled many to instinctively cover their mouths. They could hardly fathom that the one who could halt the war and stand against the 3 great hidden villages had fallen to such depths. It was utterly inconceivable. Yet for Uchiha Shin, this spectacle was thrilling. He gazed upon Bai Mo, whose colorless Sharingan conveyed a crazed delight upon his face. Ha ha ha! Who would have imagined that the Uchiha clan's most gifted prodigy would have their eyes drained of sight? This is no genius. This is merely a squandered wretch. Uchiha Shin's maniacal laughter echoed in the ears of the onlookers, inciting fury within Terumi Mei, CHJR, and the others. It became evident to them that without Uchiha Shin, their village would not have descended into this blood-soaked mire. Shut your foul mouth. Terumi Mei was the first to act. Boil release, scalding mist technique. She melded her water and fire chakra, exhaling a steaming mist with adjustable acidity. This mist was concentrated to the utmost degree. Upon contact with Uchiha Shin's Susanoo, it emitted a hissing sound. The caustic vapor eroded the Susanoo, halting Uchiha Shin's grin. His gaze shifted to the formidable Tsurumi Mei, a sinister expression crossing his face. "Watch as I extinguish you." Uchiha Shin, mounted atop the six-tailed rhinoceros, commanded the massive beast, charging directly at Tsurumi Mei. With each step, the ground fractured beneath him, collapsing numerous structures. A menacing cloud, dark as a fortress, loomed overhead, obstructing Tsurumi Mei's every move. "Tsurumi Mei!" CHJR roared, dashing towards the six-tailed rhinoceros, determined to thwart its advance through his own assault. Undoubtedly, this is akin to a feeble attempt to halt a mighty force. As CHJR lunged towards the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, the creature merely flicked its tail with a casual grace. The air seemed to be violently displaced, crashing into CHJR with an overwhelming fury, rendering him akin to a severed kite, plummeting to the ground afar. The insurmountable power left CHJR feeling as though his very insides had been thrown into disarray. Cough, cough. Blood gushed uncontrollably from CHJR's mouth, staining his garments. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized the true extent of Bai Mo's formidable strength. With the strength of his own, he effortlessly subdued the two individuals before him. This spectacle left the onlookers in astonishment, providing them with a clearer understanding of Bai Mo's prowess. However, the current state of Bai Mo rendered them increasingly silent. If Bai Mo's eyes were unscathed, there would be no room for Uchiha Madara to act so brazenly in this place. The full moon of Hozuki illuminated the scene, and Juro was utterly unable to withstand it. He arrived at Tsurumi Mei's side in an instant, seeking to shield her with his own presence. However, bang! The ghostly lantern, full and bright, proved to be utterly no match for the six-tailed rhinoceros dog. With merely a flick of its tail, the ghostly lantern vanished from the sight of all present. At that moment, the colossal tail unique to the six-tailed rhinoceros dog loomed before Tsurumi Mei. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of dread, she could not help but shut her eyes tightly. Thunderous roar. Zhao Yiming, my lord. Those who are beyond the reach of the battlefield found it exceedingly difficult to remain unaffected. Upon witnessing the imminent demise of the enchanting Kagaya Mei, without exception, each heart nearly shattered. The thought of such a stunningly beautiful woman being reduced to mere pulp by the brute before them was simply unbearable. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Mei Ming slowly opened her eyes, instinctively directing her gaze forward. There, she beheld Bai Mo, who raised his hands high. He had pushed the 100 treasures technique to its utmost limit, frantically extracting both stamina and chakra from within himself to unlock the 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Resisting the full-force assault of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, Kagaya Mei gazed at the silhouette of Bai Mo, her crimson lips parting slightly as clear tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Bai Mo, withdraw. The remainder is entrusted to me." Breathless and gasping for air, Bai Mo exerted nearly all his strength to hurl the body of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog into the distance. Yet, in the next moment, the energy within him began to wane. Observing the scene before him, Uchiha Shin's lips curled into a smirk. "Bai Mo, in your current state, do you still wish to obstruct me? Or are you merely posturing here, seeking to play the gallant hero? Ha! You are truly lacking in sophistication." The hoarse voice of Uchiha Shin resonated continuously, deepening the ache in Kagaya Mei's heart for Hakamoku. Her gaze grew increasingly tender as she clenched her teeth, seemingly resolved to make a decision. With her extraordinarily long legs, she strode directly towards Hakamoku's side. Listening to the sounds around her, Hakamoku turned his gaze towards the source. Yet, his grayish-white eyes could not focus on Kagaya Mei at all, which caused her immense heartache. She extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on Hakamoku's. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Do not worry, Bai Mo. I shall never forsake you. I will stand by you through thick and thin. Even in the face of death, I remain unafraid." Bai Mo. For reasons unknown, Bai Mo has an unsettling feeling that she may have misunderstood something. At this moment, he merely seeks to validate his thoughts. It appears he has discovered a method to enhance the progress bar. As the saying goes, one must embrace the depths of despair before emerging into life anew. This aptly describes the current circumstances we face. Before Hakomai could provide an explanation, Uchiha Shin, harboring the intent to take advantage of his weakened state, charged directly towards Hakomai. At that critical moment, Bai Mo's palm struck the ground with a resounding clap. Bang! A low hum reverberated through the air. The crimson chakra surged forth once more. Yet this time, it was not the 8 gates of Duinja formation, but rather the complete manifestation of Susanoo, a colossal giant standing majestically between heaven and earth. Holding 2 Uchiha fan blades, he stood before Uchiha Shin's formidable Susanoo. At this moment, the atmosphere felt utterly stagnant. Uchiha Shin gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. How? How could this be possible? Isn't your kaleidoscope Sharingan already completely blind? How could it possibly possess the ocular power to perform such feats? This is an utterly unacceptable matter for Uchiha Shin. Gazing at the figures of Hakomai and Terumi Mei, who stood at the heart of the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Shin's fists were clenched tightly. His nails pierced deeply into his palms, drawing forth streams of vivid crimson blood. The rhythmic dripping of blood fell upon the 6 tails, further inciting the beast under Uchiha Shin's control into a frenzy. An immense surge of chakra erupted from its form, as a substantial amount of chakra gathered before the 6 tails. Enormous tailed beast orb. This tailed beast orb is exceptionally vast, with a radius of 100 meters. An ominous aura permeated the air, compelling Bai Mo to seize the initiative without hesitation. With deft control, he summoned Susanoo, taking a decisive step forward. The weighty footsteps surged ahead relentlessly. In Bai Mo's mind, the electronic voice of the system resonated. Ding, precision eye training, current progress 2. 3. The advancement escalated at an astonishing rate, unleashing even greater potential within Bai Mo. His remarkable ability to rapidly recover chakra reached a pinnacle at that moment, akin to parched earth suddenly receiving a vast lake, rejuvenating his withered strength. A torrent of chakra surged forth with newfound vigor. Susanoo, wielding a fan, struck fiercely upon the 6-tailed rhinoceros dog. The tailed beast ball erupted, transforming into a tumultuous flow of chakra cascading over Bai Mo's Susanoo. Ha! Bai Mo exclaimed in fury. The Susanoo not only showed no signs of collapse but instead became increasingly solidified. It is important to note that Uchiha Madara, despite losing his eyes, was still capable of manifesting the Susanoo. It was precisely this thought that prompted Bai Mo to seek validation. Now, the reality was unfolding in accordance with his imagination, which only heightened his excitement. As he felt the delicate warmth in his palm, a fervor began to ignite within him. Jiao Meiming gazed at Bai Mo's profile, her heart racing wildly. Bai Mo, however, remained oblivious to her soft murmurs. At this moment, he was entirely focused on confronting the formidable Susanoo before him, striving to amplify his own strength. Ding, current progress, 20, 25, 30. It's coming soon. Hurry up. Once the progress bar is filled, I believe abundant rewards will be bestowed upon me. Therefore, Susanoo, grant me even greater power. The white ink roared resoundingly. Before one's eyes, the already exaggerated complete form of Susanoo began to expand at a remarkable speed. Its size surpassed that of the 6-tailed rhinoceros dog, being more than twice as large. Even when thrown back, Ghost Lantern Manu, after struggling to rise from the ground, could still see clearly from 10,000 meters away. His mouth slowly opened, and he stood frozen in place, lost in time. Eventually, he murmured in astonishment, "Good heavens! Is this white ink Susanoo?" Such a scene utterly overturned Ghost Lantern Manu's perception of white ink. He had thought it was the realm of extinguished lamps. Yet he never anticipated that in such a seemingly simple situation, white ink could unleash such power. The thought of initially intending to use white ink sent a chill down Ghost Lantern Manu's spine. An existence like white ink was far beyond his reach. Gulping, Ghost Lantern Manu wiped the sweat from his forehead and, despite his severe injuries, made his way back to the battlefield. After all, the Hidden Mist Village was his homeland. Even if he were to die, he must witness the final outcome of the Hidden Mist Village. Why? Why is this happening? You blind fool. How can you still unleash Susanoo? Uchiha Shin felt increasingly as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. The Uchiha clan's greatest strength undoubtedly lay in those cursed eyes. The more one hated, the stronger one became. But what was white ink in this context? He sensed not even a trace of hatred emanating from white ink. Yet despite this, white ink's already blind eyes could still manifest Susanoo. He could not accept it. Absolutely could not accept it. Die! Uchiha Shin screamed in madness. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, manipulating the earth to bolster his own body, charging towards white ink in a larger form. In response, white ink slowly closed his eyes, meticulously refining his Susanoo, enhancing its lines and details, flesh, veins, armor, weapons. 40, 50, 60, 70. Every element that could influence Susanoo absorbed his full concentration. The hidden mist village was on the brink. White ink murmured, exerting every effort to grasp that fleeting feeling. Now was the time to end all of this. At the moment White Ink's voice fell, he abruptly opened his eyes. 80, 90, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task, refinement of ocular power training. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, advanced application of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Advanced application of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. You will never lose your sight and will possess immense power, enabling simultaneous use of both eyes' abilities, thus birthing even greater strength. Greater strength. Indeed, he felt it. White Ink's once gray eyes suddenly brimmed with radiant brilliance. This light was strikingly crimson, pulling White Ink's vision back into this resplendent world. With a clap, White Ink brought his hands together. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, activate. Whoosh. In the sky, a rift slowly opened, revealing the unique Mangeki Sharingan belonging to White Ink. Within his field of vision, the intersection with the world became a tapestry of mutual influence, capable of creating a false world within direct death and vice versa. Chapter 94, The Fifth Mizukage. At that moment, Uchiha Shin felt as though the world had come to a standstill. He stood there, dazed, watching the scene unfold before him, his body seemingly beyond his control. A blood moon's brilliance cascaded down upon Uchiha Shin. So beautiful, truly beautiful. This moonlight must be the radiance of infinite Tsukuyomi. Only such brilliance could forge the world of his dreams. He longed to become the god of the Uchiha. With this thought, Uchiha Shin slowly extended his finger, gently reaching towards the moonlight. Suddenly, a red line flashed by, and at that moment, his arm completely detached from his body, falling to the ground. Uchiha Shin looked down, fixated on his severed arm. He opened his mouth, his rigid mind finally beginning to process rapidly. It hurts. My arm. My arm. Uchiha Shin clutched his severed limb, desperately trying to stem the blood flowing from his body. He lifted his gaze to the blood-red sky. In that moment, he finally understood what that crimson hue in the sky was. Eyes. An enormous Mangeki Sharingan. Crack. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Shin felt as though he heard a shattering sound. All his pride was trampled beneath White Ink's feet in that instant. What sort of ability was this? Why does such a Mangeki Sharingan exist in this world? At this moment, the Six-Tailed Shibuki was also entranced by the blood-red world, gradually succumbing to sleep as its power began to coalesce. The figure of Yugao appeared in White Ink's eyes. In the blink of an eye, White Ink made no move, yet with such power, he utterly ended Uchiha Shin. Thud. The shattered will of Uchiha Shin forced him to kneel deeply, his gaze directed upwards, mouth agape, continuously howling as if unable to accept this reality. White Ink. Have your eyes healed? Terumi Mei stood beside White Ink, gently speaking to him. Upon hearing this, White Ink turned to look at Terumi Mei beside him. In that moment, Terumi Mei seemed to envision herself clad in a wedding gown, her pure appearance etched into her heart, standing before Uchiha White Ink, who had repeatedly safeguarded her. Just as she prepared to lean in for a kiss, White Ink's voice reached her ears. Apologies, I just transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so I'm not quite accustomed to controlling this power. You can awaken now, but do not lose yourself in it. White Ink's words jolted Terumi Mei from her reverie. Blushing furiously, she lowered her head, resembling an ostrich burying itself in its feathers. Her charmingly shy demeanor was irresistible, yet White Ink's gaze did not linger on her. Instead, he looked towards the ground. Is it any surprise that fellow left a hand behind? Terumi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at White Ink. Left a hand behind. Could it be that Uchiha Madara is truly that powerful? To achieve such a feat while holding back? The more she pondered, the more incredulous it seemed. She quickly turned her attention to the ground, where beside the unconscious Yugao, a severed arm lay, bleeding profusely. Truly left a hand behind. So, White Ink, are you saying he really did leave behind an arm? Indeed, he was just rescued moments ago. Black Zetsu. That fellow who dreams of unleashing infinite Tsukuyomi. Only he would choose to rescue Uchiha Shin in such terrifying times. For it is only in this way that he can continue with his grand design. To gather the tailed beasts, perhaps? He sought to gather. For the release of the infinite Tsukuyomi was also the intention of Hakamaku. Only by doing so could he summon Kagaya Tsutsuki. thereby defeating her and forging a contract to make her his summoning beast. Thus, he orchestrated for Kaguya to rescue Uchiha Shin. As for the Nine Tails within Kushina Uzumaki, Hakamaku remained unperturbed. He possessed alternative means to harness the power of the Nine Tails. With a deep exhale, Hakamaku dissipated his Susanoo, gently cradling Terumi Mei as he descended. At that moment, Aoidori Manatsuki rushed over from a distance. Glancing around the surroundings, he instinctively inquired of Hakamaku, "Lord Hakamaku, may I ask where Uchiha Obito is?" "That fellow has already fled." "Fled, indeed. He is acutely aware that he is no match for you, my lord. Which is why he has chosen to escape at this moment." The moonlight of the ghost lantern cast its glow upon Bai Mo, who was fervently lavishing praise upon it. The nearby ninjas stood in astonishment, bewildered. Is this truly the esteemed ghost lantern noble they have come to revere? How is it that this remarkable ability to force a warm face against a cold backside is so pronounced? They have never encountered this before. Could you possibly allow me to be set down? In the embrace of Hakamoku, the enchanting Komi Mei whispered softly at that moment. Hakamoku nodded and gently set Komi Mei down onto the ground. This gesture rendered the alluring beauty even more bashful. Guizhong Fanyue's gaze roamed back and forth between Hakamoku and Komi Mei's faces. After a moment of internal conflict, he steeled himself and resolved within his heart, "Lord Hakamoku, the Hidden Mist Village cannot endure a single day without its water shadow." Although Lord Yagura was manipulated by Uchiha Obito, he still made numerous erroneous decisions that transformed the Hidden Mist Village into the current village of Bloody Mist. Zuki, under the full moon, proclaimed, "Therefore, I aspire for a new Mizukage to emerge, one who shall govern the village hidden in the mist. Only in this manner can the village flourish and become even more splendid." Numerous ninjas turned their gaze towards Kirigakure's Manatsu. They had already surmised what was to come. It was evident that Kirigakure's Manatsu would soon recommend himself. After all, the intensity with which Yagura had become more formidable was already etched upon his visage. However, what they did not anticipate was that at that very moment, Kirigakure's Manatsu addressed the figure before him, saying, "I hereby recommend Lord Terumi Mei become the 5th Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. It is believed that everyone has witnessed, in the most perilous moment, Lord K. Mimi disregarding her own safety to stand guard by the side of Lord Hakamaku. Such sincere and steadfast emotions are indeed rare in today's ninja world." Upon hearing the words of the ghostly lantern illuminating the full moon, Zhao Meiming was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Why did Zuki advocate for herself to become the Mizukage? This matter was never discussed with her at all. Guizhong, noticing the curiosity in Zhao Meiming's eyes, quickly reassured her, saying, "Among the younger generation, there is no one whose strength surpasses yours. You possess 2 immensely powerful Kekkei Genkai. By ascending to the position of the new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, you signify a transformative era for the village. This symbolizes the emergence of the hidden mist from the blood-soaked shadows, embracing a more open and progressive policy." Zuki, with utmost sincerity, expressed, "Thus, the Hidden Mist Village truly cannot exist without you." Zhao Mein was evidently taken aback by the words uttered by Zuki Mangetsu. She opened her mouth, intending to decline. After all, no matter how she viewed it, she was undeniably too young for the role. It seemed utterly inappropriate for her to become the Mizukage. Just as Zhao Mein was contemplating this, Bai Mo interjected, saying, "Zhao Mein, the position of shadow has always been reserved for the capable. I firmly believe that with your strength and managerial prowess, you will undoubtedly enable the Hidden Mist Village to become increasingly prosperous and formidable." Guizhong nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I share the same sentiment." Zhao Meiming gazed deeply at Bai Mo, who had fixated his eyes entirely upon her. In the end, Zhao Meiming nodded resolutely, signifying her understanding. "I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations." Bai Mo smiled gently, then gradually retracted his power. The eye that hung in the air slowly closed. This scene left Gui Deng Man Yu increasingly in awe of Bai Mo's terrifying strength. However, it mattered not. As long as Bai Mo and Terumi may cultivate a harmonious relationship, ideally with her becoming Bai Mo's beloved, then the Hidden Mist Village is sure to experience rapid advancement. Elevate the entire Hidden Mist Village to greater heights. By that time, even if I do not become the Mizukage, the rewards gained will undoubtedly surpass the mere title of Mizukage. Moreover, heroes often find it challenging to navigate the allure of beautiful women. One should endeavor to facilitate connections. Who knows, it might truly blossom into something remarkable. At that time, as a successful matchmaker, one will undoubtedly acquire numerous valuable rewards. The smile on Zuki's full moon face radiated even greater joy. At this moment, he hastily approached Hakumai and Terumi Mei, making his way towards the last remaining building of the Water Shadow. In front of the remaining ninjas, he proclaimed that the Hidden Mist Village had officially entered a new era. 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own beauty. Within an exceedingly dim cave, Uchiha Shin gazed at his restored arm, sitting despondently on the ground, lost in thought. His body is supplemented by the essence of white Zetsu. Thus, even if his arm is severed, Uchiha Shin can effortlessly regenerate. However, in comparison to his limbs, the most challenging aspect to restore is his heart. His heart resembles a fragile vessel, shattered into countless delicate cracks by the influence of white ink. It is simply irreparable. For a moment, it seems difficult to regain composure. Kurizetsu stood before Uchiha Shin, questioning Shin. What is it? Have you lost your confidence now? Uchiha Shin cast a faint glance at Black Zetsu, then lowered his head even further, remaining utterly still and expressionless. This only heightened Black Zetsu's anxiety. It is worth noting that Uchiha Shin was an exceedingly crucial component of his plan. Only by invigorating himself and fervently collecting the tailed beasts can he accomplish his grand design. Once he successfully executes his plan, the despair of Uchiha Shin will no longer concern him. However, at this moment, he must not allow Uchiha Shin to lose his fighting spirit. Letter. You are the one meticulously chosen by both me and Ban. You possess a talent that far surpasses that of others in the Uchiha clan. You have yet to fully unleash your inherent potential. Once you awaken your complete strength, trust me, even that fellow Bai Mo would undoubtedly be no match for you. In the eyes of Uchiha Shin, a glimmer of light finally emerged. He raised his head to gaze upon Kurizetsu before him. Is it truly so? Am I truly capable of surpassing Bai Mo to become the next Uchiha Obito? Indeed, it is possible. Moreover, if you so desire, you could even exceed Uchiha Obito. Become a deity belonging to the Uchiha clan. Ascend to the status of a god in this world. Heius stretched out his arms, his expression frenzied as he gazed at Uchiha Shin before him. This sight stirred a growing fervor within Uchiha Shin's heart. His lips trembled slightly as he murmured softly, "It will be fine. There is no doubt. I shall undoubtedly become the most formidable individual." Trampling upon Bai Mo, witnessing him grovel and wail at my feet. Ha 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 ha. No problem at all. Uchiha Shin is relentlessly hypnotizing himself. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, cascading down his cheeks and falling onto the ground. An unprecedented hatred surged within Uchiha Shin's mind, unleashing an extraordinary wave of chakra. In that moment, his eyes began to rotate slightly, transforming into a bizarre pattern. Could it be the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Kurizetsu gazed at Uchiha Shin in disbelief. He found it utterly astonishing that Uchiha Shin harbored such profound animosity towards Hakamaku, to the extent that it had catalyzed his evolution into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The corners of Kuroji's mouth turned upward. For him, this was entirely an unexpected delight. In any case, enabling Uchiha Shin to grow stronger brought him nothing but advantages, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Shin, do you see it? This is your extraordinary talent. Your gift surpasses all that exists. Effortlessly, you have evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and your Sharingan abilities will experience an unprecedented enhancement. I firmly believe that as long as we develop more applications, Whiting shall undoubtedly never be your rival. Uchiha Shin lowered his gaze, contemplating his hands before abruptly pressing them against the ground, channeling his chakra into it. Remote manipulation. In an instant, the nearby land fell under the control of Uchiha Shin. Under his influence, it transformed into various forms. His manipulation of objects has undeniably ascended to a new realm. At the same time, Uchiha Shin resolved himself. He turned to Black Zetsu beside him and declared, "Zetsu, I require the equipment. I demand the apparatus for the artificial beings. I wish to clone myself. I aspire for Uchiha Shin to become the true deity of this world." He once followed Orochimaru and studied under him for a period of time. He has already developed a unique methodology regarding clones. He does not require the clone to possess its own consciousness. With his remote control, he can secure an invincible position. Furthermore, this time, he has acquired a substantial number of bloodline limits in the Hidden Mist Village. When the time comes, he will wield these bloodline limits to present Bai Mo with an unparalleled surprise. One can only hope that Bai Mo, when the moment arrives, will not be startled by his own capabilities. As dawn gently breaks, the village of Mist is unusually free from its characteristic thick fog. Terumi, amidst a throng of ninjas, gracefully takes her seat in the position of the Mizukage, which is solely hers. Even Yagura and Elder Sama, the marshal, refrain from voicing any objections, implicitly acknowledging Terumi's status. After all, in this instance, the chief culprits behind the turmoil in the village of Blood Mist are none other than these two misled high-ranking officials. Had they not fallen under the illusion of Uchiha Shin, the village of Blood Mist would undoubtedly not have come to pass, and the Hidden Mist village would not have transformed into its current state. Yagura and the elders approached Hakomai. This time, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, Lord Hakomai. Bai Mo nonchalantly waved his hand and chuckled. This is what I ought to do. After all, you still owe me compensation, and I have it etched in my mind. Hearing Bai Mo's words, the ever-vigilant Kaguya promptly placed her hand upon her chest, assuring him, Bai Mo, I shall undoubtedly remember your compensation. As soon as I resolve the matters concerning the Hidden Mist village, I shall promptly come to seek you out. Yagura and the elder exchanged a knowing glance. In each other's eyes, they discerned their thoughts. They nodded in silent understanding. For the strengthening bond between Terumi and Haku was undoubtedly advantageous for the entire Hidden Mist village. With Terumi officially ascending to the position of the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, the entire village embarked on a unique construction journey of their own. Naturally, they heeded the advice of Hakomai and traveled to the Land of Waves to utilize the resources in Hakomai's possession for their development. After all, the Land of Waves is merely a short distance from the water country, where the Hidden Mist village resides. The assets acquired by Hakomai are more than sufficient to support the revitalization of the Hidden Mist village. In due time, the entire village will bear the unmistakable imprint of Hakomai's influence, significantly expediting the restoration of the Hidden Mist village from its state of desolation. Bai Mo, are you preparing to depart? Zhao Meiming gazed at Bai Mo, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Although their time together had been fleeting, Bai Mo's presence had forcefully embedded itself within her heart, stirring emotions she had never experienced before. This exhilarating sensation made her yearn to return with Bai Mo. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mo was engrossed in circulating the chakra within his body, striving to enhance it further to avoid the inadequacies he had faced in his previous battle against Uchiha Shin. Indeed, as they prepared to depart, he worried that Kushina would be overly concerned for him. The news of Bai Mo's impending marriage had spread throughout the entire shinobi world. However, the shinobi world was not bound by the restriction of having only one spouse. Thus, this did not diminish Zhao Meiming's feelings in the slightest. She stepped in front of Bai Mo and said, Bai Mo, I. Zhao Meiming opened her mouth, but as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to articulate them, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to say. Is something the matter? Bai Mo curiously observed the figure of Zhao Meiming before him, only to see her seemingly resolve herself to a determination. With arms outstretched, she rushed toward Bai Mo, exclaiming, Bai Mo, wait for me. I shall seek you out. Bai Mo paused momentarily. However, upon observing the glistening tears welling in Zhao Meiming's eyes, he ultimately extended his hands and gently patted her back. He then turned and walked away into the distance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Bai Mo's figure vanished from Zhao Meiming's sight. Only then, after a prolonged reverie, did Zhao Meiming gradually return to her senses. At this moment, Bai Mo was swiftly traversing through space. The Flying Thunder God technique was being utilized to its fullest potential. After all, Bai Mo's eyes had regained their brilliance, equipped with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, allowing him to employ it without consequence. This granted him unprecedented mobility. In just an hour, after assessing the assets of the Land of Waves, Bai Mo activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Though he had only been away for a day or two, Bai Mo felt as though he had been apart for an eternity. Upon stepping into the village, he was enveloped by an aura of tranquility. He opened his arms wide and inhaled deeply. The sensation of peace was truly delightful. As the words fell, Bai Mo swiftly made his way to the Uchiha clan. He immediately arrived at his own chamber. There, he beheld Kushina Uzumaki, who had just risen from slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep, exuding an indescribable charm. Upon seeing Bai Mo, she paused for a moment, then let out a sigh. Ah, it must be that she missed Bai Mo too dearly. After all, even if he resolved matters swiftly, it was improbable for him to return so soon after just one day. Though Uzumaki Kushina uttered such words, She still rubbed her eyes and turned her gaze once more towards Hakamoku. She beheld a gentle smile gracing his face, his countenance radiating affection as he looked at her. This sight instantly illuminated Kushina's face with a radiant smile. "Hakamoku, have you returned so soon?" Bai Mo exclaimed, as he opened his arms to envelop Kai Bai no Kushina in a warm embrace. Enveloped by the essence of Hakumo, Kushina Uzumaki could not resist closing her eyes, leaning dependently against Hakumo's embrace. Her demeanor was irresistibly endearing, prompting Hakumo to rest his head gently upon hers, inhaling deeply. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." No. Your return has been swifter than I ever anticipated." Upon hearing this, Kushina Uzumaki's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if an idea had just struck her. She swiftly slipped out of Hakumo's embrace and darted into the adjacent room. Moments later, she emerged with an exquisitely designed gift box. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a multitude of eggs nestled inside. Curiously, Hakumo inquired, "Whose gift is this? Is it the clan leader?" "No, it is not. It was given by Minato Namikaze, and he said it was a gift for you." Kushina Uzumaki continued, "However, you were not here yesterday, so I accepted it on your behalf. It is said that his wife has given birth, and he is quite delighted, thus sharing some eggs with everyone he knows." "Has there been a birth?" "Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine." The progression of Minato Namikaze and his wife appears to be rather swift. However, Bai Mo is quite intrigued by this. Having altered the fate depicted in the original narrative, will Minato's offspring still be Naruto? "I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet you again, Naruto Uzumaki." Uncertain of the reasons, Bai Mo found himself increasingly filled with anticipation for the impending future. At that very moment, a nearby guest room swung open. Ah, how noisy. Could it be that Bai Mo has returned? The guest room door creaked open, revealing the striking figure of Tsunade, her laid-back demeanor belied by her exquisite physique, which was accentuated by her refreshing attire. Even Kushina Uzumaki found herself momentarily captivated, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before her. Entranced by Tsunade's alluring presence, she stood frozen, unable to react. At that moment, Tsunade seemed to sense something, suddenly closing the distance to stand before Hakamai. Her enchanting gaze locked onto his, filled with an expression of sheer surprise. "Has your kaleidoscopic Sharingan evolved?" "Eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan," Bai Mo jestingly remarked. "Your observation is indeed meticulous. It is true that this time, misfortune has turned into fortune. I have awakened the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. One could say that I shall never lose my sight again." Upon hearing Bai Mo's response, Uzumaki Kushina, standing nearby, excitedly opened her eyes wide. "Really? Bai Mo, will you never again lose your light? Will your vision never again be exhausted?" Bai Mo nodded earnestly, affirming that such incidents would never occur again in the future. Receiving such an affirmative response from Hakumo filled Uzumaki Kushina with excitement, prompting her to stretch and embrace him. For reasons unknown, Tsunade, witnessing this scene, felt an increasing sense of envy towards Kushina. She straightened her posture and feigned a cough, inquiring, "Kushina, I find myself quite hungry. What shall we dine on today?" Kushina Uzumaki came to her senses and said, "Haku, you must be hungry as well. Allow me to prepare a meal for you." Tsunade replied with a huff, "Humph. You are such a fickle-hearted individual." Tsunade voiced her complaints aloud. Subsequently, she returned to her chamber, changed into a new outfit, and reappeared before Bai Mo. At the same time, she presented Bai Mo with a box. "Orochimaru visited me yesterday and requested that I deliver this to you." Bai Mo gazed at the box before him, his expression shifting in a myriad of emotions. How? Has Orochimaru also become a parent? Did he give birth himself? Tsunade raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How can this be possible? Isn't he a man? How could he possibly have a child? Bai Mo instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and softly remarked to Tsunade, who says that men cannot bear children. "Have you not heard of the term male mother?" If it were anyone else, Bai Mo would not have thought this way. Yet this is Orochimaru. In the future, one truly creates a child for oneself, though the manner of its conception remains a mystery. Coupled with the recent events involving Namikaze Minato, this thought unwittingly crossed Bai Mo's mind. He opened the box before him, revealing a letter lying quietly within. A wave of relief washed over Bai Mo. As long as it was not an egg, he was content. Upon unsealing the envelope, the circumstances of the matter became clear. Orochimaru had now journeyed to Amigakure and had joined the Akatsuki. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had also prepared a laboratory for him. It could be said that everything was in place. All that remained was for Bai Mo to issue the mission. After all, Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued by how the technology Bai Mo spoke of could be developed to achieve greater strength, even becoming a mechanical ascendant in the words of Hakumo, thus achieving another form of immortality. Regarding such matters, Orochimaru was indeed very curious. Therefore, he penned a letter and entrusted it to Hakumo, hoping that when time permitted, Hakumo would visit the hidden rain village to seek him out. After perusing the contents of the envelope, Hakumo turned it over and promptly unleashed a fire jutsu, reducing the letter to ashes. He then made his way to the kitchen and inquired of Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, how much longer until the meal is ready? There remains approximately half an hour. Very well, I shall step out briefly and return in 30 minutes. After speaking, Bai Mo tossed a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into his courtyard. In a swift motion, he darted towards the direction of the rain-hidden village. He had previously left kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in the mist-hidden village, the Land of Waves, and among the Uchiha clan. Thus, whenever he wished, he could swiftly traverse to these locations. This time, he intended to leave behind a kunai of his own in the rain-hidden village. Within about 10 minutes, Bai Mo employed the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived in the rain-hidden village. At this moment, the sky was already bright, heralding the arrival of a new day. Remarkably, the rain-hidden village was free from rain, presenting a scene of vibrant vitality. Lord Bai Mo, understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. At that moment, Xiaonan, with her keen eyes, caught sight of the flickering figure of Bai Mo. Without the slightest hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. Much like a fledgling returning to its nest, the little angel of rain-hidden village, who had always worn an expressionless face, finally revealed a smile at that instant. Nagato and Yahiko followed closely behind Xiaonan. Bai Mo, you have come seeking Orochimaru, haven't you? Indeed, let us seek him out for a pleasant conversation. And I shall bring along some experimental materials. Allow us to accompany you to find him. Nagato and Yahiko turned in unison, making their way towards Orochimaru's laboratory. Meanwhile, Conan embraced Orochimaru's arm with both hands, leaning against him in a manner reminiscent of a delicate bird, evoking an indescribable sensation. Is Orochimaru truly behaving himself? He is remarkably composed, yet once he enters the laboratory, he might not emerge for several days. At times, we even speculate that he may have succumbed to exhaustion within the confines of the lab, as his dedication is truly overwhelming. As we conversed, we found ourselves approaching Orochimaru's laboratory. Whether it was at his behest remains uncertain. The lab, as always, resides underground, enveloped in a dim and damp atmosphere, embodying the very essence of a serpent's nature. Let us proceed inside and take a look, Bai Mo suggested, pushing open the grand door of the laboratory. To our astonishment, we beheld Orochimaru employing the shadow clone technique, manifesting into 10 distinct figures, all engaged in various experiments within the lab. The floor was strewn with countless failed creations. Among them, many products are familiar to Bai Mo. These were casually mentioned in conversation with Orochimaru, who had unexpectedly begun experimenting with them. The level of intellect displayed by Orochimaru surpassed Bai Mo's imagination. At that moment, upon seeing Bai Mo's figure, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he swiftly approached him. Filled with excitement, Lord Bai Mo, he exclaimed, the technology you spoke of has intrigued me, and I have begun my research. However, there are many aspects I struggle to comprehend. I humbly seek your guidance. In that instant, Orochimaru resembled a diligent student, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, leaving Bai Mo astounded. Truly, he thought, Orochimaru was remarkable. Over the course of approximately 15 minutes, Bai Mo succinctly explained the fundamental applications and extensions of physics and chemistry. In this brief span, Orochimaru absorbed all the theoretical knowledge Bai Mo imparted. Remarkably, he even demonstrated the ability to extrapolate further, allowing Bai Mo to elucidate with ease, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Bai Mo contemplated whether Orochimaru had fully grasped the essence of technology. Very well, Bai Mo continued. In addition to biotechnology, you might also delve deeper into mechanical technology. If Bai Mo's memory served him correctly, even without his assistance, Orochimaru would eventually develop mechanical Naruto, aimed at seizing the nine-tails sealed within Naruto from the original narrative. One could assert that Orochimaru's research capabilities were truly extraordinary. After efficiently addressing Orochimaru's inquiries and establishing a clear direction for his future endeavors, Bai Mo utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself directly to the Land of Waves, where he procured a substantial amount of materials to bring back to Amigakure, thereby investing in Orochimaru's scientific pursuits and ensuring his stable growth. That will suffice for today, Bai Mo concluded. Should any issues arise, I shall return. Orochimaru nodded eagerly and immediately immersed himself in his research, his face a portrait of seriousness. This clearly illustrated the profound impact of technology on Orochimaru's ambitions. As the group departed from the laboratory, Konan clung to Bai Mo's arm, her affectionate demeanor prompting shared glances between Nagato and Yahiko, their unspoken understanding evident. Just as they prepared to create an opportunity for the two to be alone together, Bai Mo discreetly withdrew his hand. Konan turned to him, asking, Bai Mo, are you leaving? Indeed, he replied. Kushina is about to prepare dinner. It's time for me to return. I will invite you all over for a meal at my home, which is quite spacious. As he spoke, Bai Mo picked up the flying thunder god kunai he had left in Amigakure and offered it to the trio. You should keep this kunai. If anything happens in Amigakure, I will be able to assist you immediately. Yahiko instinctively looked to Nagato as he gazed at the kunai. It seemed as if they shared a silent understanding, as they simultaneously addressed Bai Mo, saying, Bai Mo, please give this kunai to Konan. I am certain she will cherish it greatly. Very well, I have no objections. Then I entrust this kunai to your care. With that, Bai Mo handed the kunai to Konan. As she felt its weight in her palm, her delicate fingers tightened around it. She looked earnestly at Bai Mo and said, Rest assured, Bai Mo, I will take good care of this kunai. Receiving her affirmation, Bai Mo smiled and gave her a thumbs up, replying, I believe in you. With that, he formed a series of hand seals, and his figure vanished before the trio. As Konan watched Bai Mo's form dissipate, a sense of longing washed over her. Bai Mo rarely visited Amigakure. Since their last parting, it had been over a week since they had seen each other. Would the presence of the flying thunder god kunai encourage Bai Mo to visit more frequently? If he came often, she would have the chance to see him again. Tightening her grip on the kunai, she was suddenly approached by Nagato and Yahiko, who stood beside her. Konan, Nagato said gently, if you truly care for him, pursue your feelings boldly. Indeed, Yahiko added, what matters most is to live without regrets. Konan parted her lips, preparing to respond, but Nagato interrupted. As for creating opportunities for interaction, leave that to Yahiko and me. We will keep in touch with Bai Mo and ensure he visits Amigakure, allowing you both time together. Konan felt a swell of gratitude at their words, nodding solemnly. I understand. I will make sure I have no regrets. In a sudden flash, Bai Mo appeared in the Uchiha courtyard, glancing at Uchiha Obito's closed door. Presumably, he was away learning from Minato. Even as the fourth Hokage, Minato remained dedicated to instructing Obito, Rin, and Kakashi diligently. Bai Mo, your timing is impeccable. I have something to discuss with you. Fugaku Uchiha called out upon spotting Bai Mo, inviting him into his chambers. Esteemed clan leader, what is the matter? Bai Mo inquired. Well, this matter is both a blessing and a curse. Fugaku's expression was grave as he sat on the tatami mat, facing Bai Mo. Are you familiar with Uchiha Shursui? Of course, Bai Mo replied. He is one of the most talented individuals of our Uchiha youth. After a brief pause, he added, and your son, Uchiha Itachi, as well. Fugaku's expression brightened at the compliment, though he recognized that while his son Itachi might not rival Bai Mo, his prowess within the Uchiha legacy was still commendable. Recently, Uchiha Shursui completed his mission and officially became a genin. He even led his own team on a task. However, this mission encountered unforeseen complications. He was ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals and narrowly escaped with his life. Bai Mo's expression grew increasingly solemn. What of Uchiha Shursui? Is he unharmed? Fortunately, yes. In a twist of fate, his team was attacked, leading him to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, through which he eliminated the assailants. Bai Mo nodded in recognition of Shursui's extraordinary talent. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan at such a young age foretold an immense future ahead. But this must have had a significant psychological impact on him, correct? Fugaku nodded gravely. Indeed, the loss of his entire team has left him emotionally scarred. He isolates himself in his room, unresponsive even to Itachi's attempts to reach out. I fear he may become increasingly extreme. Fugaku continued, thus, I ask you to contemplate how we might help Uchiha Shursui recover from this ordeal.